Chapter 215 Who has such great ability? According to the sentinel positions of the vampire army, they should be hiding here. No. As the director of the Imperial Night Watch, Nan Gongru has been active on the Great Wall defense line for many years. She has rich experience in fighting against the Dark Race and has fought against the vampire troops many times. Nan Gongru knew the habits of these vampires very well, and naturally she was also very familiar with the deployment rules of the Blood Clan Army's sentries. However, Nan Gongru, Sung Fong and a group of night watchmen circled the perimeter of the vampire camp again and again, checking every corner where there might be hidden vampire sentries, but they still didn't find even a single vampire soldier. What the hell is going on? Nan Gongru really didn't understand. Sung Fong looked around. At this moment, he seemed to have discovered something, and the lenses of his glasses reflected light slightly. Come and see. Sung Fong waved and asked everyone to come over. Nan Gongru was puzzled and immediately came to his side. What did you find? The other night watchmen also gathered around. Look. Sung Fong put his hand on the ground. The soil here is very loose, obviously it has just been turned over by someone. Then he took out his weapon and dug up the soil on the ground. The bodies of the vampire soldiers buried underground were revealed. This is? Xiao Wu was shocked. It seems that someone has been to this vampire camp before us. Sung Fong analyzed, that person is very professional. The body has even been processed. The body covering powder has been used to eliminate the smell of blood and decay. I think that the vampire sentinels around the camp should have been dealt with by this person. Nan Gongru seemed to be thinking about something. So, all the vampire soldiers in this camp have been. Nan Gongru immediately walked towards the vampire camp. Walking into the camp, there was still no sentry. She opened a tent, walked in, and saw 8 coffins inside the tent. Nan Gongru walked to the coffin and her expression suddenly changed. Each of these coffins had a small hole poked in it by a sharp sword. She opened the coffin. In each coffin lay the body of a vampire soldier. All of them were killed by a single sword while they were sleeping. Apparently, someone pierced the coffin with a weapon from the outside, and at the same time pierced through the vampire soldier lying inside. The vampire soldiers in the 8 coffins all died in the same way. Then, Nan Gongru, Sang Fong, and other night watchmen quickly checked the other tents. The situation was the same in every tent. All of these vampires were killed by a single sword while they were sleeping. They died without even feeling any pain. Sung Fong said calmly, looking around the camp, there are no signs of fighting in the entire camp. It seems that the person who did this took advantage of the time when these vampires were sleeping during the day and assassinated the entire vampire team without anyone noticing. Xiao Wu was stunned. One person? How do you know that these were all done by the same person? Why not many people? All the wounds are the same, they should be from the same sword. Sung Fong touched the material of the coffin. A coffin of this material can only be broken by a strong person at least in the 100 Souls realm, or a weapon of red quality at the heavenly realm level. The middle-aged night watchman was shocked. Is this true? Who has such great ability? He assassinated the entire Blood Clan team before us? Could it be that the Empire found out that we lost contact after dropping the signal, and sent another powerful leader to reinforce us? Nan Gongru remains silent. Vampires have very strong perception abilities, especially those who are responsible for daytime guard duty. They all have ultrasonic perception skills. Even she believed that it was impossible for her to kill an entire camp of vampire soldiers silently by herself. After all, in this place, her level was suppressed to the 100 Souls realm. So what kind of strength does the person who did this have? Sister Ru. A female night watchman ran over at this time. What's up? Nan Gongru turned her head. The female night watchman said hurriedly, another special coffin was found in the tent over there. It was not broken. It seems that there are still vampires alive in that coffin. Oh? Nan Gongru's eyes moved to is there anyone still alive? Everyone rushed to the tent immediately. Nan Gongru, Sung Fong, and others saw the pitch-black coffin. Boom boom boom. Sung Fong reached out and knocked on the coffin, saying, this coffin is made of a different material than the previous ones. I think it should be the coffin of the commander of this Blood Clan army. As a night watchman who often fights against the vampires, Nan Gongru immediately recognized a certain mark on the coffin and narrowed her eyes. He is not an ordinary commander, but a noble viscount of the vampires. Oh? Sung Fong glanced at her, then looked at the coffin again. From the outside, the coffin has not been damaged. and the vampire sleeping inside should still be alive. Then this is strange. Xiao Wu said suspiciously, since the big guy killed all the vampire soldiers in this camp, why did he leave the other commander alive? Why didn't he kill him while he was asleep? Have no idea. Maybe some boss missed it? Do you think it's possible? How could a big boss make such a low-level mistake? Sister Ru, are we going to open the coffin? Nangong Ru's eyes darkened. In her mind, the scene of her father dying in the Battle of the 10,000 Races appeared, died at the hands of the vampire army. Forget it, don't worry about it. Nangong Ru let out a deep breath. In the end, her reason overcame the flames of revenge in her heart. No matter why that strong man left this vampire viscount alone, I think there must be a reason. Nangong Ru thought for a moment and said, it's better not to alarm them first. The other night watchman nodded, yes. Ha! The female night watchman saw a red sword on a table in the tent and picked it up. This sword is so beautiful. It must be pink, right? Sister Ru, this should be the sword of the vampire viscount, right? Nangong Ru saw the sword in the female night watchman's hand and her eyes flashed. Don't move. Ha! The female night watchman was stunned. The next moment, the Crimson Blood Clan characters appeared on the red sword in her handy. Buzz, the pages of runes engraved on the coffin began to light up. Brian, who was lying in the coffin, sensed something, suddenly woke up from his sleep and opened his eyes. Chapter 216 Blood Moon Night. Everyone, spread out. Demon slaying formation, prepare for battle. Nangong Ru threw away her black windbreaker, took a step back 3 meters, and at the same time drew out her straight knife, looking as if she was facing a formidable enemy. The other night watchmen were stunned for a moment. They didn't know what was going on, or why the director was suddenly so nervous. However, it is definitely right to do as the director says. So all the night watchmen obeyed the order, dispersed and formed a circle. Crack, 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 the black coffin with a sliding lid slowly opened. Countless vampire bats flew out from it. The night watchmen were all shocked when they saw this, and they all used their abilities to drive away the dangerous vampire bats. These bats are pets kept by the vampires. They all carry the blood plague. Once you are bitten by them, you are very likely to be infected with blood poison, so everyone was very careful. Only Nangong Ru stood there without moving. A pair of cold and calm amber eyes stared at the black coffin. The vampire bats that swooped down on her couldn't get close to her at all and would be cut into several pieces by the protective airflow around her body. After the bat was cut into several pieces and fell to the ground, it turned into a pile of black ash, dissolved into the air and disappeared. Kala, ka, ka. A tall and thin figure finally sat up slowly from the coffin. Brian woke up, opened his eyes, looked around, and looked at Nangong Ru and others in the tent. Human Night Watch? When Nangong Ru saw Brian's face, a lot of information immediately flashed through her mind. This vampire is Brian, the genius viscount among the vampire nobles. I heard that it was this guy who led only 1,000 vampires in the Battle of Yadin in the 10,000 Races battlefield 2 years ago, and defeated General Duan, who had 3,000 elite human warriors. In that battle, His Royal Highness Longing was also in General Duan's army, the one who caused General Dun to suffer such a terrible defeat. Must be no simple character. Nangong Ru became alert, her expression serious, and she held the straight knife tightly. You night watchmen were a little faster than I thought. You found us so quickly. Brian slowly stood up from the coffin, but suddenly his movements froze and his brows slightly frowned. Brian suddenly realized that there were no other living vampires near his camp. No, it's not just his camp. In the Forest of 100 Souls, there were 12 vampire teams with a total of 488 vampire soldiers. Brian could originally sense the position of each vampire unit in his consciousness, but now, all the perception points in consciousness have disappeared, so, the vampire troops in the 12 camps have all been wiped out by these night watchmen. Brian immediately showed an angry look. Good, very good, a great human night's watch. Ha, it seems that I really underestimated you before. I always thought that you Night's Watch were just a bunch of good-for-nothings who pretended to be gods but had a false reputation. I didn't expect that you actually had such ability and courage. You even dared to massacre hundreds of my people. Everyone? Xiao Wu said dully, kill hundreds of your people? When will we? Soon, the night watchman figured it out. Did this vampire commander think that all the vampires killed in the camp were killed by them? In this case, I can only turn all of you into blood slaves and take you back with me. so that I can give the Earl a good explanation," Brian said coldly, slowly lifting his cloak. Darkborn Night Shadow Dance. Crash! Tens of thousands of bats flew out of his cloak. Like a dark tide, it swept towards the night watchman all around, bringing a strong sense of oppression. Nangong Ru's expression suddenly changed, and she immediately said, "Be careful. This is not an ordinary bat. Sword skill, draw the sword and slash." A middle-aged night watchman drew out his straight knife and instantly slashed out a sharp sword energy. Wherever the sword energy passed, all the bats were killed. However, the moment those bats were killed, they suddenly exploded, and dazzling black light spread out in all directions. Buzz! Screams continued. From outside the tent, you can see black light coming out from every window and every crack in the tent. With a buzzing sound, the vampire camp exploded like a balloon. Turning into ashes, countless bats flew out with sharp cries. Confucianism and legalism. The protection of Saints Tsung Fong left the tent before it was blown up. At the same time, he used the golden light of Confucianism and law to protect the other night watchmen around him. Of course, if they were a little further away from him, he couldn't protect them. Nangong Ru also did a neat backward flip and retreated safely. "Xiao Wu, Lao Zhang, Lin Na, how are you?" Nangong Ru looked at the others. I'm fine." Xiao Wu stood up from the ground with great effort, but Lin Na. Nangong Ru turned around and saw that the female trainee night watchman who had caused trouble had fallen to the ground, unconscious. Black contaminated patches appeared on the skin of her arms, and quickly spread to other parts of her body. "I'm afraid I won't survive." What a powerful blood poison, and there is not even a process of transformation into a blood slave, it is directly fatal. The middle-aged night watchman, Lao Zhang, was shocked. "Director, isn't it said that vampires are weak during the day and their combat power is reduced by half? How come this dark cub is so strong?" Nangong Ru said solemnly, "This vampire is different. Don't go up, let me do it. Brian, don't fight. None of you can escape." He put the back of his hand to his mouth and bit open a hole with his sharp bloody teeth. Bright red blood immediately flowed out, and then 2 fingers of the other hand wiped together, and both hands formed a special gesture. Brian moved his mouth slightly and silently recited the vampire spell. Darkspawn Blood Moon Night. Everyone was stunned. I saw the scorching and bright sun hanging in the sky gradually becoming dim. The sun is fading. It slowly turned into a blood moon. The originally cloudless and sunny day suddenly turned into a pitch-black night. Chapter 217 Blood Slave Attack. At the same time, more than 300 dragon eagles and griffins flew over the forest of 100 souls. Yuli sat on the back of the leading dragon eagle, her short silver-white hair fluttering in the wind. The girl quickly noticed the change in color of the sky and looked confused. Strangeness, it was still daytime just now, how come it suddenly became dark? Li Shuang sat on the back of the griffin next to her and said, "Ms. Yuli, look at that blood moon." Yuli looked up and saw the huge blood-red full moon in front of him. "It's so weird." The girl worried. Li Shuang said seriously, "I sensed a strong magic power of the dark race, not far ahead. I think Master Yega should be ahead too. Maybe the battle has already begun." "Well." Yuli took a deep breath, "Let's hurry up." "Okay." Li Shuang raised his hand, "Team, speed up the flight." Inside the dark city, Yigao Shinshua, Xia Xiao, Long Ying, Nangong Choyue and others also discovered the abnormality of the blood moon. "Why did it suddenly get dark?" Xia Xiao asked doubtfully. "I sensed a strong dark force." Long Ying said seriously, "I think the blood moon was caused by the dark power of a dark race." Nangong Choyue was surprised. What kind of ability is so powerful that it can turn the sun into the moon and turn the day into night? Long Ying opened his mouth and was about to say something. At this time, a hysterical scream was heard. Everyone was shocked and rushed to check. I saw a woman with red eyes, a hideous face, and completely lost her mind, grabbing a man's neck and biting him hard. The woman's face was pale, but a pair of sharp bloody teeth grew out of her mouth. The pair of sharp fangs pierced into the man's neck fiercely, and his mouth was full of the man's blood. "Vampire?" Jiang Xiaoming exclaimed. "It's not a vampire." Gao Shinshua said calmly, "It's a blood slave." "Ha?" Jiang Xiaoming turned his head, "Is there any difference?" "There is a big difference." Nangong Choyue said, "Vampires are a dark race. If humans want to become vampires, they need to get the first embrace of a higher-level vampire to completely mutate the genetic cells in their bodies, and then they can become true vampires. And this person just became a blood slave." She was bitten by a vampire before and was poisoned by the blood. It is estimated that no one has discovered it before, and it has never occurred. Oh, don't talk about this. Xia Xiao said anxiously, hurry up and stop her. Nangong Choyue nodded and immediately rushed forward. Martial arts, wind slash. The straight knife slashed with great force, cutting the throat of the female blood slave very neatly. Once you become a blood slave, there is absolutely no room for maneuver. This woman's biting symptoms indicate that the blood poison has completely invaded her brain. There is no hope, so you have to kill him without any hesitation. However, at this time, several more screams were heard. Nangong Choyue turned around in surprised eye. In the residential area of Dark City, there were at least a dozen people showing symptoms of blood slavery. Their eyes were red and they were biting the people around them like crazy. How can there be so many? Xia Xiao said in horror. Impossible. Bao Bingqing also frowned at this time. Even if someone accidentally bitten by the vampires sneaked into the Dark City without reporting it, it shouldn't happen at the same time, right? How can it be such a coincidence? Gao Xinshui paused, then slowly raised his head and looked at the blood moon outside the cave at the top of the cave. I'm afraid it's not a coincidence. Longing looked at her and said, you mean, it's because of the blood moon? Yeah. Gao Xinshui nodded. For people who become blood slaves, will the dark blood still have a suppressing effect? Gao Xinshui turned and looked at Bao Bingqing and asked. No more. Bao Bingqing paused. The blood of darkness can only suppress humans who have just been contaminated by the demonic energy, and are mildly or moderately contaminated. They have already become blood slaves, which is equivalent to severe contamination. It is impossible to save them. Everyone was silent. Bao Bingqing shouted in a deep voice, crazy maniac, Yang Yin, old dog. Take people to wipe out all the blood slaves in the city. Madman and others, yes. Click He Go cut off an iron chain with one sword, rescued the human slaves imprisoned in the last vampire camp. Okay, done. Yiga stretched lazily. He robbed the homes of all the vampire soldiers in the 12 camps. Not only did he kill hundreds of vampires, but he also gained a lot of experience in killing monsters. We also confiscated a large amount of weapons and equipment from the vampire troops. When Brian wakes up, he will definitely be surprised, right? I didn't expect you, a human, to be so powerful. The half-orc hybrid came over and said, he actually killed so many vampire soldiers by himself. He must be quite capable. Yiga turned his head and glanced at him. By the way, I still don't know your name, right? Me? The half-orc patted his chest generously. My name is Mongo. In the future, I will become the king of the orcs and lead thousands of orc tribes. King of the orcs? Yiga raised his eyebrows. But why did you fall into the hands of the Blood Clan? This place is still very far away from the orcs' territory, right? Mongo, Yiga took a look at the special texture on his skin and said, could it be that he stole the beast god Spring and was driven out by your tribe? Mongo, at this time, the sky suddenly turned dark, the sun gradually disappeared, the blood-red moon hangs in the sky. Yiga raised his head and narrowed his eyes. This is, the skills of the vampires? Blood Moon Knight? A girl hurriedly ran to Yiga. She was the girl in the first camp who explained to Yiga the transaction between Wang Yan and the vampires. Well, that. The girl said anxiously, come quickly. Something happened. What's wrong? Yiga asked in confusion. A girl, some of the rescued slaves started biting each other. Bite it. Yiga narrowed his eyes and immediately followed her. Soon, he saw the human slaves he had rescued before in chaos. Some people screamed in fear, some fled in panic, some bit each other like crazy, and some lay on the ground twitching, covering their bitten necks, looking extremely painful. What's going on? Mongo was surprised. Blood slave. Yiga frowned. When he rescued these human slaves before, he checked each one carefully. There were clearly no signs of vampire bites on these humans. Their blood was checked and there was nothing wrong with it. Logically speaking, there can't be blood slaves contaminated by vampires? Chapter 218 Nangong Ru vs Brian Ho. More than a dozen blood slaves, their faces covered in blood, rushed towards Yiga as if they were risking their lives. Yiga was not in a hurry. He narrowed his eyes and drew out the Shadow Moon straight knife. A black light flashed and the sword slashed, sweeping down a large group of people. Bang! Monk's two big hands, like iron pots, grabbed the heads of the two blood slaves and smashed them hard in the middle, knocking down two of them easily. Blood plasma splattered all over him. Bang! 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 This big guy's attack method was very rough. Every attack was accompanied by a beast roar like thunder. He easily picked up the blood slaves with one hand and either threw them out or smashed them hard on the ground. Basically, every time he attacked, blood clots splattered everywhere. Ye Gu took a quick glance and thought that it seemed that about half of the slaves were blood slaves. Ling Ling, let them sleep for a while. Ye Gu said. After hearing this, Bai Shuling slowly raised his hand and cast a hypnotic illusion. Invisible electric waves invisible to the naked eye were fatally released from the scarlet pupils that looked like red agate. The slaves were affected by the hypnotic illusion. One after another, their eyelids fluttered and they fell down. Whether they were blood slaves or normal people, they all fell asleep. Ye Gu came to the side of a blood slave and squatted down to check his condition. Sir, didn't you check the physical condition of these people when you rescued them just now? The spirit of disaster asked. Why are there so many blood slaves? Ye Gu paused and said, something is wrong indeed. If it was his mistake, he was negligent in checking and missed one or two at most. It is impossible to miss so many blood slaves. In fact, when I rescued those slaves just now, I felt something strange. Ye Gu said, these slaves were captured by the Blood Clan, but none of them were contaminated by blood poison. No, then why didn't you say it earlier? Mongo was surprised. I didn't think much about it at the time. Ye Gu glanced at him and said, after all, it's this era now. Even vampires are starting to pay attention to being upper class. The number of vampires who like to bite directly on the neck has gradually decreased. Most vampire nobles like to keep humans who are not contaminated by blood poison in captivity, so that they can drink uncontaminated human blood anytime and anywhere. Mongo was speechless. Now it seems that these blood slaves must have been concealed by the vampires using some method to hide the symptoms of blood poisoning in their bodies. Ye Gu analyzed. Blood poison. Bai Shuling said calmly at this time, they should have been injected with some special genetic blood poison. They are in a normal state at ordinary times, and even they themselves don't know that they are poisoned by blood. But once the Blood Clan casts the corresponding spell, they will reveal their blood slave nature. Oh? Is there such a thing? The crow glanced at her and said, you know a lot? Bai Shuling did not speak. It seems that the blood moon just now should be the medium that guides them to transform into blood slaves. Ye Gu said in a deep voice, I am afraid that at this moment in Dark City, many people have been affected by the blood moon just now and have become blood slaves. The spirit of disaster was puzzled. How did you know? Ye Gu calmly analyzed, why do you think the blood race injected these people with blood drugs to hide their blood slave identities? The spirit of disaster thought, could it be? Ye Gu said slowly, if I were a vampire, I would create several batches of hidden blood slaves like this, and then deliberately let them go, so that these people can return to the human territory and survive as normal people. They usually act like they are fine, and as long as they don't have an attack, no one can find out that there is anything wrong with their body. But each of them is a deadly time bomb. Once the vampires cast a spell, if the Night's Watch fails to stop it in time, a blood slave who suddenly attacks may spread the disease to 10 people, and then to 100 people, and infect the entire city within a few days. In this way, the vampire army can easily break through a city. Mongo was shocked and exclaimed, oh my god, god of beasts, there is such a thing? It's too cunning and despicable. The white blood spirit remains silent. This is how the Wanyao kingdom was conquered more than a decade ago. Vampire camp. Hundreds of blood slaves ran out from somewhere and hysterically pounced on the night watchman and bit them crazily. Why are there so many blood slaves? Oh my god, where did all these people come from? Stop talking, kill them quickly. The humans who have become blood slaves are beyond help, don't hold back. Be careful not to get bitten by the blood slaves. Ah! Help! Help! He's biting me! Sung Fong swung his arm and spread out his bamboo scroll, which was more than 2 meters long. As he raised 2 fingers and silently recited Confucian scriptures, the words on the scroll lit up, emitting golden light. The words floated up from the scroll and landed on the bodies of the blood slaves. These blood slaves look like wanderers in the wilderness. They must have been temporarily summoned by this vampire viscount. Sung Fong was puzzled. But why are there so many? High up in the camp, the two black shadows kept flashing quickly, intersecting and colliding. Like two meteors that keep intersecting and colliding, Nangong Ru's long windbreaker fluttered in the wind, and the straight knife in her right hand slashed at Brian like a gust of wind. Brian held a one-handed sword and resisted the attack of the female chief of the Night Watch. The two fought for more than a dozen rounds. The sound of weapons clashing continued. For a while, the fight was difficult to resolve. Finally, the two separated temporarily and stepped back at the same time. Nangong Ru stood with one foot on the top of a tent. Brian landed on a tree trunk. Brian narrowed his eyes. As expected of the chief of the Night Watch, you are quite capable. Even though we are both suppressed in the 100 Souls realm, this is the first time a human can fight me on equal terms. Humph, Nangong Ru's eyes turned cold. He tightened his wrist, and the straight knife in his hand condensed into a light blue air blade. The air blade gradually became sharper and sharper, and the flowing wind attributes soul power kept rubbing against each other, like the buzzing of thousands of birds. Martial Arts, Wild Wind, Instant Kill / Chapter 219 Blood Devouring Whip. Nangong Ru's long boots broke through the thin layer of ice on the open ground, and she rushed forward, slashing out a long, icy light with her long sword. Schwat! The next second, Nangong Ru appeared more than 10 meters away. She had her back to Brian, a drop of blood slowly dripping from the blade of the straight knife in her right hand. Her hair, which was originally tied up behind her head, had been scattered because of the speed of the previous move, and her long hair floated to her waist. Brian looked down and saw that the long sword in his right hand was cut in half. There was also a long cut on the chest. Oh, that's a good speed. Brian touched the blood on his chest and said, I can actually see blood. Nangong Ru looked back in horror. Xiao Wu was surprised. The captain's ultimate move actually failed to kill this vampire instantly? Nangong Ru fell silent, thinking to herself, this vampire viscount must be wearing some kind of highly reinforced, highly enchanted armor and protective gear. The weapon in her hand is a +11 star enhanced pink straight knife enchanted with wind attribute to enhance attack. Such a knife is considered a top-grade weapon in the human empire, but among all the races, it is obviously far from enough. You are much stronger than I thought since you were able to cut my sword. Brian threw away the broken sword in his hand and pulled out a bloody whip from his waist. Next, here is my return gift. After saying that, Brian jumped up. Darkspawn Bloodthirsty Whip. Brian was seen flying in the air, his cape fluttering, waving his whip gracefully. That bloody whip seemed to be able to extend to more than 10 meters in length. The long whip was swung down to the left, accompanied by a strong sound of wind. Swoosh! With a whip, Lao Shang, Xiao Wu, and 7 or 8 other night watchmen were whipped away. Nangong Ru turned around suddenly. Xiao Wu. Lao Shang. Swish! Brian turned his wrist and swung the whip to the right again. The few Imperial soldiers brought by Tsangfeng were also blown away. The armor of those Imperial soldiers seemed to be made of paper. When they were whipped by the bloody whip, their skin and flesh were torn apart and their armor was shattered. He. Brian sneered contemptuously as he attacked. He raised his arms and lashed out with several swift blows. After a few lashes, dozens of night watchmen were all knocked to the ground. Xiao Wu wanted to get up from the ground, but he gasped. He covered the part of his body that was injured by the bloody whip, and felt a burning sensation on the wound. The pain was rapidly spreading throughout his body. Such pain soon paralyzed his hands and feet, causing his body to tremble constantly and making him unable to move at all. It hurts, I have no strength left. This damn vampire, that whip is poisonous. All the night watchmen fell to the ground except for Nangong Ru. No one else was able to stand up. Don't worry, it won't hurt when you die. Brian slowly raised his hand, preparing for another whip. Nangong Ru's eyes turned cold. One stepped forward quickly to stop it. However, Brian was waiting for this moment. With a smile on his face, he suddenly changed the direction of the whip in his hand and swung it back towards Nangong Ru. Bang! Nangong Ru's thigh was hit by the blood-sucking whip. She groaned immediately, bent one knee, and knelt on the ground. The burning pain quickly spread across the whip marks on the thighs. Thin beads of cold sweat instantly appeared on Nangong Ru's fair forehead. Instantly, she felt hundreds of fire ants biting her thigh wound. The feeling was indescribable, with severe pain and numbness mixed together. Her entire leg completely lost consciousness within a few seconds, and the pain quickly spread to her entire body. Nangong Ru quickly closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and mobilized her own soul power to resist the pain. Tsangfeng frowned unexpectedly. Even Director Nangong couldn't move after being whipped. Although it is true that her level is suppressed at the 100 Souls realm, but with Director Nangong's strength, her soul power should be purer than others, and ordinary poison damage should not have such a strong effect. What exactly is the effect of that bloody whip? The Night Watch, is really vulnerable. Brian's face was full of contempt as he slowly descended from the sky. If you kill all my men, I will turn you all into my blood slaves. Then, he paused and looked at Nangong Ru again. However, your strength is not bad. As a human, your potential is high, and you are also a beautiful woman. I can consider giving you the first embrace, so that you can become a member of our noble vampire race and become my lower blood clan. How about it? Bastard! Nangong Ru spat out 2 words viciously. Nangong Ru gripped the handle of the straight knife tightly with her right hand, and her arm trembled slightly because she was exerting too much force. She tried hard to circulate the soul power in her body so that she could unleash explosive martial arts again. However, she soon discovered that no matter what she did, the soul power nodes in her body could not function normally or circulate energy. It's like a sophisticated computer, but the wiring inside. The case has been completely cut off. Nangong Ru originally thought that the whip contained poison, so she wanted to circulate her soul power to resist the invasion of the poison, but the result was that the more she circulated her soul power, the faster it was exhausted. Even my consciousness is gradually becoming blurred. Still struggling? It's no use. Brian sneered. How could the vampires, who had spent so many years researching and developing a secret weapon specifically for dealing with human extraordinary beings, be cracked by an extraordinary being at the 100 Souls realm? Oh. I knew it. No wonder there was suddenly a blood moon in darkness, and the blood slaves woke up again. It turns out that there are stupid teammates. An abrupt voice suddenly sounded. Ha! Brian turned his head to look. Ye Gu emerged from the dark woods leisurely with his hands in his pockets. Night Song? Song Fong was stunned. Ye Gu, oh? Teacher Song, you are here too. Song Fong, I told you not to call me that, it's damn embarrassing. Ye Gu, okay, pay attention next time. Song Fong, it's you? The demonized young master of the Yi family? Brian looked at Ye Gu with interest. Haven't you learned enough from last night's lesson? You just suffered a crushing defeat, and you're coming back to die so soon? The demonized Yi family. Nangong Ru looked at Ye Gu and frowned. Is this young man Ye Gu? A miserable defeat? Ye Gu tilted his head. Is your brain burned out? Don't you know what's going on? Brian? Ye Gu smiled and said, when you wake up and see that all your subordinates are dead, that feeling must be very surprising. Brian's eyes suddenly became angry when he heard this. So it wasn't these night watchmen who did it, it was you? Chapter 220. Unfortunately, I didn't guess right originally. I wanted to let you sleep for a while longer, and then I would wake you up and kill you after I had set up a trap that could safely kill you. Yi Ji's eyes slanted as he looked at Nangong Ru, Song Fong, and the other night watchman, his eyes full of helplessness. But I didn't expect that after all my calculations, I missed one step. I didn't expect that there would be a stupid teammate who suddenly appeared and messed up everything. Alas, the night watchman, so, who woke this vampire from his slumber? Ye Gu asked curiously. Song Fong pushed his glasses. It's not me. Ye Gu looked at the night watchman again. The night watchman blushed. Xiao Wu said somewhat embarrassedly, we didn't open it on purpose. It was a trainee night watchman who accidentally touched the prop used by the vampires to connect to external perception. She has died in the battle, oh. Ye Gu turned around and said, okay, I won't pursue it. Please accept my condolences. You mean the ones who killed my men while I was asleep, not these night watchmen? Brian's eyes darkened and he stared at Ye Gu. But you? Ye Gu, what else? Brian, our Blood Clan troops were divided into 12 teams and 12 camps. Were all of them killed by you guys? It's not us. Ye Gu shook his head. It's just me. Song Fong, Nangong Ru and others were shocked when they heard this. It turns out that the dead vampire soldiers in the vampire camp, was he killed by Ye Gu? How is this possible? Nangong Ru had an expression of complete disbelief. The vampire's reconnaissance capabilities are considered quite powerful, even among the dark races. Their unique ultrasonic detection technology cannot be avoided by ordinary extraordinary people by hiding their breath and sneaking around. How could a Earth Realm transcendent possibly kill an entire Blood Clan team by himself? Don't talk about Ye Gu. Nangong Ru herself believed that it was absolutely impossible for her to do such a thing quietly. Even Song Fong had some doubts. If he didn't know Ye Gu a little bit, I thought that based on our previous interactions, Ye Gu shouldn't be a boastful person, right? Brian frowned. Although we vampires fall into a dormant state during the day, we still leave daytime sentinels for reconnaissance. The ultrasonic waves of each vampire sentinel are connected into a network to form a huge detection area. As long as you approach within 100 meters of our camp from outside, you will be detected by us immediately. Unless there are enough experts who can kill all the vampire sentinels at the same time in an instant, there is no way you can kill all our sentinels silently. But I think you are not yet capable of this. Brian paused, his eyes darkened. How did you do that? Yi Ge smiled. Who said I approached from the outside? When Brian heard this, he thought for a moment, then his expression changed and he seemed to understand. I see. So you came from the inside. Could it be? Brian suddenly recalled the battle last night, and suddenly realized, in the battle last night, your purpose was not to kill me by night raid, but to sneak into our camp, and then you used the transformation technique to transform into the appearance of one of our vampire soldiers, and then start to eliminate our sentinels from the inside during the day? Oh. Quite smart. Yi Ge was surprised. Humph. Brian snorted coldly. I didn't expect you, Yi Ge. It's a pity that I didn't guess it right. Brian, however, it is a good analysis. It is commendable that you can analyze it to this point. But I have no reward for you, and I will not help you reveal the answer. Yi Ge said leisurely, pulling out his sword and knife with both hands. I wanted to come back to open your coffin after finishing other things, but now I can only deal with you first. Deal with me? You? Brian's eyes revealed a cold look, and he raised the corner of his mouth slightly. With you, an Earth Realm Transcendent? Roar, roar, in the woods, more and more blood slaves gathered. A total of 600 or 700 wilderness wanderers who had completely turned into blood slaves surrounded them, staring at Yi Ge and the others with red eyes, drooling from their slightly open mouths and making low roars, like a group of wild beasts that had lost their humanity and were craving for food. Song Feng looked at the situation around him. The Night's Watch and Imperial Army soldiers had all been knocked down. Anyone who had been hit by Brian's bloody whip had completely lost their ability to fight. Apart from Yi Ge, he is the only one who can stand up now. With a swish, Song Feng, holding his letter, flashed to Yi Ge's side. This Brian is very powerful. The blood-colored whip he uses will completely make anyone lose their ability to fight once it hits them and draws blood. Song Feng whispered to him, he should have been a Shura-level warrior. Although he has been suppressed to the 100 souls level now, he is definitely not someone you can face alone. I think you should retreat first. Oh? Yi Ge glanced at Nangong Ru and others. Even Nangong Ru couldn't stand up. Could it be? Yi Ge paused and said, Brother Feng, tell me all the information about your battle with Brian just now. Okay. Song Feng said nothing and put his hands together. Confucianism, the art of compressing knowledge. Song Feng's mouth started to move rapidly like a ghost. A large amount of intelligence information was quickly transmitted into Yi Ge's mind. Blood-devouring whip? Yi Ge pondered for a moment, technological data flashing in his pupils, and scanned the attribute panel status of Nangong Ru and the others. Really, the extraordinary cells in the body were corroded, the gene chain was broken, and it was severely damaged. The soul power nodes were seriously damaged, causing the soul power to be unable to function normally. Just like the protective gear that Yi Ge found in the camp before, this is undoubtedly a genetic weapon created by the vampires specifically for humans. This kind of gene-targeting weapon is something that the vampires would only use on the battlefield of all races in the very late plot of the game. I didn't expect to appear so early. I guess Brian was just pushed into a corner, although this kind of weapon is now a research secret among the vampires and has not been studied very thoroughly. It is currently only effective against extraordinary people at the 1,000 souls realm and below. But this is the forest of 100 souls. In other words, at least here, this weapon is unstoppable as long as it hits humans. Chapter 221 Hellman Machine, how's it going? Brian looked at Yi Ge and Song Feng mumbling to each other and said with disdain, have you thought of a solution? Yi Ge glanced at him calmly and said, you used your blood race's secret genetic weapon. Aren't you afraid that you will be punished by your vampire king when you return? Brian's expression suddenly changed. This kid already knows. How did he know? Yi Ge smiled secretly. This genetic weapon aimed at humans only causes special corrosive damage to the human race. That's easy. Brother Feng, you will deal with those blood slaves later. Yi Ge said. Oh, okay, huh? Song Feng reacted. Hundreds of blood slaves? you want me to handle them alone? That can't be helped. All the other teammates are down. Yi Ge, do you think I have any other helpers here besides you? Song Feng, okay. Song Feng hesitated for a moment and wanted to ask, how can you deal with a vampire in the 100 Souls realm alone? But Yi Ge had already kicked off, holding the double blades in both hands, and kicked out with a brisk step, court death. Brian's eyes turned cold. He tightened his right hand and swung his bloody whip violently. Darkspawn bloodthirsty whip. The long whip swept through the air with a fiery crack. Careful. Nangong Ru's eyes widened. Song Feng should have told the young man how powerful the whip was. Isn't it stupid to confront head-on? However, just as the whip was about to hit Yi Ge, a 2-meter-tall humanoid warrior, his body made of steel, appeared in front of Yi Ge. Puppet Iron Fist Ghost Arm. Bang! The whip did not cause any substantial damage to Iron Fist Ghost Arm. Iron Fist Ghost Arm swung his casserole-like Iron Fist suddenly, and Brian quickly dodged it. A puppet? Brian didn't expect that Yi Ge had such a fighting puppet to use. Ha, you think you can defeat me with a combat puppet that has no IQ? How ridiculous. Before he could finish his words, the fist that Brian had dodged suddenly swung back and turned into an elbow strike, hitting Brian's side face hard. Bang. Brian's handsome, fair face suddenly tilted to the side, and one could even see the extent to which his facial muscles were shaking in slow motion. Ahem. Brian staggered back 2 steps, covering the side of his face. Damn it, I was careless and didn't dodge. Ouch. Just as he finished speaking, Iron Fist Ghost Arm threw another punch. The punch hit his tall nose directly with a click. There is no doubt that the nose is broken. Blood was streaked across his face. Brian took a few steps back, covered his nose, and said in an angry and trembling voice, "How dare you break my beautiful nose?" Bang. The third punch of Iron Fist in Ghost Arm has been delivered. Yi Ge, the Iron Fist Ghost Arm had no expression on its face. It continued to punch, palm, elbow, and kick rapidly. Every punch and every elbow possesses the ultimate strength and speed of a human warrior. His attacks were completely efficient and unrestrained, like a violent storm. Each attack was at a very tricky angle and was very intensive. Brian looked down upon this fighting puppet at first, but later he became alert and responded seriously, and finally his face was filled with fear. This guy is really a puppet? In terms of physical skills, vampires' melee combat capabilities are more than 1 level stronger than humans. However, Brian found that he was suppressed by this fighting puppet and had no chance to fight back. Every attack of Iron Fist Ghost Arm seems to have been calculated extremely precisely by a computer. Every punch is not only fast, but also accurate and extremely fierce. Brian was able to fight back at first and had a few close combat moves with Iron Fist and Ghost Arm. After a few seconds, I was beaten almost all the way. Bang. Brian was kicked in the abdomen and flew backwards. However, before he flew out 3 or 4 meters, the speed of the Iron Fist Ghost Arm was faster than his flying speed. After he flew out 3 or 4 meters, it reached out and grabbed his collar, pulled him back fiercely, and then punched him in the face again. Puff. Brian's blood splattered. I could faintly hear the sound of bones breaking. Then, Iron Fist Ghost Arm grabbed his neck and kneed his head against his knee. Bang! Brian just felt his head buzzing. I couldn't hear anything, and I fell into a trance. Then, Iron Fist Ghost Arm threw an inch punch, followed by more than 30 consecutive cross punches, all hitting his chest. The punch was so fast that many phantoms appeared. Boom, boom, boom. Then another headbutt. Brian's eyelids were rolled back and his eyeballs were turned outward. Well, boom. Iron Fist and Ghost Arm still attacked with an expressionless face. Smash your knees, smash the face, joint dislocation, cracked sternum, red blood plasma and various yellow and white liquids gushed out, splashing all over the battle dolls. Bang 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 bang. Yi Ge. The night watchmen were all dumbfounded. Song Feng, who was originally dealing with those blood slaves, was also dumbfounded. Even Yi Ge stood there in a daze. He also held a sword and a knife in his hands. Originally, he wanted to cooperate with Iron Fist and Ghost Arm and add something like double sword Huajun, but as a result, he found that he had no room to intervene. Is this a puppet? Yi Ge was stunned. The tactic he just thought of was to let the Iron Fist Ghost Arm, who was not afraid of the blood-sucking whip, attract attention in front, while he took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack from the side. Unexpectedly, this Iron Fist Ghost Arm, a pink-quality combat puppet, is actually so powerful? When Lanmi used 3 Heaven Realm puppets to test Yi Ge, if each of them had this level of combat power, what would he have done? Then, Yi Ge thought about it carefully and suddenly understood. It is now the early stage of the game's plot. At this stage, there are no powerful puppet makers in the world. The combat puppets on the market, even if there are pink quality puppets, are low quality pink puppets. The dolls produced by his system are undoubtedly the best pink ones for combat dolls. There is a world of difference between lower quality pink and higher quality pink. Simply put, one puppet has the same combat power of the 100 Souls realm, one is controlled by a simple human-machine AI, and the other is controlled by an AI that has evolved and transformed many times and is at the level of a maddening hell rampage. Naturally, their combat power is completely different. Chapter 222 Reinforcements. Bang! Bang, 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 bang. Boom! After a violent storm of physical output, Brian no longer looked like a human being, and even his facial features could no longer be seen. His body went limp and he fell heavily, lying on the ground like a ball of mud. The jaw was dislocated, the sternum was sunken, the skull was collapsed, there were a bunch of broken teeth scattered around, and the whole body was covered with muddy blood. Song Feng, the night watchman. Oh my god. Old Zhang was shocked. Is this thing really a puppet? Xiaowu sighed. This death is too tragic. Yi Ge walked over and saw that Brian had completely stopped breathing. Originally, he didn't expect the Iron Fist and Ghost Arm to be very powerful. I just want to summon the puppet as a helper. After all, the puppet is just a puppet, a fighting machine without self-awareness. Who would have thought that this fighting machine's actual combat power would be so abnormal? The sky gradually returned to its normal color, the blood moon disappeared and the sun came out again. Confucianism and legalism. Fenjiesong Song Feng raised two fingers, and a golden Confucian formation lit up under his feet, raising a gust of wind. Strokes of cursive words were written in the air and finally fell on the bodies of the blood slaves, controlling them one by one, but the number of blood slaves was too large after all, and each blood slave rushed forward like a desperate beast. Song Feng was struggling to cope with it alone, sweating profusely. Although the blood moon has disappeared, these blood slaves will not become normal people. Yi Ge, come and help me quickly, Song Feng said. Oh, here it comes. Yi Ge raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Iron Fist Ghost Arm rushed towards the blood slaves and activated the unparalleled mode. Countless screams and wails suddenly rang out. Countless blood slaves flew into the sky. As a fighting puppet, they are not afraid of being bitten. They don't have to worry too much and can just kill every puppet with one punch. It can be said that there is no grass growing wherever he goes. At this time, the screams of blood slaves suddenly came from the outskirts of the woods. Yi Ge turned his eyes and suddenly sensed the footsteps of many human warriors. Moreover, each of them should be a powerful person at the peak of the 100 Souls realm. Shrug, puff, puff, squeak. Many soldiers wearing the uniforms and armor of the Qin Empire appeared in the woods. They held swords and swung them down with lightning speed, killing the blood slaves one by one with skillful means. Song Feng was also slightly stunned. This reinforcements? The screams of the blood slaves continued into one. Within 10 minutes, all the blood slaves were killed by hundreds of Imperial soldiers. The night watchmen heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. The Empire's support troops have finally arrived. I think that His Majesty the Emperor learned that the Dark Race had crossed the Great Wall and entered the human territory, and finally sent the Imperial army to support them. Puff! An officer wearing the uniform of the Great Qin Empire pierced a blood slave's chest with the iron sword in his hand and pushed him to the ground. Then he came to Nangong Ru, held the iron sword in reverse, nodded and bowed. Director Nangong, I'm sorry, we are late, are you okay? Nangong Ru barely supported herself and stood up. I'm fine. The officer carefully glanced at the black blood flowing from the wound on her right leg. Are you poisoned? Well, the whip of the vampire Viscount carried some strange poison, and I was ambushed by him. Nangong Ru stood with the sword in hand, still standing with great difficulty. Several of my subordinates were also poisoned and need immediate treatment. Okay, I also brought a medical practitioner with me, the officer said, while secretly glancing at Yi Ge out of the corner of his eye. Brother Feng, you were not bitten by the blood slave, right? Yi Ge stood next to Song Feng. Song Feng sat on the ground, supported himself with his hands, and gasped heavily, there are no bites. I was very careful, but I am almost exhausted. Yi Ge tilted his head innocently. Is it that exaggerated? Song Feng, just try to stop more than 600 blood slaves by yourself. Yi Ge thought about it carefully and said, shouldn't it be possible to do anything? Song Feng, forget it, Song Feng asked helplessly, where are His Highness Longing and the others? Why do I only see you? They are fine, they are somewhere else. Yi Ge glanced at the Imperial soldiers out of the corner of his eyes. These Imperial army soldiers, something is not right, Director Nangong. At this time, the Daqin officer suddenly lowered his voice, walked sideways to Nangong Ru, and said, "I have something to tell you." Nangong Ru asked, "What's the matter?" The officer opened his mouth to speak his sister. At this time, a female voice was heard. Nangong Choyue ran over at this time. Behind her, there were Long Ying, Gao Shinshue, Xia Xia, Jiang Xiaoming, and others. Choyue? Nangong Ru was relieved to see that her sister was fine. As soon as Nangong Choyue ran to her sister, she immediately looked serious and started to talk. "Sister, let me tell you. All this is the work of Duke Wang Yan. All the wanderers in the wilderness who became blood slaves were caused by Duke Wang Yan. He also created the blood of darkness. We were almost killed by that old Biden." Nangong Ru's expression froze for a moment. What? The imperial officer and the imperial soldiers beside him all changed their expressions when they heard this. Yigu narrowed his eyes and looked at those people wearing imperial military uniforms with a scrutinizing look. "Do you know why the blood of darkness can circulate inland? It was all because of Duke Wang Yan. He also wanted to frame Yigu, and a group of us almost fell for his trick." Nangong Choyue spoke very quickly and told the story quickly. Nangong Ru was shocked after hearing this, and frowned. "Are you serious?" "It's absolutely true." Nangong Choyue waved her fist angrily. "We discovered his secret. He cooperated with the vampires to block the signal in the forest, making it impossible for us to spread the news. He also wanted to kill all of us to silence us. Do you think this old Biden is hateful or not?" Chapter 223. Let you die quickly. Nangong Ru looked at Long Ying, wanting to confirm, "Your Highness Long Ying?" "Yes." Long Ying said calmly, "We have fought with Wang Yan's 2 assassins before. He knows that if his deeds are reported back to the Empire, he will definitely not be able to survive in the human race, so he keeps sending assassins to kill people and silence them." Xia Xiao looked at Nangong Choyue and said, "I didn't expect you to be able to explain things so fluently. I thought you would stutter and talk incoherently." Nangong Choyue said proudly, "Of course." Then she said and suddenly felt that what Xia Xiao said was a little off. "I didn't expect Wang Yan to be so bold." Nangong Ru said solemnly, "He even dared to silence Her Highness Long Ying, the princess of the emperor." The imperial officer and the soldiers around him looked at each other in silence and exchanged glances. "Yes, yes." Nangong Choyue said seriously, "Sister, when you go back, you must report to His Majesty the Emperor and the Transcendent Association, and you must severely punish this old guy." "Yes, I know." Nangong Ru nodded. "When I go back, I will ask Zheng." At this time, the sound of swords being drawn and rubbing against each other could be heard. The more than 500 imperial soldiers drew their weapons again. Some drew their swords, some raised their halberds, and some held up their rifles, and they all pointed their weapons at Nangong Ru, Yigu, and the others. "Don't worry, you can't go back." The leading imperial officer in military uniform sneered, "No one can go back." Everyone looked stunned. The speed at which these imperial troops changed their faces was too fast. No one has reacted to what's going on, Yigu thought to himself. As expected. "You guys, what do you mean by this?" Nangong Ru frowned. "What do you mean? Can't you see it?" Yigu glanced at her leisurely and said slowly, "Isn't it obvious? They are not the imperial army at all. They are the private soldiers of Duke Wang Yan." Nangong Ru's expression changed. "What?" "That's right, you little devil are really smart." The fake imperial officer in black uniform said coldly. Yigu looked around at the more than 500 soldiers in the woods. "Wang Yan's actions are really fast. He actually gathered so many experts to kill us in such a short time. You guys should also want to kill and silence us, right?" "Yes." The black-suited officer said, "Originally, we wanted to win over Director Nangong and tell her that everything about the dark blood in the Hundred Souls Forest was actually the work of the Yi family. We also forged a series of evidence and wanted to use Director Nangong to get rid of Yigu. But I didn't expect that His Highness Long Ying and Nangong Choyue would all stand on the side of this little demon. So, for the sake of the Duke, I have no choice but to get rid of you all here." Yigu smiled. In such a short period of time, he even forged false evidence. Duke Wang Yan is indeed a powerful figure. Nangong Ru finally understood everything at this time. She bit her lower lip, gripped the handle of the straight knife tightly, took a step back, and wanted to stretch out her arms to protect her sister Nangong Choyue behind her, but the whip wound on her right leg was still stinging her all the time, and she had no way of circulating her soul power. I'm afraid she can't even exert 1/10 of her strength now. Everyone listen. The black-clad officer raised the iron sword in his hand and pointed it at Yi Ge, Nangong Ru, and those night watchmen are now out of combat power, and the remaining few low-level transcendents are basically no threat. You just need to pay attention to Yi Ge, that Song Feng, and that strange fighting doll. The Duke has ordered that no one should be left alive. Anyone who knows the Duke's secret will be killed and no one will be left alive to cause any trouble. Soldiers, yes. Xia Xiao, Nangong Choyue, Jiang Xiaoming, and others were sweating profusely as they looked at the group of soldiers surrounding them. Standing back to back, Gao Shinshue calmly glanced at Yi Ge beside him and asked, "What should we do?" Yi Ge didn't say anything. "What do you think, little devil of the Yi family?" The black-clad officer sneered at Yi Ge and said, "Why don't you just choose to surrender? Then throw out the wealth on you, and maybe we can let you die quickly and with dignity." "Yi Ge, how about changing it?" The black-suited officer frowned. "Change what?" "Yi Ge, why don't you surrender now and hand over all your inheritance? I will let you die happily and with dignity. How about that? You are looking for death." The black-clad officer's eyes darkened. "You are about to die, but you are still being stubborn, superior." Shwa shwa shwa. Following the order from the black-clad officer, 3 black-clad killers wearing light armor flashed at the same time and rushed towards Yi Ge from 3 different angles. The speed is very fast. The moves are also very fast, even in the 100 Souls realm. He is an absolute master. Undoubtedly, these people are elite killers among the elites privately trained by Duke Wang Yi. And Yi Ge stood there without moving. Iron Fist Ghost Arm suddenly blocked in front of him and punched to stop one of the black-clad killers. After watching the fight, the killer already knew how powerful the Iron Fist puppet was, so he did not choose to fight him head-on. Instead, he threw out an iron chain and wrapped it around one of the Iron Fist Ghost Arm's arms. The other 2 killers in black also threw out 2 chains from both sides. A left arm wrapped around the Iron Fist Ghost Arm. A waist wrapped around the Iron Fist Ghost Arm. Crack. For a moment, the 2-meter-tall steel puppet could not move easily. When the officer in black saw this, his eyes became stern, and he kicked his feet hard, taking the opportunity to appear in front of Yi Ge in an instant. The iron sword in his hand stabbed out sharply, pointing directly at Yi Ge's throat. Yi Ge was still standing there, his eyes calm and motionless. The officer in black thought that Yi Ge was completely unable to evade the attack or had been frightened silly. "Ah, die." John, with a clanging sound, the iron sword in the black-suited officer's hand broke, and the broken half of the sword flew into the air. At the same time, there was a very subtle pop sound as the flesh was cut. The black-suited officer widened his eyes and trembled. He took a half step back. The broken sword in his hand fell to the ground, and his other hand tremblingly touched his neck. He looked down and saw that his palms were full of bright red blood. Then, the scene in front of my eyes gradually turned blood red and blurred, and my consciousness slowly disappeared. Zero stood in front of him expressionlessly, and just stretched out his hand and gave a light push, and the black-suited officer fell down weakly, lying in a pool of blood, his eyes still wide open before he died. Chapter 224, will collapse. Seeing the black-clad officer being killed so easily, the other fake Imperial soldiers were stunned. However, this is just the beginning. The next moment, more screams and howls rang out continuously. Zero arrived, and the shadow troops naturally followed. Dozens of shadow warriors emerged from the shadows at the same time. The sharp sword light is so dazzling. Buzz, puff, puff, puff. Before anyone could react, warm blood had already splattered on their stunned faces. Dozens of heads flew up, and only a headless body of the fake Imperial soldier in military uniform was left standing there. After 3 or 4 seconds, blood gushed out from the broken neck like a bloody fountain, and dozens of headless men fell to the ground weakly with a thump. "Master," Ling said respectfully, "we are late." "No, I came at the right time." Yi Ge smiled faintly. The hundreds of fake Imperial soldiers in the woods all showed panic expressions for a moment. None of them understood how these people appeared out of nowhere. "I didn't expect this little demon to have other helpers." A man who looked to be in his 30s, with an unshaven beard and wearing black armor, spoke in a deep voice, looking around with a serious expression. "There are only a few dozen of them. Let's take down the little demon and Longing first." The bearded man judged that these people should be Yi Ge's private soldiers. Although they seemed to be quite skilled, they would not dare to act rashly as long as their master was captured. Longing is the 9th princess of the empire. If they capture her, they can threaten Nangong Ru and other night watchmen. The bearded man thought so, holding a long knife, and rushed towards Yi Gu in one quick step. Two shadows instantly blocked the man's way. The bearded man twitched his lips, and he used some unknown martial arts to instantly circumvent the two shadows. As a secret private soldier raised by Duke Wang En, the man's strength is certainly not weak. When being suppressed in the 100 Souls realm at the same level, his strength can be compared with that of Gu Eicheng. Before the bearded man dodged two shadows, but his target was not Yi Gu, but Long Ying. Long Ying frowned slightly, realized that the enemy was targeting him, and took a step back. Bang! At this moment, an old hand like a dead tree suddenly stretched out and slapped the bearded man's chest heavily. This palm was wrapped with powerful soul power. Although it was also at the level of 100 Souls realm, one could feel that this person's soul power was extremely pure. The bearded man didn't even make a sound as his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and fell to the ground. His chest had completely collapsed and it was obvious that he was deader than dead. Yi Gu turned his head and saw that the one who struck out was an old man with snow-white hair, wearing a gorgeous white robe, and his attire showed that he was from the palace. The old man bowed slightly and said, "Your Highness, I am late." Long Ying nodded, "Uncle Fu." The old man turned around and looked coldly at those fake imperial soldiers. How dare they impersonate the great Qin Empire army and even attempt to kill His Majesty Long Ying? They are simply tired of living. Arrest them all and bring them back for personal interrogation by His Majesty. With a few swish sounds, more than 100 soldiers in red clothing appeared beside Long Ying and the old man. Yes. Before the signal was blocked, Liang Quan ran to Long Ying and tried to use a trick to divide the trust between them and Yi Gu. He returned the cyber watch and space ring to her, hoping that Long Ying would report to the royal family that the incident of dark blood was all the result of a deal between the Yi family and Bao Bingqing. But Long Ying was cautious and did not completely believe what Liang Quan said, so she did not report it to her father, but called Uncle Fu and her direct subordinates. Yi Gu narrowed his eyes. He could see that these people did not seem to be royal warriors, but should be Long Ying's own people. Dai and the fiercely competitive royal family, she already had her own private army at the age of 12. TSK, this girl is really not simple. The fake imperial soldiers didn't expect things to turn out like this. Dig, everyone, don't panic. In the 100 Souls forest, everyone's highest level is the 100 Souls realm. Even if they are royal warriors, it's the same. We still have more people than them and we still have an absolute advantage. Yi Gu grinned. Oh? Is that really the case? The leading fake imperial soldier was about to say something when he suddenly felt his body as if covered by the shadow of some giant creature. Then he heard the cries and roars of many extraordinary creatures above his head. That is? Hundreds of fake imperial soldiers looked up in astonishment. They saw at least 300 dragon eagles and griffins circling in the sky above their heads. On the back of each dragon eagle and griffin was a female swordsman in armor. The emblem of the Yi family was engraved on the armor on the chest of each female swordsman. At this moment, the morale of the fake Imperial Army soldiers completely collapsed. It's the Yi family's army. It's the Dragon Eagle Knights and the Griffin Corps of the Yi family. Why are the Yi family's troops here? Didn't the Blood Clan block all signals nearby? Fighting against the Yi family's army is a nightmare that all soldiers in the aristocratic circle of the human empire dare not even think about. The moment they saw the emblem of the Yi family army, these private soldiers of Duke Wang En completely lost their fighting spirit. The army of several hundred people fell into a state of extreme panic and terror. Many soldiers on the periphery saw that the situation was not good and immediately dropped their guns and armor and fled. Fear will spread. This is the herd mentality of human beings. When some people start to run away, more deserters will appear. Even if the remaining people do not run away, their fighting spirit will be greatly reduced. Even if there are still a few passionate warriors who still have the will to fight, it will be of no avail. Kill. Yi Gu put his hands behind his back and uttered a few words lightly. Just leave a few leaders behind to take back. Yes. Zero responded respectfully, then his eyes turned cold and he charged into the battlefield with the other shadows. A bloody fight involving thousands of people unfolded, with the sounds of various soul forces colliding and weapons clashing, and screams, roars, and wails continuing. This is undoubtedly a small-scale battlefield. Li Shuang stood on a griffin, holding the tiger soul sword, and swooped down from the sky like a heroic female knight. With the help of the lightning chain sprayed by the griffin, she killed a group of enemies in a few seconds. Wow, so cool. This is a real battle. Nangong Chouyu saw such a scene for the first time. There was excitement in her eyes and she wanted to rush up with a straight knife to join in the fun. Nangong Ru reached out to stop her, then glared at her. These people are at least Heaven Realm warriors, why are you, a profound realm warrior, joining in the fun? Nangong Choyue was envious and grumbled aggrievely, what does it matter? Chapter 225. Can I have a pat on the head as a reward? At this time, Yuli jumped down from the back of a red and gold dragon eagle and came in front of Yi Gu and the others. The girl's appearance has not changed, but her temperament seems to have undergone a drastic change. She is wearing a loose white robe, white stockings and white boots, and holding a silver staff in her hand. There is a holy and otherworldly aura surrounding her whole body. Xia Xiao's eyes lit up. Shaoli? You're here too? Then, she seemed to sense the soul energy of Yuli, and pulled her hand in surprise. You have awakened to become a superpower? Yuli's face flushed slightly, and she responded softly, well, because to refine that special inhibitor, you need a transcendent. Then she took out a small bottle from behind her and handed it to Yi Gu with both hands. Master Yi. Master Yi Gu, I have completed it as you said, and I have fulfilled my mission. Yi Gu took the small bottle, smiled and touched her head. I have said it before, with your talent, as long as you have a little confidence, no problem will be difficult for you. You really deserve to be my childhood sweetheart. Yuli's cheeks suddenly became hotter, and her whole head seemed to be on fire, with wisps of white smoke coming out. Gao Shinshue tilted his head to look at Yi Gu, then looked at his hand touching Yuli's head, as if thinking about something. By the way, Shaoli. Xia Xiao asked curiously, what kind of superpower did you awaken? An auxiliary supernatural profession. Yuli said slowly, I feel that I am still not suitable for fighting, so I drank a potion that awakens auxiliary functional supernatural powers. Assistance type abilities? Xia Xiao tilted her head and thought for a moment, is there any difference between that and the auxiliary nurse profession? There must be a difference. Yi Gu said, for conventional auxiliary professions, the skills that can be learned are fixed. Healing is healing, purification is purification, and all skills can be learned as long as they are auxiliary professions. But Yuli is a psychic, her ability is unique, so it must be different. Yi Gu paused, then turned his head to look at the battlefield. However, we will discuss this after we return. In this battle, the gap between the two sides in terms of numbers was not particularly large, but the result is almost one-sided. Puff Li Shuang killed the last soldier who was still resisting with one sword, leaving him lying in a pool of blood. The rest had either surrendered or were all killed. No one succeeded in escaping, because everyone who tried to escape was caught up and killed by the shadow. The combat quality of the Yi family's army is indeed terrifying. Uncle Fu stood beside Long Ying, with thin beads of cold sweat running down his wrinkled old face. No wonder His Majesty the Emperor was so afraid and wary of the Yi family before, with such fighting power, who in the Empire would not be afraid. Long Ying glanced at Yi Gu quietly, thinking to himself, and these soldiers should also be Yi Ji's own private soldiers, not the regular army of the Yi family. Long Ying recognized Li Shuang and the other female swordsmen. These people should have been the subordinates of Chu Wanhe from Wanjian City. The one named Li Shuang was the commander of the Wanjian City Female Swordsman Corps. Previously, Long Ying had investigated the details of Yi Ji's attack on Wanjian City, and had seen photos of Li Shuang and others in the information about Wanjian City. It seems that after Yi Gu defeated Chu Wanhe and broke through Wanjian City, he also absorbed many of his soldiers and developed his own army. Li Shuang quickly cleaned up the battlefield, ordered his men to tie up the surrendered prisoners with ropes, and then came to Yi Gu with her hair tied up. Master Yega, the battlefield has been cleared, all the prisoners have been tied up, and the dead have all been confirmed dead. I have already killed a few who pretended to be dead. Yi Gu nodded in satisfaction and smiled, very good. It seems that you have trained your soldiers very well in my Yi family arena during this period of time. Their combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. Li Shuang breathed a sigh of relief. After entering the Yi family, all training standards of their army were calculated according to the standards of the Yi family army. At the beginning, they really suffered a lot. It was only after entering the Yi family that Li Shuang finally understood why the Yi family was synonymous with war. Why their army was so terrifying and fearsome. Even the demons did not dare to provoke them easily, because at the beginning, even Li Shuang herself couldn't pass the training assessment standards of the Yi family warriors. not to mention the other female swordsmen under her. It was not until the last few days that they were slowly able to keep up with the Yi family's training. Even so, Li Shuang and her female swordsman corps can only be considered to have barely reached the passing level in the Yi family's military organization, and they just meet the qualification standards that if they were placed under the command of the family master Yi Shao, they would be the weakest and weakest of the weakest troops, not even worthy of the task of guarding the gate for other Yi family troops. Now, being able to receive the recognition from young Master Yi Gu, all their hard training was worth it. She also lived up to the Tiger Soul sword that young Master Yi Gu gave her. Li Shuang said seriously, I will continue to work hard, Master Yega. Before he finished speaking, several other female swordsmen crowded in front of Yi Gu, chattering and laughing. Master Yi Gu, did you see what I did just now? We have all worked very hard to train according to the standards of the Yi family warriors, so as not to embarrass you, Master Yega. Master Yega, if you think we performed well in the battle just now, can you reward us with a pat on the head? Just like you rewarded Miss Yuli just now. Master Yega, I'm not as greedy as she is. I can move on my own, so can you reward me by letting me pinch your little face? Just for a moment, Yi Gu, Li Shuang. These guys. Li Shuang covered her face, feeling that her family was in misfortune. The night watchmen helped each other to stand up. Their physical condition has not yet recovered until now. Their bodies were unable to exert any strength. Nangong Ru looked at Yi Gu with a complicated expression. I didn't expect this mission to turn out like this. This time, I owe this little brat from the Yi family a big favor. Chapter 226. Pretend to be dead. Uncle Fu held one hand with his palm facing upwards. In his palm was suspended a green crystal that was just smaller than a ring and emitted a hazy and dazzling halo. Nangong Ru and the others sat around, absorbing the illumination of the green light. They could feel the abundant life energy constantly nourishing their bodies. Soon their HP values and basic attributes gradually recovered to more than 50%. The green crystal also dimmed, lost its luster, and fell into Uncle Fu's palm. Uncle Fu said calmly, "This is the crystal of the fountain of life that we found in the dusk forest last time. There is only this small piece left. It can help you recover some of your life, but the toxins in your body that were corroded by the vampires have not been completely eliminated, so your vitality will continue to decline. But at least it can help you get through this period of time." Nangong Ru nodded, "Thank you." Nangong Choyua was worried, "Sister, what kind of poison have you been poisoned by? With your strength, you can't resist the poison?" "I don't know." Nangong Ru glanced at the scar on her thigh and paused. "I suspect it is some special toxin made by the blood race targeting the human genes." "Oh?" Uncle Fu raised his eyebrows. "Genetic weapons?" "I heard a long time ago that the dark race was researching genetic weapons that could restrain the various races of the 10,000 races. But after so many years, I have never seen them use them on the battlefield of the 10,000 races. I have always believed that it was just a trick used by the dark race to scare the 10,000 races. It seems that they have succeeded in their research now." Nangong Ru took a deep breath. The night watchman put the bodies of several of their dead companions into body bags. Nangong Choyua stood nearby with her hands clasped together and bowed silently. Jiang Xiaoming and several other teammates looked at the bodies of the dead night watchmen from afar, their faces looking slightly pale and ugly. Although as students of the War Academy, they had received rigorous war education since childhood, carried out many missions, and understood their fate as warriors, this was the first time they had witnessed death fighting the dark race at such close range. Yao Xinshua and Xia Xiao had already been exposed to it in the simulated war and have basically adapted to it now. "Oh, right." Nangong Ru asked, "Your Highness Long Ying, that violent green handle you mentioned earlier," Long Ying said calmly, "he has been killed by his subordinate Liang Quan, and Dark City has been destroyed." "Destroyed?" "Yes, his daughter used the blood of darkness for a long time and eventually transformed into a monster. She destroyed the entire Dark City and then died." Nangong Ru fell silent and said nothing more. Yi Gu turned his head and glanced at Long Ying. It was beyond his expectation that Long Ying would say this. It seems that Long Ying and the others have reached some kind of agreement with Bao Bingqing. In this way, our mission is completed, isn't it? Xiao Wu said happily, "The leader of the Wilderness Rebellion is dead, and the blood of darkness will no longer circulate in the human territory." At the same time, we also found out that the imperial noble who colluded with the leader of the rebellion is Duke Wang En. Now we can go back to the mainland to report. Nangong Ru nodded, "Yeah." Then she sighed softly, "Ah, Sister Ru, the source of the dark blood has been eradicated, and the Dark City has been destroyed. Why are you still sighing? Xiao Wu asked curiously. Although Bao Bingqing is dead, there will definitely be a second and third Bao Bingqing in the future. Nan Gongru said, as long as the first and second lines of defense are not completed, the environment in the wilderness will not change. Wildfires cannot be extinguished, and spring breezes will bring new wild forces and wilderness bandits to gather in order to survive. Xiao Wu was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what was going on. Then he scratched his head. Yi Ge looked in front of him and saw a transparent system panel pop up. Due to the intervention of players, the original plot development of the game has been changed. The current plot twist is 91%. The rewards for this hidden mission will be issued after the plot mission is completely completed. The higher the plot twist, the richer the rewards. Please complete the subsequent plot ending tasks and receive rewards. 1. Please inject the inhibitor into Tsutsu's body within 1 hour. 2. Defeat the second form of vampire Viscount Brian. Yi Ge's eyebrows suddenly raised. The second form of vampire Brian? Could it be that, after Lao Zhang and several other night watchmen packed up the bodies of their companions, they walked towards Brian's body? Although the corpse was unrecognizable and the facial features were almost completely gone, the only thing that could be seen clearly was a mouth with its upper and lower jaws wide open, while the rest of the body, such as the eyes, nose, forehead, etc., were already a bloody mess. Give me a hand. Lao Zhang lifted Brian up by his shoulders. Although the body of this vampire has been beaten like this, it is still a noble viscount among the Blood Clan. Its body has the strength of Shura realm. It will be a very precious research sample if it is carried back. If it is not possible, it can be given to the students of the War College for dissection or something. Don't touch him. Yi Ge's expression suddenly became serious. Stay away from him. Old Zhang and the other 2 young night watchmen who helped carry the body were all stunned. They didn't understand what Yi Ge meant. At this moment, Brian in their hands suddenly came back to life. Brian suddenly stretched out his hands and grabbed the necks of the 2 young night watchmen with each hand. The sharp nails crushed their throats with a crack sound. At the same time, he opened his mouth wide, revealing sharp bloody teeth, stretched out his neck and bit Lao Zhang's neck tightly. Old Zhang let out a heart-wrenching scream. Nan Gongru, Xia Xiao, Long Ying, Sang Feng, Scarhu, and others turned around in horror. Old Zhang was terrified and tried desperately to push it away. Unfortunately, he soon lost the strength to resist, and his arms that were trying to push him stopped moving and fell down helplessly. In just a few seconds, Lao Zhang's complexion turned pale, and his body quickly shrank, turning into a skinny, withered corpse. Only his 2 eyeballs were still wide open. Bang! After sucking dry Lao Zhang's blood, Brian pushed him away, let go of the 2 young night watchmen he had killed, and slowly stood up from the ground. I saw that the rotten flesh, blood-stained skin, and wounds on his body were healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yi Ge's eyes darkened. He checked Brian's data panel and saw that his data was recovering rapidly, and his health points soared from 0% to 100% in an instant. Chapter 227 Soul Exile. Everyone was horrified, but immediately became alert and took a fighting stance. Nan Gongru drew out the straight knife again, her face stern, and protected Nan Gongchoyue behind her with one hand. How is it possible? Xia Xiao was surprised. Didn't this guy just die? He. You still underestimate us, the dark race. Brian wiped the remaining blood from the corner of his mouth. His handsome and fair face was recovering quickly. The originally bloody rotten flesh was now constantly bubbling with blood and then healing quickly. At the same time, a big bulge appeared on the cloak behind him, and finally the cloak burst with a crack, and a pair of huge wings like the wing membrane of a bat grew out. The vitality of our dark race is not as fragile as that of you humans, a less evolved race. Brian's facial features have been fully restored, but unlike before, the newly grown facial features are more sinister. Weird patterns like the kaleidoscope blood-red eyes appeared in his pupils, long black eye shadows grew in the corners of his eyes, his lips turned dark black, and long bloody teeth protruded at least 2 or 3 centimeters from the corners of his mouth. No way? Jiang Xiaoming was dumbfounded. Isn't this guy already dead? How can he be resurrected? I heard that as long as vampires drink enough blood, even the most serious injuries can be recovered immediately. Yi Ge said lightly and pulled out Guangli again. He didn't expect that there was a second form. This was indeed beyond his expectations. In the game, Brian was just a small boss elite monster, but when he came to him, he could actually be resurrected once, which was somewhat unexpected for Yi Ji. It seems that Yi Ge changed the direction of the original plot of the game, and the resulting butterfly effect still affected the development of many things. However, Yi Ge was still a little confused. He had just checked Brian and he should have been confirmed dead. Could it be that? Yi Ji's eyes moved, and he suddenly understood. It seems that you used the blood of darkness? Brian smiled. Yes, you guessed it. The night song is silent. The vampires have been colluding with Wang En for so long, it is only natural that they have dark blood. Shua shua shua, a dozen shadows immediately protected Yi Ge and stared at Brian coldly. Uncle Fu and the red-clad warriors he brought with him also stepped forward and protected Longing behind them. Humph, even if you are resurrected, so what? Jiang Xiaoming pointed at him with the ghost-controlling sword in his hand. You are now isolated and helpless. There are so many of us, so why should we be afraid of you? Ignorant human. Brian grinned and stared at Yi Ge sinisterly. Today I will show you a trick that I can only use once in my life. As he spoke, he crossed his arms in front of him, clenched his hands into claws, and silently chanted some spell in the vampire language. Nangong Ru's eyes flashed. Everyone come together. Stop him. Interrupt his skills. After saying that, she stepped forward and rushed out. Sung Feng, Scar Tiger, and Uncle Fu also attacked at the same time. Darkspawn, Soul Exile. Brian shouted grimly, pointing both hands at Yi Ge. The pattern outline of his pupils quickly rotated, and a strange magical light bloomed from his whole body. Buzz, a blood-red light emerged from his body, connecting him with Yi Ge. Yi Ji's pupils suddenly shrank, and in an instant he felt the scene in front of him turn red, and his entire consciousness was pulled into a special space. In an instant, the bodies of Brian and Yi Ge turned into a translucent ethereal state. Nangong Ru, Sung Feng, Scar Tiger, and Fu Bo attacked Brian's body at the same time. However, the attacks of the four of them all passed through Brian's transparent body. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Scar Tiger's punch missed. He staggered a few steps and turned around. What happened? Uncle Fu looked at Brian and Yi Ge, who had turned semi-transparent and stood there motionless, and said solemnly, "It was caused by the skill of the vampire just now." They both seemed to have turned into some kind of spirit state. Gao Xinxue stretched out her hand, wanting to touch Yi Ji's body. Sure enough, the hand went straight through Yi Ji's body. Xiao Yi? Xia Xiao exclaimed. Yi Ge felt as if the world was spinning before his eyes. It was like sitting in a chair that was spinning on the spot, rotating 360 times at supersonic speed. The whole person felt dizzy. I don't know how long it spun before Yi Ge finally felt that the spinning world in front of him slowly stopped. He slowly opened his eyes. This is a chaotic space, just like the boundless universe, with nothing and no end in sight. But soon, he saw Brian's figure appear in front of him. Hello. Brian walked towards him slowly with a smile. The smile on his face seemed to have taken control of everything, just like when Yi Ge first saw him. There are too many people outside who are disturbing and making noise. It's quiet here with only the two of us. Brian sneered. We can slowly settle the score. Yi Ge showed no sign of panic, but glanced around calmly. So, this is your consciousness space. Brian said, I have connected our souls and consciousness together. In the outside world, our bodies cannot be attacked by others. Others can't even touch our bodies. Oh, I see. You just force me to fight you one-on-one. Yi Ge said, but even if you defeat me in this consciousness space, my teammates will be squatting on your body after we get out. What are you going to do? Brian sneered, you think it's too simple. This is our world of consciousness and our world of souls. Your current body is not actually a physical body, but a combination of your soul and consciousness. Night Song, so? I will devour all your consciousness, soul, memory, knowledge in this space, and then occupy your body. Brian said contemptuously, when we get out, your body will be mine, and all your memories will be mine. I will use my soul and memory to merge your soul and memory, and my original body will not be wasted. That is to say, I will control both of our bodies with my own consciousness. Brian smiled and said, when I leave here, I will look like you and have your memories. Do you think your teammates will be able to recognize that you are no longer you? Chapter 228 The third person. It sounds so complicated from what you said. Yi Ge thought, but it sounds like it's very powerful. Seeing that Yi Ge still had an indifferent attitude, Brian thought that he was just an ignorant and fearless little brat, just like an innocent newborn fawn. The tiger has walked up to it and licked its neck, but it is still not afraid at all. Ha, it seems you haven't realized the seriousness of the matter. Outside, due to the curse of the 100 Souls forest, my strength was suppressed to the 100 Souls realm, but it's different here. Brian slowly raised his hand and said, with my Shura level soul strength, I can easily devour your fragile earth level soul. I originally wanted to wait until my lifespan was exhausted, then find a high level dragon warrior to use it and take over his body. After all, I can only use it once. But there's nothing I can do now. Although I really don't like the bodies of low-level creatures like you humans, I have no other choice. As he spoke, bloody magic surged around Brian's body, like blood snakes swarming out of their nests, and coiled towards Yi Ge. The blood-red evil aura surrounded Yi Ge, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. Its long, pointed tongue licked Yi Ge's cheek from time to time, releasing a dangerous breath. Yi Ge still stood there motionless, looking at him quietly with his clear eyes. Although you are a human, Brian smiled, but I can at least comfort myself that you are a member of the demonized Yi family after all, and your health should not be that bad. The bloody evil spirit began to invade Yi Ge's soul carrier, trying to erode his consciousness. Yi Ge raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Sorry to interrupt your beautiful fantasy of opening champagne in advance. I want to correct you, you said something wrong just now. Ha? Brian frowned. He didn't expect that Yi Ge could still speak now. Logically speaking, Yi Ge's consciousness was oppressed by his soul at this time, which would cause great mental pressure and it should be impossible for him to speak. Which sentence? Brian asked. You just said that there are only two of us here. Yi Ge paused, but I think there should be more than one. Brian laughed. This is the world of consciousness between you and me. Of course, there are only two of us. Is there a third person? Yi Ge just smiled and didn't respond. Brian was confused and didn't understand what Yi Ge meant. At this moment, he suddenly saw a ball of crimson flame fatally appearing behind Yi Ge. The red flame gradually changed, and finally took the shape of a beautiful firefox with 9 tails burning with flames. Brian's pupils gradually dilated. There is actually a second-person soul in Yi Ge's consciousness space. And this feeling is, a powerful saint in the realm. The deep red and scorching evil spirit fire suddenly burned wildly in the entire consciousness space, quickly devouring the soul evil energy released by Brian. Following the evil spirit, it enveloped Brian's soul carrier. Brian's soul body melted quickly like a candle, and his entire body twisted into a ball in the consciousness space, and finally disappeared completely. Yi Ge smiled and said, "Thank you, Viscount Brian, for the gift of a Shura-level vampire body." In the forest of 100 souls, Gao Shinshue, Xia Xiao, Yu Li, Song Feng and others stood beside Yi Ge and Brian's spiritual bodies, feeling extremely anxious, but not knowing what to do. Schwer, you should think of a solution quickly. Xia Xiao's eyes turned red. Xiaodia won't be like this forever, right? What kind of power did that vampire use on him? How did he become like this? I'm trying to figure it out. Gao Shinshue sat on the grass, took out her laptop, and was quickly looking up some information. Her beautiful little face was pale, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. After the vampire troops were taken down by Yi Ge, their signal shielding devices were naturally also destroyed by Yi Ge. Now the network signal has returned to normal. Xia Xiao saw that Gao Shinshue's little hands were shaking slightly as she typed on the keyboard. It was the first time that Xia Xiao saw Gao Shinshue, who was always quiet and steady, look so panicked. She didn't dare to put pressure on her anymore and looked at Song Feng beside her. Teacher Song Feng, please find a way to save Xiaoyi. Song Feng was silent for a moment. We only know that both of them have entered the ethereal state, but we still don't know what the skill that Brian used is. In this case, I don't know what to do. Yes. Uncle Fu shook his head. If we don't know what abilities the enemy is using, how can we provide corresponding help? At this time, Beichuling also changed from the civet cat state to the form of a lowly human cat girl, standing aside with her arms folded and frowning. She recalled that when Brian used his ability just now, she seemed to be able to faintly feel a spiritual power. Is this some kind of soul attack? However, in the extraordinary world, there are so many abilities and types of soul attacks, and the corresponding solutions are also different. The principles and concepts of soul attacks between different systems and races can even be said to be very different. If he didn't know what ability system the enemy was using, even if a strong man from the Saint Realm came, he probably wouldn't be able to save him. The white blood spirit was silent for a long time, then turned his head and looked at the disaster spirit standing on the stone with his scarlet eyes like agate. Do you have any solution? The spirit of disaster shook his head. No. Bai Shuling narrowed his eyes. The vampire just now should have used some special ability of the dark race. As a former demon messenger, you have no knowledge of this? The dark power of the demon family is too much. The spirit of disaster was very calm. Besides, I don't think you need to be so nervous. Even if it is a soul shock, your soul is not that fragile. Don't forget that you have the pure blood of the Demon King who can activate the demon tree. How could you be swallowed by a small and insignificant blood clan viscount? The white blood spirit fell silent. The spirit of disaster, however, if the Lord knew that you cared about him so much, he would definitely be very happy. Bai Shuling, I didn't. Yuli stood nervously aside, holding the staff tightly in both hands. Li Shuang was anxious. So are we just going to sit here and watch? The shadow troops looked at each other. Zero's face was still as calm as ever, and these assassins basically had no emotional expressions, although they knew very well that if Yi Ge, the object of the soul contract, died, their lives would instantly dry up and come to an end, but this is also their fate as death warriors. Chapter 229. Let him go. Maybe we really can only wait. Longing was silent for a long time, and said softly, if we act rashly, we might even end up doing more harm than good. Wu, Xiao Yi. Xiao Xiao's tears were about to fall, and she looked at the motionless Yi Ge with eager eyes. Gao Shinshua's little hands stopped typing on the keyboard. In all the historical records of the myriad races, there has never been any record of an analysis of this ability. She took a deep breath and said softly, it's okay, Xiao, trust Xiaoye. If something really happened to Ye Ge, then she will use the mechanical army to flatten the vampire kingdom. At this time, Yi Ge and Brian's bodies finally moved with a buzz sound. The ethereal bodies of Yi Ge and Brian trembled like illusions, and then their bodies gradually changed back to solid form from a translucent state. Yi Ge slowly opened his clear, dark eyes. Xia Ye! Xiao Xiao cried out in surprise. Yi Ge woke up. At the same time, Brian on the opposite side also woke up, and the pair of bat wings on his back spread out, bursting out blood-red magic power, shaking away the dozen or so night watchmen squatting beside him. Shua, after Brian knocked these people away, he immediately jumped up, obviously trying to escape. Want to leave? Nangongru shouted sternly. Shi Fubo, Sang Feng and Scar Tiger all jumped up at the same time, trying to stop Brian. Brian flew in the air and swung out a bloody long whip with his backhand. Nangongru's face suddenly changed when she saw this. She knew how powerful the bloody whip was, and hurriedly said, be careful. There should be genetic toxins on that whip. After that, Uncle Fu, Scar Tiger, Sang Feng and others had to give up the offensive skills they had originally used and make evasive moves. Brian took advantage of their dodge to step on a tree trunk, spread his wings and glide through the woods to gain distance. Zero's eyes turned cold, and he jumped up at the same time as a dozen other shadows. They all jumped to the top of the tree, surrounding him and completely blocking all angles of Brian's escape. However, just as Zero was about to attack, Yi Ji's voice suddenly rang out in the soul consciousness of all the shadow warriors, let him go, no need to intercept him. All the shadow warriors were slightly stunned. They didn't know why Yi Ge gave such an order, but as death warriors, they don't have to think at all, they just need to do what their master wants. So the shadows deliberately exposed a blockade loophole, allowing Brian to successfully break through. Brian spread his wings. The vampire had a very high agility attribute. After breaking through the encirclement of the shadow soldiers, he quickly fled and disappeared into the dense jungle, completely out of sight. Damn it, he actually got away with it like this. Nangongru fell to the ground and punched the tree next to her angrily. The dark blood has given him too much of a boost. Uncle Fu said, plus the whip, it's really hard to get close to him. Everyone felt a little regretful that they were unable to catch the vampire viscount under such circumstances. Woo woo woo. Xiaoye, you scared me to death, I thought you were going to die. Xiao Xiao threw herself into Yi Ji's arms and hugged him like a koala. Yi Ge smiled and rubbed the girl's head to comfort her. I'm fine, right? But it's really scary. Whoa whoa, ha, it's okay. After comforting Xiao Xiao, Gao Shinshue also walked in front of Yi Ge. Shinshua's mother, who was always quiet and steady, actually had red eyes this time. Although Miyuki's mother remained silent and didn't say a word, her raised head, slightly pursed lips, and eager eyes clearly said, I want a hug, too. Yi Ge smiled helplessly, and had to open his arms to embrace Gao Shinshua in his arms, then rubbed her head hard after comforting Shinshua's mother. Yuli also came over and put her hands together, as if to say, "Can I have it too?" Ye Ge had no choice but to spread his arms again and used the head-rubbing comforting skill for the third time. "Ye Ge, what happened to you guys just now?" Longing asked at this time, "How come you all suddenly turned into virtual spirits?" "Nothing." Ye Ge explained, "That guy wanted to attack my soul, destroy my consciousness, and perform some kind of mental attack on me." "Well, what next?" Longing looked Ye Ge up and down and found that he had a ruddy complexion and was full of energy. He did not look like he was under mental attack at all. Then, Ye Ge rolled his eyes, then he found that his move was not yet fully developed, and his soul attack suddenly exploded in my conscious world, injuring himself instead, and then he withdrew from my conscious world. "Ha?" Everyone looked confused. Is it okay if it is not developed yet? That makes sense. Song Fong stroked his chin and said, "Just now Brian said that this is a big move that he can only use once in his life. I guess he has never tried it before, so he would only use it when he is in a desperate situation." Everyone looked at each other. "Anyway, I do believe what Ye Ge said. Okay, now that the mission is over, let's take these people back to the interior and report back to the Empire." Song Fong said. Xia Xiao looked at Song Fong and asked curiously, "By the way, Teacher Song Fong, did you escort the black box by yourself and finally deliver it to the spirit demon country?" "I sent it to the Great Wall, the first line of defense, and asked other Imperial soldiers to escort it, and then I brought people back to support you." Song Fong looked at Scar Tiger, Jiang Xiaoming, and others. "By the way, Scar Tiger, where is the black box that your team escorted?" Scar Tiger, Jiang Xiaoming, and the other 4 team members were embarrassed. They didn't know how to explain it, so they all turned to look at Ye Ge. "Should we just explain that the things in their box suddenly and inexplicably ran out and then entered Ye Ge's body? You guys should go back to the mainland first." At this time, Ye Ge suddenly said, "I have something else to do." Chapter 230 Wang Yin's Choice. "You guys should go back to the mainland first." Ye Ge said, "I have other things to do." Song Fong was puzzled. "You are alone? What do you have to do in this wilderness? And you have to do it alone?" "Ye Ge, I won't tell you." Song Fong, "I am your team leader." "That won't work either." Longing glanced at Ye Ge and knew what he was going to do. "Since Ye Ge has something to do, let's go first." Nangong Ru was silent for a moment. Although she felt that it was a bit suspicious for Ye Ge to go alone in such a place, but since Her Royal Highness the 9th Princess Longing had said so, it was difficult for anyone else to say anything, especially those night watchmen, who had just received a favor from Ye Ge. When facing Brian just now, if Ye Ge had not appeared in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. Instructor Scar Tiger paused and said, "Well, let's go back to the mainland first. This matter has escalated to a noble of the Duke level, and we have to go back and report to His Majesty in person. Ye Ge, after you finish your business, follow us as soon as possible." Ye Ge nodded. Xia Xiao said eagerly, "Xiaoye, Shuer, Xiaoli, and I should be able to go with you, right?" "Yes." Ye Ge said, "You can." "Well, then I'll go too, okay?" Nangong Chouyue said at this time. Ye Ge glanced at her and said, "If you want to join in the fun so badly, just come." Nangong Chouyue smiled foolishly. Hee, they can do it, why can't I?" Song Fong narrowed his eyes slightly behind his glasses, and looked at me with a scrutinizing look. "Why do I feel that during the few days we were apart, you seem to have kept many secrets from me?" Xia Xiao pursed her lips. "Teacher Song Fong, do you know there is a saying that goes, adults should not always interfere in children's affairs?" Song Fong, Duke's Palace. After listening to the report from his subordinates, Wang Yin's face became gloomy and looked as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. "Sir, what should we do now?" The black-clad subordinate kneeling in front of him also had a slightly trembling voice. "This matter is really too serious, making deals with the dark race, colluding with rebellious forces in the wilderness, selling the blood of darkness. Any of the crimes on this list is worthy of punishment of being cut into pieces. This is the crime of treason." Wang Yin held onto the chair, slowly sat down, and forced himself to calm down. "That genius nobleman known as the Blood Clan, Viscount Brian, who once led his troops to defeat General Dun on the battlefield of all races, was actually defeated, and his own 500 private soldiers, including hundreds of elite killers, were defeated miserably by the Yi family's reinforcements. Wang Yin cursed inwardly. Hasn't the vampire army already blocked the signals around Dark City? Moreover, after Yi Ge was captured and taken to Dark City, the Cyber Watch was confiscated. How did he find reinforcements? Wang Yin was in a state of confusion. It was useless to think about these things at this time. What we should be thinking about is, what should we do now? Treason is the most serious crime in the empire, even more serious than rebellion. This crime is tantamount to betrayal of the entire human race. There is a blood feud between humans and the dark race, and since he cooperates with the dark race, he will inevitably be jointly attacked by all human forces. Duke Wang raised his cyber watch and contacted Nicholas. A holographic projection image soon appeared in front of him. It was none other than the vampire Count Nicholas. Your Blood Clan troops have failed. Duke Wang said sinisterly, didn't you say that Brian would use your Blood Clan's unique technological equipment to block the signal network used by the Empire? How did you go find reinforcements? Your Blood Clan troops and the private soldiers I sent were all ambushed by the Yi family troops and have all died in the 100 Souls Forest. I already know everything. Count Nicholas said slowly, don't be so excited. Duke Wang glared, don't be so excited. Everything is over for me now. His Highness Long Ying is now on Yi Ji's side, speaking for him. The Night's Watch must have reported everything to the Empire, and the royal family will soon send someone to take my life. I'm committing treason. Treason. It's no big deal if you want to betray your race. If you are strong enough, why should you be afraid of the royal family's trial? Nicholas said seriously, it took more than 1,000 years for your race to become a unified Qin empire. Before that, weren't you also divided into several countries? At that time, weren't you all fine? Duke Wang narrowed his eyes and said, you mean to ask me to raise an army and rebel? Nicholas smiled and said, why not? Duke Wang fell silent. You are a duke, a powerful person in the Apocalypse realm, and you have at least 100,000 soldiers under your command. Nicholas said slowly, as far as I know, your human race only has one powerful person in the saintly realm, and your royal family cannot invite this powerful person to come out now. In this case, you have a chance of winning. Besides, you can also drag a few more people into this. Aren't there several earls, viscounts, and barons among the nobles in your southern border who have accepted your benefits and helped you circulate the blood of darkness? Besides the dark blood, you should also have a lot of other leverage over those nobles, right? If all those things were exposed, their crimes would not be small. By then, what else can these unclean nobles do except to rebel with you? Nicholas said this with a playful look on his face, tilting his head back and taking a sip of the blood wine. Duke Wang pondered for a long time and seemed to be still hesitating. I'll think about it, yes, but you don't have much time. Nicholas smiled. If you want to rebel, you have to mobilize troops first. At the same time, you have to spend time threatening and persuading those nobles who are in cahoots with you and have been caught by you. Otherwise, when the Imperial Army surrounds and blockades your southern border and the powerful people of the royal family come to your house in person, it will be too late for you to do anything. Duke Wang's face darkened, but even if I lead all the nobles in the southern region to rebel, I will never be a match for the royal family. What are you afraid of? Nicholas smiled, I will help you. Do you keep your word? Of course, only if you are alive can our blood race get more trade benefits in the future. If you die, where can we find cheap human slaves in the future? Duke Wang paused, his eyes darkened, and said, well, you'd better remember what you said. Chapter 231 Ideal. After hanging up the communication with Count Nicholas, Duke Wang was still very uneasy, yet he came to the desk, spread out a piece of paper, picked up a pen and wrote down a series of plans and arrangements on it. No, there's simply not enough time. Mobilizing troops, threatening other nobles in the southern territory, convincing them to rebel together, getting them to mobilize troops as well, and controlling all major hubs in the entire southern territory, all these things take time. Duke Wang's eyes turned cold. This matter is too serious. The Empire will definitely take action soon. We must think of a way to attract the Empire's attention and delay time. Shaoli, go tell the person who is still in Dark City. Duke Wang put down his pen and said solemnly, it's time to awaken the monster in the little girl who served as the experimental subject. The black-clad subordinate in front of him was shocked when he heard this. this. But Lord Duke, the dark parasite in the little girl's body has been cultivated and evolved for so many years, and it may have evolved into a very terrifying complete form. Once the monster in the little girl's body is awakened, it may affect the entire human territory, and even the mainland. Duke Wangan's eyes were cold. Even if hundreds of millions of people die in the mainland, what does it have to do with me? Subordinate, yes, I understand. Yi Gu, Gao Xinxue, Xia Xiao, Yu Li, and Nangong Choyue returned to the Dark City together. So, how did you discuss this? Yi Gu asked. Why did Longing say that Bao Bingqing was dead? Nangong Choyue spread her hands and said, it was Her Highness Longing who proposed it herself. She said that Bao Bingqing's actions were just to save her daughter, and that the harm of the dark blood was not as great as rumored. She understood that this was a necessary means for the wilderness people to survive. However, she said that if this matter was reported to the royal family would definitely continue to find ways to send out the Night Watch to hunt down Bao Bingqing and his men and wipe out their forces. So Longing reached an agreement with Bao Bingqing and told the royal family that he was dead. Yi Gu raised his eyebrows. Can this little girl be so kind and considerate? However, Longing also put forward conditions. Gao Xinxue added at this time, after Chu Chu recovers from her illness, Bao Bingqing's forces will never be allowed to sell the dark blood to the mainland in any form. At the same time, if she has any problems in the wilderness in the future, she may need Bao Bingqing's help. When Yi Gu heard this, he grinned slightly and smiled. This Longing is really good at calculating. Bao Bingqing is the biggest leader of all the bandits, scavengers, hunters, and gangs in the wilderness outside the Great Wall. Because of his presence, these wilderness thugs have an organization outside the Great Wall and have a certain order and constraints. If Bao Bingqing died, the thugs in the wilderness would be leaderless and would become even more unscrupulous. Rape, adultery, kidnapping, looting, theft, robbery and murder would become more frequent, and the wilderness would become more chaotic in a short period of time. Moreover, given the harsh environment outside the Great Wall, other underground forces and wilderness gangs will surely grow in the remote villages and towns. Rather than destroying Bao Bingqing and then having a new, completely unknown force emerge, it would be better to do Bao Bingqing a favor, which might be useful in the future. If she could control the wilderness, it would definitely be of great benefit to her in the future fight for the throne. As expected of the ninth princess who was born into the royal family and grew up playing the Game of Thrones, Yi Gu smiled faintly. At this time, in a room with pure white tones, Bao Bingqing sat beside the hospital bed and gently covered the sleeping Chu Chu with a blanket. At this time, Xiu Xiu frowned slightly, and her body twisted irregularly under the quilt, as if she was enduring some unbearable pain. Is it starting again? Bao Bingqing frowned. Now the intervals between each attack are gradually becoming shorter and shorter. If this continues, alas. I can only hope that the inhibitor brought by Yi Ji's friend is really effective. Mr. Bao. An old man wearing a white coat, a mask, and revealing pale hair walked in from outside. Oh, Professor, you're here. Bao Bingqing glanced at the old man and nodded slightly. This old man was invited by him from the mainland. He was a top-grade alchemist and an important scientific researcher who helped him study the dark blood. Bao Bingqing is an ordinary person. Although he is a very powerful genetic scientist, there are some extraordinary potions that he, as an ordinary person, cannot refine, so he invited this old man from the mainland to help. The old man looked at Chu Chu lying on the bed and asked, Miss Chu Chu is having another attack? Bao Bingqing, well, the intervals are getting shorter and shorter. I'm afraid, if the young master of the Yi family can really bring the potion that can suppress Miss Xiu Xiu's further transformation into a demon, then everything will be fine. The old man smiled and comforted. At least there is still hope, right? Bao Bingqing, yeah, that's right. The old man handed over a bottle of dark blood. This should be able to help Miss Xiu Xiu suppress it for the last time. I hope that after this, the young master of the Yi family will be able to arrive in time. Thank you. Bao Bingqing took the dark blood and paused. Professor Li, thank you for your hard work over the years. The old man's gray eyes revealed outside the mask moved slightly, and he forced a smile. Mr. Bao, there is no need to be so polite. We are all scientists. It is also my ideal to create miracles that shock the world. It is my honor to do research with you over the years. Although you are an ordinary person, you are more talented in genetics and pharmacy than those extraordinary people I have met. Bao Bingqing nodded slightly and said nothing more. He took the bottle of dark blood, silently installed the injection needle, then picked up Xiu Xiu's thin and white arm, ready to inject. The old man looked at Bao Bingqing's actions, and his expression under the mask became more and more nervous. There was a lot of sweat on his forehead, his breathing became a little rapid, and his hands were trembling slightly under the long sleeves of his white coat. It was as if there were countless roars in his ears, deafening. Countless voices kept flashing in his mind. It's time to awaken the monster in the little girl who served as the experimental subject. We are all scientists. It is also my ideal to create miracles that shock the world. Bang! Suddenly, the old man's wrinkled, trembling hand grabbed Bao Bingqing's arm, stopped his movement. Chapter 232 Demonic Sound and Charm Spirit. Bao Bingqing looked down and saw the old man's thin and trembling wrist, tightly holding his hand. What happened? Bao Bingqing seemed to have guessed something, but his expression did not change much. He looked calmly into the old man's eyes and asked. The old man's heavy breathing was accompanied by a sullen tremor. Fortunately, after making the decision, he was very clear and did not regret it. Originally he had been hesitating about what decision to make, but now that he had made a choice, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. This dark blood cannot be used. The old man said seriously. It contains 3 times more dark microorganisms than ordinary dark blood, and also contains some catalytic substances. Once injected into Miss Xiu Xiu, she will immediately turn into a dark monster. Bao Bingqing frowned. The old man had already let go of his wrist. Bao Bingqing remained silent, then slowly picked up the dark blood and examined it, then asked him, "Are you Duke Wangan's man?" "Yes." The old man smiled bitterly. "It seems that you have guessed it." "Yes, Liang Quan and I are both arranged by Duke Wangan." Bao Bingqing looked at him with scrutinizing eyes. "Then why are you trying to stop me now?" The old man opened his mouth. At this time, Xiu Xiu on the bed frowned, and it seemed that the pain was getting worse. "Xiu Xiu?" Bao Bingqing returned to the bedside to check on his daughter's condition, then his expression changed. I saw light purple demonic energy continuously pouring out of Xiu Xiu's body. The demonic energy quickly condensed into shape and burned like a raging flame. The purple flames quickly melted the quilt on her body, the bed beneath her, and even melted a big hole in the floor, and the purple demonic energy became more and more turbulent, condensing on Xiu Xiu's body surface to form a beautiful purple dress. Oh no! Bao Bingqing took a breath of cold air and was forced back 2 steps by the purple flames. Then, a strange singing voice began. The song sounded like the background music in a horror movie, as if it came from the low singing of a girl in an unknown distance, filled with a mysterious, gloomy, and depressing atmosphere, just like a horror nursery rhyme. Judging from human hearing alone, the girl's singing voice was not loud. It could even be said to be very soft, but this song, which sounds very soft, can be clearly heard in any corner of the dark city. One after another, the civilians in the city became red-eyed and went crazy, smashing everything around them, and some even started hitting themselves. Some cried bitterly, some held their heads and twitched, and some were dazed and muttered to themselves. The world before their eyes had become completely distorted, and their vision was filled with a dark and eerie purple. The hunters in the city and the scavengers who had taken the dark blood had some antibodies, but they could only resist for less than half a minute before becoming the same as ordinary people. Ye Gu, Gao Shinshua, Xiao Xiao, Nangong Choduet, and Yuli were walking on the staircase of the dark city. When they heard the sudden strange singing, they were suppressed and unable to move. Nangong Choyua covered her temple with one hand. What happened? Is that girl's illness starting to relapse again? Ye Gu gritted his teeth and used the Shangxi soul purification technique to resist. Strangeness. He opened the system panel and took a look. Task remaining time, 14 minutes and 36 seconds. There's still time. How come he transformed before the time came? The system, isn't it a rip-off? Among the crowd, only Yuli looked like nothing had happened, and was not even affected by the sound of the music. Seeing this, the girl quickly raised her staff and recited a spell silently. Superpower, filter. For large transparent bubbles appeared around Ye Gu and the others, wrapping them up. Ye Gu and the 3 girls were finally freed from the pain, gasping for breath with pale faces. What's this? Nangong Choyua looked at the bubble around her blankly. Soundproofing? No, it's not soundproofing. Ye Gu paused and said, Xiu Xiu's ability is a kind of requiem. It's not just a sound attribute attack, but a fusion of sound and dark attributes. This kind of music has extremely strong penetrating power, and ordinary soundproof barriers can't block it. In fact, Ye Gu and the others can still clearly hear the girl's soft singing in their ears. However, although they could clearly hear it, they were not affected by the singing. It's a filtration barrier. Gao Xinxue looked at the protective film beside her and said softly, "This protective film can filter out all kinds of harmful substances in the outside air, leaving only the parts that are beneficial to the human body to pass through the protective film." Yuli nodded slightly, "Yes." "Ha, Shaoli, your awakened ability is really amazing." Xia Xiao said happily, "I didn't expect it to come in handy so soon." Yuli blushed slightly, but she was also very happy to be able to help. She pursed her lips and showed a shy smile. Why Yi Ge didn't say any more nonsense. He wanted to go upstairs immediately to see what was going on with Chu Chu. However, at this moment, a magical explosion suddenly occurred in the room where Chu Chu was above the corridor. Boom! The wooden boards of the entire room were shattered by the wolf-like demonic shock wave. The roof was directly blown away, and the figures of Bao Bingqing and another old man also flew out. Seeing this, Yuli quickly used his magic wand to add a layer of protective film to Bao Bingqing and the old man. Yi Ge narrowed his eyes. I saw a little girl slowly floating in the air. Chu Chu slowly opened her purple eyes. Those eyes no longer had the girl's original quiet and elegant temperament, but instead had a sense of evil and enchantment. Her hair also turned light purple, and the demonic energy surrounding her body condensed into a dreamy purple cake skirt on her. The skirt was layered and surging like waves with the ripples of the demonic energy. There was even a purple snowdrop flower blooming at the waist of the skirt. Yi Ge looked into her eyes and he could clearly feel that it was significantly different from the last time. The last time when she turned into a monster, the girl's pupils were not focused and she was obviously still in a sleeping and unconscious state, and this time, I'm afraid she has really become the big boss in that game, the demonic spirit. Call. A roar of flames, wherever Tsuetsu's requiem could reach, every corner of the dark city, buildings, trees, stones, sculptures, and even the ground, began to burn with purple flames. Everything was slowly being melted by the purple flames. Obviously, the magic sound released by Tsuetsu does not only cause harm to living things, the purple flame was not actually fire. In fact, it had nothing to do with fire. It was just a dark attribute demonic energy that looked very similar to flame. This dark attribute energy was extremely corrosive and looked like flame to the naked eye. Oh! I can finally get out and move around. Tsuetsu, the demonic sound spirit, looked at her hands, then looked down at her beautiful skirt, revealing a charming smile. I have a human body to use. Well, it seems to be quite fun. Chapter 233 The Magic of Night Song. Xia Xiao and the other girls looked at each other. Yi Ge looked at the demonized Chu Chu with calm eyes. Are you the demonic sound spirit? Ha! How do you know the name I just gave myself? The demonic sound spirit looked at Yi Ge in surprise. Oh, it's you, I recognize you. When I was inside her, every time she saw you, she would secrete adrenaline, which made me feel strange inside her body. Yi Ge looked at the system panel again. Task remaining time, 11 minutes and 55 seconds. There is no indication of mission failure. So would it be just as effective if we just injected the inhibitor into Tsuetsu for the remaining time? Yi Ge pondered. Hey, would you like to play with me? The demonic voice spirit looked at Yi Ge and blinked her beautiful big eyes like purple gemstones. Maybe it's because of her influence. I think I have a good impression of you. You are also a demonized person, right? How about being my first friend? And why do you seem to be unaffected by my demonic voice? Yi Ge, hey, Xiaoye. Xia Xiao approached Yi Ge cautiously, covered her ears and whispered, can we let Lingling use an illusion hypnosis to subdue her like last time? Yi Ge thought for a moment and said, I'm afraid not. Last time she wasn't actually fully awake, but this time it's different. The demonic spirit narrowed her eyes. You want to subdue me? Xia Xiao was startled. Huh? We were talking so quietly, you could hear us? I control the sound attribute. What do you think? The demonic sound charm curled her lips and said, it seems that you don't want to be friends with me. In that case, I will have to use magic sound to hypnotize and brainwash you, turning you all into fools. That way, you can play happily with me forever. As she spoke, the demonic charm spirit raised her slender right hand. On the right hand, wisps of purple demonic energy quickly gathered and eventually took the shape of a music box. The magic spirit turns the spring on the music box, and the music box emits bursts of lively and pleasant music. Darkborn, thousands of illusory sounds. In an instant, the demonic sound spirit's figure transformed into thousands of illusory clones, filling the entire world. Each clone was translucent, and it was obvious that it was an illusion at first glance, but the music boxes in the hands of all the phantoms could make the same sound, and all the music surrounded him in an instant. I can see that you are not affected by my magic sound. It should be because of this transparent bubble, right? The eyes of the demonic spirit flashed, her figure disappeared instantly, then swoosh, he appeared in front of Yi Gu and the others. Just stretch out one slender white finger and pierce through all the protective films around them at the same time. Yi Gu thought to himself that this was bad. It seemed that Yu Li's protective film could only filter out magical attacks, but could not directly resist physical attacks. Without the protective film, Gao Shenshua, Xia Xiao and Nangong Choyue were all hit at the same time in an instant, and were suppressed by the music again and could not move. Hee. The demonic spirit said proudly, "You guys can't do it now, right?" However, at this moment, several black crows suddenly flew over. The demonic sound spirit was startled and turned around to see Yi Gu. How can this guy still move? Yi Gu raised two fingers. Doomsday curse. Buzz. Several crows exploded at the same time, emitting black light and black mist, but the demonic sound spirit reacted quickly and released purple flames around its body at the same time, offsetting the doomsday curse. Yi Gu retreated away with the explosion, and while fighting, he quickly thought of countermeasures. The demonic sound spirit has the ability to materialize the dark sound attributes it releases. Sound is something that cannot be seen or touched, but the demonic sound spirit can hide its own demonic energy and sound, and through the invisible and intangible sound, instantly condense it into a physical object with the appearance of flame. The most terrifying thing about this boss is that her attacks are spread through invisible sounds. This makes it impossible to avoid her. It seems that unless it is in a completely silent environment, otherwise, with my current strength, it would be impossible to defeat her. Yi Ji's brain was working rapidly despite relying on Shangxi's soul purification technique to hold on. His soul power was almost unable to hold on. Besides, time is running out, Yi Gu pondered. As a demonized person, he, like the other people in the Yi family, also possessed magic power, but he usually fought with soul power and rarely used magic power. He came up with a solution. I just don't know if he, as a person in the Earth realm, has enough magic power to perform this move. Xiao Li. Yi Gu hesitated for a moment, then made a decision. Give me another filter. Yu Li was stunned. Oh. Okay. She raised her staff with both hands and silently chanted a spell to Yi Gu. A protective film appeared around Yi Gu. With the help of the protective film, Yi Gu could temporarily stop using his will to practice the Shangxi soul purification technique. Snap! He put his hands together, and then quickly made dozens of hand seals at a devilish speed, completing it in just 2 or 3 seconds. The deep black dark attribute demonic energy was quickly mobilized by him and emerged from the surface of his body. Ye's eyes flashed, and he formed a triangle with his hands and pointed it at the demonic sound spirit. His clear eyes like obsidian gradually showed complex patterns, and then the outlines of those patterns quickly rotated, and a strange magical light bloomed from his whole body. Darkspawn, Soul Exile. Buzz, a beam of black light was released and hit the demonic sound spirit, connecting him with it. The demonic sound spirit was stunned for a moment, and its pupils suddenly dilated, and then both of their bodies turned into a translucent ethereal state. Chapter 234 Tsutsuyu's Choice. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Gu opened his eyes and looked around. This place was dark and chaotic, exactly the same as the spiritual space that Brian had pulled him into before. This should be the world of consciousness of the demonic sound spirit? Yi Gu looked forward and saw the figure of a little girl. No, not 1, but 2.1 is the magic spirit, 1 is Chu-Chu. Yi Gu, I almost forgot that there are now 2 souls in this girl's body. Last time it was him against 2 against 1, this time it was him against 1 against 2. Fortunately, after Chu-Chu opened her eyes, her pupils regained focus. When she saw Yi Gu, she immediately asked in surprise, Yi Gu? It seems that, at least in this world, Tsutsuyu's original consciousness still exists. Where is this? Times 2 Tsutsuyu and the awakened demonic spirit spoke in unison. Yi Gu, 2 girls who looked exactly the same turned their heads and looked at each other. Even the movements are exactly the same, aside from the different clothes they were wearing, their hair color, and their eye color. The 2 girls had exactly the same appearance and figure. It's a bit like looking in the mirror, but seeing a completely different version of yourself. You are. Chu-Chu was at a loss. She is the soul that was separated from the demon in your body. Yi Gu said calmly, the demonic sound spirit. The demonic charm spirit snorted softly, I didn't expect you to have this trick. You can actually enter my consciousness space. But even if the battlefield is moved here, the result will be the same. As she spoke, she raised one hand, trying to condense her magic soundbox and perform her requiem here, but her expression soon changed. Her magic power could not be mobilized at all. The treasure box cannot be summoned either. There was no sound from the requiem either. It's useless. Yiga said slowly, this is a world of consciousness, which is essentially soundless. You hear me talking now, but it's not me who is talking, but our souls are communicating directly with each other. Besides, here, what matters is not the strength of magic power, but the strength of the soul. Yiga said this, looking at the demonic sound spirit calmly and slowly raised one hand. Strands of golden soul energy emanated from his body and rushed towards the demonic sound spirit, like a dozen steel cables and chains, binding its hands, feet, and body. The demonic spirit bit her lips and tried her best to release the energy of her soul to resist. Yiga was slightly surprised. Who would have thought that this new soul that had just been conceived in Xiuxiu's body was actually so tenacious? Yiga pondered for a moment. In his conscious world, he couldn't view the system's task panel, but he probably knew that there wasn't much time left. We must fight quickly and decisively. Xiuxiu, help! Yiga said, let's destroy her together. After that, she won't be able to control your body anymore. Ah, okay. Xiuxiu paused after hearing that, then released her soul chains, and together with Yiga, she double-teamed and controlled the demonic sound spirit. Demonic voice, The one-on-one situation, which was originally in a stalemate, became one-sided after it turned into a two-on-one situation. The demonic sound spirit was quickly suppressed, her face becoming paler and paler. Under the double soul chains of Yiga and Xiuxiu, she gradually fell to the ground and don't, please. The soul of the demonic sound spirit became weaker and weaker. She sat on the ground in the form of a lowly, holding her head with her arms, her cheeks pale and frightened, and her body trembling like a sieve. The tears streamed slowly down her face. Please, don't kill me. The voice of the evil spirit became weaker and weaker. That pale face full of tears and frightened expression looked pitiful and helpless. Xiuxiu looked at the evil spirit with a confused look. Looking at the painful and helpless look of the demonic sound spirit, a tear actually slid down her cheek. The demonic music spirit is, in essence, a product derived from Xiuxiu's soul. All the knowledge, experience, emotions, memories, cognition, she had came from Xiuxiu. At the same time, they share the same body, so their perceptions are the same. It was a bond stronger than that between twins. Xiuxiu could truly feel all the pain, grievance, helplessness, fear, terror, panic of the demon soul. In a trance, many childhood scenes suddenly appeared in her mind. 5-year-old Xiuxiu huddled in a corner of a garbage dump, surrounded by a dozen ragged, unkempt teenagers. Kill her. She was contaminated by evil spirits and mutated. She is a monster. Kill this monster. Monsters are trying to steal our food. Monsters, just die. This feeling, why is it so similar to that time? Xiuxiu woke up from her trance. Yiga. She suddenly stopped suppressing her soul. Seeing this, Yiga looked at her and asked, what's wrong? Dad said last time that you would bring an inhibitor that can help me control the magic in my body. Xiuxiu paused and said, if I inject the inhibitor, can I return to my original state without wiping out her soul? Yiga paused and said, of course you can. He seemed to understand something. You want to let her go? Xiuxiu was silent for a moment, then said softly, she and I have lived in the same body for 7 or 8 years. She was conceived by the blood of darkness, but it was not her choice. As he spoke, Xiuxiu slowly squatted down in front of the demonic spirit and gently wiped away the tears on her face with his fingers. The demonic charm spirit raised her head and stared at Xiuxiu in a daze. Her body was still trembling slightly due to the soul suppression just now, and she looked timid. She hasn't done anything unforgivable yet. Xiuxiu said calmly, maybe I can coexist peacefully with her. Yiga thought for a moment. Inhibitors can help Xiuxiu control the evil personality in her body. In other words, as long as the inhibitor is injected, Xiuxiu will still be the personality that dominates the body. Even if she has a dual soul personality within her body, it is not a big problem. Are you sure? Yiga crossed his arms and glanced at Moyin Mei Ling. Maybe this girl is deliberately pretending to be a pitiful green tea girl to win your sympathy. No, she and I are of the same body, and our souls share the same perception. Xiuxiu smiled, so I know what she is really thinking right now. And now I have the ability to communicate with her. I will definitely fulfill my responsibilities as a big sister and bring her up well. Yiga, is that so? Yeah. Xiuxiu paused and asked Yiga tentatively, is it okay? Of course I don't care. After all, it's your own business. Yiga shrugged, then he walked in front of the demonic sound spirit, squatted down and stared at her. But you must remember, if you dare to make trouble again, I will come in and deal with you. By then, it will not be as simple as today. I will definitely tie you up and torture you severely. Do you understand? The demonic sound spirit was like a puppy that was frightened by its owner. Seeing Yiji's ferocious expression, its body trembled again. It quickly hid timidly behind Chu Chu, and then nodded its little head vigorously. Chu Chu also smiled faintly. Thank you, Yigu. Chapter 235 Mission completed. Yigu woke up and returned to reality. Yigao Shinshua had been squatting beside Tsutsu's body waiting for a long time. Seeing her body change from the ethereal state back to the physical state, he immediately injected the inhibitor into her arm. Well, Tsutsu hummed and bit her lower lip lightly. About 2 or 3 seconds passed as the injection was injected. Boom, a gust of demonic wind burst out from Tsutsu's body, like a flood that suddenly broke through a dam. The hair of Bao Bingqing, Gao Shinshua, Xia Xiao, and Nangong Choyue were suddenly blown into disarray by the strong wind. The hem of the clothes was rustling in the wind, but soon, Tsutsu's condition calmed down. Her demonic energy slowly retracted into her body, leaving only a layer of faint purple demonic energy lingering on her surface. The color of her hair and the clothes on her body also gradually returned to their original state. Tsutsu woke up and slowly opened her eyes. She hesitated, then tried to raise her hand and looked at her palm. I saw a ball of purple demonic energy gathering in her palm. It will. Yigu glanced at the system panel. Congratulations, mission completed. The plot of the game world has changed. The plot twist is 100%. Mission rewards have been issued. Finally, it's done. Yigu exhaled. However, he was not in a hurry to look at the mission rewards. Let's talk about it after we get back. Tsutsu, how do you feel? Bao Bingqing was frowning and looking a little nervous. Chu Chu shook her head and gave a well-behaved and peaceful smile. I'm fine, Dad. Congratulations. Yigu said, you have become the second demonized person who can control his own demonic power, besides our Yi family. Chu Chu looked at Yigu and nodded gently. Well, thank you. Yigu waved his hand to indicate that it was not necessary. Tsutsu returned to normal without the influence of Requiem, and the purple demonic flames that enveloped the entire dark city also disappeared. The people in the city gradually woke up from their madness. They stopped fighting, punching, smashing, and biting each other and looked at each other in confusion. What's going on? The madman scratched his head and stared blankly at the torn clothes in his hand. What happened to me just now, huh? This doesn't seem to be my clothes? Nonsense. That's mine. Yang Yin, who was shirtless, roared in shame and anger, snatching back the half-remaining piece of cloth to cover his skinny body. You beast. When you go crazy, you even tear off a man's clothes. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Madman, superpower, the great sage's healing light. Yuli's feet slowly floated up into the air 10 meters above the ground with his arms spread out. The pure white robe made the girl look like a goddess descending from heaven. The white staff floated up with her. A pure white sun slowly rose up, emitting holy light in the sky, illuminating the entire dark city. Under the illumination of the holy light, the people in the dark city who had just been injured by the Requiem were being healed quickly, and the wounds on their bodies were healing. Visibly, even in the originally bare soil, green plants began to grow under the cover of the light. Ward Day, Nangong Choyue couldn't help but marvel. Not only can it heal, but it can also give life to plants? Theoretically, if there are enough mana-replenishing potions, wouldn't it be possible to throw her into the lifeless black wasteland and create a vibrant forest? Xia Xiao also stared blankly at Yuli in the sky. No, I didn't expect that Xiaoli's awakened ability would be so powerful. Yiga narrowed his eyes. Originally, he thought that Yuli's awakened ability was an auxiliary ability that could create various barriers and provide protection for teammates. I didn't expect that she could also perform healing skills to assist the healing system. And it has a very wide range of healing effects. Yuli just awakened her superpowers using magic potion not long ago. How can the auxiliary supernatural beings seek justice in this matter? But, logically speaking, shouldn't the abilities of psychics be derivative abilities of a single type? If Yuli's awakened ability is to create a barrier, then all of her skills should be related to barriers, but this move seems to have nothing to do with the barrier at all. Yiga was puzzled. After a while, Yuli slowly fell from the sky. Xiaoli, you are really amazing now. Xia Xiao held Yuli's hands, her eyes twinkling. Maybe you will surpass us in the future. It's okay. Yuli was still a little embarrassed to face other people's compliments. Hey! Come and see. At this time, Nangong Choyue suddenly found an injured old man in the corner, pointed at him and said, "It seems there is a seriously injured person here." Bao Bingqing suddenly remembered something at this moment just now. Because of his daughter, he forgot about it in a hurry. Ye Gu, Xia Xiao, Gao Xinxue, Yuli, Chu Chu, and others walked over one after another. It was an old man wearing a white coat and a mask. His neck and wrists that were exposed from his sleeves were all pitch black, and there was a faint and obvious demonic contamination in his blood vessels. Ye Gu remembered immediately this old man should be the one who was blown out of Xu Xiu's room together with Bao Bingqing when the demonic energy exploded just now. It seems that because of the close contact with the demonic energy explosion just now, the body was directly contaminated by the demonic energy. Ye Gu said the old man looked pale and weak, breathing lightly from under the mask, and looked like he was on the verge of death at any moment. Qiao Xinxue looked at the old man, paused, and suddenly said, "This person looks a little familiar." "Oh?" Yi Ji's eyes moved. He walked over and took off the old man's mask. "Professor Li?" Yuli exclaimed. Chapter 236. If I don't humiliate you now, I will have no chance later. Professor Li's vital energy seemed to be very weak, and he coughed from time to time. After taking off his mask, everyone could see clearly visible thin blood vessels on his face, and these tiny blood vessels were all black, and his skin was also covered with terrifying black mycelium. Obviously, that was the typical result of being severely contaminated by demonic energy. There was no doubt that with this level of pollution, the demonic energy had already corroded his heart, and not even the blood of darkness could save him. Gao Xinxue leaned over to check, was silent for a few seconds, turned around and said softly, "It's hopeless." Everyone looked at each other. As students of the War College, Gao Xinxue, Xia Xiao, Nangong Choyue, and others certainly recognized Professor Li. They had all taken Professor Li's secondary vocational courses before, but no one expected that Professor Li would appear here. Professor Li? When Ye Gu heard Yuli say this name, he thought for a moment, as if recalling something, and then said, "Oh, is it the arrogant, conceited, ignorant, ordinary yet confident idiot professor in the academy who knows nothing and has no talent but flatly denies your research?" Everyone, Professor Li, cough, 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 cough. After listening to this, Professor Li coughed weakly and violently several times again, and a mouthful of black blood was coughed out from his chest. Ye Gu turned his head and looked at Yuli. "Really? Am I right?" Yuli said a little embarrassedly, "Yes, yes." Xia Xiao was embarrassed. "Xiaoye, at this time, you are too direct, aren't you?" Nangong Choyue was also very upset. "Yes, I am about to die, and you still want to humiliate me. That's even more true." Ye Gu said, "He's going to die soon. If we don't humiliate him now, won't we have no chance in the future?" Professor Li. Ye Gu squatted down in front of Professor Li, looked at him with clear eyes and asked, "Tell me, why are you here?" Professor Li's pale lips moved slightly, and he breathed weakly. His eyes were blurry, he was breathing in more than out, and it was obvious that he no longer had the strength to speak. Ye Gu turned his head and said, "Shaoli, how much soul power do you have left now?" Yuli, "About 20% left." Ye Gu, "Well, give him a new life." Yuli had just awakened to become a transcendent being, and her soul power was still very limited. Just now, a large-scale healing spell had directly drained her soul power to the bottom. Although 20% is not enough to save people, it is still enough to have a supplement. Okay. Upon hearing this, Yuli immediately clasped his hands together. A ray of healing light fell on Professor Li. Professor Li's condition has indeed improved a lot. At least his eyes weren't so distracted anymore. "Can you speak now?" Ye Gu looked at him with a smile. "Professor Li, yes, it works. Actually, I can probably guess it even if you don't tell me." Ye Gu said, "Wang implanted you here, right? You are worthy of being the student favored by Principal Lan Mi." Professor Li showed a bitter expression on his pale face. "What about other things?" Ye Gu narrowed his eyes. Professor Li was silent for a moment, then quickly explained everything he had done. After hearing this, Nangong Choyue said angrily, "As a scholar in the field of scientific research and a professor at the War College, why would you help Duke Wang and do something that harms people and betrays humanity?" Professor Li fell silent. Ye Gu waved his hand, signaling Nangong Choyua not to speak. After a while, Professor Li sighed softly and said slowly in a somewhat dry voice, I once really hoped that I could become a great scientific researcher, a pioneer who created an era and built a future for mankind. When I was young, I also studied at the Imperial War College. My extraordinary talent was not considered top-notch in the college. I failed several tests to enter the inner gate. At that time, I was very inferior. But once in an alchemy class, I refined a potion that other students could not refine. That was the first time I saw a look of surprise in my teacher's eyes. At that time, I thought I was very talented in the fields of scientific research and alchemy. After becoming an adult, Professor Li became a top-grade alchemist as he wished, and entered the War College to become a secondary career mentor. However, he spent his entire life refining alchemical potion formulas left by his predecessors, and until he was 80 years old, he still had not made any groundbreaking inventions. Professor Li was in great pain. He thought that he was just a scholar and professor in vain, but he was doing the same thing every day. His work was to repeatedly refine known potions day after day. If he is unable to explore the unknown, contribute his own inventions to mankind, and just repeats known work, then what kind of scholar is he? 80 years old is already old age for a transcendent like him who is not of a high level. Professor Li tried many original experiments before and after he was 80 years old. Alchemy is not a straight path, but grows like a tree with branches. He tried many directions, trying to find his own way. However, his experimental projects always ended in failure and setback again and again. This not only destroyed his self-confidence, but also burned up all his savings from years of teaching at the War College. At the age of 90, Professor Li had given up the idea of becoming a saint-level alchemist until one day, Duke Wangan found him and showed him a small black bottle. That small bottle contains billions of dark microorganisms. Professor Li saw these life forms existing in the demonic matter through a microscope and looked very excited, because that was something that the academic community had never seen before. Wangan asked him if he was interested in doing research with him to cultivate these extremely promising life forms. Professor Li agreed without hesitation. Later, Professor Li and Bao Bingqing worked together to produce the first version of Dark Blood. That was his first work in his life. At the beginning, Professor Li, who was excited about his research results, was completely unaware of Duke Wangan's purpose. He just thought that Duke Wangan studied the dark blood in order to save the civilians who were corroded by evil spirits. Later, when Professor Li realized that something was wrong, it was too late to withdraw his hands. Professor Li, you should be aware of the consequences if the college knows about this, right? Duke Wangan threatened him like this. Professor Li's face turned pale. He knew the seriousness of the matter. Once it was exposed, it would not be a question of whether he would be dismissed from the War College. The Empire would never let him go. As a result, Professor Li, whose handle was caught, boarded Duke Wangan's pirate ship and could never get off again, and could only do his bidding. Chapter 237. Was it intentional? I see. After listening to it, Ye Gu said, so, you are also one of the inventors of Dark Blood? He looked at Bao Bingqing next to him. Yes. Bao Bingqing said, Professor Li was the first person to study the dark blood with me. At that time, I didn't know that he was Duke Wangan's man. I just thought he was an alchemist who was frustrated and not valued in the mainland. Professor Li sighed and smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that the only successful invention in my life would push me into hell. Ye Gu, how many times have you failed in your life? Professor Li thought for a moment and said, at least 2,000 experiments, big and small. So when you knew that Li wanted to do an original experiment, you acted so disdainful? Ye Gu smiled. Yes. Professor Li turned his head and looked at Li at this time, and saw the girl's robe and the staff in her hand. He also saw the healing spell just now and the great sage's healing spell that covered the entire dark city. It was undoubtedly the ability displayed by Li. Li was originally an ordinary person with no extraordinary talents at all, but now he can display such magical abilities. So, your research? Professor Li said with a complicated expression, successful? Did you really succeed in developing a magic potion? Li's white and tender little hand subconsciously clenched her staff, pursed her lips, and nodded vigorously, yeah. Professor Li's face twitched slightly, and he felt mixed emotions. It seems that I am really old. I think it has nothing to do with age. Ye Gu shook his head. Anyway, you didn't succeed when you were young, right? Professor Li, everyone, Ye Gu, Well, I think it's probably because I'm just innocent and really don't have any talent. But don't take it too seriously. People always have to realize their own ordinariness, as well as their past arrogance and stupidity. Everyone, Professor Lee started coughing violently again, his clothes were rotten, and black thread-like substance could be seen spreading from his chest, completely decaying his chest. Yu Li's healing skills could no longer suppress it. Seeing this, Yi Gu said, "It seems that the evil spirit has completely eroded his lungs, which is why he keeps coughing like this." Is that so? Nangong Choyue tilted her head. Why do I feel that he is irritated by your vicious tongue? Click. Yi Gu took out a magic pistol, pulled the safety, and pointed it at Professor Lee's head. In order to prevent you from turning into a monster, I have to kill you before that. Do you have any last words, or do you want me to convey them to you? No more. Professor Lee forced a smile and looked at Bao Bingqing again. Mr. Bao, think about it carefully. At least our research saved your daughter in the end, so it can't be said that there was no result. Bao Bingqing nodded gently. Yeah. And more. Professor Lee looked at Yu Li with his cloudy eyes again. I apologize for my previous arrogance and ignorance. Yu Li bit her lips lightly but did not respond. Okay, shoot. Professor Lee exhaled his last breath and leaned his back against the stone wall. Kill me before I turn into a monster. Let me die as a human. This is also the last dignity I can give you. Yi Gu nodded slightly, then the finger pressed the trigger. Bang! With a loud bang, the magic gun is extremely powerful, and a beam of magic energy bursts out from the muzzle. The entire head disappeared with the magic explosion. Only a pool of red and white liquid was left splashing on the wall behind everyone. Nangong Choyue, this death doesn't seem very decent? Yi Gu was silent for a moment. I forgot, the magic gun is too powerful. It must be completely vaporized if hit at such a close distance. It should be killed with an ordinary gunpowder pistol. Then he put his hands together and leaned slightly towards the upper body of Professor Lee's headless body. Smith Marseille. Nangong Choyue, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Finally, everything in Dark City is over. Yi Gu and others are also about to leave Dark City. In the Empire, it is basically assumed that you are dead. Before leaving, Yi Gu glanced at Bao Bingqing and said, for the time being, your forces should not have too many activities in the wilderness. Let the scavengers, hunters, and adventurers keep a low profile. After a period of silence, I will make new arrangements for you and take you to do a big business. Bao Bingqing's eyes flashed. Okay, I understand, Master Yi Gu. A few hours later, Yi Gu, Gao Shenxue, Xia Xiao, Nangong Choyue and Yu Li boarded the high-speed train back to the mainland. After staying in Dark City for such a long time, Sung Feng and the others had already taken the previous high-speed train back. I can finally go home. Nangong Choyue put her feet up on the table in front of her and stretched in a very comfortable position. This mission has made my back ache. Speaking of which, we encountered wilderness bandits in this mission, wiped out more than a dozen Blood Clan teams, and killed a vampire noble viscount. After we go back, will the difficulty of the missions and rewards we get be increased to a higher level? I think so. Xia Xiao glanced at her and said, but I think only Xiaoye's reward will be increased. The destruction of the Blood Clan troops was basically done by Xiaoye alone. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with us. Who said that? Nangong Choyue said, didn't we launch a night raid once? Although we didn't succeed, it was precisely because we failed and got beaten up that we showed weakness to the enemy and let the vampire viscount down. I was hit by a cloak from that blood-sucking monster, and my wounds haven't healed yet. Yi Gu didn't listen to the two girls' chattering topics. He stared at the system panel in front of him, checking his mission reward. Chapter 238, Krypton's life-threatening trick system. Congratulations to the host for changing the world's plot. Plot twist, 100% mission rewards have been issued. Obtain 80,000 System Mall redemption points. Obtain 5,000 W Imperial coins. Obtain item 10 bottles of secret medicine for increasing learning ability and talent. Pink. Obtain item Yang Shodan *1. Purple. Obtain special item Blood Clan genetic data *1 copy. Obtained forbidden martial arts extreme barrier breaking. Gold. Obtained forbidden magic soul detonation. Gold. Tip: your reputation has changed. The Blood Clan's hatred towards you has increased by plus 1,000, and the low-level Blood Clan's fear of you has increased by plus 500. Hint: your reputation has changed. The favorability of bandits, scavengers, adventurers, and hunters in the wilderness of the human race towards you has increased by plus 1,000. From now on, your luck in the wilderness will increase by plus 50. Hint: thanks to the martial arts skill limit break, you can now see your current lifespan. Current lifespan, 313 years. Lifespan can be increased as the level of transcendence increases. Note: the protagonist is an SSS level immortal cultivator and has golden immortal cultivation techniques, so his lifespan is higher than that of ordinary Earth level human transcendents, who are only about 100 years old. Yigo looked carefully at the reward he had received this time. There is no need to say much about points, imperial coins, and secret medicine. As the name suggests, Yangshudan is used to increase lifespan. Taking it can add 1 year to your lifespan. Yigo opened the genetic data of the vampire in the inventory and looked through it online. Kind of interesting. With this information, we might be able to create weapons specifically to deal with vampires in the future. It's like a weapon they use specifically against humans. Yigo seemed to be lost in thought. Then he looked at the two skills he had acquired this time. One is a martial arts skill, and the other is a magic skill. Although they are all gold quality abilities, they are all forbidden techniques. Yigo first looked at the forbidden martial arts. Forbidden martial arts, extreme barrier breaking quality, gold restriction. Only those with martial arts learning talent who have reached SSS level 80 plus can learn and use it. Effect: mobilize all the energy in the body, accelerate the division and recombination of cells, and forcibly light up and strengthen the 12 soul nodes of the body with limited levels within a certain period of time, but it will also consume the user's lifespan and cause irreversible damage. The higher the level of the node that is lit, the more lifespan is consumed. Yige's eyebrows twitched. Forcefully light up / strengthen soul power nodes. All creatures of all races, except the gods, have 12 nodes in their veins. Most humans use soul power, so it is also called soul power node. Each node corresponds to the level of a transcendent. For example, when a transcendent breaks through from an ordinary person to the yellow realm, the first soul power node is lit. When reaching the mysterious realm, the second soul power node is lit. Yigo is now in the earth realm, which means that he has only lit up 3 soul power nodes in his body. Most creatures of all races can only light up 11 soul power nodes at most, which correspond to the following 11 extraordinary levels: yellow, black, earth, heaven, 100 souls, 1,000 souls, 10,000 souls, 10,000 things, Shura, Apocalypse, Holy Coming, Soul Emperor. If you can light up the 12th soul power node, it means you can reach the realm of demigod. You will have the opportunity to be promoted to the ranks of gods, breaking through the level limit in a short period of time. Unfortunately, using this move consumes a lot of life. Yigo thought, this move is similar to the burning blood to sacrifice soul used by the previous emperor of the Qin dynasty. Both are life-saving moves. At the low stage, lighting up yellow, black, earth, and sky consumes 1, 10, 20, and 30 years of life respectively. In the middle stage, lighting up the 100 souls, 1,000 souls, myriad things, and Shura will consume 50, 100, 200, and 300 years of life respectively. At the advanced stage, lighting up Apocalypse, Holy Coming, and Soul Emperor requires 1,000, 3,000, and 5,000 years of life respectively. To light up the demigod realm, one needs to consume 10,000 years of life. Yigo cursed inwardly, how the hell can I afford this? With his current lifespan, he could forcefully use his life to light up 8 soul power nodes and reach the Shura realm in a short period of time, but after the breakthrough, his life was almost coming to an end. No wonder it's called a forbidden technique. Yigo looked at the next forbidden magic. Forbidden magic, soul explosion quality, gold restriction. Magic learning talent must reach SSS level 80 plus to learn and use effect. The magician's MP value will be instantly restored to full, and all MP value will be converted into soul energy, detonating itself and releasing it in all directions. Power, MP value x 1000 times. Yigo, good fellow, 1 Kryptonian life to break through the level is fine, but this is more thorough, directly exploding the limit 1 for 1, WDNMDA, system. Can you come out and explain it to me? You wish I would die, right? But, Yigo pinched his chin and suddenly thought of something. These two skills, one is martial arts and the other is magic, are not supernatural powers. In other words, although there are restrictions on the learning of these two abilities, as long as one is a warrior or a magician and his learning talent reaches 80 points or more, he can learn these two abilities. Yigo narrowed his eyes slightly. Suddenly, a bold idea came to my mind: Forest of 100 Souls. Hey, Lao Jiang, can you be more efficient? A tall and thin night watchman dragged the body of a vampire warrior and threw it onto a corpse cart. Then he looked helplessly at another fat and pot-bellied night watchman who was smoking not far away. We have to send the bodies of these vampires back to the mainland before tomorrow morning. Those crazy doctors in the 10,000 Races Research Institute are eager to dissect these vampire soldiers for research. After Nangong Ru and the others left, they first sent back the bodies of the sacrificed Night's Watch soldiers. Then, only a few night watchmen were left to start dealing with the corpses of the dark race in the forest. Here it comes. Lao Jiang smiled awkwardly, threw the remaining cigarette butt on the ground and stomped it out, then walked over and said, I really couldn't help it, so I took a small puff. How many times have you failed to quit smoking? Hee hee, it's only the third time. TSK, you bastard. The thin night watchman squatted down and dragged out another vampire warrior from the bushes. These wounds look like they were caused by a single blow. When the thin night watchman dragged out the body, he took a few more glances at the Blood Clan soldier's death and couldn't help but shudder. That kid from the Yi family should be only at the Earth realm level, right? Yeah. Tell me, how on earth did he kill so many Heaven realm vampire soldiers by himself? The two night watchmen were silent. Chapter 239. Hello, are you there? The thin night watchman took a deep breath and couldn't help but sigh. 12 Blood Clan teams were actually executed by him alone. Even in the daytime, it is simply unbelievable. The fat night watchman nodded. Yes, no wonder the Empire has been suppressing the Yi family for so many years. Yi Gu is so terrifying. How terrifying do you think the head of the Yi family must be? The thin night watchman shook his head and said nothing more. The sky gradually darkened. Roar. A low and violent animal sound came from far away in the depths of the forest. The fat and thin night watchman, as well as several other night watchmen who stayed behind to deal with the bodies, all tensed up when they heard the voice. As night watchmen who often roam the border areas of the Great Wall, they often deal with dark races. So they could tell at once that the roar just now was not from an ordinary wild beast, but it's a monster. The fat night watchman swallowed and lowered his voice. What was that just now? Shoo! Cold sweat also seeped out of the thin night watchman's forehead. He pulled out his large caliber G55 demon hunting double-barreled shotgun from behind, pulled the bolt and alerted the surroundings. Logically speaking, shouldn't those vampire troops be wiped out? Could it be that there are other dark races nearby? None of the 7 night watchmen dared to act rashly. I don't know how long it took. A pair of scarlet eyes appeared in the woods. The thin night watchman's heart skipped a beat. It was a demon-toothed beast as big as an off-road vehicle. The devil-toothed beast slowly emerged from the bushes like a wild beast that had discovered its prey in the forest, and approached the night watch team. At the same time, like a wild beast, a low humming sound came from his throat. It's a monster indeed. The thin night watchman quickly raised his shotgun and said, Which dark race is this? How come I have never seen them before? A young night watchman exclaimed, Look! The thin night watchman turned his head and his eyes widened again. Several more demon-toothed beasts appeared. In the dark forest, hundreds of devil-toothed beasts appeared silently like wild wolves surrounding their prey, and slowly surrounded them. The 7 night watchmen looked pale and despairing. They had no idea how these monsters appeared, nor did they know when they were surrounded. It's over. This was the common thought among the 7 night watchmen. However, these more than 100 demon-toothed beasts seemed to have no interest in them at all. Of the demon-toothed beasts came to their corpse transporter and carried out the bodies of the vampire soldiers. Each of them held a vampire soldier in its mouth, and after taking away all the bodies of the vampire soldiers, it turned around and left from beginning to end. I didn't pay any attention to these night watchmen. The 7 night watchmen were bewildered, looking at the demon-toothed beasts gradually disappearing in the night forest. Several people breathed a sigh of relief. Why don't these monsters attack us? The fat night watchman was puzzled. Are you interested in the corpses of the vampires? The thin night watchman groaned. I don't know either, but I heard that some dark races have racial hatred among themselves, such as vampires and werewolves. The affairs of the dark races are very complicated, and I can't explain it clearly. Those magical beasts just now seem to be species we have never seen before? Well, we have to report to the Empire as soon as possible. On the high-speed rail. Yi Gu sat in his train room, on the bed, meditating with his eyes closed. Bai Shuling, in cat-girl lowly state, sat opposite him, staring at him with her arms folded, her 2 snow-white cattails swaying slowly back and forth. Lingling, why have you been acting so strange these days? Yi Gu suddenly opened his eyes and said faintly, Is there anything you want to tell me? No. Bai Shuling curled his lips and tilted his head to the side. Yi Gu, if you want some snacks, you can just tell me. Bai Shuling hesitated. You can get it just by acting coquettishly. Yi Gu added. I don't want to. Yiga smiled slightly. Since you don't want to say it, I will continue to practice. After that, he closed his eyes again. Bai Shuling crossed his arms in front of his chest, looked at Yi Ji's handsome face, and snorted proudly. If I wasn't afraid that you would be devoured by the Holy Spirit, I wouldn't bother with you. Let me make it clear first, it's definitely not because I'm worried about this guy. It's just that because of the Beastmaster's soul contract, he cannot be allowed to die now. By in the current situation, although Yiga seems to have temporarily controlled the Holy Soul, but the person on the other side will definitely not give up so easily. He is a powerful spirit demon from the Holy Land. How could he be willing to place his holy soul in a human body? Yiga was practicing with his eyes closed. At this moment, a system message prompt suddenly popped up in his mind. New message reminder: Night Owl, boy, when will you come back? Yi Ji's system is bound to his watch, therefore, the system can also receive the information of the watch. Yigu, soon, on the high-speed train, we should be able to return to the mainland by daybreak. Night Owl, okay, after returning to the mainland, don't go back to the academy yet, go directly back to Night City. Yigu, what happened? Night Owl, Wang Yan rebelled. He dragged more than 20 barons, 10 viscounts, 3 earls, and 1 marquis into the rebellion, intending to make the southern border independent from the empire. Knight saw him. Yigu was shocked. Good fellow, he had expected Duke Wang Yan to rebel, but I didn't expect that this guy had such great ability that he could convince so many nobles to rebel with him. Yigu, these nobles don't care about their lives? Night Owl, Wang Yan has a lot of evidence on them. If it leaks out, even if they don't rebel, the empire won't let them go, so they are already in a difficult situation. Yigu, I see. Night Owl, go back to the mainland tomorrow morning and go home as soon as possible. I have something to tell you. Yigu, okay. Ended the message chat. Yigu was deep in thought. It seems that things are going to change drastically in the southern border now. Long. In his consciousness, the crimson holy soul flame was still burning calmly. Hello, are you there? A cold and queenly voice suddenly sounded in Yi Ji's consciousness. Yigu came back to his senses. It shouldn't be an auditory hallucination? I'm calling you. The cold voice sounded again. The ball of deep red holy soul flame gradually changed its form. The flame turned into a human form and eventually became a beautiful nine-tailed fox demon with an extremely stunning appearance but a somewhat cold expression. Chapter 240. The secret deep in the consciousness. The woman in front of me is indeed a beauty whose appearance can bring disaster to a country and its people. In addition to the indifference of a 1,000-year-old glacier, her orange-red eyes also reveal the domineering power of a queen. On her head is a pair of pointed fox ears, and behind her are 9 flaming fluffy fox tails swaying. The queen of the spiritual demon clan, Su Yanling? Yiga smiled. Su Yanling raised her beautiful eyebrows slightly. Oh? I didn't expect that you, a little guy, actually recognized me? Yigu, what do you want to talk to me about? What do you think? Su Yanling's eyes darkened. You swallowed my holy soul. This time, our spiritual demon clan entrusted you, the human race's war academy, with the mission of escorting the holy soul, but you actually stole it and swallowed my stuff. Don't talk nonsense, I didn't do anything. Yiga shrugged. It was your holy soul that whoosh drilled into my body in an instant. Let go. Su Yanling stopped talking halfway, thinking that she was now the empress of the spirit demon tribe and couldn't be so uncultured, so she could only glare at Yigu fiercely. You are talking nonsense. The holy soul is something unique to our spiritual demon clan. How could a holy soul enter your body on its own initiative, as you are a human? Then I don't know. Yigu sighed. If you don't believe it, there's nothing I can do. Su Yanling narrowed her eyes. I heard that Yigu is the legitimate son of the demonized head of the Yi family, and is also a direct student of Lanmi, the principal of the human race's war academy. The holy soul has become one with him. If it is forcibly taken out, it will inevitably cause irreversible damage to this little guy, but no matter what, she must get her holy soul back. Boom! Su Yanling suddenly burst out with soul energy, and his demonic aura was overwhelming. A powerful energy burst out from her body, and a storm of flames swept towards Yigu one after another. The 9 flaming tails behind him suddenly stretched out and surrounded Yigu. Yi Ji's hair was blown into a mess. He subconsciously closed his eyes and took a step back at the next breath. He opened his eyes and looked around, and found himself trapped in a blazing firestorm. Want to do it hard? Yigu looked around. He has been surrounded by a fierce firestorm. Little guy, don't blame me. Su Yenling said coldly. She suddenly raised her hand and grabbed in the air with her slender 5 fingers. A huge hand condensed with flames grabbed Yi Ji's chest. Boom. Su Yenling originally thought it would be easy. After all, Yi Ge is just a human in the earth realm. As a result, her face soon changed drastically. Yi Ji's small figure stood in the midst of the orange-red flamestorm, but he remained standing. It is like a lighthouse that stands firm in the tsunami wind. His eyes were calm, emitting a faint cold light, and dark energy as black as ink emanated from his body. The black light was particularly dazzling in the orange-red sea of fire. This little fellow's soul strength is actually, Su Yenling felt incredible. This little human being is so young, yet he has such a strong soul, and, when Su Yenling wanted to invade Yi Ji's consciousness and extract the holy soul from his consciousness, he suddenly saw a huge black and strange tree in Yi Ji's consciousness. Su Yenling widened her eyes. She had never seen a tree like that before. It was so tall that it reached the sky, and its trunk was covered with strange, glowing ancient characters. How could there be such a thing in this little guy's consciousness? And Su Yenling felt an unprecedented sense of oppression and fear in her heart, that is the instinctive fear of the tiny creatures of all races when faced with the might of nature. Hateful. Su Yenling bit his lips with his tiger teeth. I don't care what your secrets are. I must take back what belongs to me. I still don't believe it. I am a great demon who has lived for thousands of years, but I can't deal with a little human like you. Inside the train room, Bai Shueling was still sitting beside Yi Ji's bed with his arms folded across his chest. Yi Ge sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes closed, his brows slightly furrowed, and beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. Bai Shueling soon realized that something was wrong. She stretched out her hand and stroked Yi Ji's forehead. It's very hot as fire. Sure enough, has it already started? Bai Shueling murmured solemnly. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Bai Shueling got up and opened the door, and Xia Xiao was standing outside. Xia Xiao's eyes lit up. Hey, Lingling, you haven't slept yet? Bai Shueling felt a little nervous every time he saw Xia Xiao, fearing that she would drag him to play dress-up games again. What's the matter? Xia Xiao twirled her fingers. Well, actually, there's nothing wrong. I just couldn't sleep, so I wanted to come and see what Xiaoye was doing. Then she saw Yi Ge sitting cross-legged on the bed meditating, and asked, Xiaoyi, are you practicing again? Bai Shueling took a look and said, I guess so. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Ge suddenly opened his eyes, gasped for several breaths, and looked very tired. Xiaoye, what's wrong with you? How did you train yourself to be like this? Xia Xiao was puzzled. Why are your clothes all wet? Nothing. Yi Ge sighed inwardly. After fighting with that tough guy for 3 hours, he was almost exhausted to death, but it's okay. In the end, he was slightly better. The kingdom of spirit monsters, the Empress Palace. A maid from the spiritual demon clan walked into the bedroom and said, Your Majesty, it's time for a midnight snack. Quiet and silent, the spirit demon maid tilted her head in confusion. Your Majesty? Put it down. At this time, Su Yenling walked out of the room, holding on to the wall. He could not even take a big step and moved slowly along the wall. It seemed that even walking was a little difficult. It looks like he's collapsed. The spirit maid was shocked. Your Majesty, what happened to you? Did you encounter an assassin? Su Yenling did not answer. Her face was pale and her head was covered with sweat. Strands of her long hair were stuck to her sweaty cheeks. There's something so wrong with this Yi Ge. How could a little human being have such strong soul power? And what exactly is in his consciousness? Su Yenling could no longer remember what she had just seen in Yi Ji's consciousness. It's like waking up from a dream. It was clearly a terrible nightmare, but I can't remember the specific things I experienced in the dream. It's like the memory is blocked. I must find out. Su Yenling bit her lip. She was the queen of the spirit demon tribe, but her soul power was defeated by a little human brat. It's so embarrassing to tell anyone about it. Bring me the soul replenishing pill. Su Yenling said solemnly, I just don't believe it. Chapter 241 The royal family's calculations. The next day, 10 o'clock in the morning. Yi Ge sat in the world of consciousness and yawned sleepily. No, do you still want to come? Yi Ge looked helpless. You've been tossing and turning with me for the whole night. Even if you're not tired, I am tired. No. Su Yenling was full of arrogance, looking unconvinced. Let's do it again. Yi Ge, Su Yenling narrowed her eyes. I must find out what secrets are hidden deep in your consciousness. Yi Ge, next time, okay? Su Yenling, no. Yigu, swish! Su Yenling raised his hand and grabbed it. The 9 flaming tails grew larger and longer again, sweeping over. Yigu exhaled and his eyes became serious again. Looks like this woman really needs to be taught a lesson. Yenling, step back. At this time, an ethereal voice suddenly sounded in Su Yenling's mind. Su Yenling's expression suddenly froze. The sound, so familiar, you are. Su Yenling tried hard to recall. Don't bother me anymore. The ethereal voice said calmly, leave your holy soul with him for the time being. There won't be any problems. Su Yenling's eyes lit up, and she suddenly remembered who the voice was. Are you Sister Bai Ling? White blood spirit, Bai Shuling was helpless. She also didn't expect that Su Yenling would be so persistent. She entangled Yigu for a whole night and fought with him more than a dozen times. It made it impossible for her to sleep the whole night, otherwise, she really didn't want to reveal her identity now. Oh my god. Su Yenling was surprised. Sister Bai Ling, are you not dead? Well, I can't be considered alive. Bai Shuling paused. Anyway, it's a long story, I'll tell you later. Why? The always dignified and arrogant Empress Su Yenling suddenly became like a younger sister, acting like a spoiled child to her elder sister. She asked anxiously and puzzledly, why do you have to wait until later? Where are you now? Su Yenling paused and asked doubtfully, could it be, you are with Yigu? Bai Shuling didn't know how to answer. If the people of the former spiritual demon country knew that their empress had been reborn as someone's beastly pet, and that she would sneak into someone's clothes like a perverted woman to secretly smell their scent, and that she was often treated as a cat doll that changed clothes, and was rubbed by people all day long until she meowed, how embarrassing, absolutely. No. When the time is right, I will tell you. Bai Shuling said decisively, don't ask too many questions. All right. Yigu stared at Su Yenling with a wary look on his face, waiting for her to attack. However, Su Yenling suddenly took back the 9-tailed fox. The flame storm also disappeared. Forget it. Su Yenling, I'm tired, let's talk about it next time. Yigu? Su Yenling slowly opened her eyes. I didn't expect there would be such a surprise this time, Su Yenling muttered to herself. If Sister Bai Ling is really not dead, then it would be great news for their Lingyao kingdom. But what secrets does this night song hold? Why is Sister Bai Ling with him? Kyoto, Imperial Palace. Long Hai placed the memorial on the table with a serious expression. I didn't expect that Wang Yan would be so bold as to betray the empire and start a rebellion. Humph. What is the situation now? The Duke of the North, Lang Xiao, is a tall, sturdy man with a handsome appearance. He is the youngest of the 4 dukes, only 70 years old, and looks only about 35 years old. Your Majesty, Wang Yan has now brought in more than 20 barons, 10 viscounts, 3 earls, and 1 marquis, and has assembled an army of 300,000 extraordinary warriors. Duke Langshao said slowly, it seems that he is really preparing to establish himself as king. Declare yourself king? Long Hai sneered, just relying on him? Langshao said, but I heard that Count Nicholas of the Blood Clan also sent out 200,000 Blood Clan troops, who were lurking outside the Great Wall, the first line of defense of the empire. Long Hai said disdainfully, the empire will not take a vampire earl seriously. Wang Yan is colluding with the dark race. I don't think anyone in the human race will recognize him. But I think Nicholas is not really helping him. He just wants to watch the fire from the other side of the river. What's the meaning? Wang Yan is a powerful person in the Apocalypse realm, and he has an army of 300,000. If the empire wants to destroy him, it will definitely have to send out a large number of troops. Lang Xiao said solemnly, in my opinion, the Blood Clan will not help Wang Yan at all. They will only wait until the civil war in the empire is raging and the losses are heavy, and then attack the interior of the empire. Long Hai fell silent. Even for the royal family, it is not easy to take down a duke who is in charge of the entire southern border. Then, Duke of the North, do you have any advice? Long Hai asked. I think it's better for the southern territory to solve its own problems. The royal family can temporarily not send troops. Lang Xiao smiled and said, Your Majesty, haven't you always wanted to get rid of the Yi family? Now, isn't the opportunity here? Are you asking the Yi family to deal with Wang Yan's 300,000 strong alliance? Long Hai frowned. Wang Yan's alliance consists of 30 to 40 noble families. Is it possible for the Yi family to take on the challenge alone? If the Yi family fights alone, they will certainly lose. And if your majesty designates them to fight, the Yi family is not stupid. They will definitely know that you just want them to die and reduce their strength. Then the Yi family will not care about the battlefield and will just pretend to fight. Lang Xiao sneered, so your majesty, you must arrange a few more families to form an alliance army, but let the Yi family be the main force. Long Hai's eyes lit up. Lang Xiao continued, Duke Wang Yan is a powerful warrior in the Apocalypse realm. If we want to defeat him, only Yi Quan can take action. And if Yi Quan dies in the battle, he smiled when he said this, then there will be nothing to be afraid of in the Yi family from now on. Chapter 242 Yi family's brothers and sisters get off at the high-speed rail station and return to the mainland. As soon as Yi Gu and others came out of the high-speed rail station, they saw a black luxury car from the Yi family parked at the door. An old butler in a black suit stood beside the car and respectfully opened the door. Master Yega, Miss Xinxue, please. Yi Gu and Gao Xinxue got into the car. The black car started slowly. Uncle Li, you are in such a hurry to take us back. Did something happen at home? Yi Gu asked. He had been on numerous missions abroad before, but never had he been picked up and dropped off on high-speed trains like today. The tradition of the Yi family has always been Eagle-style education. They have never protected their young masters and young ladies absolutely to their safety like other imperial aristocratic families. Only when people grow up in an environment with certain crises, injustices, and pressures can they grow and become tough. This has always been the philosophy of the Yi family. Otherwise, once they encounter any setbacks and difficulties, they will subconsciously seek help from the family, and they are destined not to become a leader who can stand on their own. Something did happen. Uncle Li said as he drove, the head of the family should have called you, right? Are you saying that Duke Wang Yan is rebelling? Yi Gu asked in confusion. Libo said, you will know when you get home. An hour later, we arrived at Ye's house. The car slowly drove into the gate of the Yi family. Yi Gu narrowed his eyes. Before he got out of the car, he saw more than a dozen unfamiliar luxury cars parked in the parking lot. The license plates of these cars are very special. They are the unique license plate numbers of the Yi family, and only direct or collateral descendants with the blood of the Yi family can own these license plates. This battle, not ordinary. As they entered the villa, Yi Gu and Gao Xinxue ran into Zhou Yuqing head-on. Hey, Xiaoye and Shuer are back. Zhou Yuqing rushed over happily, picked up Gao Xinxue, and took several deep breaths. Then he squatted down, hugged Yi Ji's head with his arms, pressed it in his arms with a playful smile, and kissed him hard several times. These two little guys miss their mom so much. Woo, Mom, please stop making trouble. Yi Gu broke free from her mother's embrace. What happened? Huh? Didn't your dad tell you on the phone? I told you, Duke Wang Yan is rebelling. Yi Gu glanced at the entrance of the villa again. Logically speaking, with such a serious incident, the Empire would definitely send troops to attack him. But looking at the current situation, it seems that this matter is related to our family? Yes. Zhou Yuqing shrugged, but the Empire no longer plans to send troops, huh? The Empire's intention now is to let the southern region solve its own problems. Zhou Yuqing spread her hands. The royal family has just issued an order that all the clean noble families in the southern border who have not colluded with Duke Wang Yan will automatically form the Justice League army and go to war with Wang Yan's rebel coalition. Yi Gu, the corners of Yi Ji's mouth twitched. This royal family is so fucking special. Wang Yan is one of the 4 great dukes of the empire. He controls the entire southern border of the human race. This old guy hasn't been the duke for so many years in vain. The southern territories' commerce, traffic, trade, transportation, construction, war bases, are all under his control. If he rebels, the southern border will inevitably fall into chaos. The royal family didn't even send a single soldier, and let the southern border solve the problem on its own. Is that okay? This was something Yi Gu had never expected. Zhou Yuqing continued. The Empire's explanation is that Count Nicholas, who is in collusion with Duke Wang Yan, has assembled 200,000 Blood Clan troops and is ready to take action outside the Great Wall, the first line of defense for the human race. The royal family is worried that if they send a large number of troops at this time, the vampires will take advantage of the situation, so they have not issued an order to send troops for the time being. Yi Gu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Aren't they afraid that with Wang Yan and the Blood Clan joining forces, the southern border will really fall into their control? Yes. Zhou Yuqing nodded seriously. The royal family said that they believe that our honest and righteous noble allies can definitely defeat Wang Yan's evil rebel army. Yi Ge. Awesome. Yi Ge had no expression on his face and was unable to comment. However, the royal family did make a promise. Zhou Yuqing smiled faintly at this time. Among the remaining major families in the Southern Territory, whoever can defeat the Rebel Alliance army and capture Wang Yan, then the Empire will grant this family the title of Duke, and let its head become the new Grand Duke of the Southern Territory. Yi Ge's eyes moved. Right. Yi Ge fell silent, as if thinking about something. Now he finally understood. No wonder all the Yi family's scattered children suddenly came back. Zhou Yuqing looked at Yi Ge in deep thought and rubbed his head with a smile. Okay, don't think too much. Go in first. Your dad and grandpa should be waiting for you. Yi Ge nodded and didn't think about it any further. Under the guidance of Li Bo, he and Gao Xinxue came to a black hall. This is the highest level meeting hall of the Yi family, where important decisions are discussed within the Yi family. As soon as he entered the door, Yi Ge saw many familiar yet unfamiliar faces. Apart from his father Yi Shao, grandfather Yi Quan, and the servants, there were a total of 11 young men and 8 young women dressed elegantly in the black hall, aged between 18 and 30. These people are all descendants of the Yi family who possess the blood of demonized mutants, which means they are all Yi Quan's grandsons, granddaughters, and great-grandchildren. Yi Ge is the youngest among them. 19 men and women sat on chairs in 2 rows on the left and right, chatting idly with their nearest brothers and sisters. After Yi Ge came in, all the brothers and sisters immediately turned their eyes to him. Some of the eyes showed hostility from competitors. Some were playful, some were curious, and some were somewhat provocative. The children of the Yi family have always been each other's biggest competitors since birth, and Yi Ge is the son of the current head of the family, Yi Shao. Recently, he became the direct disciple of Lan Mi, the principal of the Imperial War Academy. This matter has spread a long time ago, so these brothers and sisters are naturally very curious about Yi Ge. As a family of demonized people, the Yi family's appearance genes are obviously very perfect, and almost all the people in the house are handsome men and beautiful women. The men were tall, handsome, and domineering. The women were beautiful and cold, like black roses with thorns. However, almost everyone had a cold and unruly look on their faces. The people of the Yi family were all proud iron-blooded warriors. Chapter 243 Family Meeting. Yi Ge glanced over and scanned their attribute panels using the system. The extraordinary levels of his brothers and sisters were at the peak of the 100 Souls realm at the lowest, and even at the Universal realm. Each of them possessed multiple S-level or single SS-level professional learning talents, and everyone's intelligence was above 8 points. The panel attributes were quite terrifying. These children of the Yi family usually do not stay in the mainland. After they turn 18, the Yi family will arrange for them to go out to fight against the 10,000 races to grab territory. Each of the brothers and sisters sitting here today occupies at least 2 or 3 small territories on the map of the 10,000 races. It is said that the number of the younger generations of the Yi family, including direct and collateral descendants, including those with faint blood ties, totaled more than 130. But now, only 20 are left among the more than 100 people who died. Some died on the way to fight against all races, and some died in the schemes of their own brothers and sisters. Therefore, those who were able to survive, without exception, were almost all the elites among the elites. Yi Ge thought, no wonder Yi Xingxiong wanted to join Duke Wang Yan. With his shitty potential and intelligence, how could he compete in such a family? He probably knew that if he wanted to compete fairly for the position of the head of the family, he probably wouldn't have a chance at all. There was only one empty seat left in the 2 rows of seats in the hall, and that seat belonged to Yi Ge. Yi Ge walked straight to the seat and sat down without chatting with any of his brothers and sisters. In the original game, Yi Ge was an introverted, kind, unsociable and untalkative child, and he had very little communication with his brothers and sisters. Okay, everyone is here. Ye Chuan glanced at Yi Ge, then said calmly, let's start. Yi Shao nodded slightly, then slowly stood up and looked at the 20 Yi family members in the meeting room. The 20 young people of the Yi family in the Black Hall also fell silent at this time. I called everyone back today. You should all know what happened in the southern border in the past few days. Duke Wang Yan rebelled. He did not betray the empire, but betrayed the human race. He made a deal with the dark race, which was a big taboo for the human race. Now, Wang Yan has colluded with 30 or 40 southern nobles to form a 300,000-strong rebel alliance army. He is rebelling and wants to control the entire southern border and become independent from the human race. Night Owl paused and continued, and I'm sure you all understand the new order issued by the Empire. Our Yi family will form a righteous alliance with the Xia family, Zhou family, Qi family, Yuan family, and other noble families to fight against Wang En together. The royal family has issued a bounty. The family that has made the greatest contribution in defeating the rebel coalition and beheading or capturing Wang En will not only receive a large reward, but will also be granted the title of Duke by the Empire. A young man with white hair and wearing an unbuttoned black shirt suddenly chuckled when he heard this. I never thought that our Yi family could be associated with the word justice. It's really interesting. This young man is Yi Yulong. He is the strongest among all his brothers and sisters. At the age of 29, he has the strength of the first stage of the Wanxiang realm. Opposite his seat, a tall and cold young woman wearing a black cheongsam and high heels pondered for a moment and said, "The royal family is always good at making big promises." Long Hai issued such an order, obviously wanting to give our many families in the southern border more motivation to fight against Wang En's rebel allies. But is it possible that the position of the greatest hero has already been decided? I think it's possible. Another man folded his arms and sneered, Long Hai is capable of doing such a thing. I think the royal family just wants to use us. They don't want to send out any troops, and they can take this opportunity to test how much strength our Yi family has now. Yes, although the royal family seems to have reconciled with us, it is only because they are afraid of our strength. If we fight the rebel allies and both sides suffer losses, who knows if that dog Emperor Long Hai will turn against us again? Uncle Yi, we have to be careful in this battle. We can't let others use us as a gun. Everyone was chattering, one person talking at a time. Yi Gu sat there quietly without expressing any opinion. Night Owl also remained silent. After everyone had finished speaking and gradually quieted down, he slowly spoke with a blank expression. Both sides will suffer losses? Ha! Do you think that Wang En's traitorous allied forces and that motley crowd are capable of causing both sides to suffer losses with our Yi family? Everyone fell silent. Yi Qingxin, the woman in the black cheongsam, said slowly, Uncle Yi Shao, as far as I know, our Yi family has been suppressed by the empire for so many years, and now our military strength is only equal to that of the 4 dukes, but this time we have to face not only Wang En, but also nearly 40 other nobles, each of whom has considerable combat power. Although we have other families in the southern border as allies, but just in case. Yi Qingxin looked into Yi Zhao's eyes and said, what if these families, under the instruction of the royal family, are all trying to take advantage of the situation and deliberately let our Yi family be at the forefront and use us as a shield? Night Owl glanced at her and said, your grandfather and I have considered the situation you mentioned. Yi Qingxin, then. A pile of shit rubbed together will only make it stinkier. Night Owl said leisurely, if I say that the rebel alliance composed of Wang En and the 40 nobles is actually easier to fight than just Wang En's family, would you believe it? Yi Qingxin was stunned. As for what you said, they want us to lose both sides and weaken our strength. Yi Shao looked back at Yi Quan and said, when there were only 3,000 people left in the Yi family, your grandfather led 3,000 warriors to fight against the dark race and captured more than 20 cities. 3 years later, he brought back tens of thousands of people, which scared the nobles in the empire silly. You call this weakening? Yi Qingxin pursed her lips, but such legendary deeds cannot be written every time. Yi Quan smiled at this time and said, the reason why legendary deeds are legendary deeds is that no one has ever done it before. The premise is that you have to have the courage to see things that your predecessors have never dared to think of. Don't worry, kid. I've already discussed this with your Uncle Shao. We are certainly confident of what we can do. I understand. Yi Qingxin breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Quan is the Yi family's absolute greatest reliance and pillar, even Grandpa Yechuan said so she had nothing else to say. Okay. Night Owl paused, his eyes darkened slightly, and then said, next, this is what I really want to say. Chapter 244 Blackthorn Night. Everyone was slightly stunned, all showing puzzled expressions. What do you really want to say? So what you just said wasn't what you really wanted to say, Night Owl began to explain. This southern border war is a tough battle, and it is also an unprecedented opportunity for you to exercise and test. The rule of the Yi family has always been that the capable are the king. Whether you are a direct descendant or a collateral branch, you all have the opportunity to compete for the position of the head of the family. And every member of the Yi family who wants to become the patriarch needs to go through the test of war. So this time, your performance will be one of the most important criteria for evaluating who among you can become the next candidate for the head of the Yi family. As Night Owl spoke, he slowly took out a black meteorite ring from his arms. The one among you who performs best will become the candidate for the next patriarch of the Yi family and will receive this token ring that can mobilize the 3,000 Blackthorn Knights of the Yi family. If one day in the future I am not in the family for some reason, or in extreme circumstances I am unable to make a decision, this person will take on the responsibility of acting as the head of the family. Yi Ji's eyes moved when the Yi family disciples heard this. Their eyes lit up in an instant. The Blackthorn Knights are the most elite knight corps of the Yi family and also the most violent warforce of the Yi family, bar none. It is said that in the early days of the Qin dynasty, the most terrifying performance of this legion on the battlefield of all races was that 3,000 Blackthorn Knights wiped out the homeland of the Dark Race with 80,000 warriors within 15 days. Even a Dark Race general in the Apocalypse realm was easily killed under the charge of the Black Iron Hooves. The most terrifying thing is that afterward there was no record of a single death in the entire legion. In that era, this black army was the nightmare of the Dark Race on the battlefield of all races. Those 3,000 Iron Hooves trampled countless city-states of the Dark Race, but since then, for more than 1,500 years, the Yi family's Blackthorn Knight Corps has never appeared in its entirety again. For so many years, all major human forces have been speculating that the Yi family's Blackthorn Knight Corps should no longer exist. After all, so many years have passed, and that batch of old knights are basically old and dead. Even if new warriors are added to the Blackthorn Corps, they should not be able to reach the same combat power as in its peak period. I didn't expect that this time, Grandpa and Father would actually use the ring of military power to mobilize the Blackthorn Knights as a prize. Yi Ge was silent and thoughtful. The younger generations of the Yi family were in high spirits, unable to conceal their excitement. That is the legendary Blackthorn Knights. If I can get this token, even though I can only be considered a candidate for the clan leader now, I can basically be considered to be halfway sitting on the clan leader's throne. So our Yi family's Blackthorn Legion has always existed? Yi Qingxin had a complicated expression. I thought, it has always been there, but I won't use it easily. Night Owl took back the ring and said calmly, after this war is over, my father and I will assess the scores of each of you, and the person with the highest score will get this ring. Yi Yulong crossed his arms and asked, how are the scores determined? Night Owl said, of course it's based on your battle record. In a moment, I'll have Stewardly give each of you a ring to record your battle record. Every time you kill an enemy on the battlefield, every time you capture a camp or city, or every time you seize a batch of treasures and supplies, the ring will record it in real time. Of course, the levels of the enemies you kill are different, and the kill points you get are also different. Killing a warrior in the Heaven Realm and killing a warrior in the Myriad Realm will naturally give you different points. A younger girl raised her hand, but this isn't fair, is it? I've only just reached the 100 Souls Realm. How can I possibly kill a warrior from the Myriad Realm? Night Owl glanced at her and said, so the points you get are also based on your actual situation. For example, if you are at the 100 Souls Realm, you will only get 1 point if you kill a warrior at the 100 Souls Realm, and 10 points if you kill a warrior at the 1,000 Souls Realm. But if you are at the 1,000 Souls Realm, then you will only get 1 point if you kill an enemy at the 1,000 Souls Realm. If any of you have the chance to capture or kill a Baron or Viscount from the Rebel Alliance, you will certainly get more points. Father and I will also assess the details based on you and the various factors on the battlefield. In short, Night Owl shrugged, the right to interpret all the points calculations belongs to me and my father. Everyone, all the Yi family members fell silent, each thinking about his own little plans. Night Owl grinned and chuckled, don't worry, as the head of the family, I will not be partial to my son. On the contrary, I will use more stringent standards to require him. Yi Ge, because I believe it. Night Owl spread his hands indifferently, even if I raise the standard for him, none of you can match him. Upon hearing this, all the Yi family members showed dissatisfaction and turned their heads in unison. All eyes were suddenly focused on Yi Ge, and every look was filled with provocation and hostility. Why Yi Ge? Oh, don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything else. Night Owl put his hands on the table and leaned forward slightly. I'm not targeting anyone. I just want to say that all the nephews and nieces here will soon find that you are not even as good as a 10-year-old child. The eyes of the Yi family members looked at Yi Ge with even more gloom, as if they wanted to eat someone, and some of them even snorted softly through their noses. Why Yi Ge? Okay, this is how you attract hatred, right? You are really my father. Oh, and I hope you all haven't forgotten the rules of the Yi family. Night Owl said leisurely, if anyone dares to engage in vicious competition and do something to their family, then it is best to do it cleanly. Once I catch them, Yi Xiao paused for a moment and sneered, then the fate will be the same as Yi Xingxiong's. All assets, soldiers and territories will be confiscated, and all people related to the entire lineage will be executed. The Yi family members fell silent again, and the anger that had just been ignited in everyone was half extinguished in an instant. Chapter 245. Your strength is here. The meeting is over. The Yi family members disbanded and went back to make preparations for war. Yi Xiao came to Yi Ji's side and put an arm on his shoulder. What's wrong, kid? Are you feeling pressured? Are you afraid that you can't compete with your brothers and sisters? Yi Ge glanced at him. What happened? What's the matter? Night Owl still wanted to play dumb. You are still so young, but you have already started to select candidates for the Yi family. Yi Ge said dimly, and you have used the Blackthorn Legion's token ring as a prize for the assessment, and you also said that if there is an extreme situation in the future when you are not here, this person must be able to stand up for the overall situation. This should not be a casual assumption, right? Night Owl, Yi Ge, where do you want to go? You little brat, you're actually trying to interpret my thoughts. Yi Zhao's hand on Yi Ji's shoulder pinched his face fiercely. Do you think you're very smart? Ha? Yi Ge was silent for a moment, then asked again, so what happened? Don't worry about anything now. Night Owl said slowly, what you need to think about now is how to fight this battle well. After all, I've boasted to you. How embarrassing it would be if I lose too badly. Yi Ge, how dare you say that? After leaving the Black Hall, Yi Ge and Gao Xinxue walked together in the corridor of the villa. At this moment, a young girl suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Ge looked up and saw a very cute girl, who looked to be just over 18 years old. She was wearing a JK outfit, and her big eyes were blinking. She looked harmless, and it was impossible to tell that she was a demonized mutant from the War family. Her name is Yi Mingyu, and she is the daughter of a distant relative of Yi Ge. Hello, Yega. Yi Mingyu smiled and stretched out her hand. Do you still remember me? Yi Ge shook hands with her and recalled, remember, you are cousin Mengyu. Haha, I didn't expect you to remember me. Yi Mingyu stuck out her tongue happily. You are getting more and more beautiful now. I still remember when you were little, I held you in my arms and changed your diapers. Yi Ge, I heard that you entered the inner gate of the War College and became the personal student of Principal Lanmi? You are really amazing. It's just luck. Yi Ge said calmly. Well, I'll be leaving first. Yi Mingyu said with a smile, when we get to the battlefield, maybe we can have a chance to work together or something, and maybe we can get more points. What do you think? Yi Ge nodded. Okay, we'll see when the time comes. I'm leaving. Yi Ge looked at Yi Mingyu's back, without any ripples in his heart. Although she looks harmless and like an innocent high school girl, he would be a fool if he really believed that this was her true appearance. How could a girl who could live to the age of 18 in the Yi family, which was educated in the Eagle style, without dying or becoming disabled, and reach the 100 Souls realm, be a simple and innocent girl? I heard that she left the Yi family when she was 15. And went to fight among all the races. She has thousands of extraordinary warriors under her command and owns 2 territories in the territory of all the races. From childhood to adulthood, she has killed the most dark races among all the younger generations of the Yi family. Yes, the most, more than both Yi Yilong and Yi Qingxin. I heard that this little girl enjoys hunting down dark races. At this time, another young and tall man appeared in front of Yi Ge. Yi Ge, right? Yi Yang said with contempt, I heard that you conquered Wanjian City without any soldiers? No wonder Uncle Xiao dared to say such a big word. You have achieved such a great achievement at such a young age. I guess you don't take us brothers and sisters seriously, right? Yi Ge thought that it was all his bragging. It has nothing to do with me. But kid, let me tell you, the reason you were able to have such smooth sailing before was because you didn't encounter a truly strong enemy. Yi Yang moved forward, leaned down, his eyes almost touching Yi Ji's, and now, your strength is here. Yi Ge, after Yi Yang finished speaking, he turned around and left. Yi Qingxin and Yi Yilong happened to pass by here at this time and glanced at Yi Ge from a distance. Yi Qingxin was very tall, about 1.78 meters. The black cheongsam highlighted her perfect figure. Her long legs were straight and beautiful, and with high heels they reached over 1.8 meters. She was more than a head taller than the 10-year-old Yi Ge. As for her appearance, the Yi family's genes were of course impeccable. She is the daughter of the third uncle, and in terms of seniority, she is Yi Ji's cousin. Her extraordinary level has reached the first level of the all-seeing realm, and she is only 27 years old. She is definitely one of the strongest contenders for the candidate for the head of the family. Yi Qingxin and Yi Yulong looked at each other. Yi Yulong grinned playfully and adjusted the buttons of his clothes. "Miss, our biggest opponent this time should be Yi Yulong, right?" A female attendant next to her said softly. As for Yi Gu, although he is the direct student of the legendary principal Lan Mi, he is still young and lacks combat experience. This test should be very beneficial to us. Yi Qingxin, if he really lacks experience, how did he take down Wanjian City without any soldiers? Female attendant, this, perhaps, Lan Mi gave him some secret simulated war training. Yi Qingxin narrowed his eyes. No one in the Yi family is simple. We must not take it lightly. Yi Go and Gao Xinxue returned to the room together. How confident are you in this family test? Gao Xinxue asked him with gentle eyes. I don't know. I don't know these brothers and sisters of mine at all. Yi Ge fell back and lay down on Gao Xinxue's bed in a big letter shape, and this war in the southern border is not that simple. What Yi Qingxin and the others said just now is right. The royal family is very likely to use our Yi family as a pawn to make us and Wang An's rebel coalition lose both. In order to win this family assessment, the prerequisite is that our Yi family must win this southern border war, and it cannot be a victory with heavy losses. Otherwise, if the Yi family collapses, then what's the point of getting the title of clan leader candidate? Gao Xinxue pondered for a moment. You are right, is there anything I can help with? Of course, and it has to be you. Yi Ge sat up from the bed and took out from the system inventory the pile of weapons and equipment that he had seized from the vampire camp. Standard swords and armor of various vampire troops. Gao Xinxue tilted her head. What is this? I brought these back from the vampire camp. Yi Gu explained the special effects of these equipment. Is it a genetic weapon? Gao Xinxue picked up a standard long sword and used the self-made system to check the attribute panel of the sword. Then he showed a slightly surprised look. Add 1000 damage to human units? That's right. Yi Ge smiled and said, this was originally developed by the Blood Clan to deal with our human army. But this time, we can use these weapons in our internal war in the south. Chapter 246, Breaking into the Interior. I see. Gao Xinxue said, this thing should be the same as the blood-devouring whip that Brian used at that time, right? Yes. Yi Ge said, however, the blood whip used by Brian should be much more powerful than the standard weapon of ordinary vampire warriors. Even a character like Director Nangong cannot stand up under the attack of that weapon. Gao Xinxue took the standard sword of the vampires to a workbench, observed it with a microscope for a while, and then used the system to analyze the elements in it. It turns out that the sword blade was not coated with poison, but the steel material used to make the sword has been specially refined. It contains a special element that has never been seen in the human world before. It should have been synthesized. The genetic toxins produced by this element can destroy the human genetic chain, a bit like a radiation weapon. Gao Xinxue paused, pondered for a moment, and then said, if we want to replicate and mass-produce it, we need to conduct a more detailed analysis and research on this special element, which may take some time. Really? Yi Ge touched his chin. Even Gao Xinxue said so, which shows that the technical difficulty of this thing is quite high. How long will it take? Yi Ge asked. I can't guarantee something I've never touched before, so I can only do it as soon as possible. Gao Xinxue paused, but I think I should be able to do it, it's just a matter of time. I will discuss it with Yu Li, she has a more thorough understanding of this material element than I do. Okay. Yi Ge nodded, then I'll leave it to you. Oh yeah, there are two more things. Yi Ge placed a drawing in front of Gao Xinxue. There was a strange sketch on it, which looked like some kind of mount armor, but it didn't look like some kind of warhorse, or a dragon eagle, or other mount creature. Instead, it looked like a large beast similar to a bear or tiger. What is this? Gao Xinxue wondered. Just think of it as a kind of armor designed for warhorses. Yi Ge said, after the research on genetic weapons is successful, the research results will be integrated into this armor. Gao Xinxue thought for a moment and said, okay, I understand. This is one thing, what's the other one? I'll transfer it to you using the system file. Yi Ge said, opening the system panel and transferring the vampire's genetic data to Gao Xinxue. Did you receive it? Got it, this is the genetic data of the vampires. Where did it come from? Found it in the vampire camp. Yi Ge made up a story. With these things, we should be able to create genetic weapons against the vampires, right? Gao Xinxue paused and nodded, yes. Yi Ge rubbed his hands and said with a smile, okay, then I'll leave it to you, Schwer. After that, he stood up. However, just as he stood up, he suddenly felt Gao Xinxue gently grabbing the corner of his clothes and pulling it gently. Why Yi Ge turned back suspiciously. He saw Gao Xinxue sitting in her seat, with her little head raised, her clear dark pupils staring at him eagerly. Last time I saw, Yuli completed the task you assigned to her, and you gave her a reward. Yi Ge was at a loss. What reward? Gao Xinxue said seriously, pat my head. Yi Ge, outside the human territory. An open space 10 kilometers away from the Great Wall, the first line of defense of the Qin Empire. A vampire camp as big as a small town is stationed here. An army of tens of thousands of vampires rest and recuperate here. Count Nicholas stood at the window of a tent, tasting the delicious blood wine while gazing at the Great Wall in the distance. The 100-meter-high Great Wall stretches to the end of the field of vision and can be clearly seen even from 10 kilometers away. The Great Wall, one of the greatest miracles in the history of human civilization, was built by order of the founding emperor of the Qin dynasty. It is said that the wall has extremely high strength and can withstand the full force of a sole emperor. The human race's territory is rich in natural resources, but it has not been taken over by other races for so many years. The existence of the Great Wall has played an indispensable role in this. What a magnificent and miraculous building! Nicholas looked at the Great Wall in the distance with a playful look in his eyes, and smiled slightly. It's a pity that such a fertile land is occupied by such a lowly race as humans. As he spoke, he tilted his head back and took a sip of the blood wine in the cup. My Lord Earl. At this time, a vampire warrior suddenly ran in. Viscount Brian is back. Whom? Nicholas raised his eyebrows. What did you say? Brian? Didn't he lose to those humans? Brian's Blood Clan troops were completely wiped out. Logically speaking, there was no reason for the human night watchman to let him go. How could he escape back alive? Vampire warrior, that's right, but Nicholas pondered for a while, then waved his hand and said, I know, let him in. Vampire warrior, yes. After a while, Brian came in from outside. His clothes were full of holes and cuts, and were already in tatters. His entire body was covered in blood, some of it his own, and some from other people. I'm sorry, sir. Brian patted his chest and bowed apologetically. I failed. I heard that Director Nangong of the Human Night Watch is personally taking action. Nicholas glanced at him and said, but her level is suppressed to the 100 souls realm. You are at the same level as her, and you have genetic weapons against humans in your hands. It makes no sense for you to lose. I want to hear your reasons. What happened? Brian was silent for a moment, then told everything in detail. You mean, Yi Ge secretly assassinated all the vampire warriors from your 12 camps during the day? Nicholas' expression turned grim. Are you kidding me? It's true. Brian lowered his head. It was my subordinate's negligence. A member of the demonized Yi family. Even so, he is only a transcendent at the Earth realm. This is simply a joke to us vampires. I am willing to accept any punishment. Nicholas was silent for a while. By the way, where are those genetic weapons? I didn't leave the weapons in the camp, but hid them in a hidden place. Brian said, but after the defeat, I couldn't take the weapons out, so I destroyed them before I fled the human territory. Chapter 247 that? Which one? Really? That's good. Nicholas breathed a sigh of relief, paused, and then said, it's not easy for you to escape from the human territory. We may soon go to war with the human empire. You'd better find a way to make up for your crime, otherwise I will settle the score with you when I return. Brian lowered his head, yes. Nicholas, go down. Brian quietly left Nicholas' tent. Back in his tent, Brian took a shower and changed into clean clothes. The Blood Clan is a clean-loving race. Every vampire is born with severe mysophobia and cannot accept dirty things at all. After taking a shower, change your clothes. Brian stood in front of a mirror, admiring his own features. Yeah, not bad, this body is pretty handsome. Although it's still slightly worse than my own body. Yifamily.Yigu sat on the bed in the room and slowly opened his eyes. Very good, all is well. Successfully penetrated into the enemy. Yigu grinned. The last time Brian tried to take over his body, he ended up having his soul devoured by him instead, and now, Yigu is equivalent to one soul with two bodies, using one consciousness to control the two bodies of Yigu and Brian. And Yigu also made a surprising discovery. Although Brian once said that the soul exile move can only be used once in a lifetime, because this move will cause irreversible damage to one's own soul. After using it once, this move will never be able to be used again. But Yigu recently discovered that after he used it on Chu Chu once, although his own soul state did change, the damage to that part was actually healing slowly under the automatic operation of Shengxi's soul purification technique every day. Moreover, it becomes even more resilient. In this case, Yigu had an extremely bold idea. When his soul is fully restored, he will be able to have one soul with 3 bodies, one soul with 4 bodies, one soul with 5 bodies, and these bodies' vision, hearing, and perception are all connected. Yigu narrowed his eyes. Shouldn't we just form a pain team? However, this is actually a story for later, because with Yige's current strength, he can't even control 2 bodies perfectly. Yigu is now only an Earth Realm transcendent, and his mental strength is too low. Although he now says that he has one soul and 2 bodies, in fact, if he encounters a battle, he will not be able to control the 2 bodies to fight together. If you focus on controlling one of the bodies, you will have no time to take care of the other one and will just have to stand there and do nothing. Simply put, it is impossible for one person to control 2 computers at the same time and play high-intensity competitive games at the same time. It's like running 2 computers and playing Naraka, Blade Point and Valorant at the same time. Ordinary people cannot do 2 things that require high concentration at the same time, because their mental strength is too low, so they cannot divide their attention into 2. Yigu is now a transcendent in the Earth Realm, and his mental strength is much stronger than that of ordinary people. He can already do many things with his attention split, but he still cannot operate 2 characters at the same time with high intensity and details in battle. He can only say that he can try not to be exposed in his daily life. If you want to perfectly control 2 or more bodies, you can only find a way to improve your mental strength. Yigu took a deep breath, but we can only talk about this later. The key now is to win this war in the south. Knock knock knock, there was a knock on the door. Yigu, come in. The old butler walked in from outside and said respectfully, Master Yega, there is a young lady outside looking for you. Huh? Yigu asked strangely, Miss? Who is she? The old housekeeper. I don't know, the other party is wearing a veil. Yigu, is it okay for you to come to me with your face veiled, so mysterious? But I think it should be your classmate. The old butler said. She showed me the iron plate of the inner door of the War College. Yigu raised an eyebrow. My classmate? Okay, I get it. Yigu stood up. Which reception room is she in? She's not in the living room. She's at the family gate. The old housekeeper said. She told you to go out and see her. Yigu was speechless for a moment, then he laughed. Okay, I want to see who is so mysterious. 2 minutes later, Yigu appeared at the door of the Yi family. Sure enough, there was a girl wearing a hooded robe and a red veil waiting here. Judging from her height, she should not be much older than him. I'm here. Yigu put his hands behind his back. So who are you? The hooded girl turned around and looked at him calmly with a pair of beautiful, clear eyes. It's me. Long Ying? Yigu recognized her voice immediately and raised his eyebrows. How strange. Your Highness Long Ying came to visit me in person. What can you do for me? Is the war about to start in your southern border? Yes, your royal family doesn't care about the matter and is unwilling to send troops. Of course, we in the southern border can only solve it ourselves. Are you sure? Yigu smiled. Do you mean the confidence of winning this chaotic battle, or do you mean, I know your abilities? Wang Yin will not be your opponent. Long Ying said with certainty. Oh, your Highness Long Ying has so much confidence in me? Yigu smiled. Father has already issued an order. In this battle, whichever family in the Southern Justice League has made the greatest contribution will be granted the title of Duke of the Southern Territory. Long Ying looked at him calmly, but you'd better be careful. Although the other families in the Southern Alliance will cooperate with you in this battle, I'm afraid no one will be willing to be the first family to charge. Ye Gu tilted his head. You came here just to remind me of this? Are you caring about me? Long Ying subconsciously avoided Yi Ji's gaze. No. Ye Gu smiled faintly. Your Highness Long Ying, do you really want our Yi family to take the position of Lord of the Southern Territory? Certainly. Oh? Why? Ye Gu was very surprised that Long Ying would answer like this. You are my destined lover, my future husband. Long Ying paused and said, and you are one of the heirs of the Yi family. If the Yi family can become the lord of the southern border, it will certainly be a good thing for me. Is this difficult to understand? But your royal family's original purpose was to stabilize our Yi family through this political marriage between you and me, right? Ye Gu said quietly, folding his arms. Father has always had doubts about the loyalty of your Yi family, and I cannot change that. I also know that the Yi family has been at odds with the empire for so many years. Long Ying looked at Ye Gu with clear eyes. But if one day in the future I ascend the throne and become the queen of the Great Qin, and you become my destined person, and we have that together, and you also become the Duke of the South Territory, and we become a real family, do you think these barriers will still exist at that time? Oh, that sounds reasonable. Ye Gu tilted his head in confusion. But that? Which one is it? Long Ying. Chapter 248. Let's build that together when we have time. What's wrong with you? Why aren't you talking? Ye Gu was surprised. What is that? Long Ying clenched her fist slightly. That's it. Which one, that? You only said that one, how would I know which one it was? Long Ying pursed her lips and looked into Yi Ji's eyes. You did it on purpose. With your intelligence and quotient, it's impossible that you didn't understand. You teased me on purpose. Ye Gu smiled faintly. As expected of His Highness Long Ying, you can see through this. Long Ying, okay, I won't play with you anymore. Ye Gu looked at her deeply and said, I didn't expect that His Highness Long Ying has such big ambitions. Do you want to be the emperor? Isn't it possible? Long Ying looked at him. Yes, of course. Ye Gu nodded in approval. A princess who doesn't want to be an emperor is not a good princess. If our Yi family can really become the lord of the southern border, and I can become the patriarch of the Yi family, then after we become a family, you will directly control a quarter of the empire's territory. At that time, compared to your brothers and sisters, your possibility of inheriting the throne will indeed be greatly increased. As for the gap, Ye Gu spread his hands and said, you are right. There is no barrier that cannot be solved by building it together. If there is, then just build more. Long Ying's cheeks finally turned slightly red, but the shy look disappeared in a flash, and she immediately turned away so as not to let Ye Gu see her reaction. In fact, under her red veil, no one could see her expression clearly. Anyway, I will help you win this battle in the southern border, and I will also help you take the position of patriarch of the Yi family in the future. I hope you can do your best and don't let me invest in the wrong person. I'm leaving. After saying that, Long Ying jumped onto a big tree and prepared to leave. Leaving now? Ye Gu raised his hand and waved. Okay, bye, let's build that together when we have time. Long Ying stumbled and lost his footing on the leaves, almost falling from the top of the tree. The next day, Ye Gu followed Yi Xiao by car to the White Elephant Castle in the southern border. White Elephant Castle is the territory of the Marquis of White Elephant. There were originally 3 marquises in the southern border, one of whom followed Wang Yan in rebellion, and now there are 2 left. Before officially starting the war to attack Wang Yan's rebel coalition, the patriarchs of all the families in the southern border will gather together for a meeting. The main purpose is of course to discuss tactics, or simply put, it is a pre-war meeting. Entering the castle, under the guidance of the maid, Ye Gu followed Yi Xiao to a magnificent meeting hall. The patriarchs of other families had basically arrived, from the Marquis to the Baron, all were present. Ye Gu followed Yi Xiao and sat down in one of the seats, taking a quick look around. Most of the patriarchs brought their most trusted confidants, only Yi Xiao brought his son. It's to teach you how to deal with this bunch of hypocritical and smooth aristocratic old foxes. This is what Night Owl said. Ye Gu sat quietly beside Yi Xiao. Without saying a word, Marquis Baishan glanced around and said, now that everyone is here, let's start the meeting. After Duke Wang Yan rebelled, Marquis Baixiang became the highest-ranking and most powerful noble patriarch in the south. The Marquis of White Elephant first said a bunch of high-sounding nonsense with a stern face and a righteous look, denouncing the Duke of Wangan's treasonous behavior. Ye Gu then realized that formalistic things exist in every world, and this extraordinary world is no exception. People always have to first declare the enemy's heinous crimes and establish their own righteousness, as if this is the only way to have a legitimate reason. Then, Marquis White Elephant began to count the number of soldiers and horses of each family and calculate the combat effectiveness of both sides. The Rebel Alliance has a total force of about 300,000, including 2 Apocalypse Realm Transcendents, namely Wang Yan and another rebellious Marquis. On the Justice League side, there are 3 powerful men in the Apocalypse Realm: Marquis White Elephant, Marquis Ponton, and Yi Quan. The old man of the Yi family, Marquis Baixiang, has 50,000 extraordinary warriors under his command, and Marquis Ponton also has 50,000 extraordinary warriors under his command. The other stronger families, the Xiao family, the Zhou family, the Qi family, and the Yuan family, each have about 20,000 soldiers and horses, and the Yi family also has 50,000 soldiers. In fact, Yi Zhao's own military strength was only about 15,000, and the 50,000 was the number of troops including Yi Qingxin, Yi Yulong, and all the other members of the Yi family. However, the combat effectiveness of the 15,000 men under Yi Xiao is completely different from those under Yi Yulong and his men. Yi Xiao has always required quality over quantity for his soldiers, and he trains the best of the best. The army of Yi Yulong and his men is basically adventurers and wandering warriors that they recruited along the way when they conquered the myriad races, and most of them are from the wild. To be frank, any 1,000 men from any of Yi Zhao's troops can easily wipe out the 35,000 men of Yi Yulong and his men. All in all, the Justice League has about 400,000 troops. In terms of numbers, this seems to be slightly better, but in fact, we also need to consider Count Nicholas. His 200,000-strong Blood Clan army has been stationed outside the Great Wall of the Empire, ready to take action at any time. No one knows what they will do. This is the current distribution map of our forces in the southern border. Marquis White Elephant picked up a remote control and pressed it, and a holographic map immediately appeared in front of everyone. Because of the existence of the War Academy in Yazan City, Wang Yan has directly abandoned the city and retreated to the area south of the southern border with the rebel allies. The area south of Huangjiang is all under the control of the rebel coalition, so if we want a breakthrough, we must take control of Huangjiang. The head of the Xia family touched his chin and analyzed seriously. In this case, it is crucial to capture Jiangcheng. The head of the Qi family said, the area south of the Huangjiang River is easy to defend but difficult to attack. The Huangjiang River is a natural barrier. Water-based supernatural beings are absolutely at home here, and Wang Yan happens to have many magicians who are good at water-based magic. If we want to attack it by force, it may not be so easy, the head of the Zhou family said. In fact, we didn't say that we must defeat their 300,000-strong army. As long as we can behead or capture Wang Yan, the others will just be a mob. Without a leader, they will scatter like birds and beasts. The head of the Yuan family curled his lips and said, it's so easy to say. Wang Yan, that old fox, has been following the empire to fight against all races since the time of the previous emperor. How can it be so easy for him to let us behead him? What's more, he is a strong man in the Apocalypse realm. Chapter 249 Volunteering. The noble family heads discussed tactics one after another, and each expressed different opinions. Night Owl sat in his seat with his arms folded, yawned sleepily, and didn't say a word from beginning to end. Ye Gu glanced at him and yawned as well. Ha, Night Owl, why are you imitating me? You asked me to learn something, but what can I learn? It's too boring. Ye Gu looked resentful. He took out a bag of melon seeds from the space ring and started to eat them silently. A Night Owl stretched out his hand and came in front of Ye Gu was puzzled. What are you doing? Night Owl, nonsense, why didn't you tell me earlier that you have melon seeds? Give me some. Ye Gu, I think Jiangcheng is the target that must be captured first. It is the key to the battle. There is no doubt about that. White Elephant hesitated for a moment and said, the question is, who will take the lead? The conference hall, which was originally filled with a lot of chatter, suddenly became quiet. All the family heads were silent. I don't know how much time passed. Old Zhou, I remember that the warriors in your family are all very good at water combat, right? Said the head of the Qi family at this time. The Zhou family head frowned and said, who told you that? Don't talk nonsense. Most of the extraordinary people in our family are beastmasters. and fighting on water is exactly what we are not good at. Marquis Ponton, I think it would be better for you to take the lead. Your strength is the most reliable among us. Ahem. I think this battle needs more discussion. We must work out a practical tactic before we can take action. Yes, we don't even know who the noble general in charge of guarding Jiangcheng is. The family heads pushed each other, and it was obvious that no one wanted to be the one to charge first. This battle is not only a battle against the rebel coalition against Wanyan, but also a battle for the title of Duke of the South. The family that leads the charge, paving the way for the other families, will suffer heavy losses in the face of such a tough battle. By then, it is very likely that they will lose their combat effectiveness in just one battle, and instead become a wedding dress for other families. Of course, everyone wants to be the one who grabs the kill, rather than the one who sells. Marquis Baisheng looked around and finally his sight stopped on Yexiao. He found that Yexiao and Yega, the father and son, were actually sitting together eating melon seeds. He was suddenly confused that he coughed twice and then said, Viscount Yexiao, as a war family, your Yi family has always been brave and good at fighting, and you have the most war experience among us. Don't you want to express some opinions? The attention of the other family heads were now focused on Yexiao and Yigu. After everyone quieted down, the sound of the father and son sitting there silently cracking melon seeds was particularly clear. Opinion? Night Owl slowly picked up a melon seed and put it to his mouth. Night Owl, what do you want my opinion on? It's about tactics and strategies. Marquis White Elephant said, the rebel coalition is now retreating to the south of Huangjiang River. They control all transportation and water transport routes. There are also many important energy plants and magic power towers there, so we must capture Jiangcheng first. Night Owl grinned and laughed contemptuously. It's useless to discuss this on paper. We have no information from the other side right now. We can only send a vanguard to charge in person first. Then we can formulate tactics based on that. The White Elephant Marquis smiled awkwardly. You are right, but I think this is too dangerous, and no one is willing to do it. Yexiao cracked another melon seed and said slowly, so, let our Yi family take the lead in the charge. Yi Gu? When the nobles in the conference hall heard this, they were all shocked. The Marquis of White Elephant was stunned for a long while. In fact, before this meeting, many of the nobles among them had already discussed it together. No matter what tactics they finally came up with, everyone would eventually nominate the Yi family as the vanguard, but no one expected that Night Owl would actually volunteer. Kai Yigu was cracking melon seeds nearby. He rolled his eyes and thought for a moment. Then he roughly guessed what his father was thinking. What's wrong? Yexiao said, don't you still believe in the army of my Yi family? Of course not, of course not. Upon hearing this, the heads of other families all smiled and at the same time gave some hypocritical advice, saying that a direct attack was too dangerous and that they should work together to come up with a better tactic. Yexiao smiled confidently. Tactics? No need for that. You guys can discuss it slowly. Frankly speaking, our Yi family doesn't really need you in this battle. You just need to follow us and pick up the pieces. The family heads looked at each other, and each of their expressions was interesting. How about this? Marquis Ponton said, I will send a team of water-based superpowers to work with your Yi family. No. Yexiao shook his head. For this battle, our Yi family does not need any reinforcements. You don't have to follow anyone. Just stay far away and prepare to take advantage of any gaps. When our Yi family army attacks, if anyone takes advantage of the chaos to escape, you just need to intercept them. It's always good to cut off their escape route, right? Of course, no problem, said the head of the Zhou family. Marquis White Elephant frowned slightly, thinking that something was wrong. How could Night Owl be so active? Could it be that, after the meeting, Yigu and Yexiao left the White Elephant Castle together, sitting in the luxury car? Night Owl yawned again. How about it, kid, did you learn anything? Yigu nodded gently. Yeah, I got it. This trick is well used. Yexiao looked at Yigu strangely. He originally wanted to wait until Yigu asked him a question in confusion, then explain it to the boy in detail, let the boy show an expression of sudden enlightenment, establish the image of a wise father, and let the boy worship his father fiercely. The result is this reaction? I haven't explained anything yet, and you've learned it? Night Owl raised his eyebrows. Yes, it's a very simple psychological tactic. Yi Gu looked at him strangely. Is it difficult to understand? Night Owl, Yi Gu suddenly realized, could it be that when your grandfather was guiding you during your novice period, it took you a long time to understand it? Night Owl. Chapter 250, each with his own agenda, although, I can roughly guess what you're thinking. Yi Gu leaned back in the car seat, folding his arms. But what exactly are you going to do? Night Owl grinned and said, in our Justice Alliance, everyone is afraid of death and dare not be the first to rush in, but everyone wants to gain the benefits of the war. Every noble has ulterior motives and wants to reap the benefits and compete for the title of Duke of the South. They are unwilling to fight now because they know that the first one to draw hatred is often the one who suffers the heaviest losses. Everyone knows that being the first to try new things is always accompanied by risks. But when they find out that all the benefits they want are about to be snatched away by others, they will definitely become more and more restless. Yi Gu looked at him and said, so you pretended to be very confident and deliberately whetted their appetite? That's right. Night Owl said, plant the seeds in their hearts first, and it will be much easier to manipulate them later. As long as this hint is left in their minds, in the next battle, just throw a bone in front of them and they will take the initiative to rush forward. Night Owl said, spreading his hands, in principle, it's no different from training a dog. Yi Gu, then, what should we do about this battle in Jiangcheng? Yi Gu asked. This battle in Jiangcheng. Yi Shao narrowed his eyes, we can only rely on ourselves. Yi Gu said, the Rebel Alliance must know the importance of Jiangcheng, and they will definitely send heavy troops to guard it. Moreover, we don't know who the nobles they station there are, how many troops they have, what weapons and equipment they have. We have no information about Jiangcheng at all. What if Wang Yan is also in Jiangcheng? Don't worry, Wang Yan is not in Jiangcheng. Yi Shao said calmly, the ones stationed in Jiangcheng now are Earl Kant, Viscount Robin, Viscount Lina, and the other 3 barons. The number of troops is about 50,000. The strongest one is Earl Kant, a 6th-level transcendent in the Shura realm. Yi Gu was stunned for a moment and tilted his head, how do you know? Yi Shao glanced at him and said, do you think our Yi family's intelligence department is just there to eat and do nothing? Okay. Yi Gu said, even so, it is not so easy to storm Jiangcheng with 50,000 extraordinary warriors, right? And there is also Count Kant, a Shura-level warrior guarding the city. Even if we storm it, we will definitely suffer heavy casualties. Or do you have any good tactics? Normally, a city-state is guarded by a noble with a title, but the Rebel Alliance actually arranged 6 nobles with a title in Jiangcheng, which shows how much they value this city. Of course I already have a plan, so I dare to take on this battle. Night Owl looked at him, but I want to know, what about you? Do you have any ideas? Yi Gu was silent for a while. To defeat the enemy, you naturally have to attack the enemy's weaknesses. The weakness of the Rebel Alliance is, in fact, the group of people in the Rebel Alliance are not united. Yi Gu said, these people were blinded by greed in the past, and were lured by Wang Yan to do business with the dark race. Now that Wang Yan has caught them and threatened them, they have no choice but to form a rebel alliance to rebel together. In fact, they are also a group of people with their own ulterior motives, so, we just have to take advantage of that. Night Owl narrowed his eyes, that's right. The father and son looked at each other, and it was obvious that they had the same idea. The 2 of them grinned and laughed one after another. Ha 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 ha. Count Kant stood on the high wall of the Black River Fortress, overlooking the majestic and swift yellow river in front of him. The pitch-black wall is 50 meters high. Every brick is made of a special magic steel powder fused with cement. All bricks will automatically release magic circles when hit hard. These special bricks are then used to build this magnificent fortress, which is extremely solid. Jiangcheng is the most special city-state in the southern border. Half of the city-state is a water city built on the Huangjiang River, and the other half is on land. On the water outside the city-state, you can see towering mechanical towers and magnificent buildings made up of countless huge gears in various dark black metal tubes. The rotation of these gears drives the water flow, providing huge power to the city. They are also important combat devices for city defense. The entire city is completely stuck on the most important water transport route in the southern region. As long as Jiangcheng is still there, all ships in the southern region will not be able to pass through here. Count Kant's long gray hair trembled slightly in the river breeze, his olive green shawl fluttered in the wind, and he looked into the distance with a serious expression. He knew very well the importance of Jiangcheng. If the Empire wanted to attack them, it would definitely choose to attack here first. Viscount Robin stood behind him and said, I heard that the royal family did not send troops this time, but asked other nobles in the southern border to form a righteous alliance to fight against us together. The one with the greatest military merit will be awarded the title of Duke by the Empire. This is a good thing for us. Count Kant said solemnly, if the royal family sent the 5 great generals of the Empire to lead the army south, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to talk so comfortably here now. Viscount Robin, yes, I know the nobles of the Justice League army very well. We humans haven't had a major war for decades. Those nobles are living a life of luxury. Whether the strength of their extraordinary army is 70% of what it used to be is another matter. Viscount Lina looked worried, but I heard that the Yi family is also a member of the Justice League army. Several nobles were silent, and their faces looked a little ugly. It seemed that in their eyes, the coalition army composed of dozens of nobles was not as scary as the Yi family. After all, they had all seen the performance of the Yi family on the battlefield of all races. Who would want to fight those lunatics? Count Kant took a deep breath and said, don't panic. The existence of the Yi family will make the Justice League army even less united. Think about it, all those nobles want to get the title of Duke, but they don't trust each other. Everyone wants benefits, but no one wants to suffer losses. So even if they join forces to attack us, I'm afraid each family wants other families to contribute, and they just want to fish in troubled waters and take advantage of the situation. As long as we work together, we may not lose to them. After hearing this, several barons nodded frequently. A Viscount Robin said, that's right, my Lord Earl. At this time, a subordinate ran over and handed over a letter with a nervous look. Here is your letter. Who sent the letter? Kant glanced at him and frowned. Why do you look like that? It was, someone from the Yi family sent it. The subordinate's face turned pale. It seems, it's a declaration of war from the Yi family. Chapter 251, Yi family's declaration of war. Snap. I don't know which noble's cup fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Count Kant took the letter and his pupils shrank. There was indeed a Yi family seal on the wax seal of the letter. The demon's head is quite eye-catching. Count Kant took a deep breath, opened the letter, spread out the paper, and read its contents. There is only a simple sentence above. I'm going to bring people over to beat you up soon, so be careful, guys. Don't walk at night, and it's best to sleep with your eyes open. Night Owl. Everyone, the faces of several nobles became extremely ugly. This Night Owl. A baron clenched his fist and said angrily, he is threatening us. There seems to be more on the back of the letter. Viscount Lina pointed and said, after hearing this, Count Kant turned the letter over again. Sure enough, there are words. Oh, but you don't have to be too nervous. There is only one army from our Yi family. The armies of other families are hiding in the back and dare not go up to take advantage of the opportunity. I saw their hesitation and I was really impatient, so I told them not to go up. By the way, if any of you want to surrender, please call me at this watch number. Apart from anything else, as long as any of you are willing to surrender, I can protect him from death and arrange for you to leave the human race territory safely, and live a prosperous life as a landowner in a small city on the map of all races. Count Kant, Viscount Lina, Viscount Robin, Baron XX, Baron XX, Baron XX, I hope you all take care of yourselves. A number. SXDZXY159 #% UN ** UN #. This is my Yi family's private communication channel, no one else can monitor it. After reading the above content, Count Kant's pupils shrank slightly. A Viscount Lina said in shock, how did Ji Shao know that we were the ones responsible for guarding Jiangcheng? Several nobles were stunned for a moment, but soon reacted. The city has been infiltrated by enemy intelligence spies. I'm afraid there are spies who have sneaked into the city. Kant crumpled the letter in his fist and burned it with his soul power. He said solemnly, Captain Wang, immediately check all the soldiers in the city to see if there are any disguised spies from the Yi family who have sneaked in. Yes. The messenger retreated immediately. Then, Count Kant, Viscount Robin, Viscount Lina, and the other 3 barons were silent for a long time. No one spoke for a while. The extraordinary people have good memories. After they finished reading the contents of the letter just now, they must have memorized the number left by Night Owl. In fact, each of them did write it down intentionally just in case it comes in handy. After a long while, Count Kant finally spoke his first words. I think you all know who Night Owl is. He is a demonized genetic mutant. What he says is not credible at all. That's right. Yeah, only a fool would believe that. Ye Xiao is clearly trying to shake our morale by doing this. We can't fall for his trick. Demonized people always turn their backs on you after the fact. Everyone expressed their opinions. Of course, what they said was one thing, but as for what they were thinking in their hearts, they didn't know each other. None of them expected that the first battle of their rebellion would be against the Yi family. Logically, this shouldn't happen. Count Kant felt a headache. The Yi family clearly knew that the other families in the Justice League were using him as a pawn to explore the way, but Yi Xiao led the army to attack us alone. Doesn't he know that even if he defeats us, he will only be helping others and suffer heavy losses? This is the style of the Yi family. Viscount Robin cursed. Otherwise, why do we say that these demonized mutants are all a bunch of war maniacs? Or there is another possibility. Viscount Lina sighed with a bitter face. That is, the Yi family feels that there is no need to pay any price to defeat us. Are you kidding? Viscount Robin frowned. After all, we have an army of 50,000 extraordinary people. And we have a natural geographical advantage. Night Owl is just a viscount, and he only has tens of thousands of troops at most. Even if Zhuge En were alive, he wouldn't be able to defeat us so easily, right? Count Kant took a deep breath and said in a serious tone, in short, we must make full preparations immediately. The Yi family's army is no joke. War College Lanmi sat comfortably in her principal's office chair, with her two long white legs resting in an indecent manner on the desk in front of her, and she was playing a video game with a controller in her hand, wobbling. Principal. At this time, Di Hai came in hurriedly from outside. The Yi family has declared war on the Rebel Alliance army. Yi Xiao is about to lead his troops to attack Jiangcheng. I heard that Ji Gu is also going to join the war. Oh? Really? Lanmi responded absent-mindedly while playing games. That's great, my Xiaoyiga finally has a chance to participate in a large-scale battle in reality. But Yega is only at the Earth realm. Di Hai said bitterly, at his age, isn't it a bit too much for him to participate in the war between mid and high-level transcendents? Do you have no confidence in my Xiaoyiga, or do you have no confidence in my direct student? Lanmi glanced at him. Earthsea, that's not what I meant. It's okay. Isn't his father Yi Xiao still here? Lanmi looked nonchalant then. She sighed softly. Ah. But now, I really have something that makes me feel very difficult and entangled. Di Hai heard this and asked, what's the matter? Something that even the legendary principal finds difficult and troubling must be very important. I heard that Xiao Yega completed the mission of the academy perfectly this time, and even killed 12 teams of vampires by himself. Lanmi grinned. The most important thing is that he actually saved Nangong Ru, that poker-faced serious woman, once, and made that guy owe her a big favor. Ha 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 ha. I can imagine the complicated expression on that woman's face at that time. Now I have another chance to call her and taunt her. Oh, tell me, how should I tease her after I get through the phone so that it will be more hurtful? I've been troubled by this problem for the whole night. It really makes me confused. Come on, Di Hai, help me think of the lines. Earthsea. Chapter 252 The Eve of Waryue Ning Palace. Palace Master, news has come from the southern border that the Yi family's army has announced that it will attack Jiangcheng. Elder Sun said, it seems that the internal war in the south is about to officially begin. The Yi family. Long Yuaning pondered, Yi Gu is also participating in the war? Elder Sun, I heard that it is. Long Yuaning frowned. That little guy is a low-level transcendent, but he actually participated in such a war. What on earth is the Yi family thinking? Elder Sun smiled bitterly. No way, this is the way the Yi family trains the younger generation. You can't do that, can you? Lang Yuaning was very angry. The difference of one realm between extraordinary people is like a chasm. Extraordinary people below the 100 Souls realm are almost cannon fodder on the battlefield. Isn't the Yi family sending Yi Gu to his death? Elder Sun looked confused. Palace Master, don't you always hate demonized mutants? Why do I feel like you care about the young master of the Yi family? Lang Yuning, Sigma, how is it possible? It's absolutely impossible. Lang Yuaning was too embarrassed to tell Elder Sun about the last time she went to Yeqing alone and stood at someone's doorstep for a whole night, so Elder Sun didn't know what happened or what Lang Yuaning saw after she went to Yeqing. Lang Yuaning coughed twice, then said, I just feel that I have a bit of a stereotype about the Yi family. That little guy Yiga saved Sierra once in the secret realm. No matter what, our Yuaning palace owes him a favor. Really? Elder son asked in confusion. Lung Yuaning turned her head away and said nothing more. I thought to myself, I don't know what that woman Lan Mi is thinking. Her student is in such a dangerous situation, doesn't she know how to stop it, the kingdom of spirit monsters? Human civil war? Su Yenling was lying on the couch on her side, holding a spirit stone in her hand. After injecting spiritual power into it, a picture appeared in front of her, and a lot of words also appeared. That was the information brought back to her by the spies from the Lingyao kingdom. Yi family, Su Yenling murmured, I didn't expect that little guy would also go to the battlefield? At this time, a spirit demon maid came in. Your Majesty, Jilin and Fei Yue want to see you. The two of them? Su Yenling put away the spirit stone and said, let them in. Soon, two demon warrior brothers and sisters, a man and a woman, wearing red and yellow feather cloaks, rushed in hurriedly. Your Majesty, I heard that your holy soul was not escorted back to the spirit demon kingdom? Shi Lin's voice trembled, it is my fault. I will bring people to find your holy soul immediately. This matter was originally suggested by them to the Empress, asking the human race's war academy to cover their operation of escorting the holy soul, but they didn't expect that something went wrong. The Blood Clan had noticed their plan and whereabouts early on, and sneaked into the human territory. They clashed with the soldiers of the Spirit Demon Clan. Although we don't know what exactly happened in the meantime, both brother and sister are definitely responsible. Su Yenling's eyes slowly moved away, glanced at him, and said lightly, no need, the holy soul is in a very safe place. Shi Lin was stunned, a very safe place? Su Yenling remained silent. She thought to herself, no matter what, Sister Bai Ling would never harm her, then there shouldn't be any problem if the holy soul is temporarily placed in the body of that little demon. But Xiao Yega is now facing the threat of war. As a transcendent with only Earth realm strength, he actually needs to face a war between middle and high-level transcendents. If he becomes cannon fodder, then wouldn't her holy soul be destroyed as well? What's more, Nicholas's group of vampires might also participate in this war. Jilin, Fei Yue. Su Yenling paused and said, you two, each lead 20,000 spirit demon warriors, stand by outside the Great Wall of the human race, and monitor the movements of the blood race stationed outside the human race's territory. Suddenly, Su Yenling groaned without warning, and her body lying on the couch trembled subconsciously, and her beautiful eyebrows were slightly frowned. Fei Yue asked strangely, Empress, what's wrong with you? Nothing, nothing. Su Yenling had a strange expression. What is that little demon being doing to my holy soul? Yi family. Yigu silently practiced the Shangxi soul purification technique and sat cross-legged in meditation. After some hard training, his extraordinary level finally broke through again. The fourth stage of the Earth realm, Call. Yigu let out a deep breath. Although it is only a small level, it is still very important to improve your strength even a little bit before the war. After successfully breaking through and upgrading, Yigu did not open his eyes, but continued to sit in the conscious world. Through Shangxi's soul purification technique, Yigu discovered that his soul state had now recovered to its peak. Now, even if he uses Brian's soul exile again, it shouldn't be a big problem. Yigu stood up in the conscious world. He looked at the crimson holy soul flame not far away. Since this thing is already in my body, I should be able to control its power, right? Yigu stretched out his hand. He poked the holy soul red flame lightly with his finger. Now that the Holy Spirit has recognized its master, when Yiji's fingers touch it, he can't feel the scorching temperature at all, only warmth. At the same time, the holy soul red flame was like a shy mimosa. When the flame was lightly touched, it shrank subconsciously, just like the sensitive mimosa quickly folded its leaves due to external stimulation. Although the Holy Spirit has been tamed now, how should we control its power? Yigu looked at it for a long time and thought it was quite interesting, so he poked his fingers into it a few times. Holy soul. Yigu became more and more aggressive, stretched out two fingers and scratched deep into the holy soul flame. The holy soul retreated. Yigu took a step forward. Finally, the other party seemed to have had enough. The crimson flame gradually transformed into a human form. Why are you not sleeping so late at night? Su Yenling glared at him fiercely with her beautiful eyes. Yigu was stunned. The queen of the spirit demon clan? Why did you suddenly run out? Yigu tilted his head in confusion. You are still awake so late too? You, nonsense. Su Yen was so angry that he almost died. You keep moving around, how can I sleep? Yigu suddenly realized, I am communicating with the Holy Spirit and you can feel it? Nonsense. Su Yenling said, this thing is made from my inner elixir. It's inside me, just like my heart. I can hear its heartbeat at any time. Do you think I can feel it or not? Yi Gu, so that's how it is. Yi Gu thought for a moment and said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb your sleep, I just wanted to try how to control its power. But you came just in time. How about this, you teach me how to borrow the power of the Holy Spirit, and I won't move around. What do you say? Su Yenling? Chapter 253 What kind of monster is this? Su Yenling was stunned, she had never seen such a shameless person. He seized her holy soul, keeping her awake at night, and now he wants to use her power. I won't teach you. Su Yenling crossed his arms and snorted coldly, this is my holy soul, why should I lend you my power? Your holy soul lives in my body, so you have to pay some rent, right? Yi Gu said as a matter of course, I only borrow a little bit of power. No loan. Su Yenling had a blank expression on her face, and it seemed that she had no room for bargaining at all. All right. Yi Gu shrugged, in that case, I will slowly figure it out by myself. I won't sleep these few nights and will stay here with it every day. Su Yenling, you. Su Yenling clenched her fists and was silent for a while. She bit her lip and said, it's not that I don't want to lend it to you. The power of the Holy Soul Flame is extremely powerful. You are just a human transcendent in the earth realm. With your physical strength, it is impossible for you to control the Holy Soul Flame. If you control it by force, not only will your body be directly devoured, but your soul will also be burned and annihilated. Your soul will be shattered. Yi Gu smiled slightly, you don't have to worry about this, Aunt Empress. I know what I am doing and I won't use more power than my body can bear. You just need to tell me how to control it. What did you call me? Su Yenling narrowed her eyes. Yi Gu instantly felt the murderous intent. Yi Gu, nothing. Humph. Su Yenling snorted coldly, if you are not afraid of death, then use it. Don't blame me for not reminding you when the time comes. Then, Su Yenling told Yi Gu the method of controlling the power of the Holy Soul. Yi Gu did as Su Yenling said and closed his eyes. Soon, the deep red flames were attracted to him, and the scorching evil spirit fire wrapped around his body. Boom, Yi Gu frowned slightly and felt an extremely intense pain. It felt as if every cell in my body was being burned by the scorching flames, and my soul was enduring the pain of falling into lava. Yi Gu groaned and gritted his teeth to endure it. A thin bead of sweat oozed from his forehead. He used his maximum power and went all out to operate the Xingqi soul purification technique, constantly increasing the strength of his own soul. Boom, invisible heat ripples burst out from his body. Su Yenling widened her eyes when she saw this scene. Originally, she wanted to take this opportunity to teach this little devil a lesson and let him know his place. After he was defeated by the Holy Spirit, Su Yenling came to rescue him. In this way, this little guy will be more obedient in the future. After all, he is the person that Sister Bai Ling wants to protect, so he must be saved no matter what. Who would have thought that he could actually control the Holy Spirit? Yi Ji's figure was reflected in Su Yenling's beautiful pupils. Many spiderweb-like cracks appeared on Yi Ji's body surface. A terrifying, scorching red light burst out from the cracks. At the same time, it merged with the black demonic energy emanating from his body. The terrifying power seemed to completely destroy this space of consciousness. Yi Gu let out a hysterical growl. No, it still doesn't work. Su Yenling's face changed when she saw this, and she immediately wanted to stop it. However, there was only a loud bang. Yi Ji's soul body suddenly exploded. Roaring waves of fire hurled in all directions. Ugh! Su Yenling was also directly repelled by the Holy Soul's flames. Then, in the midst of the heavy flames, Su Yenling tried hard to open his eyes and saw the wisps of black demonic energy condensing his soul and constantly reorganizing itself. Once again, he turned back into Yi Ji's original appearance. Yi Gu was seen standing in the crimson curtain of fire, and the cracks in his soul, which were emitting black and purple light all over his body, were slowly repairing themselves bit by bit, and in his right palm, a ball of deep red flame was burning slowly in his palm. Su Yenling widened her eyes in disbelief. Without destruction, there is no construction. The soul is reborn from the ashes. What kind of monster is this little devil? The next morning, the Yi family army has assembled. Today, the Yi family is going to launch an attack on Jiangcheng. Old Ji, do you really want to go alone? A holographic projection of a middle-aged man stood in front of Yi Xiao, looking at him with a complicated expression, as if trying to persuade him this person is Xia Sun, Xia Xiao's father and the head of the Xia family. You were too impulsive this time. The Justice League completely treated you as a pawn and wanted to use you to test the enemy's strength. Xia Sun sighed, I have also gathered the family army. This time, I will attack head-on with you. No need, old Xia. Night Owl sat in the back seat of the black car and said, I appreciate your kindness, but I have my own plan. Don't worry, I have a plan in mind. This. Xia Sun was silent for a moment. Well, you should be careful. If you can't take it down, don't force yourself. Don't worry. Night Owl hung up the holographic call on his watch. He looked at his son sitting next to him and smiled playfully. You are going to the battlefield soon. Are you nervous? Yi Ge shrugged. Why should I be nervous? It's not me who's charging in the front anyway. My brothers and sisters are so powerful, it will definitely not be my turn to take action. Yi Ge was very clear about his position in this war. Asa transcendent below the heavenly realm, if you mindlessly fight head-on, you will only be cannon fodder. Therefore, what he has to do is not to be a warrior who charges into battle, but a strategist who plans and controls the entire battlefield situation. Even if you want to take action, you can only do so when you can deal a fatal blow to the enemy. Yi Xiao grinned. As a father, he certainly understood what Yi Ge was thinking. Hey, you kid, the black car stopped. Yi Xiao and Yi Ge got out of the car. The howling wind from the river blew towards them, making their hair messy. Before our eyes is the majestic Huangjiang River, and Jiangcheng is on the other side of the river, and behind their car was the assembled Yi family army. A large group of extraordinary warriors were neatly arranged in a square formation. There were tens of thousands of them, and there was no end in sight at a glance. Chapter 254. Today we are the audience. The river is surging and the waves are turbulent. Only at the end of the river can you see a black fortress standing on the river. The 50-meter-high city wall stretches for 1,000 meters. From a distance, it looks like an island floating on the river. Pieces of blue ice can be seen floating everywhere on the river. The river water is icy cold in winter, and the river breeze makes people shiver when blowing on their bodies. Yi Ge gazed into the distance, letting the river wind mess up his hair. He glanced behind him and saw the assembled Yi family army. The troops were in a neat and orderly formation, with a black flag with a demon head of the Yi family flying in front. Behind them were heavily armored knights riding on war horses, a group of magicians wearing robes and holding staffs, archers carrying various heavy guns and powerful crossbows, beastmasters riding on dragon eagles and griffins, and warriors of various extraordinary professions. The heavily armored knights held 3-meter-long weapons and spears in their hands. Flags were flying on the top of the highest flagpoles, with the Yi family's ferocious demon head pattern on them. War horses made low growls from time to time, their hooves stomped on the ground anxiously, and dragon eagles and griffins neighed. What a magnificent sight! Yi Yulong walked up and stood shoulder to shoulder with Yi Ge, staring at the black city-state on the other side of the river with a playful smile. Isn't that right, cousin Yi Ge? This should be the first time you see such a large-scale battle scene? For Yi Yulong, who has been fighting against all races for many years, he has indeed become accustomed to such battlefields. However, what he didn't know was that this was not the first time that Yi Ge had been on such a large-scale battlefield. In Langmi's illusion world, he had already had experience facing wars in 2 lifetimes, so facing a scene like today, he would not seem too unfamiliar. Yi Ge turned his head and took a look. Behind Yi Yulong is his private army, which is nearly 8,000 strong. He has the largest number of soldiers among the younger generation of the Yi family, all of which are the result of his years of fighting against all races. Yi Qingxin, who was not far away, had a similar strength to him and had 7,000 soldiers. Yi Yang has 3,000 people, Yi Mingyu has 2,000 people, most of the other brothers and sisters also had 1,000 or 2,000 soldiers. Among all the younger generations of the Yi family, only Yi Ji's army looked the shabby test, with only 300 female swordsmen led by Li Shuang, followed by Arthur, 13 magic-eyed berserkers, and more than 300 ordinary soldiers with guns, a total of only more than 600 people. When Yi Ji's brothers and sisters saw those ordinary soldiers with guns, they were stunned for a moment, and then they couldn't help but burst out laughing secretly. In fact, logically speaking, Yi Ge is relatively young, so it is completely understandable that he has fewer direct followers. The problem is, among the soldiers behind Yi Ge, nearly half are ordinary people. In wars between extraordinary people, when calculating military strength, they generally only count the number of extraordinary warriors on both sides. At the very least, one must be an extraordinary person at the Yellow Realm to be qualified to be cannon fodder. The more than 300 soldiers in cloth armor behind Yi Ge clearly did not have any supernatural powers. They were obviously a group of ordinary people who were only equipped with some basic firearms and were forced to serve as militia. Isn't this too funny? Why send a bunch of militiamen here? They can't even carry weapons and super armor, right? You know, even a Yellow Realm extraordinary warrior can easily kill 100 militiamen armed with gunpowder firearms. As expected, he is still too young and has never been on the battlefield. The brothers and sisters of the Yi family were all laughing, some were curious, and some were confused. Why Yi Qingxin was silent, and there was some confusion in his eyes when he looked at Yi Ge. Logically speaking, as a direct student of Principal Lan Ni of the War Academy, Yi Ge couldn't possibly be unaware of the huge gap between ordinary people and extraordinary people, right? Yi Ge completely ignored the looks from his other brothers and sisters, as if he saw nothing. He stood next to Li Shuang and Arthur and looked at Arthur. Are you nervous? Arthur: No, not nervous. Yi Ge: If you're not nervous, why are you shaking? Arthur's face flushed red, and he subconsciously clenched the long sword in his hand. This is the first time I've seen such a scene, and I've never been on a battlefield. I'm afraid of bringing shame to you, Master Ye Ge. Yi Ge smiled faintly. Then you don't have to worry, it's not our turn to perform today. Arthur was stunned. Li Shuang tilted his head suspiciously. Master Ye Ge, what do you mean by this? Literally. Yi Ge said slowly, I brought you here today to broaden your horizons and show you how the Yi family fights. But today we are not the protagonists, but the audience. As he spoke, Yi Ge took out a bag of melon seeds from the system inventory and tore it open with a snap. Do you want it? Yi Ge handed them to Li Shuang. Arthur: No, thanks. Night Owl picked up a telescope with both hands and looked at the black fortress on the other side of the river. On the high black city wall, Count Kant, Viscount Robin, Viscount Lena, and 3 other barons were already standing there with solemn expressions. Everyone is here. Night Owl smiled playfully, put down the telescope, and said, Well, who among you wants to show off first? Give these rebels a show? Uncle Shao, I'm coming. Yi Qingxin volunteered and Night Owl nodded and agreed. On the city wall of Jiangcheng, Viscount Robin looked at the Yi family army on the other side of the river and said nervously, It looks like they are about to launch an attack. Count Kant's eyes darkened and his expression became solemn. Why Yi Qingxin took a few steps forward, raised one hand, and shouted in a cold voice, Mage formation, get ready. Fireball. At one moment, thousands of magicians used levitation magic to rise into the air in unison. As they chanted the countdown, huge balls of scorching fire condensed on their staffs. Gunners, crossbowmen. Get ready. Yi Qingxin gave the order again. Click, click. Thousands of archers set up heavy firepower guns and crossbows and aimed at the city wall on the other side of the river. A basketball can be stuffed into the muzzle of each of these heavy guns. Bang! Yi Qingxin put her palms together and floated up into the air, with a faint blue soul power gathering around her body. Level 4 Auxiliary Skill, Gate of Acceleration. As she cast the spell, a light blue transparent door appeared in front of her. The gate gradually grew larger and expanded, eventually becoming an extra-large gate frame that was 400 meters high and 200 meters wide. Why Yi Qingxin's eyes were stern. The first round of attack begins. Following Yi Qingxin's order, thousands of mages fired huge fireballs from their staffs, and the gunners pulled the triggers at the same time. Call huff, 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 bang. Bang 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 dash. All big fireballs and cannonballs fired. These fireballs and shells passed through the transparent acceleration gate and their speed increased by more than 5 times in an instant. Thousands of huge fireballs and shells seemed to have suddenly gained inexplicable kinetic energy and whizzed towards the gate of Jiangcheng at an extremely fast speed, like a meteor shower. Chapter 255 Saturation Bombing. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. All the fireballs and shells accurately hit the city gates and walls on the other side of the river, as well as the surrounding defense towers and fortifications. Because of the sudden increase in speed, the enemy had no time to react before the shells had already hit their faces. The group of mages and gunners behind Yi Qingxin continued to chant and pull the triggers. All the mages and gunners were well trained and had perfectly calculated the chanting, casting, and reloading times between each. Other thousands of artillery shells bombarded the city walls continuously. In just less than a few seconds, More than a dozen defensive turrets were destroyed by the bombing. Yi Ji's eyes moved. So cool. Yi Qingxin's move does not just accelerate these fireballs and shells. Generally speaking, the range of a fireball will not exceed 50 meters, and a large fireball will not exceed 100 meters. At this time, the distance between their army and the enemy on the other side was at least several thousand meters. Yi Qingxin's gate of acceleration not only increased the speed of the fireball, but also greatly increased the range of the fireball. This means that all the problems of slow fire speed and short range of fireball have been solved at once. Yi Ge remembered that the gate of acceleration was a very difficult auxiliary skill in the game. It was impossible for a character without an auxiliary learning talent of level S or above to learn it. Yi Ge turned his head and scanned Yi Qingxin with the system. Really, auxiliary learning ability 61 points, S level. Shooter learning ability 75 points, SS level. It turns out this guy's main job is a shooter. Yi Ge thought, her main job is a shooter. And with the auxiliary skills like Gate of Acceleration, this woman's long-range deterrence should not be underestimated. Combined with the army's long-range firepower, it is simply perfect. Yi Ge cracked a piece of melon seeds and said, "Not bad, great skills, you are worthy of being my sister." Ward Day, Arthur was stunned. Born in the wilderness, he had never seen such a horrific scene before. So this is how the armies of extraordinary people fight. Li Shuang was also dumbfounded. She was wondering, if it was the defensive strength of their previous Wanjian city, how long could they withstand such long-range coverage output attacks? In the end, the answer she came to in her heart was, block it. After such a bombardment, I'm afraid that within 3 minutes, the walls of Wanjian city will be unable to withstand it. Then, all the extraordinary people in the city who are at the 1,000 soul realm and below will be blown into charcoal within 15 minutes, Li Shuang thought. Fortunately, the one who came to attack Wanjian city was the gentle and kind-hearted young Master Yega. Otherwise, if it was the Night Owl Patriarch who came personally, I'm afraid, how could Chu Wanha have the courage to provoke the Yi family? Boom 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 boom. Bang, bang, bang. The explosions continued. Count Kant and his men lay prone on the battlements of the city wall. Rounds of fireballs and saturation attacks from guns and cannons almost made them stupid. Baron Shenbing. Viscount Robin cursed, "Fuck you, aren't you a water ice magician? What are you doing?" Baron Shenbing was a little embarrassed. In fact, when he saw the Yi family army forming a magician formation just now, he had already wanted to take action, but he also felt it was a little strange. Logically speaking, the range between the fireball and those guns and cannons should not be that far. Who would have thought that the enemy had the skill to suddenly increase the range and speed of the fireball, catching him off guard. By the time he wanted to cast another spell, the enemy's meteor shower like artillery fire had already hit his face. I understand. Baron Shenbing cast a protective barrier on himself, then gritted his teeth and flew into the air facing the rain of fire. From the sky with a snap sound, he put his hands together and chanted a spell. He unleashed his all-encompassing strength as a baron. 3rd level magic water wall. Under the effect of his magic, a water magic wall that was 100 meters high and thousands of meters long suddenly appeared on the surface of the river. The water wall blocked the city wall, completely blocking the fireballs and guns. The fireball hit the water wall and turned directly into wisps of white smoke. Guns, cannons, and crossbows could not penetrate the water pressure of the water wall. The explosions subsided instantly. On Count Kant's side, several nobles and soldiers hiding behind the city wall finally breathed a sigh of relief and poked their heads out from the battlements. The terrain is in our favor. Count Kant immediately ordered, Mage Corps, help Baron Shenbing thicken the water wall to block the enemy's attack. Upon hearing the order, hundreds of mages standing on the city wall waved their staffs and began to cast spells. The water wall, which was originally 100 meters high, was increased to 300 meters with the help of the water mages. Its thickness was also greatly increased, and neither fireballs nor cannonballs or crossbows could penetrate it. It's well done. There's something to it. Yi Ge, a spectator, threw another melon seed into his mouth. On such a river, it is so easy to mobilize water elements. The enemy does not need to consume too much magic power to build multiple water walls stretching for thousands of meters. However, Yi Qingxin had obviously anticipated this result a long time ago. She raised her hand expressionlessly. Wind mages, get ready. Storm spell. Another 1,000 wind magicians rose into the air. 3rd level magic, storm, call. 1,000 mages cast storm spells at the same time, creating an extremely strong and terrifying storm on the river. In an instant, the wind was howling. It caused huge waves on the river. I saw that the 300-meter water wall was shaking for a moment under the strong wind. In the end, the city wall where Count Kant and his men were located collapsed in the opposite direction. What the hell? The soldiers and mages on the city wall were all shocked. The 300-meter high wall of water collapsed like a tsunami sweeping across the city. It was like a terrifying scene from a doomsday movie. The dark shadow of the huge wave directly covered the entire city wall. Boom. The water waves directly destroyed dozens of defense towers and magic towers around the fortress Iowa. The people on the city wall didn't even have time to run away and were directly submerged by the tsunami. Yi Qingxin saw this scene and said coldly, "It's not over yet." She raised her hand again and ordered, "Lightning mages, prepare." Lightning chain. Morning. Chapter 256. Breaking the city. 1,000 thunder magicians flew into the air, and with a brief chant, they cast the thunder chain spell at the same time. Thousands of blue arc-shaped lightning bolts were released in lines, like a forked branch, winding and twisting to hit the city wall on the other side of the river. Under the conduction of water, the blue electric light with thunder attribute directly enveloped the entire city wall. The crackling electric light could be seen clearly across a river. Almost all of the thousands of soldiers standing on the city wall were electrocuted, twitching under the high voltage current, and then fell down one after another, losing their combat effectiveness. "It's more powerful than I thought," Yi Ge thought so. It seems that his cousin had already thought that the enemy would use the water wall for defense, so she came up with this tactic. Hoof. Yi Yang gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. This battle concerns the future candidates for patriarch, but he didn't intend to let Yi Qingxin steal all the limelight alone. Warrior army. Yi Yang raised his hand and began to command his men, shouting, "The enemies on the city wall are no longer strong. Follow me across the river and break through the city gate." The men behind him, "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Yang jumped out and stepped on the surface of the river. He concentrated his soul power at the soles of his feet and then ran rapidly on the water. The warriors behind him followed in his footsteps, stomping on the water, and followed him to charge towards the city wall on the other side of the river. Yi Mingyu said with a smile, "Brother Yang is really anxious. He's already rushing to show off in the first battle." She was still wearing a JK uniform today, with a cute pink headband in her hair. Her arms were around a teddy bear puppy who was leisurely eating potato chips. She didn't look like she was going to fight at all, but rather like a middle school girl on a spring outing. "Brother Yulong, what about you? Aren't you going to show off?" Yi Mingyu looked at Yi Yulong beside her with a smile. Yi Yulong crossed his arms and looked disdainful. "If you want to show off, there are plenty of opportunities. Why rush?" Bang, bang, bang. Yi Yang ran very fast on the water and soon arrived in front of a 50-meter high wall. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his feet could not move. When he looked down, he found that the water surface was iced over, and his feet were quickly frozen as well. Baron Chen Bing flew into the air again from the city wall. "Humph, people from the Yi family, don't underestimate us." He quickly formed seals with both hands, 5th-level magic, snow solidification and freezing. The river water froze rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon all the warriors running on the water were frozen. The ice under Yi Yang's feet also solidified along his legs all the way to his waist. Baron Chen Bing sneered, "It seems that there are also reckless fools among the people of the Yi family." Then he raised his hand, "Shooter, ready." More than 30 archers appeared at the battlements of the city wall, pulling their bowstrings to their full potential, aiming at Yi Yang and others who were frozen under the city wall. The reason why there were only 30 or so pitiful archers was that under Yi Qingxin's continuous attacks of fire, wind, and thunder just now, all the extraordinary people below the 5th level of Qianpa realm on the city wall had been paralyzed by the power of thunder and lightning and could not move, and had lost the ability to act. Yi Yang saw this scene, but he was not panicked at all. He snorted coldly, "Reckless? Are you talking about me? Ha!" Chen Bing was stunned. Yi Yang clenched his fists, veins popped out on his face, neck, and arms, purple demonic energy emanated from his body, and infinite explosive power surged out of his body. Bang ha! Yi Yang roared, suddenly shattering the ice crystals condensed on his body surface. Chen Bing's eyes widened. How is it possible? This Yi Yang is merely a 6th-level transcendent in the Thousand Souls realm, and he is a 4th-level baron in the universal realm. Now in the cold winter, there is a large amount of water elements in the environment that can be mobilized. Under such favorable scene and terrain, this Yi Yang can actually shatter his freezing technique so easily. What kind of monsters are these demonized people of the Yi family? Boom. Yi Yang stepped on the ice with his right foot. Spider web-like cracks immediately appeared on the ice surface, and these cracks spread rapidly. After a while, the entire ice surface was completely shattered. All the warriors broke free from the icy restraints. Boom. Yi Yang kicked his feet again, and wrapped in purple demonic energy, he rushed directly towards the city gate. Third level demonic martial arts, Devil Fist. Yi Yang was like a cannonball, punching the solid steel gate head-on. Bang! The fist wrapped in purple demonic energy slammed heavily on the steel city gate, creating ripples of sound waves. Even Count Kant and others standing on the city wall felt a strong tremor under their feet. This kid actually wants to break through the city gate with his physical body? Viscount Robin widened his eyes. Is he crazy? Count Kant's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He pretended to be calm and said, "Don't panic. Our city gate is made of fine Borley steel and magic steel powder. This kid is only at the 1,000 soul realm. There is absolutely no way he can." Bang. Before he could finish his words, Yi Yang punched the steel gate again. I saw that the city gate built with magic steel powder had countless cracks on its surface. You must be kidding. Count Lina turned pale and felt a little suffocated. Bang. The third punch, the cracks on the steel gate became more numerous and denser. What a strong explosive power. Yi Ge pondered. Although Yi Yang looks noisy, his strength should not be underestimated. Count Kant's expression darkened. We can't let him go on like this. Most of the soldiers on the city wall had lost their ability to fight after the last round of attacks. He must take action. He didn't expect that before Night Owl could even arrive, a young man who was only at the 1,000 souls realm had actually forced him to the point where he had to take action. Kant clasped his hands together, preparing to cast a spell. At this time, there were several swish sounds, and hooks flew up and hooked on the 50-meter-high city wall. Immediately afterwards, all the warriors of the Yi family leaped up one by one. Jumped onto the city wall. Not good, Count Kant said hurriedly. Drive them out. Unfortunately, there are only a few extraordinary warriors above the 5th level of the 1,000 souls realm who are still able to move on the city wall. Even if there are, their physical strength has been greatly weakened after experiencing the waves and lightning, and their combat effectiveness has been reduced by at least half. Hundreds of warriors jumped onto the city wall and easily defeated these people without any great effort at all. Count Kant had no choice but to cast spells to deal with the warriors who jumped onto the city wall. Chapter 257 Retreat. Yi Qingxin saw this scene from afar and immediately raised his arms. Fire, wind, and lightning mages, get ready. Combined attack. Thousands of mages heard the order and rearranged themselves into a formation to launch a joint attack. The magical energies of fire, wind, and lightning condensed on their staffs at the same time and then released at the same time. An extremely spectacular lightning and firestorm was formed. Bang! Following Yi Yang's roar, his fourth punch, which seemed to have the power to split mountains and break rocks, hit the city gate heavily again. At the same time, a lightning and firestorm swept in, passing over Yi Yang's head, hit the city gate accurately. Boom, boom, boom. The thick steel city gate was immediately shattered into powder by the fusion explosion of the three elements. Oh no! Count Kant looked pale. What should we do now? Viscount Lina said tremblingly, completely confused. Who could have thought that Jiangcheng, which had a natural geographical advantage, was easy to defend and difficult to attack, and was known to have the strongest defense attributes in the southern border, would be so vulnerable in front of the Yi family? There is no other way. Count Kant said solemnly, let the city defense forces prepare, activate all the magic towers, holy towers, fully automatic defense towers, and anti-invasion and enemy locking systems in the city, and we can only fight them to the death in the city. Night Owl, who was watching the battle on the other side of the river, saw this scene and said quietly, it's easier than I thought. I didn't expect that these nobles in the empire are still the same as before, without any improvement. Uncle Shao, the city gate has been breached. Yi Qingxin turned around and asked, should we attack the city immediately? No. Night Owl shook his head, then waved his hand and said, blow the horn and withdraw. Yi Qingxin was stunned for a moment. What? Except for Yi Gu, who had already expected this result, everyone else showed an expression of surprise. Night Owl didn't explain and just turned and left. Woo, the retreat horn sounded. Yi Yang and the other warriors who had already attacked the city wall all had somewhat confused expressions. What's going on? Withdrawal, I have already breached the city gate, climbed onto the city wall, and am ready to launch a fierce attack, and you suddenly tell me not to continue. Yi Yang frowned, not knowing what was going on, but on the battlefield, one must obey the commander's orders unconditionally no matter what. This is the Yi family's death order. So there was no choice but for Yi Yang to retreat along the same route. A group of warriors also jumped down from the city wall. Hundreds of people were well trained and followed Yi Yang to evacuate quickly and neatly. What happened? Viscount Lina and the others also looked confused. Why did the Yi family army suddenly choose to retreat? Several nobles turned to look at Count Kant. Count Kant had a complicated expression and couldn't say a word. When the city gate was broken just now, his clothes were completely soaked with sweat. Now he finally let out a deep breath and leaned heavily against the wall behind him. Uncle Shao, why did you suddenly call me back? After returning home at night, in the combat meeting room, Yi Yang asked helplessly, I have already breached the city gate, my people are about to occupy the city wall, and we are about to take over Jiangcheng. Why did we suddenly retreat? Yi Shao crossed his arms and said leisurely, indeed, if we had chosen to attack the city just now, we should have taken Jiangcheng by now. That's right. Yi Yang said, then why did you let them go? We have indeed breached the city gate. Night Owl glanced at him and said, but if we force our way into the city, how much do you think it will cost us? Yi Yang frowned, there were only a few thousand enemies on the city wall just now. Night Owl said, there are still more than 40,000 soldiers in the city. If you lead your men to attack and fight in close combat, and the enemy cooperates with the tower defense automatic enemy suppression system in the city, even if you can finally take down the entire city, how many of your men will die? Although we in the Yi family are warriors who are not afraid of death, our ultimate goal in this war in the southern border is to obtain the title of Duke. Do you think it is rational to suffer heavy losses for a river city and let other nobles pick up the rest? Yi Yang was speechless. I see. Yi Qing thought for a moment and understood, this is your tactic. You didn't intend to let us attack the city from the beginning? Oh, that's not my tactic. Yi Shao glanced at Yi Gu, who was sitting on the sofa in the corner. It was Yi Ji's idea. Upon hearing this, the younger generations of the Yi family turned their heads and looked at Yi Gu in the corner. Yi Gu was sitting in the corner with his mouth open. Gao Xinshu next to him was holding a spoonful of snack in her hand and feeding it into his mouth. All the Yi family members, Night Owl, Yi Gu felt the gazes of his brothers and sisters, and his face suddenly turned red. Fortunately, his thick skin had been trained by Miyuki-san over the years. Soon he acted nonchalant. Well, as long as he is not embarrassed, it is others who are embarrassed. Uncle Night Owl, aren't you being a little biased? Yi Yulon said coldly, this kid didn't do anything today, and you said it was his idea with just one sentence? Isn't that too much of a compliment? The other younger generations of the Yi family were also obviously dissatisfied, and Night Owl didn't care at all. Whether it's gold-plated or not, you will know later. Hoof. Yi Yulon crossed his arms, glanced at Yi Gu coldly and said, then I would like to ask my good cousin, what should we do next? When will we launch another attack on Jiangcheng? Yi Gu opened his mouth again and took a spoonful of snack that Gao Xinshu fed him. He chewed it a few times and swallowed it. Wait. Yi Gu said simply, wait for them to fix the door. The next day, the news of the battle between the Yi family's army and Jiangcheng yesterday quickly spread throughout the southern border. All the well-informed nobles in the empire already knew what happened on the battlefield yesterday. The Yi family army launched an attack on the opposite side of Jiangcheng, broke through the city gate in less than half an hour, destroyed all the fortifications outside Jiangcheng, and even the city walls were occupied. Moreover, it was heard that Yi Shao and his Yi family's main force did not take any action at all, and the task of breaking through the city gate was accomplished only by two youngsters of the Yi family, and these two youngsters were not even 30 years old. But in the end, the Yi family army did not choose to attack the city. Instead, they chose to retreat after a massive bombardment on the other side of the river. For decades, the human race has not experienced a large-scale invasion war by other races. So many people may have forgotten the horror of the Yi family in the war. Jiangcheng meeting room. Count Kant, Viscount Robin, Viscount Lina, and the other three barons sat together. Everyone had a deathly pale expression. No one spoke. The atmosphere and morale were extremely depressing. Chapter 258 Demonic State. Now the energy facilities, defense facilities, ports, magic towers, and gun towers around our fortress have all been destroyed by the Yi family's bombardment. Count Kant finally spoke up to break the silence and oppressive situation. We need to obtain financial and material support immediately to repair the city gates and fortifications, and we need more magic towers and defense turrets. The existing tower defense range is simply not enough. The power that Yi Qingxing displayed allowed their army to attack us directly from the other side of the river more than 10 kilometers away. I have never seen a fireball that can fly more than 10 kilometers in my life. Our range is not enough. How can we fight them? The holographic projection of Duke Wang'an sat directly opposite their conference table, expressionless, with his fingers interlaced on the table, quietly listening to all of Count Kant's complaints. I understand, Duke Wang'an said. I will send you supplies and workers as soon as possible to help you repair the city's defenses. And more. Count Kant added, our city gates can't withstand the attack of the Yi family at all. There is a man in the Yi family who has some strange power. He is only at the Thousand Souls realm, but his instantaneous explosive power and attack power are even stronger than those at the Myriad realms. You must send us better materials for the city gates, preferably soul steel. Soul steel? Duke Wang'an frowned. Soul steel is a supernatural material that is strictly controlled by the royal family. All the soul steel in the mainland must be sent to the border to be used in the construction of the Great Wall. Where can I find so much soul steel for you? Count Kant seemed to think that this request was a little unrealistic. Then, you must at least send a few more strong men to help us defend Jiangcheng. They must be extraordinary warriors of the Myriad realm, at least 100. 100? Do you think the masters of the Myriad realm are just cabbages on the street? Duke Wang'an was a little dissatisfied. The masters of the Myriad realm have already reached the standard of having a title. Look at what you are asking for. Bang! Count Kant slammed his palm on the table and stood up suddenly. What can we do? The current situation is that we can't defend it at all. Didn't you see the intelligence? In less than half an hour, our city gate was breached. Our team of mages and gunners are obviously of the same extraordinary level as their army's mages and gunners. The fight is like a king and a silver playing a game. The output efficiency and actual combat quality are so different. How can you expect us to fight? The other nobles at the table were stunned. They didn't expect that Count Kant would dare to slam the table at Wang'an, but if you think about it, you can understand it. In the past, everyone could only smile when facing Duke Wang'an. In addition to his strength, there was also his status as the Grand Duke of the Southern Territory, but now, everyone is a traitor and we are all on the same boat. In such a desperate situation, who can care so much? Duke Wang'an looked at Kant expressionlessly, and after a long silence, he said, I can only send you 20 first-level masters of the Myriad realm at most, and I will send you the rest of the funds and materials as soon as possible. But no matter what, Jiangcheng must be defended. Otherwise, if we lose the battle, you should know what will happen if you fall into the hands of those lunatics of the Yi family. Kant remained silent. Wang'an's holographic communication was disconnected. After the call was disconnected, the 6 nobles in the conference hall fell into deathly silence again. Everyone lowered their heads, making their own calculations in their minds. There is no doubt that the Yi family will come again. This time, only 2 young people from the Yi family took action, and they were completely unable to resist. If they were facing the army of the Night Owl, a few days later, the city gate of Jiangcheng was repaired. The Yi family quickly got the information and led their troops to the other side of the river the next day. The people of Jiangcheng had just repaired the city gate and breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment a large black army appeared on the other side of the river. The Yi family's army is coming. The Yi family's army is coming. The sentry on the fortress looked pale. Sound the alarm. Yika looked out at Jiang City on the other side of the river and found that there were many more magic towers and turrets around the city defense fortress, which were obviously newly built in the past 2 days. Yi Gu smiled and said, it seems that they have built a lot of new tower defenses. Night Owl nodded, yeah. He raised his hands, gunners, get ready. A group of gunners dispersed, raised their heavy weapons, and as the mechanical parts on the guns turned, revealing the barrels of terrifyingly large calibers, they all aimed at the opposite bank. However, at this time, boom boom boom, there was a sudden sound like an earthquake, and the rushing river water rolled into a whirlpool. Yi Gu narrowed his eyes. On the other side of the river, a figure slowly flew into the air. It's Count Kant. Haha, has old Deng finally decided to take action himself? Night Owl grinned. Count Kant clasped his hands together with a snap. his eye sockets were filled with soul energy and turned pure white, and groups of flowing soul energy surrounded his whole body. The strength of the Shura realm master is fully revealed. The terrifying airflow fluctuations caused the majestic river water to surge continuously. The earth trembled. Yi Ge thought, as expected of a Shura level warrior, regardless of his combat power, his aura is pretty good. 7th level superpower, Water Giant, boom. Boom boom, the surging river water suddenly gathered. A huge humanoid creature slowly stood up from the water. Eventually it turned into a 300-meter tall water giant. Count Khan's soul power gradually materialized on the surface of the water giant, condensing into a light blue armor. A huge black shadow loomed in front of the Yi family army. After all, he is still a strong man in the Shura realm, and he still has something. Yi Xiao commented. Yi Yulong saw the water giant and showed some excitement. Uncle Xiao, let me do it this time. Night Owl glanced at him and said, okay, go ahead if you're interested. Yi Yulong grinned, hooked his finger, and then jumped into the river. Dozens of warriors in strange black clothes behind him also jumped out with him. When Khan saw that the person going to fight was Yi Yulong, his eyes turned cold. Yi Xiao, how dare you look down on me? You don't take action yourself, but only send a junior to test me? Then I will make you regret it today. He quickly formed seals with his hands. The huge water giant suddenly took action, swung his huge fist, and punched Yi Yulong hard. Boom. A huge splash appeared on the water surface. Yi Yulong's figure disappeared and reappeared in the water. When he appeared again, his whole body was wrapped in a ball of materialized demonic flames, and his shape and appearance gradually changed. His height increased from 1.8 meters to 2 meters, and his whole body was covered in black and green like the netherworld flame. His skin and muscles became as dark and hard as lava, and a faint green light emanated from the gaps in the muscles. His pupils turned green and appeared with jade-like patterns. A pair of large horns grew on his head, and a pair of huge wings grew behind his back. The raging netherworld flame was burning all over his body. Count Khan's eyes widened. This is the rare mutant bloodline ability of the demonic family, demonization? Chapter 259. The real purpose. Yi Ge raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect that Yi Yulong actually has the ability to transform into a demon. All the members of the Yi family possess a special demonic blood talent, and demonization is one of them. However, there are very few demonized mutants with this kind of talent, and in the Yi family, there are only a handful of people who can transform into demons. Yi Ge is one of them, but he has to wait until the 100 Souls realm to unlock it. Grandpa Yi Quan is also one of them, and he also has the ability to transform into a demon. Even his father Yi Xiao does not have this talent. However, it does not mean that the upper limit of the Yi family members who cannot transform into demons is lower than those who can. There are also many other powerful talents in the demonized bloodline talent. For example, Yi Shenxiong's demonic blood talent is to take women as furnaces for his own cultivation. In addition, he is an immortal cultivator. As long as he lives long enough, his upper limit is actually very high. It's a pity that his brain was damaged by the blood spirit illusion, and he did many stupid things that shocked the world and made ghosts see. Yi Ge pondered for a moment, his eyes flashing with technological brilliance, and scanned Yi Yulong's attribute panel. After Yi Yulong entered the demonic state, all of his attributes skyrocketed fivefold. Boom. He flapped his huge wings and flew forward, creating a sonic boom directly on the original site. However, Yi Ge could also clearly see that there was a special black energy bar in Yi Yulong's status bar. This energy bar is being consumed rapidly. Obviously, when this energy bar is exhausted, the demonization state will end. So Yi Yulong did not waste any time and rammed into the belly of the water giant like an arrow. The sharp demonized claws tore apart the armor condensed by water attributed soul power on the water giant's abdomen. With one strike, crack, the water soul power instantly dissipated. The armor belt instantly shattered into pink crystals, and finally turned into flowing water. Shwa shwa shwa. Yi Yulong's speed is so fast that it is impossible to see with the naked eye. All that could be seen was a black-green meteor flashing rapidly around the water giant. The huge devil's claws kept tearing the air apart, leaving traces of its afterimages in the air. Then, he smashed the water giant's breastplate, greaves, shoulder armor, and fist armor one by one. Crack. Snap. Bang. Kant was dumbfounded, his voice trembling. This is impossible. He quickly formed seals, trying to control the water giant to fight back. However, the dozens of black-clad warriors who rushed to the river had already surrounded the water giant at his feet. Formation: Death Soul Curse Array. I saw that each black-clad warrior had an iron chain emitting black and green light in his hand. More than 30 iron chains bound the water giant's waist, chest, abdomen, arms, wrists, thighs, ankles, neck, etc. Iron chains were bound around the water giant, and fate runes appeared on each chain, make it unable to move, boom. After all the armor on the water giant's body was removed, Yi Yulong slammed into its chest at supersonic speed, then penetrate from behind it, boom 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 boom. The more than 300-meter tall water giant instantly melted and collapsed like an ice sculpture, turning into flowing liquid and falling back into the river. Ha! Night Owl chuckled at the sight. Without the water giant blocking his way, he raised his hand again. Mage, gunners, prepare suppressive fire. Warriors and cavalry, prepare to charge onto the city wall. Yi Qingxin clasped his hands together. 4th level auxiliary skill, Gate of Acceleration. Guns, cannons and fireballs were once again fired at full force, all bombarding the other side of the river, and the firepower this time was obviously stronger, more powerful, and more intensive than the previous one. The warriors and knights, under the cover of firepower, rushed forward almost unscathed on the water after a saturation bombardment. The newly built city gates of Jiangchang and the newly built defense towers of the surrounding fortresses were all blown up again. The fortress was in a mess. All the remains of the towers collapsed into ruins and were soaked in water. A large number of soldiers on the city wall were killed and fell in all directions on the battlements. Blood flowed down the city wall, dyeing the river red. It looks extremely tragic and miserable, Night Owl said. Okay, withdraw. The retreat horn sounded. Yi Shao turned his head to look at Yi Gu and smiled. The letter you suggested writing should be effective soon. Yi Gu shrugged. Not really, I think they can still be stubborn for a while. Really? Night Owl looked at the other side of the river with contempt in his eyes. Then I hope they can be stubborn for a while. The Yi family withdrew their troops again. Count Khan sat on the city wall, his butt leaning against the corner, his face covered in black spots, breathing heavily, looking as if he was doubting his life. This damn thing. It would be better to just attack directly and kill the person with one blow. The consequences of this bombardment were more serious than the previous one. Not only were the city gates and defense towers destroyed, but the city's power generation equipment, filtration equipment, and energy facility pipelines were also all damaged to some extent, and several cracks appeared on the kilometer-long city wall. In the evening, Count Condé, along with 5 other nobles, counted the casualties last time. They lost more than 800 soldiers and injured more than 2,000. This time, their casualties directly soared to 5,000. Among the 20 extraordinary warriors from the universal realm that Wang An had just sent a few days ago, 1 died in this battle today. An invisible sense of oppression loomed over the heads of the 6 nobles. Next, for 2 weeks in a row, the Yi family attacked several times in succession. Every time Jiangcheng's city defense buildings were repaired, the Yi family's army would appear on the opposite bank and blow up all the newly repaired city gates, city walls and turrets again. Every time it was blown up, Jiangcheng's defenses would be greatly upgraded. The materials used for the city walls and gates had changed from 10% magic steel powder at the beginning to 50% magic steel powder later, and then to more expensive scale gray stone bricks, and finally to pink quality holy scale stone bricks, which were already extraordinary materials used for the outer city walls of the Great Qin capital. Every repair involves a huge expense, both in terms of money and the consumption of materials. The turrets and magic towers they built have also undergone upgrades time and time again, with the range increasing from the original 1 kilometer to 10 kilometers now. However, no matter how Jiangcheng's defenses were upgraded, every time they faced the next attack from the Yi family, they seemed to be completely vulnerable. The Yi family also never entered the city during each attack, but only bombed and destroyed it, and at most they would rush up the city wall and kill a few people. The number of casualties among the soldiers was increasing. Of the 50,000 soldiers originally defending the city, nearly 10,000 have died, and half of the remaining 40,000 are lying in the hospital. Construction, medical care, food, supplies, materials, one expense after another flows out like water. And what about the Yi family? I'm afraid the number of casualties is less than 100. The 6 nobles lived in fear every day. Who knew when the Yi family's fireballs and shells would hit their heads again? Count Khan seemed to suddenly understand something. I now understand a little bit about what the Yi family wants to do, Khan said with a deep breath. Ah? Viscount Robin was stunned and looked at him blankly. Originally I thought that the Yi family's attack without entering was just to scare us and to attack our hearts and minds. Count Khan smiled bitterly. Now I understand that the Yi family is not only attacking our hearts and minds, but more importantly, it is consuming our resources. Jiangcheng is the most important city-state south of the southern border. They know that Wang An will never give up this place, so they can only send them supplies and money continuously to help them upgrade the city defense. You know, fighting is all about money. If they continue to fight like this, their entire rebel alliance will be dragged down by Jiangcheng, and Count Kant paused and said word by word, they want to force Wang Yan to show up in this way. Chapter 260, The City Gates Open. Viscount Robin, Viscount Lina, and Baron Chen Bing looked at each other in bewilderment when they heard this. Then what should we do? Viscount Lina had a complicated expression. In a head-on confrontation, we have no chance of winning. You all saw that the monsters of the Yi family are all above their level. The Qinpa realm can be used as the Wanxiang realm, and the Wanxiang realm can fight the Shura realm. Not to mention that Yi Xiao, a 9th-level Shura realm expert, has never made a move from beginning to end. Yes. Baron Chen Bing also looked terrified. If this continues, we will just wait for death. The other nobles had almost the same attitude. At this time, almost every one of them thought of the letter sent by Night Owl before. If any of you want to surrender, please call me on this watch number. This is my Yi family's private communication channel, and others cannot monitor it. They still remember the contents of the letter clearly. Maybe surrendering now is really the only option to survive. Viscount Robin frowned. What are you doing? You don't want to surrender? You've become so cowardly after being beaten by those lunatics from the Yi family for a few days? That's the demonized family. Are you going to bow down to them? Viscount Lina laughed awkwardly. How could that be possible? Baron Chen Bing also laughed and said, yes, how could that be possible? Only my grandson would surrender, Baron XX, but if we don't surrender now, what should we do now? Viscount Robin frowned and pondered for a long time, then came up with an idea. In my opinion, instead of passively taking the beating, we should just take the initiative, fight our way out of the city, and rush to the other side to fight them. Everyone, do you think you've lived too long? Viscount Lina smiled bitterly and shook his head. What can we do? Viscount Robin stared. Kant then said, I do have a bold idea. Since the Yi family can't get in every time they attack, then we might as well not build the city gates and walls and just open the city gates. Ha! Viscount Lina was shocked. Kant, are you serious? Kant said seriously, we still have more than 20,000 combat-ready extraordinary warriors, plus 17 masters of the Myriad Realm. If we let them in and fight them in close combat in the city, we will at least have the strength to fight. If we can capture someone from the Yi family as a hostage, we will have a chance. Otherwise, we will just be exhausted to death by them. Several nobles looked at each other, and after careful consideration, they felt that this might really be the only solution at the moment. Okay, let's do it. Robin said, gritting his teeth. Therefore, the order was quickly issued, and the slaves and workers in charge of repairing the city walls in Jiangcheng all went into a state of disarray. All the soldiers retreated back into the city, preparing for a desperate battle with the Yi family in the city. This news soon reached the ears of the Yi family. Fuck, they can come up with such a trick? Night Owl commented, it seems that our enemy is really a genius. That night, all the people in Jiangcheng were on alert. Because they had abandoned the city walls, every soldier was ready to fight in case the Yi family army could rush into the city at any time. Everyone was very nervous, including Count Kant. He didn't know whether this decision was right or wrong, but at least it was the only way they could find a way out. There was no movement until late at night. The Yi family army did not attack. Kant stayed up until 5 in the morning, and finally he was too sleepy to hold on any longer and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Kant was awakened by a knock on the door. He frowned and asked, what happened? My Lord Earl. A trusted subordinate rushed in, it's bad. Come and see. Kant suddenly had a bad premonition, and followed his men quickly to the soldiers' canteen in the city, his pupils suddenly shrinking. I saw 10 soldiers being killed, their limbs nailed to the wall. Their death was extremely tragic. There were words written in blood on the wall next to it, since you don't close the door, we'll come in. From now on, 10 lucky viewers will be selected every day. You'd better keep your promise. Kant and several other nobles turned green in the face when they saw this scene. There is no doubt that, judging from the enemy's tone, they have disguised themselves as Jiangcheng soldiers and sneaked into the city. Kant ordered his men to quickly take the bodies away, and then told the other soldiers in the cafeteria not to make the matter public. At the same time, he immediately began to check all the people in the city, not only the soldiers, but also the workers, slaves, servants, and ordinary citizens, and no one should be spared. However, it was of no use. With so many people in the cafeteria, the news spread quickly. The people of Jiangcheng were in a panic and no one could sleep well. Count Kant knew that they were doomed to fail. Defeat was only a matter of time, it all depended on when the Yi family wanted them to fail. There are not only a lot of wounded soldiers in the city, but even the soldiers who are not injured are in low morale. Even if the Yi family attacks now, it may not cost much to easily capture Jiang Cheng, but the Yi family just didn't attack forcefully, they just took advantage of Jiang Cheng and started to exploit him. Grown-ups, a trusted subordinate stood behind Count Kant and asked, "What should we do now? Or should we ask for help from Duke Wang Yan?" Kant did not answer, but he knew that it would be useless to ask for help now. He raised his forearm and looked at the cyber watch on his wrist, the other hand input a bunch of information on the watch interface, but in the end, he hesitated for a long time and did not press it. Kant took a deep breath and his eyes darkened, as if he had made a decision. It's death anyway. This can't go on. He must find a new way out on his own. Chapter 261. It's time for them to perform a magician's hut. The room was dark, dingy, and damp. The nether torches were stuck into the wall, burning with green flames. That Nika no an asterisk hashtag UN added asterisk asterisk U asterisk and asterisk. A white-haired old magician was casting a spell on something on the table with his hands raised. His face was full of wrinkles and the age spots were clearer than his eyes. He was muttering to himself, as if he was performing some evil black magic ritual. Not finished yet? Duke Wang Yan asked with a frown. Almost. The old magician wiped the sweat from his forehead. Sir, you should give me a little more time. You know what I lack most now is time. Wang Yan said solemnly. In such a chaotic battle, he must seek more trump cards to have a chance to turn the tables. But things have to be done one by one, right? The old magician asked, what's the situation in Jiangcheng? Wang Yan was silent for a moment. Although he had been staying here for the past few days, he had of course received news from the front line, very pessimistic. At the same time, members of several major families of the Southern Justice League sat in the meeting hall of the White Elephant Castle. Have you heard about the situation in Jiangcheng recently? The head of the Qi family said, it seems that the Yi family is about to capture Jiangcheng, and after 2 weeks of fighting, the number of casualties seems to be less than 100, and Jiangcheng is about to run out of ammunition and food and be wiped out. The Zhou family head said, yes, our Zhou family's intelligence network has also collected a lot of information. It is said that the walls of Jiangcheng have been blown down, but the Yi family deliberately did not attack the city every time. The people of Jiangcheng have now hidden in the city and dare not come out. The head of the Yuan family said, I didn't expect the people of Jiangcheng to be so useless. If this continues, won't Jiangcheng be taken over by the Yi family without any harm? Xia Sun crossed his arms, glanced at the head of the Yuan family, and said, what do you mean? It sounds like you are still not happy that the rebel alliance lost. The head of the Yuan family coughed twice and said, how is it possible? I just thought that Jiangcheng would at least make the Yi family pay some price. Okay, I think everyone should stop pretending, the Yi family is not here. Marquis Bai Xiang suddenly said at this time, didn't everyone originally hope to take this opportunity to weaken the Yi family's military strength, so that we can grab heads and take advantage? This was originally the intention of the imperial family, so there is nothing to hide. The nobles present looked at each other. That's right. The head of the Yuan family laughed awkwardly, we are all family here. Without those demonized people, why are you still pretending? Xia Sun snorted softly and said nothing. Marquis Ponton said, well, now that we've talked about it, I don't think this is going to work. The Yi family's army seems to be no weaker than it was back then. I even heard that Yi Shao hasn't taken action even once in the war on the front line. If this continues, won't all the credit be taken away by the Yi family? You know, Jiangcheng is a strategic location. Taking Jiangcheng can definitely be considered a great achievement. Then what should we do? Asked the head of the Zhou family. Marquis Ponton narrowed his eyes and said, it's very simple. Jiangcheng is now out of ammunition and food, and morale is low. It has no fighting power. Since the Yi family is not attacking, we will send troops to attack. After we occupy Jiangcheng and capture Kant, Lina, Robin and the others, won't the credit belong to us? The head of the Qi family laughed and said, that's right. It doesn't matter which of our families can become the Duke of the Southern Territory in the end, as long as the Yi family doesn't become the Duke. The Zhou family head said, yes, if Yi Shao becomes the Grand Duke of the Southern Territory, our future life will definitely be difficult. The head of the Yuan family said, then it's decided. I will start counting the troops after I return to the territory, and we will attack Jiangcheng together. As for who can capture Kant, Lena, Robin, and others after the war begins, we will rely on our own abilities. How about that? Okay, no problem. It's decided. Xia Sun frowned and looked at the southern nobles in the conference hall, and suddenly felt a little worried. Night family camp inside a tent. The Yi family was also holding a meeting. Yi Ge compiled the collected information of 6 nobles, namely Kant, Lena, Robin, Chen Bing, Baron XX, and Baron XX, into a book and placed it on the table with a bang. Yi Yulong picked up one of the volumes and found that it was as thick as a textbook. He flipped through it casually and found very detailed information about each of Kant and his companions, including their strength level, their confidants, family, weapons and equipment, and even their hobbies, living habits, how many women they had, how many children they had, and their character weaknesses. Everything was clearly written down. Your information is quite detailed. Yi Yulong's eyes were full of interest. Where did you get it from? Yi Ge, one of my men, is very good at this. He is very good at collecting intelligence. Song Jie stood in an empty corner of the tent, grinning with some pride, the corners of his mouth almost reaching the sky. Yi Qingxin also picked up a document and started looking through it, and suddenly fell silent, although she also has her own intelligence personnel, but it is really amazing that they can collect such detailed intelligence. Many people pay more attention to level and strength, but ignore the importance of information gap. On the battlefield, a simple information gap can completely reverse the situation. To some extent, the role played by important information gaps may be far greater than that of a Shura realm powerhouse. Yi Ge said, the pressure is almost enough now, and the fish are about to bite the hook. Yi Mingyu blinked and asked, are you saying they will come and surrender? Yes, it's about time someone calls father. Yi Ge said, but not all 6 of them will surrender. Yi Mingyu asked with interest, who do you think will surrender? Who won't surrender? Yi Ge stretched out his hand, placed it on the documents on the table, and pointed out 2 of them. These 2 don't know how to do it. Yi Mingyu, why? I guessed. Yi Ge said, based on their information and personality, it's Gilman's fault. Yi Mingyu, Yi Qingxin picked up the information of the 2 people that Yi Ge pointed out, looked at it for a while, and was silent for a moment. Count Kant? You have analyzed a lot of information, saying that this person is very smart, smooth, shrewd, a fox, and a sophisticated egoist. If that's the case, then he should not be a stubborn person. Why do you still say that he won't surrender? Of course he won't be stubborn. Yi Ge said, but that doesn't mean he will surrender. On the contrary, it is precisely because he is smart that he will not surrender. Yi Qingxin was puzzled. What does this mean? Yi Ge smiled and didn't answer. Then, Yi Ge said, also, we have whetted the appetites of our noble allies in the Southern Justice League. They should be eager to enter the field and grab kills. That's about right. It's time for them to go on stage and give a good performance. Chapter 262. Why are you here too? Late at night, Viscount Lina paced in the room, unable to fall asleep. He knew very well that Jiangcheng had fallen into a desperate situation. Although the rebel alliance in the rear was still sending them supplies continuously, members of the Yi family had already sneaked into the city, and 10 soldiers died in their sleep every day in the city. This is far more terrifying than dying in battle. In a head-on battle, at least there is a chance of confrontation, but this kind of death is unclear. More importantly, no one knew if they would be the next target. In the past few days, almost everyone in the city had been living in fear. Some soldiers even dared not go to the toilet alone, and needed someone to accompany them when they took a shit. The unknown and what hides in the dark are always more frightening. If Wang Yan doesn't show up, Jiangcheng will be finished, but Wang Yan must know that the Yi family wants to lure him now, so how could he show up now? That old guy threatened us to rebel together, and now we are just his pawns. Damn, it seems that if I want to survive, I can only rely on myself. Lina was talking to himself as he paced in place. He gritted his teeth, and suddenly raised his wrist as if he had made a decision. Entered the number of that private channel. Lina, hello? Are you there? It's me, Viscount Lina. Mr. Night Owl, you said before that we can contact you. I want to talk to you now. After Lin Na sent the message, he smiled bitterly. He never thought that as a noble of the empire, he would one day surrender to the demonized family. After a while, a reply message came. Night Owl, oh, yes. Night Owl, come in and chat. Night Owl, invite link, private chat room. Lena clicked to accept the invitation. Soon, his holographic projection appeared in a digitized virtual room. Yi Xiao was sitting at a coffee table drinking tea and pointed to the seat opposite him. Come on, take a seat. Okay. Lena smiled awkwardly and sat down, but after he sat down, he didn't know what to say to Night Owl. He had never dealt with Night Owl before, and this was his first time surrendering. He was quite inexperienced and could only rub his palms continuously and smile foolishly. Night Owl rolled his eyes at him. Why are you laughing so foolishly? Is your face cramping? Lena, nothing. What do you mean, have you figured it out now? Yi Xiao said lightly while making tea. Lin Na smiled bitterly after hearing this. Yes. Actually, we didn't have the courage to rebel. It was Duke Wang Yin who threatened us with something. Night Owl, oh? How did he threaten you? Did he put a knife to your neck and threatened you to make a deal with the dark race? And then you were forced to accept a large sum of money? Forced to give humans to the dark race as slaves? Lena was speechless. I was just tempted by the benefits. Don't make it sound so nice, said Night Owl. Yes. Lin Na quickly admitted, I was ignorant at the time and confused for a moment. Yi Xiao brewed the tea, put 2 cups in it, and poured hot tea into them. Lena subconsciously reached for one of the cups. Although it was a digital world, the drink was certainly not physical, but he could still taste it, a bit like a community-based holographic real-life game world. The furniture and ornaments in this chat room were of the same concept, all of which were commodities in the virtual game world. Snap! Night Owl hit the back of his hand with tea tongs. Lena screamed in pain and pulled his hand back. Night Owl said coldly, Did I say I would give you a drink? Lena, then you put 2 cups here. Lena was puzzled. Night Owl, oh, I can drink 2 cups by myself, isn't that okay? I topped up 20 virtual coins to buy this tea. Who are you to deserve to drink the same tea as me? Lena, Night Owl, you surrendered without any sense of being a prisoner. Sit still and don't give me a frivolous smile. Lena, after Yi Xiao slowly finished 2 cups of tea, he stood up and said, Just wait here obediently and talk after everyone is gathered. After saying that, he snapped his fingers and left the virtual chat room. Lin Na looked confused. Let's talk about it after everyone is here? Who else is there? 5 minutes later, Baron Qinbing also entered the chat room. Lena turned around and met his eyes. Qinbing, Lena, Qinbing, Lena. Qinbing opened his mouth. Viscount Lena? Why are you here too? I was just about to ask you something. Lena snorted and said sarcastically, Didn't you say yesterday that only your grandson would surrender? I thought you were all determined to hold on to the end. I call this a man of insight. Qinbing was dissatisfied. Didn't you disagree with surrender yesterday? Why are you sitting here now? Lena's cheeks flushed. People always have to grow up. Can your thoughts when you are 20 be the same as your thoughts when you are 10? Ha! The two of them bickered with each other in a sarcastic tone for a long time. This time, Viscount Robin also entered the chat room and saw Lin Na and Qinbing cursing at each other. Lena, Qinbing, Robin, damn it. Lin Na was very dissatisfied. Robin, didn't you argue yesterday that you wanted to fight to the death with the Yi family? How dare you come here to surrender? That's right. Qinbing frowned. You said we were cowards, but I didn't expect that you, a bastard with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would secretly come here to surrender without telling us. You are so damn disloyal. Bang! Robin's face flushed and he slammed the table. Who said I surrender? Lin Na and Qinbing were puzzled. Then why are you here? I have just unilaterally acknowledged Lord Night Owl as my adoptive father. Robin snorted coldly, so I just came back to recognize my ancestors. How can I say I surrender? Lin Na and Qinbing, then you are awesome. An hour later, Night Owl returned to the chat room. This time, for people were already sitting around the tea table in the chat room. Viscount Robin, Viscount Lena, Baron Qinbing, and Baron Wang Hao. Night Owl stroked his chin. As Xiaoyu had guessed, only Viscount Kant and Baron Lu Wei did not choose to surrender. This guy guessed so accurately. Is he cheating? Chapter 263. I will be greedy this time. Lord Night Owl, you're back. Lena stood up with a wry smile. Robin also stood up and pulled out a chair with a wry smile. Godfather, please sit down quickly. Others, Night Owl shook his windbreaker and sat down. He didn't correct him. He took a sip of tea and said leisurely, "It seems that everyone is here. The remaining two probably won't come. Those two guys are really ungrateful." Shen Bing said, "Lord Yexiao, as long as you give the order, we will kill those two idiots immediately after we return, and then open the city gates to let your army in. What do you think?" "Night Owl, aren't your city gates wide open now?" Shen Bing, I can give you a way out." Night Owl put down his teacup and sneered, "But you have to do what I say when you go back." "No problem." Robin patted his chest and said loyally, "Godfather, if you have anything to say, just tell me. I am your dog. I will bite whoever you tell me to bite when I get back." Lin Na, Shen Bing, and Wang Hao all looked at him with contempt. "Then remember what I'm going to say next." Night Owl said slowly, "When you go back, blah 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 blah." After hearing this, the four people looked at each other in confusion. "Why do you do this?" Lina was puzzled. "There's no need to ask why," said Night Owl, "just do it." Inside Yi Ji's tent, Yao Xinshua handed a new magic rifle to Yi Gu. This is a newly developed energy-reducing magic rifle, specially made for ordinary soldiers. Although its power is slightly lower than that of ordinary magic guns, its magazine capacity is higher, and it puts less strain on the wrist when shooting. Originally, ordinary people could only fire about 3 shots with a magic gun, but now with this one, they can fire 100 shots in a row without any discomfort. Yi Gu took the magic rifle and waited in his hand for a while. But the power has decreased. Does it mean that this weapon can only be used against extraordinary soldiers below the Earth realm? No. Gao Xinshua took out another special bullet that looked like a battery. "Because we have this, a special bullet designed specifically for human genes." Yi Ji's eyes lit up and he took the bullet. The middle part of the bullet was translucent, and inside it was a greasy black liquid that was shaking slightly. "Have you successfully researched those genetic weapons?" Yi Gu said with a smile. "Yes." Gao Xinshua said, "This kind of genetic radiation bomb, no matter where it hits, has an additional 2,500 points of damage to human units. So for ordinary soldiers using this kind of magic gun, increasing the power of a single bullet is useless, but increasing the magazine capacity is important. As long as there are enough bullets and the rain of bullets is dense enough, even 1,000 souls realm transcendent warrior can be killed by these ordinary people's concentrated fire." "Oh yeah, and this one too." Gao Xinshua took out another set of armor. This set of armor was also what Yi Gu brought back from the vampire camp last time, but now the appearance of this set of armor has changed a bit, with many more rune marks and mechanical parts on it. "I have also modified this set of armor. When ordinary people wear it, they can offset 2,500 points of damage each time they are attacked by human soul power. Moreover, each set of armor can release an energy barrier once, which can resist attacks with a power of less than 10,000. Of course, it can only resist once. After one use, the battery will be exhausted. I can't install more energy batteries on this armor. Otherwise, with the physique of ordinary people, hundreds of kilograms of armor pressing on them will directly tire them to death." "Very good." After listening to Gao Xinshua's explanation, Yi Gu said happily, "Schwer, you are really a genius." Then he turned around and said to Song Jia, "Go and inform Li Shuang to distribute these weapons and protective gear immediately." "Okay, boss." Song Jie turned around and left the tent in a flash. At this moment, Yi Gu suddenly felt Gao Xinshua's finger poking his arm. Why? Yi Gu turned his head blankly. Gao Xinshua raised her head slightly and looked at him with her dark and clear eyes. "Reward." Yi Gu smiled helplessly, stretched out his hand and rubbed Xinshua's numb head hard. Gao Xinshua was like a beautiful and elegant ragdoll cat. She closed her eyes and quietly enjoyed the head patting service. Although her facial expression did not reveal too many emotions, every little detail revealed her inner happiness when being caressed. Even the little head would lean forward slightly, imperceptibly, actively catering to Yi Ji's fingers. When Yi Ji's hand leaves, Gao Xinshua will open her beautiful dark eyes again and look at Yi Gu eagerly. Although she said nothing, her eyes clearly contained the 3 words "not enough." "Don't be greedy." Yi Gu stretched out his finger and hooked Gao Xinshua's nose. "There is one more thing I want to discuss with you." "Gao Xinshua, what's the matter?" During the last battle in the 100 Souls Forest, the Blood Clan used a signal blocking device. The communication lines used by the Great Qin Empire were completely blocked and unusable. Our system's signals were also blocked. Ye Ge narrowed his eyes. At that time, I realized the importance of signal communication. Can our artificial system establish a communication method of its own? For example, satellite? Gao Xinxue, what is a satellite? Ye Ge was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to explain how in some scientific fields, this world has a higher level of technology than the Earth, but in some areas and some places it is still far inferior to the Earth, which is amazing. It's like a technology tree with lush growth on the left half and lifeless on the right half. Maybe it's because many substances in this world are different from those on Earth? The air in the extraordinary world is spiritual, and the elements in the air are different from those on Earth. Many physical and chemical rules are also different, and the difficulty of breaking through the atmosphere may also be different. So humans can't send satellites into space. This is Yi Ge's guess. Okay, although I don't know what a satellite is, I can give it a try. Gao Xinxue paused, and once again looked at Ye Ge with that irresistible look. There will still be a reward this time, right? Ye Ge, yes. Gao Xinxue, I will be greedy this time. I want an upgraded reward. Ye Ge. Chapter 264. I'm really afraid of a car accident when there are not enough people in the meeting hall of Jiangcheng. 6 nobles, Kant, Lina, Robin, Wang Hao, Chen Bing, and Lu Wei, sat together and held another meeting. This was the nth meeting they had held in the past 2 weeks. Over the past 2 weeks, under the offensive of the Yi family's army, Jiangcheng had been destroyed from a super-powerful city-state fortress that was known as the strongest military fortress in the south, with maximum defense and maximum magic technology, to a place that was like a dying old man. It can be said that in the past 2 weeks, both civilians and soldiers in the city have been living in fear. Last night, the power station in the city was severely damaged by unknown people. Now most of Jiangcheng has lost power. Viscount Lina said, the people of the Yi family have obviously sneaked into the city, and they are in the dark. We don't know how many of them there are. They are doing this and that today. I think we can't just sit there and wait for death. Count Kant raised his eyebrows and looked at him. What do you mean? Viscount Lina said, I think what Viscount Robin said that day is not completely unworkable. We are doomed to die if we stay in the city. Instead of being tortured and toyed with to death, we might as well fight our way out of the city and fight the Yi family. Even if we lose, at least we can know for sure. Baron Lu Wei scratched his head after hearing this and said, but now there are many undercover agents of the Yi family lurking in Jiangcheng. If we gather the troops and leave the city, they will definitely get the news immediately. So we can keep our troops in the city. Viscount Lina said, we need to seek support from the Duke. Will His Excellency the Duke agree to this? If there is a chance to completely wipe out the Yi family, Your Excellency will certainly be willing to seize it. Lina's expression was very determined. Then he picked up a remote control and pressed a button, and a holographic map appeared in the middle of the conference room. A red dot was marked on the map. Lin Na said, this is where the Yi family's army camp is stationed. If we can successfully launch a sneak attack, even if they are from the Yi family, we may still have a chance of winning. Baron Lu Wei was very surprised. How did you find the Yi family's camp? This, of course, is the information obtained by my Lin family's spies. Lin Na was vague. In fact, of course, it was Night Owl who gave it to him. Count Kant was silent for a long time, as if he was considering something. I also think this might be a solution, at least it is one of the few chances we have right now. Hearing what Count Kant said, Lin Na, Robin, Chen Bing and Wang Hao looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. They had originally prepared some arguments to persuade Count Kant, but they did not expect that he would agree to this plan so quickly. That's easy as soon. They were connected to Duke Wang En. You mean, attacking the Yi family's camp? The holographic projection of Duke Wang En stood in front of everyone. Yes, Your Excellency the Duke. Lin Na said, we all agree that this is a rare opportunity. According to my informant, Yi Xiao, Yi Ge, and other young people of the Yi family are all in this camp. Duke Wang En raised his eyebrows. Really? That's indeed an opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. Lin Na said, the Yi family has already planted spies in our city, so we can't move first. Otherwise, once we start to gather troops, they will definitely notice us. You have to send troops to start the battle first, and then we will lead our troops out of the city to follow the group. Duke Wang En was silent for a while, then suddenly he grinned and said, Viscount Lina, I didn't expect that you would have such a good brain one day. It seems that I really underestimated you before. He, no problem. Lin Na smiled, but then he felt something was wrong. Was Wang Yin praising him or scolding him? I'll think about it and give you an answer. Okay, Your Excellency the Duke, we await your reply. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yin sat in his seat and pondered. The white-haired old wizard slowly came over from behind holding an oil lamp and said, "Sir, this seems to be a good opportunity. If the intelligence is accurate, then this is certainly a good opportunity. If we can take this opportunity to eliminate Yi Xiao and the elite descendants of the Yi family, even if old man Yi Quan is still alive, the Yi family will definitely be doomed." Wang Yin glanced at the old wizard and said, "The question is, how do you think the intelligence spies under Lin Na, with that idiot's ability, were able to find the exact location of the Yi family camp?" "Old master, what do you mean?" "A trap." Wang Yin sneered, "There is no doubt that this is a trap. The Yi family could have taken Jiangqing long ago, but they have not yet entered the city because they are afraid of the most advanced magic technology towers in Jiangcheng. Those magic technology towers can automatically lock onto invaders who enter the city and launch plasma magic attacks. If the Yi family wants to win against the magic towers, they will have to pay a certain price. The Yi family obviously wants to take Jiangcheng without any damage and does not want to give other nobles of the Southern Justice League an advantage." The old wizard said, "So, the Yi family deliberately leaked information to Lin Na and the others." "That's right." Wang Yin snorted coldly. "Yi Xiao wants to lure Lin Na and his men out of the city to attack their Yi family camp at night, and then ambush and set traps. Once the protection of the magic technology tower in the city is gone, it will be easy for the Yi family to destroy them on the Great Plains." However, Viscount Lin Na finally got smart just now. If they were to lead their own troops to die, they would definitely die. The old wizard asked, "So you are planning to take advantage of the situation?" That's right." Wang Yin narrowed his eyes. "Don't they like ambushes?" "The Yi family has a total of 30,000 troops attacking Jiangqing this time. I will directly use 150,000 troops to surround them in a lightning-fast manner. I want to see how they will respond." The old wizard was stunned. 150,000 troops? "But, my Lord Duke, the rebel allies only have more than 300,000 troops in total. If all of them are mobilized, the defense lines of other city-states in the lower reaches of the Huangjiang River will inevitably be empty. Will the other noble armies of the Southern Justice League take advantage of the opportunity to invade? So we must act quickly. Quickly, accurately, and ruthlessly, and eliminate Night Owl's 30,000 men as quickly as possible, and then retreat to defend." Wang Yin paused, and then said with some contempt, "Moreover, you think too highly of the armies of other noble families in the southern border. Don't look at the battles of the Yi family in the past few days and think that those nobles are also at the same level. These nobles are completely incomparable to the Yi family. They have enjoyed decades of peaceful life and indulged in luxury and debauchery. The dispatching and intelligence capabilities of their family armies are probably not even 1/10 of those of the Yi family. By the time they receive the intelligence and mobilize the army, our battle will have been over long ago." The old wizard thought for a moment and said, "That's true. Moreover, Night Owl would never have thought that I would directly mobilize half of my troops to deal with their mere 30,000 men." Wang Yin sneered, "To be honest, facing an opponent like the Yi family, I am really afraid of failure if I have fewer people." Chapter 265. A restless night. Night falls. That night, undercurrents surged in various parts of the southern border. Countless armies are gathering quietly and silently. Old Ji, Marquis Baixiang and his men have assembled their troops and are heading towards Jiangcheng. Xia Sun said seriously, "They saw that you were about to take Jiangcheng without any injuries, and they couldn't sit still any longer. They planned to seize Jiangcheng before you and grab the credit." Night Owl looked at the holographic projection in front of him and leaned back in his chair. "Oh, really? These old guys really have no manners." Xia Sun was puzzled. "Why do you react like this?" "Then what kind of reaction do I need to have?" Night Owl yawned. "If they want to come, they can come." "Xia Sun? Don't worry, it's okay." Night Owl grinned. "There are receptionists waiting for these guests. They will definitely be super surprised when they arrive." "Oh?" Xia Sun was silent for a moment. "What kind of plan are you setting?" Oh, this time the situation was not set up by me. You will know soon. Yi Xiao paused and asked, by the way, where are your Xia family's troops? Are they going with you? Well, I have already assembled the family army. Xia Sun said, but I just plan to go through the motions. Don't go through the motions, just run. Night Owl said, or you can pretend to get separated from the team, but don't cross the line of the Whitewood Plains. Xia Sun was stunned for a moment, as if he understood something. He was silent for a moment and didn't ask any more questions. Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Night Owl lay in the rocking chair and scratched his ear with his little finger. This battle was so easy to fight. I didn't have to use my hands or my brain. It turns out that this world is always the era of the young. After a while, Yi Ge, Yi Yulong, Yi Qingxin, Yi Mingyu, Yi Yang, and others all gathered in Yi Xiao's tent. Are they all here? Night Owl glanced at them, sat up from his rocking chair, and said leisurely, I just got intelligence that the cattle and wolves have been lured here, and everything is going very smoothly. When Yi Yulong heard this, his heart suddenly moved. He turned to look at Yi Gu, who had a calm and composed expression. This kid, he actually got everything right. It seems that we really can't underestimate him. Yi Xiao looked at the younger generations of the Yi family and said with a half smile, tonight, you play the role of hunters. How many hunting points you can get depends on your own performance. Remember, compete fairly. All the Yi family members, yes. Whitewood Plains, the Marquis of White Elephant and the Marquis of Ponton were each riding on a warhorse, with a corps of armored knights behind them, slowly advancing on the plain. There was a light snow during the day and the weather is a bit foggy tonight. The roar of an unknown wild animal was heard in the distance. For some reason, Marquis Ponton always felt a little uneasy in his heart. What's wrong with you? Marquis White Elephant glanced at him. I always feel that something is not right, said Marquis Ponton. What's wrong? This, Marquis Ponton fell silent. He couldn't say anything. In the distance, on a mountain peak. A beautiful girl stood here and looked into the distance. The cold night wind blew her long hair in the skirt of her JK uniform, making her figure more graceful. As expected, he's here. Yi Mingyu hugged Teddy in her arms and said with a smile, it seems that my little brother is really amazing, don't you think so, Xiaodi? Oh woof, woof. Teddy responded twice while being held in the girl's arms. Then let's start the performance. Yi Mingyu said, Xiaodi, cast the snowfog technique. Woof. Teddy took a deep breath and his belly gradually grew bigger. Then after more than 10 seconds, it suddenly spit out a bunch of white mist. Ha! Why did the fog suddenly become thicker here, said Marquis Ponton. Marquis Baixiang's eyebrows moved slightly. Something is wrong. This fog seems to be deliberately created by the extraordinary. At this time, the ground shook slightly. It sounded like the footsteps of a large group of creatures running, including the footsteps of humans. Soon, the vibration became more and more intense. The knights behind the Marquis of White Elephant seemed somewhat panicked, not knowing what was going on. Marquis Ponton's pupils shrank, and he quickly said, everyone, alert, roar. Finally, countless giant beasts that looked like rhinos appeared in their sight. On the back of each exotic beast sits an extraordinary beastmaster. Obviously, it's the enemy's army. There are enemies. Everyone prepare to fight. The Marquis of White Elephant was shocked. Isn't this the Xuanzu beast? The Xuanzu beast is a kind of exotic beast that lives in the mountains and seas in the ferocious beast forest. Later, it was heard that some of the Xuanzu beasts were domesticated and raised by Duke Wang En, and controlled by his beastmasters as mounts in war. But how come it appears here, and we haven't even reached Jiangcheng yet? How come we've already encountered the enemy? Soon, the armies on both sides began to fight each other. The sounds of weapons, beast roars, screams, and spells were heard continuously. This night is destined to be a river of blood. At this time, in Jiangcheng, a massacre is unfolding. The city was littered with corpses. On the city walls, under the sentry towers, and under various buildings, people could be seen lying in pools of blood. It could be said that the blood flowed like a river. The blood flowed through the drainage channels in the city to the Huangjiang River, almost dyeing the entire river red. The scene was horrific, and everywhere was filled with desperate cries and wails. Puff. Baron Shen Bing stabbed an ice knife into the chest of an extraordinary warrior in the universal realm. This extraordinary warrior from the all-seeing realm was a strong man sent by Wang En to support them. He opened his eyes wide before he died. He never expected that he would die at the hands of Chen Bing. Lin Na, Robin, Wang Hao, and Chen Bing led their direct troops and killed more than a dozen Wanxiang realm powerhouses who were supported by Wang Yan in the city as quickly as possible, as well as a large number of other soldiers sent by Wang Yan to support them. Of course, they also have to wipe out the direct subordinates of Kant and Lu Wei, the two people who did not surrender. Why? Baron Lu Wei retreated to the corner tremblingly. All his cronies had been slaughtered and now he had no way to retreat. Chapter 266. I'll give you a way to sacrifice. It's you who don't know the current situation. Viscount Lina was covered in blood, with a cold look in his eyes, like an evil spirit. Puff. A sword pierced through his chest and ended Baron Lu Wei's life. Baron Lu Wei slowly slid down from the wall and then lay in a pool of blood. His eyes were still wide open until he died, as if he died with his eyes open. The city was ablaze with flames. Black smoke billowed and surged into the sky. The magic towers in the city collapsed with the fire, and the soldiers' wails and screams could be heard one after another. Behind Lin Na, Robin, Chen Bing, Wang Hao, and others stood hundreds of extraordinary warriors, who were clearly their most elite subordinates. Most of Kant and Lu Wei's men have been eliminated by us. Baron Chen Bing stepped forward and said, "But where is Count Kant hiding? Why can't we see him?" "I didn't see him either." Viscount Robin said, "After dinner, this guy seemed to have disappeared." Lina frowned, thinking, "Khan won't run away, right? Call it this time." A cold wind blew. A figure in a black robe appeared on the eaves of the building next to him, standing with his hands behind his back, his robe rustling in the night wind. "You guys are doing a good job." The sound of a night owl sounded slowly when Lina and the others heard the voice. They knew it was Night Owl, and hurriedly said respectfully, "Lord Night Owl, Count Kant is missing." "Kant?" Yi Xiao paused, thinking that he had been guessed right by Yi Gu again. "I guess he found out something was wrong and ran away." Lina was a little nervous, fearing that Night Owl would blame them for not doing their job well. "But Kant's men have all been eliminated by us." "Oh, it's okay, just run away," Night Owl said nonchalantly. "Okay." Lina breathed a sigh of relief, then he asked tentatively, "What about us?" Night Owl grinned, "Don't worry, I will keep my promise and give you a way out." As he spoke, he raised his hand. Shua, a big man in black, came down and landed in front of Lina and the others. Night Owl said, "This is Shintu, my top fighter. He will lead you out of the human territory and away from the eyes and ears of the Night Watch and the Imperial Army. You should leave now while the chaos is going on. Be low-key when you leave. Don't take too many people or too much treasure with you. If the Empire knew that I released you traitors, I would not be able to explain myself." Lina and the others quickly thanked him. Okay, thank you, Master Night Owl." Shintu was a big man nearly 2 meters tall with more than a dozen deep scars on his face. His whole face looked very scary and his expression was cold and ruthless. "Come with me." He spoke as coldly as a machine, then turned around and left. Seeing this, Lin Na, Robin, Chen Bing, Wang Hao and others hurriedly followed. Night Owl looked at their backs as they left, then looked back at the city, which was still filled with fighting and blood. "It seems that many people will not be able to sleep tonight." Shintu brought Lina, Robin, Wang Hao and Chen Bing to the wild. This forest is remote and uninhabited, with steep terrain, and the unique poisonous fungi and trees in the forest emit natural poisonous gases. Usually only smugglers operate in this area. Each of the 4 nobles brought 2 men with them, and each of them wore a gas mask. Each of the 8 men carried a large box of treasures. These treasures were enough to ensure that they would have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. They didn't even take their wives and children with them, because they knew very well that such an escape would be difficult and dangerous, and they would inevitably run into the Night's Watch and the Imperial Army on the way. The difficulty of escaping with ordinary people without extraordinary abilities would increase by several levels. Only if you can survive will you have the chance to find another wife and have another child. Alas, I never thought that we would have this day. Baron Wang Hao sighed deeply. Viscount Lina smiled bitterly. "Yeah, who would have thought of that?" Viscount Robin said, "That's fine. It's good enough that I can survive. It's a pity that I haven't had time to take away all the natural treasures that I have collected in the cellar in this city for decades." Baron Chen Bing seemed to hear some strange sound at this time. "Hey, listen, what's that sound?" All that could be heard was the faint growl of an unknown wild animal in the forest, and the distance is very close. After a while, more than 30 giant wolves with snow-white fur appeared in the jungle. These wolves are bigger than rhinos, with snow-white fur, which is very beautiful. This is the Frost Moon giant wolf raised by the Yi family. Like the Xuanzu beast raised by Wang Yan, both are domesticated beasts. They are extremely huge in appearance and very ferocious. The frost wolves approached slowly, grinning, revealing their sharp white teeth, and growling, "This is it." Shinta suddenly stopped and turned around slowly. Viscount Lina's heart suddenly skipped a beat. What is this place? He laughed twice. "Mr. Shintu, what do you mean by this? Don't you understand?" Shintu sneered, "This is the end of your road." Lina and the others were suddenly shocked. Are you going to kill someone to silence them?" Robin's eyes widened. "Didn't Night Owl just say that he would leave us a way out?" "That's right," Shintu said calmly. "The head of the family said that he would leave a way for you to be slaughtered. He will definitely keep his word. You will get the same treatment and fate as the chickens, ducks, pigs, sheep and cattle raised by our Yi family." "Lina, Robin, Wang Hao, Qin Bing, you don't keep your word." Lina blushed. Shintu snorted coldly, "Nonsense, our Yi family is a demonized family. In your eyes, aren't we a group of despicable, unscrupulous, cold-blooded, untrustworthy, and unethical villains? You expect a group of villains to be trustworthy to you? Are you crazy?" Lin Na took a breath. "No. Please wait a moment. Mr. Shintu, please give me a chance to talk to Lord Night Owl." Lina tried to stay calm. "If we die and the news gets out, the other noble rebels in the Rebel Alliance will definitely not choose to surrender. They will fight you to the death. This war in the southern border has just begun. Doing this will be disadvantageous to you, right? Will it spread?" Shintu raised his eyebrows. "There are only a few of us here. If you all die here, do you think this matter will spread?" Chapter 267 Nowhere to Escape. Lin Na was stunned for a moment, as if struck by lightning. Viscount Robin's eyes darkened. "Damn, if that's the case, then what are you waiting for? Instead of just sitting there and waiting to die, why not fight him?" Boom! After saying that, his soul power suddenly exploded, revealing the strength of the first level of Shura realm. Then he rushed towards Shinta like an arrow, but the next moment, swish! Robin's head flew straight into the sky, leaving only a headless body that continued to spew blood. "You don't know your own limits." Shinta's left hand turned completely black and became as sharp as a steel knife. Robin's blood slowly dripped down the side of his hand. Several frostwolves immediately rushed up and devoured Robin's body. Lin Na and the others turned pale when they saw this. Robin was a Shura-level warrior after all, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even last a single round in front of this person and was killed instantly. Lin Na gritted his teeth and said, "There's no other way. We are already in a state of certain death. Let's go together." Baron Qin Bing, Baron Wang Hao, and their trusted subordinates all burst out with their soul power and took the initiative to besiege Shintu. And Lina, he released his soul power, burst his speed to the maximum, turned around and ran. However, just as Lin Na turned around and took the second step, Shintu suddenly appeared in front of him with his arms folded and an expressionless face. Lin Na was stunned for a moment, and when he looked back, he saw that Baron Qin Bing and Baron Wang Hao had all fallen in a pool of blood. The frostwolves quickly pounced on the food and tore them into several pieces of meat in less than a few seconds. Thump. Lin Na knelt down and cowed out, "No, please, let me go, give me a way out. I can give you everything I have, ouch." As he was speaking, a frost wolf appeared behind him, opened its mouth wide and bit his head. Then, there was a gulp. "Just swallow it." Count Khan was sitting on the back of a griffin and had already left the Jiangcheng area far away. While flying over the Baimu plain, Khan saw a large-scale fighting on the plain. There was a vast expanse of white fog over the Baimu plain, but in the air one could still vaguely see at least hundreds of thousands of soldiers fighting on the plain. The roars of the Xuanzu beasts, war horses, and war elephants rose and fell one after another. All kinds of fireballs, storms, lightning, and ice arrows were bombarded randomly on the battlefield, and bursts of thick smoke filled the air. "These are the Justice League's troops?" Count Khan thought. "It seems that all this is indeed a good show arranged by the Yi family. Viscount Lina and his men must have defected to Night Owl, but I'm afraid that the final outcome for Viscount Lina and his men will not be good." The griffin flew for a while, bypassed the Whitewood Plains, and passed through the sky above a forest. Bang! At this moment, a deafening gunshot suddenly rang out. The birds in the forest were awakened by the gunshots and flew into the air. A terrifying, blinding red light shot out from the forest and headed towards the sky. The griffin was hit in the abdomen by the bullet, which went straight through its body. Before it could even let out a scream, the griffin's entire body exploded. Countless pieces of flesh and blood flew in all directions. Count Kant's pupils shrank, and he quickly flipped over and fell from the air, landing steadily on an open space in the forest. After a while, Yi Gu, Yi Yang, Yi Yulong, Yi Qingxin, and a group of black-clad warriors from the Yi family appeared in the dark woods. They formed an encirclement and surrounded Count Kant. Yi Qingxin was holding a sniper rifle of a terrifyingly large caliber in her hand, and the shot just now was fired from this weapon. This sniper rifle is called Destruction and is a type of soul energy gun. Yi Qingxin bought it from an anonymous weapon inventor at an online auction house, and she spent a lot of money on it. Yi Gu knew at a glance that this sniper rifle was the work of Gao Shenxue, and it should have been an anonymous work posted on the internet a year or two ago. However, this gun is a little outdated now. Although it is powerful, the energy storage device used in the gun is still magic stone, so the magazine capacity is only 1 round. After Yili completed the development of liquid energy, Gao Shenxue no longer manufactured weapons using magic stones. When Count Kant saw Yi Gu and the others, his face looked very grim. "How did you know my escape route?" Yi Gu smiled faintly. "There are only a few routes to avoid the Night's Watch and the Imperial Army on the border, and you will definitely avoid the battlefield on the Whitewood Plains, so there are even fewer escape routes." Yi Qingxin and Yi Yulong looked at Yi Gu deeply. The Yi family has always been proud and unwilling to admit defeat. No younger member of the Yi family is willing to admit that he is inferior to his brothers and sisters, but in this battle, Yi Ji's performance is indeed admirable. Moreover, this performance was not due to his extraordinary strength. His personal level was only at the Earth realm, but he could control the entire battle situation by himself. It was simply unbelievable. As a noble, you are quite smart. You should have guessed that Lena and the others would not have a good ending, so you did not choose to surrender and take advantage of the pie we painted for you. Yi Gu smiled. "Unfortunately, if you choose to run away, the ending will not be good either." Count Kant's face twitched slightly. He looked solemnly at the surrounding forest. There were probably more than 100 extraordinary warriors from the Yi family ambushing here. However, their levels are not high, and they are basically strong people around the 100 Souls realm. And behind Yi Gu, there were actually 200 or 300 ordinary soldiers holding rifles and wearing strange armor hiding far away in the surrounding forest. Kant was puzzled. These militiamen have actually moved to the battlefield? What does this mean? Are they bluffing and gathering numbers? These ordinary people can basically be ignored. If there are only 100 or so super warriors, then there is a chance. Count Kant thought so, gritted his teeth, and suddenly burst out his soul power, revealing the strength of the 6th level of Shura realm. A powerful aura was suddenly released, and the soul power surged out, forming a tornado-like airflow, and all the dead leaves on the ground among the trees flew up at once. Chapter 268 Water Goo Man, such a strong soul energy. Yi Gu narrowed his eyes. Yi Yulong and the others couldn't help but perk up, and everyone's expression became serious. It seems that Count Kant still retained some strength when he was defending the city. Rich blue soul energy was condensed in Count Kant's hands. His palms were facing downwards, his eyes were gloomy, and his 2 hanging arms seemed to be gradually melting. Light blue and slightly sticky water flowed slowly along his arms to his feet, accumulating into small pools of water on the ground. 4th level supernatural power, Water Goo Man. I saw a number of wet humanoid creatures slowly rising from the pool of water, and eventually turned into more than a dozen warriors. Each of these warriors that emerged from the water looked no different from normal humans, but their eyes were dull and unfocused, making them look like half-living, half-dead zombies. Yi Yang frowned. I originally thought that he escaped without any followers, but I didn't expect that he still brought a few men with him. But why do these people look so strange? Yi Gu explained calmly. Water Goo people are a type of water-attributed supernatural being. He can capture many humans and raise them in the water cage world inside his body as goo, letting them kill each other and eat other goo people in the same cage with him, eventually becoming the strongest goo warrior. As the host of these water goo warriors, Kant can not only summon them to fight at any time, but also devour the goo warriors in his body at any time to replenish his own strength. Pfft, it sounds like a weird ability. Yi Yang curled his lips. It's a fancy thing, I want to see how powerful it is. After saying that, he kicked his feet and rushed out like a nimble leopard. 3rd level demonic martial arts, Devil Fist. Yi Yang's whole body was wrapped in purple demonic energy, and he punched the chest of the Water Goo warrior closest to him. However, the Water Goo Man warrior didn't move at all. The corpse-like face lowered its head and gave him a cold look. Yi Yang's expression suddenly changed, and he was about to retract his fist. However, the Water Goo Man warrior grabbed his wrist with his backhand and then hit his ribs with his elbow. Yi Yang groaned and was about to fight back, but the water goo man grabbed the back of his clothes and threw him out with an over-the-shoulder throw. The force of the fall was much greater than what appeared to the naked eye. Yi Yang's body flew out in a straight line, breaking several large trees in the dark jungle, and finally making a heavy muffled sound. Yi Yulong and Yi Qingxin were shocked for a moment. Yi Yang is a man who claims to have put all his points into attack and burst. Although he is at the Thousand Souls realm, even a Shura realm warrior would probably take a few steps back if he was hit by his punch. Who would have thought that he couldn't even break through the defense of this water goo man warrior? Although you have calculated my thoughts and actions, Count Khan said sinisterly, but don't forget, this is an extraordinary world, strength is the only truth. Night Owl actually only sent you juniors to intercept me. Obviously, you really think that my strength of the 6th level of Shura realm is a fake? Ha ha. Then I will make you all pay with your lives today. As he spoke, he crossed his hands and raised them. The light blue soul power glowed faintly in his palms, and the dozen or so water goo warriors rushed up together. Yi Yulong and Yi Qingxin's dozens of black-clad men immediately rushed forward and fought with those water goo people. However, those water goo people warriors showed extremely strong fighting ability. The attacks of dozens of men in black seemed to have no effect at all in front of these water goo men, who knocked them all down easily. Upon seeing this, Yi Yulong immediately activated his demon mode. Yi Qingxin also placed the heavy sniper rifle behind him, and then pulled out 2 pistols from the leggings on his long legs. While moving flexibly in the woods, he fired at the water poison people who rushed up. Yi Ge retreated to a safe place without hesitation. He stood on a tree trunk and observed the battle. At the same time, he raised his hand and gestured, indicating that the militiamen should form a concentrated fire formation according to their prior training. No, ordinary attacks can't break the defense at all. Yi Qingxin frowned. The magazines of both pistols had been emptied and they didn't have any effect. There seems to be a thin layer of soul power on the surface of these water goo people, forming a protective film. Moreover, Yi Qingxin felt that this soul power was very turbid, as if it was the soul power of at least hundreds of people fused together. She figured it out quickly. These hundreds of people should all be other human warriors who were once locked in a water cage with him, raised as goo people, but were eaten. 2nd level demon skill, Hell Dragon Claw. Yi Yulong, who had transformed into a demon, relied on his speed to bypass the water poisoners. In the demon state, his hands transformed into dragon-like claws, and he spread his wings and rushed towards Count Kant. Count Kant glanced at him, then moved his mouth and chanted, "First-order supernatural power, flow barrier." The light blue soul power condensed into a thin flowing water wall in front of him. Yi Yulong reached into the water wall with one claw. Then the flowing water flowed along his arms and wrapped around his entire body, making it difficult for him to break free for a while. This water is so heavy. Yi Yulong cursed inwardly, "Oops, I underestimated this old guy." At this time, all that could be heard was the buzzing sound of some kind of energy beam breaking through the air. The beam of light easily passed through the water barrier in front of Count Kant and hit his body directly. Ugh! Count Kant groaned, his pupils dilated, and he subconsciously bent down, covering his chest with his hands. With an incredible expression on his face. System, successfully hit the target system, ignore defense, cause true damage, target HP-2500. Yi Ge was holding a magic pistol, and a transparent system panel that only he could see appeared in front of him, displaying the data of the shot just fired. Yi Qingxin was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at the woods where the energy beam had just shot out. What was that just now? Is it the beam bullet of the magic gun? But I clearly felt that the energy of that shot was not very powerful, but it actually penetrated Count Kant's water soul barrier with just one shot? Chapter 269, Equality of All Beings. Kant also turned his head and saw the pistol in Yi Ge's hand. Magic gun? The magic gun is not a rare firearm. Gao Shenxue had anonymously listed this weapon at an auction house several years ago. However, the magazine capacity of this weapon is too small, and it is expensive to use. Most of the time, it is a collection of nobles. Some children of aristocratic families will use it as a trump card to save their lives after their soul power is exhausted, but logically speaking, Yi Ge's level is only Earth Realm, so the magic gun he can use can only be at Earth Realm level at most. How is it possible that one shot can penetrate his soul power barrier? Kant was very puzzled, but he was just confused. He had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. After all, 2500 HP was nothing for a Shura-level warrior like him. Kant looked at Yi Gu in silence, thinking that he had collected some information about this little guy before the war and had heard of some of his deeds. Xu Wanhao was inexplicably defeated by this kid. This kid is definitely an uncertain factor, so it would be a good idea to get rid of him first. Go ahead, kill the youngest one first. Kant ordered. A dozen water goo people immediately obeyed the order and rushed towards Yi Gu holding the soul power water knives condensed into solid state. Yi Gu stood there without moving at all. Countless gunshots rang out in the dark woods. A team of 200 to 300 ordinary gunmen opened fire at the same time. Hundreds of magic energy beams shot out from behind him and hit the water poison people. Amidst the screams, the defensive soul energy on the surfaces of those water gut people seemed to have completely failed, and they were shot to death by hundreds of beams of light. What? Kant's eyes widened. Yi Yulong and Yi Qingxin were also shocked. It turned out that the rifles held by the militiamen brought by Yi Gu were all magic rifles. But how can ordinary people control the magic gun without extraordinary powers? You have to know that even if it is only a yellow-level magic gun, the terrifying magic recoil when firing is enough to cause a normal person to have a heart shock. Ordinary people without extraordinary affinity should have basically zero resistance to magic energy. Moreover, why did the soul barrier of those water goo warriors suddenly fail? Yi Gu, concentrated fire preparation, B-33 attack method. Yi Gu gave orders in the system's encrypted voice. The armed militia gunmen did not have a system, but they could hear orders through the Bluetooth in their ears, and then move quickly in the forest to their designated positions to prepare. Kant looked back and glanced around, and found that he was being pointed at by 200 or 300 rifles. Surrender, Yi Gu suggested. It's not a pleasant feeling to be shot like a sieve. Kant subconsciously took a step back. The weapons in the hands of these Yi family militiamen are obviously strange, and a group of ordinary people can actually wield magic guns, unless these ordinary people are all wearing some kind of extraordinary treasure that can reduce the recoil of magic energy. The armor on these militiamen is very suspicious. I have never seen it before. Could it be because of the armor? The question is, when did the extraordinary treasure become so worthless? 200 or 300 militiamen, each with one? Although I don't know what means you used to knock down my Gurren puppet just now. Kant said coldly, but you think you can intimidate me with 200 or 300 magic guns? You underestimate the extraordinary people in the Shura realm too much. As soon as he finished speaking, Kant suddenly raised his hand to eye in the blink of an eye. He arrived in front of Yi Gu. His speed was amazing. He planned to capture this little demon as a hostage first, Kant thought. Although the guns in the hands of these Yi family militiamen are obviously fishy, the magazine capacity of the magic gun is very small, and ammunition must be reloaded after each shot. With his Shura realm physique, it is definitely not a problem for him to withstand 200 or 300 shots. However, what happened next directly shattered Kant's worldview. Yi Ji's figure turned into a ball of black mist and disappeared in front of him. The 200 or 300 militiamen surrounded in the woods pulled the trigger and started shooting at the same time. Kant subconsciously formed a water soul barrier. Although he remembered that this barrier didn't seem to work, countless energy beams easily penetrated the soul barrier and focused all their fire on Kant. Genetic bombs or ammunition designed targeting human genes. This energy beam can directly destroy the extraordinary cells in the body of an extraordinary person and decompose the soul power produced by the human body. Therefore, any barrier created by human soul power is basically useless in front of this kind of genetic bomb. Yi Gu therefore gave this type of ammunition another name, the equality bullet. Under the saturation type covering attack, Kant had no room to dodge at all. Unless he had the ability to teleport in space, it would be impossible for him to dodge by relying on his speed, and Kant was soon surprised to find that the magic rifles in the hands of these militiamen were fully automatic. Their shooting method was not to take turns shooting and reloading. Instead, they stood together in several rows to ensure the maximum firepower and not hurt their own people, and then all the triggers were pulled. Dong 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 dong. The scene of hundreds of light beams converging on one point was so shocking that Yi Yulong and Yi Qingxin were both stunned. Yi Yang slowly walked out of the dark woods, holding onto a tree. As soon as he came out, he saw the scene of gunfire and red light beams. The red light reflected on his face, revealing his confused expression. What the hell? What's going on? Ah! Kant let out a heart-wrenching scream. Every inch of his body was constantly penetrated by beams of magic energy. Every hit of the magic energy bullet burned the cells in his body, and his health was rapidly depleting at a speed visible to the naked eye. 2500 HP. For a Shura realm warrior, it might not even be enough to scratch him, but if you multiply it by 10, multiply it by 100, multiply it by 1000, multiply it by 10,000. Then it's completely different. After a barrage of bullets, Count Kant finally collapsed. The surface of his skin was covered with burn spots, which were traces of the magic gun, and his internal organs were probably burned very badly. Kant lay on the ground, dying, with only his last breath left, unable to move even a finger. Before he died, he couldn't understand why he, a transcendent in the Shura realm, died at the hands of a group of ordinary people. Chapter 270. Let me try. Ego walked up to Count Kant, who was only breathing his last breath, and looked down at him. I told you long ago that it doesn't feel good to be shot like a sieve. Count Kant moved his mouth and tried hard to raise his eyelids to look at Ye Good. He wanted to get up again, but in fact he couldn't even move a finger. He was hit by tens of thousands of gene bombs, and his soul nodes were completely destroyed, and his internal organs were already riddled with holes. Ye Good showed the sword of light and pointed it in front of him, and said calmly, "Any last words?" Count Kant, puff. Before he could finish his words, Ye Gu had already pierced the back of his neck with a sword, and the sword came out from the front of his throat. Forget it, you'd better stop talking. I won't do it for you anyway. Ye Gu drew out the sword. Kant, Yi Yulong, Yi Qingshin, Yi Yang, Count Kant died, and the bodies of the water gush people on the ground nearby quickly melted into water and then quickly dried up on the muddy ground among the brothers and sisters next to him. Yi Yang had a complicated expression, while Yi Yulong and Yi Qingshin had no expression on their faces. They looked at Kant's dead body on the ground, wondering what they were thinking. What weapons are your soldiers using? Magic guns? Yi Qingshin looked into his eyes and asked, "Why is Kant's soul shield useless in front of your magic bullets?" Well, of course it's a secret. Yi Qingshin didn't ask any further questions. Yi Yulong crossed his arms and chuckled. It seems you still plan to keep some things for your family members. Of course, I always have to be on guard against people like Yi Qingshin. Ye Gu smiled and said, "Okay, my brothers and sisters, Kant is just an appetizer, and the battle tonight has just begun. I have just received intelligence that the allied forces of Marquis Baixiang and Wang An's rebel army have already started fighting on the Baimu plain. Now that we have captured Jiangchang, the main forces of the rebel allies have been led away. The defenses of the city-states along the lower reaches of the Huangjiang River are extremely empty. It is the best time for us to lead the army southward and wipe out these rebels in one go." Yi Yulong raised an eyebrow. Did you plan this? Ye Gu, yes. Yi Yulong looked at Ye Gu deeply. Now he finally understood how Yi Xingxiong and Chu Wan had died at his hands. Originally, Yi Yulong wanted to use this battle to see what extraordinary talents this kid had that could be noticed by Principal Longmi and allowed to enter the inner gate of the War Academy as a personal student. As a result, after so many battles in the past 2 weeks, this kid didn't take action even once. Until now, Yi Yulong has never seen Yi Ji's extraordinary abilities with his own eyes, but the outcome of every battle was deeply influenced by him. You are really capable, my good brother. Yi Yulong grinned, laughing in his heart. You really make me excited. That's right, defeating such a competitor is fun. On the Whitewood Plains, the war continues. Hundreds of thousands of people were fighting on the plains. The view from above was filled with chaotic fighting, corpses everywhere, and rivers of blood. It was not enough to describe the cruelty and tragedy of this battle. The Marquis of White Elephant was riding on the back of a giant elephant with an extremely ugly expression on his face. They were fighting the enemy in the thick fog. The enemy troops around them were so dense that they could not even count how many there were. He had noticed something was wrong very early on, but by the time he reacted, it was too late. The enemy troops that had ambushed them had completely surrounded them, completely blocking their way out. They were clearly the raiders, so why would these rebel troops ambush them here, and how come there are so many? Didn't the intelligence say that after 2 weeks of attack by the Yi family, most of Jiangqing's soldiers were injured, disabled, or dead, with less than 20,000 troops left? But if that's the case, what about these enemy troops ambushing them? There are at least hundreds of thousands of people here, right? Could it be that we fell into the Yi family's trap? The Marquis of White Elephant turned even paler, and he seemed to have understood what was going on. At the same time, the younger generation of the Yi family has divided into 20 groups, passed through Jiangcheng, and started to move south to attack the city-states occupied by the rebel allies. Tonight, their points competition has just begun. Yi Gu rode on a frost moonwolf, followed closely by 600 soldiers. Some rode on frost wolves, some on war horses, and some on dragon eagles and griffins. They soon arrived in front of the first city. Tianyuan City. Yiga looked at the city not far away and softly read out the name of the city through the telescope. He could see rows of gunners, archers, cannoneers, and magicians standing on the city walls. They had obviously discovered the traces of their army long ago and were already on the city walls ready for battle. Tianyuan City is a city-state with a sea-level attack difficulty in the game. Compared with Jiangcheng, this city can basically be regarded as vulnerable. The Rebel Alliance has a total of 300,000 troops, 50,000 in Jiangcheng and 150,000 sent out by Wangyuan. That is to say, the defense line behind Jiangcheng is basically wide open. 100,000 people need to be assigned to guard more than 30 large and small cities and fortresses in the south. On average, there may be only a few thousand soldiers in Tianyuan City now, but of course, several thousand people are not actually a small number. At least Yi's own troops only have 600 people. Li Shuang held the reins and came to Yi's side. Master Yigu, how can we attack the city without a magician team? Well. Yigu scratched his chin with his fingers. Among his warriors, Li Shuang and her companions were swordsmen. Although the ordinary gunners had magic guns for long-range attacks, they were not suitable for frontal sieges. Their army did not have extraordinary people with the magician and gunner professions, nor did they have the kind of supernatural people who were good at exerting large-scale control. It would be a bit troublesome to attack the city. If it doesn't work, let's just attack head-on. Arthur took the initiative and said, I'll open my magic eye, rush over to break down the city gate, and then rush in to fight in close combat. Yigu certainly believed that Arthur and his men had the ability to attack head-on. However, without the fire cover from magicians and psychics, there would probably be some casualties if we just charged in. Let me try. A young and cold female voice came. Gao Shinshua sat on the back of another frost moon wolf with an indifferent look in her eyes. Her long ponytail behind her head, like a wet crow's feather, swayed in the wind. Chapter 271. Only Gao Shinshua can do it. Yigu raised an eyebrow. Swear? Li Shuang looked at Gao Shinshua with some surprise. She knew that Gao Shinshua was just a transcendent in the Xian realm. Gao Shinshua said, my extraordinary level is low, so the damage may be limited, but harassment and cover should still be no problem. Yigu of course had absolute trust in Shinshua Mama, and smiled when he heard that. Okay, then you can try it. Li Shuang had a complicated look on his face. He rode up to Yigu and whispered, young master, isn't this too dangerous? You know, a Xian realm warrior on the battlefield may not be able to withstand even a stray bullet, and may become cannon fodder if he gets close. She simply couldn't imagine how Gao Shinshua would attack the city alone. Yigu said, don't worry, Shuer doesn't need to get close. No need to get closer? Li Shuang was at a loss. Gao Shinshua took out a box, opened it, and found it was filled with more than 100 small capsules. Gao Shinshua raised 2 fingers and silently recited a spell. I saw that more than 100 small capsules all slowly flew up from the box, opened with a bang in the air, and turned into hundreds of mechanical bird drones. Li Shuang widened his eyes. This is not the end yet. Gao Shinshua took out the second and third boxes, opened them, and the capsules inside flew up again. A swarm of more than 300 mechanical bird drones appeared above the heads of Yi's army. This is the maximum I can give you. Gao Shinshua looked at Yigu with calm eyes. If there are more, I won't be able to control my soul power. Li Shuang, Arthur, most. Li Shuang was embarrassed. Normally, for a mechanic in the profound realm, controlling 3 controlled objects at the same time should be the limit, right? And Gao Shinshua, one person controls 300 machines? Is this really a human being? Yigu smiled. Begin your performance. If your soldiers perform meritorious service on the battlefield. Before the preparations began, Gao Shinshua looked at Yigu with clear eyes. The general will give rewards, right? Yigu, yes. Li Shuang looked confused. When the female swordsman behind her heard this, they all began to whisper to each other. Hey, did you hear that? If you perform meritorious service later, Master Yega will personally reward you. It sounds very exciting. What will the reward be? Can I get a pat on the head from Master Yigu? Look at what you have accomplished. Anyway, Master Yega is such a kind person, so he must be rewarded with love. Pass it on. Master Yega will personally reward every soldier who has made contributions with love, then I must perform well later. Don't steal the kills from me. Yigu. Gao Shinshua took out another laptop at this time. This computer is obviously customized. The keyboard is different from that of regular computers. It has more than 300 keyboard keys and a joystick. Didi Gao Xinshua's inky black pupils flashed with the digital light of technology, and it was obvious that the system was activated. Under the control of the system, more than 300 mechanical birds suddenly took off and flew towards the sky over the city. Gao Xinshua's fingers began to play quickly on the computer keyboard as if playing the piano. What is that? The officers and soldiers on the wall of Tianyua City were stunned when they saw the dense flock of mechanical birds flying in the sky. In the dark, they actually thought it was a group of birds at first. It was not until they were within a dozen meters that they realized that something was wrong. The eyes of the birds kept flashing the red light of technology. It looks like it's about to explode. Not good. The officer exclaimed, "It's no one," boom. Before he could finish his words, the mechanical bird had already rushed over his head and exploded. The remaining hundreds of mechanical birds also exploded almost at the same time. For a moment, the flames from the explosions on the city wall connected into a piece. The officer reacted quickly and subconsciously gathered his soul power to form a soul power shield around his body. He was not panicked, because when he got closer, he could feel that the soul power carried by the mechanical bird was not strong, which meant that the extraordinary person controlling these mechanical birds should not be of a high level. Then the power of their self-detonation would definitely not be very great. However, when the officer raised his arms with his arms crossed, confident that his soul power could withstand the explosion of those mechanical birds, he was shocked to find that the energy of the explosion directly passed through his soul power barrier and caused direct damage to his body. Officer. System, successfully caused damage. System, ignore defense, cause true damage, target HP-920 for the system panel in front of Gao Xinshu displayed the data. Ye Gu saw the special light flashing on the city wall, his eyes moved, and asked, "Have you made the genetic weapons into explosives?" "No, not yet. This is just a test." Gao Xinshu said as she operated calmly. "Actually, 90% of the effect is still a normal explosion. I just put the radiation energy in the gene bomb into the mechanical bird and then detonated it with ordinary gunpowder. And with this kind of explosion, the damage range is spread out in all directions, unlike the gene bomb which is concentrated in one point, so the actual damage is not as high as that of the gene bomb." Ye Gu, so that's how it is. Gao Xinshu played on the computer keyboard very quickly with her hands. Her 10 white and tender fingers moved so fast that only the afterimages could be seen. Arthur and Li Shuang were standing by, stunned and completely dumbfounded. "Oh my god, is this really a human?" "Ms. Xinshu." Li Shuang stuttered, "How did she do it?" "She was able to control hundreds of mechanical bird drones at the same time? And there seemed to be no picture on her screen. How did she see the picture of the mechanical bird?" Ye Gu smiled and said, "No matter how good a game master is, it is impossible to precisely control hundreds of units with just the keyboard and joystick. In Schwer's hands, the keyboard and joystick only serve the function of selecting controlled units, just like when playing StarCraft, you can select hundreds of soldiers with just one mouse click. But it is Schwer's soul power that truly controls these mechanical birds. This is why mechanics are an extraordinary profession, even though they are scientists. As for how Schwer could see the mechanical bird's vision from such a long distance without a display screen, that involves the problem of system. Ye Gu definitely can't say it. In fact, there must be a panel in front of Gao Xinshu that only she can see out. It's just that Li Shuang and the others don't know it. Therefore, among all the mechanics, only Gao Xinshu can fight in this way. Chapter 272 Easily breakthrough. Hundreds of mechanical birds exploded on the city walls. With the help of the system, these mechanical birds accurately locked onto every enemy on the city walls. Amidst the continuous explosions and flames, mages, archers, and gunners were seen running for their lives on the city walls. Some of them were blown directly off the parapets. Ye Gu thought, how could this scene look like a cover or harassment? If Gao Xinshu had enough soul power and enough mechanical birds, wouldn't she be able to blow up all the defenders in the city by herself? Although Ye Gu knew that Gao Xinshu's strength in the future game plot was terrifying, and that he alone could trigger a nanoworm chaos and destroy countless city-states, that was at least after he became an adult, but in this life, she is just a little girl. Ye Gu thought that the appearance of this time traveler had changed a lot of history in the game's plot line, and nothing was surprising anymore. Perhaps it was because of the appearance of the system in this life. With the help of the system, Gao Xinshu's efficiency in operating the machinery was greatly improved, and the soul power required to control each drone was also greatly reduced. This time, Ye Gu raised his hand and waved it, indicating to attack the city. When Li Shuang, Arthur, and others saw the order, they rode their horses and charged forward with the frost wolves without hesitation. The frost moon wolf leaped up, flew dozens of meters high, and jumped directly onto the city wall filled with smoke. The soldiers on the city wall who were injured by the explosion were all panicked and fled in all directions. The Frostwolf slapped a warrior who was rushing towards it with a drawn sword with one claw, then opened its bloody mouth and bit down on his legs, tearing him in half like tearing beef. Arthur jumped off the Frostwolf's back and activated the Berserker state. Like a wild beast out of control, he killed several soldiers in a flash of blood, leaving no one alive on the city wall. Roar. Arthur drooled from the corners of his mouth and roared at the moonlight like a mad beast. The other 13 Demon Berserkers in Yi Ji's army also entered a frenzy state and followed Li Shuang to rush towards the city gate. Martial arts, charge. Li Shuang held the Tiger Soul sword that Yi Gu had given her. The female swordsman was covered in silver armor, as was the warhorse under her. She charged with unstoppable force. The gate of Tianyue City didn't even last half a minute before it was destroyed by her and 13 Demon Berserkers. It was as fragile as cardboard. The attack power of these Demon Berserkers was obviously terrifying. All the Tianyue City soldiers who tried to stop them were torn to pieces by them easily. It seemed that these monsters were born for destruction. When Yi Gu took in Arthur and the other slaves, there were not just a dozen people suffering from the Devil's Eye, but hundreds of them. These people all had some symptoms of the Devil's Eye, but most of them could not endure the painful process of controlling the Devil's Eye and died in the process. Those who can persevere are monsters with extremely strong willpower, just like Arthur. Yege's army then quickly attacked the city and began a devastating massacre. Don't retreat. Stop them. A strong man whose body was as big as a mountain, swearing and waving his war hammer, led hundreds of warriors to block the middle of the road into the city. He gripped the long-handled warhammer tightly with both hands, and the power of the orange fighting spirit flame burned on his warhammer. He roared, swung the sledgehammer, and rushed towards Li Shuang. But after running a few steps, he saw dozens of magic beams shooting towards him from behind Li Shuang, hitting him. The strong man knelt down with a scream of pain, and the fighting spirit and flame of the hammer in his hand gradually disappeared. He didn't even realize what was happening. What was that just now? Was it a magic gun? Aren't these things usually only affordable by the children of aristocratic families? How could every soldier in the Yi family have one? When did magic weapons become so worthless? The strong man gritted his teeth and tried to stand up again. However, the next moment, hundreds of magic beams hit him at the same time, leaving burnt marks on his well-developed tendons, which were as dense as a honeycomb. Ugh! This time the strong man finally couldn't bear it anymore, and his body like a mountain fell down heavily with a bang. The warriors behind him, after more than a dozen of them were shot dead by the magic gunners, all fled in fear, abandoning their armor, but in the process of fleeing, they were shot in the back and killed one after another. This battle was a complete one-sided massacre. Yi Gu and Gao Xinxue followed at the end of the army and walked into the city with swagger. A young soldier was hiding in the corner shivering, and happened to see Yi Gu, and Yi Gu also turned around and saw him. The young warrior turned pale, thinking he had been discovered, so he shouted, raised his sword and rushed towards him. Bite! Then he failed to rush to Yi Gu, as Li Shuang slashed at him with a sword at an angle, colliding with the long sword in the young warrior's hand. The iron sword in the young warrior's hand was cut into 2 pieces. The young warrior fell to the ground, and Li Shuang pointed the Tiger Soul sword in front of him. Don't! The young soldier's voice trembled. I surrender. Don't kill me, please, Li Shuang snorted coldly. You work for those traitors who defected to the dark race, and you still have the nerve to beg for mercy? The young soldier said tremblingly, I have no choice. I am a soldier of Tianyue City. I have no right to choose. My family members are all in Tianyue City. If I desert, Li Shuang was stunned for a moment, then fell silent. Yi Gu narrowed his eyes, then said loudly, those who dare to resist will be killed on the spot. Those who surrender voluntarily, I can spare their lives. Yi Gu integrated his soul power into his voice, which had extremely strong penetrating power. His voice could be heard clearly throughout the city. Soon, the battle was completely over. There were many civilians in the city, but most of them hid in the houses and dared not show their heads. Most of the soldiers also chose to surrender wisely. Their general defending the city, the strong man just now, was dead. They had no leader and there was no need for them to resist anymore. The entire siege lasted less than half an hour, and the Yi family army completely controlled the entire city. Then, all the surrendered soldiers were gathered together, and there were probably more than 1,000 people left. The rest basically did not surrender quickly enough and had no chance to surrender. The captured soldiers lined up in several rows and piled together in fear. They had heard of the reputation of the Yi family before. In their minds, demonized mutants were synonymous with cruelty and tyranny. In their eyes, it was not surprising that the Yi family massacred the prisoners after attacking the city. Chapter 273 Two Roads Yi Jesai said slowly, "You should all know what your former masters did. They betrayed not the great Qin Empire, but the entire human race. They traded with the dark race and sold the blood of their compatriots in exchange for wealth and resources, and you are the executioners of those bastards, so you should also be clear about your crimes. Don't tell me that you low-level warriors have no choice, because it's useless to tell me. You have to see if the Imperial law enforcement officers will listen to your explanation. So now, there are two paths before you. The first one is to put on the armor of my Yi family and become a warrior of my Yi family from now on. Follow my Yi family and continue to fight southward. If you are lucky enough to survive this war in the southern border and perform well, I will help you get through it and give you the identity of Yecheng. From now on, you will officially become a member of my Yi family. Second, from now on you are surrendered prisoners, soldiers who followed those traitors in the rebellion. I will hand you over to the Empire, and you will be judged by the royal family and law enforcement officers." The captured soldiers looked at each other. It seems like they have no choice at all, so, unsurprisingly, more than 1,000 extraordinary warriors all chose the first path. After occupying Tianhua City, Yi Ge had no intention of resting in Tianhua City. Instead, he led his army, which had been expanded to more than 1,000 people, straight to the next city. Yi Ge knew very well that tonight was the best time for them to secure victory while the 150,000 troops of Marquis Baishang and Duke Wangan were fighting each other, and they absolutely could not waste time. In the next 4 hours, Yi Ge launched attacks on 3 cities in succession. With the experience from the previous time, this time Yi Ge used a loudspeaker to persuade them to surrender before even entering the city, and the effect was indeed very significant. Most of the soldiers defending the city had already been scared when they heard that the Yi family army was coming. Now when they heard that they could surrender, they directly raised the white flag. Even the remaining loyal soldiers who did not surrender were all shot dead by Yi Ge's magic gunners, and those captured soldiers also remembered what Yi Ge said, so each of them behaved very bravely and charged forward as if they were risking their lives. After several battles, the number of soldiers in Yi Ge's team not only did not decrease, but increased. The army has expanded to more than 5,000 people, and several more supernatural war beasts and horses have been captured. DD system, there is new news. Song Jia, boss, I have the latest information for you. Yi Yulong has already conquered 3 cities, Yi Qingxin has also conquered 3, and Yi Yang and Yi Mingyu have conquered 2 each. You are the fastest. Yi Ge, got it, we'll explore further and report back. Song Jia, okay. Yi Ge said, Yi Yulong and Yi Qingxin have already conquered the 3rd city. Such siege efficiency is unheard of. Li Shuang couldn't help but be shocked. She had been a swordsman in Wanjian City since she was 14 years old, so she was considered a veteran, but she had never seen such an attack on a city. Is it okay to take over a city in more than an hour? Moreover, most of the time in these 4 hours was spent on the road. Although there were various war beasts and mounts, there was still a distance between cities. When the troops arrived at the city, most of the enemies were basically ready to surrender. This is really outrageous. How could this be called a war? This had simply become a racing game within the Yi family. Oh, Master Yega, Li Shuang reminded him, so much time has passed. The 150,000 allies of the rebels must have received the news and know that their homes have been stolen by us. They must be on their way back to defend now. Should we observe for a while? Otherwise, if we are attacked from both sides, Yi Ge said, don't worry about them, they won't come back. Oh? Li Shuang was stunned. Yi Ge smiled confidently. It is not easy to mobilize an army of that many people. With more than 100,000 people, it is not easy to retreat. After fighting with the Marquis of White Elephant and his army, they will inevitably suffer heavy losses. After a big battle, they rushed back to defend before they had time to reorganize. It would be strange if there was no chaos. The more anxious they are, the more chaotic it will be. As long as they rush back to defend, then their friends who are waiting for them on the way back to defense will definitely give them a big gift. Wang Yan, you idiot. We have been completely plotted against by the Yi family. Marquis Sun Ke sat on the back of a Xuanzu beast with a gloomy look on his face. Behind him and to the end of the site, all he could see were war beasts running madly and troops hurrying on the road. The sound of horse hooves never ceased, and mechanical chariots followed closely behind, raising billowing dust on the Gobi plain. Immortal cultivators flew in the sky with swords, and magicians riding on the backs of dragon eagles and griffins flew on both sides. The entire army was rushing back at the fastest speed. As the only Marquis in the Rebel Alliance, and also the only Apocalypse Realm Transcendent besides Wang En, he was arranged to be the chief of this Apocalypse Realm in order to ensure that the Yi family could be wiped out in this sneak attack, but they were fooled by the Yi family. They didn't see any trace of the Yi family camp on the Baimu plain, but they had a big fight with the White Elephant Marquis and his army. By the time they realized something was wrong, it was too late for them to retreat. Then, I got the news that my house had been robbed. My Lord Marquis, I heard that the Yi family has marched southward and captured more than a dozen cities in succession, a deputy said nervously. All our troops have been mobilized. The defenses of cities such as Tianyue City, Li City, and Han City are all empty. Our soldiers basically surrendered when they saw the Yi family army coming. They are too fast, Sun Ke cursed. It was all Wang En's decision. This bastard, after his deal with the vampires was exposed, he wanted to drag us down with him. Now he wants to lead us to defeat. It's really unlucky to be his teammate. Chapter 274. I usually beat people to death, but it's too late to say this now. The deputy sighed. The wind and sand are howling on the Gobi plain, and this area is also called the Ghost Gobi, because at night the sandstorms here blow violently, and in the dark night it seems that countless ghosts can be seen flashing, and the sound of the wind and sand is like the howling of ghosts. At this moment, the deputy suddenly felt that something was not right with the surrounding environment. My Lord Marquis, why do I feel like something is wrong? The deputy suddenly became alert. I remember that this desert is not that long, but we have been traveling for a long time and still haven't gotten out. When Marquis Sun Ke heard this, his eyes moved slightly and he became alert. The Gobi plain before us was still boundless, as if it had no end. Looking back, they saw the army behind them following them in a line. An army of more than 100,000 people was traveling together, and the tail was very long, stretching for at least several kilometers. Sir, the wind and sand are getting stronger and stronger, and many troops have been separated. The deputy shouted. The sound of the wind and sand was now ridiculously loud, violent and harsh, and they had to increase the volume to hear each other. Marquis Sun Ke did not respond. A drop of cold sweat slowly slid down his forehead and face. We were ambushed. The deputy was shocked. What? Marquis Sun Ke's face darkened. The area of the Ghost Shadow Gobi Desert is not that large. It is impossible that we have not walked out of this plain for so long. The deputy asked, did we get lost in the sandstorm? No, we shouldn't be lost. Marquis Sun Ke gritted his teeth and said, we should have walked out of the Ghost Gobi Desert a long time ago. The deputy didn't quite understand what Marquis Sun Ke meant. We have already left the Gobi Desert? But this place is clearly, he looked around, and the scenery ahead, behind, left and right was still the Gobi Desert with howling sandstorms. The deputy picked up the watch, turned on the map positioning, and found that their location was actually Tianyue Forest. What's going on? The deputy was confused. Forest, there's not even a blade of grass to be seen here, so where does the forest come from? The environment of this place was created by humans using soul power. Marquis Sun Ke said solemnly, the only one who possesses this ability is probably. Before he finished speaking, a voice rang out, Old Sun, you just reacted now, it seems that you have become slow too. It's the sound of the night owl. The silhouette of a night owl slowly appeared in the windy and sandy sky. Night owl grinned, hello, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Night owl. The deputy was shocked. He quickly drew his sword, there are enemies. Be careful of ambushes. Night Owl narrowed his eyes and said, it's too late now to be careful. Snap. The next moment, he clasped his hands together. 8th level superpower, Bloody Sandstorm. The howling sandstorms in the dark night seemed to suddenly turn blood red. The immortal cultivators flying in the sky with swords and the mages riding on dragon eagles were all swept together by the blood sand raging in the air. The sand on the ground suddenly flowed rapidly, forming a huge desert vortex. What's going on? The soldiers looked down in horror. In just a few seconds, their bodies were completely swallowed up by the blood-red quicksand and continued to sink. The blood-colored sand had spread to their waists at an extremely fast speed. The Xuanzu beast and other warhorses and strange beasts also roared and were swallowed by the quicksand. The soldiers were terrified and struggled continuously, trying to climb out of the quicksand, but it was of no use. The more they struggled, the faster their bodies sank, and in the blink of an eye, their heads were buried. The deputy's body was gradually swallowed by the bloody quicksand. He wanted to burst out his soul power to break free, but he soon discovered that this bloody quicksand was not only devouring him, but was also constantly sucking away his soul power and life. The temperature of the blood quicksand gradually increased and soon reached over 1,000 degrees. Followed by screams, all the soldiers who were swallowed by the bloody quicksand were roasted into charcoal by the high-temperature sand in the blink of an eye. Marquis Sun Ke rode on the back of the tall Xuanzu beast until the Xuanzu beast was completely buried alive. Then he jumped up and flew into the air. He looked back and saw that all the soldiers in his sight had been buried in the bloody quicksand, with only a few charred arms or heads sticking out. Night Owl. Marquis Sun Ke gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger. An entire army was buried alive by Night Owl. I'm here. Night Owl walked in the air as if it were flat ground, picking his nose. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. I thought you were not coming. Luckily I didn't give up. Boom. Marquis Sun Ke's eyes were gloomy, and he released all his soul power. The mighty and terrifying aura of a powerful person in the Apocalypse realm suddenly erupted. His whole body was wrapped in a deep blue soul power flame. Night Owl smiled and said, "Oh, you seem quite angry. What made you so irritable?" "Wait until I break your bones," Marquis Sun Ke said solemnly, "then let's see if you can still laugh." After saying that, Marquis Sun Ke's figure became blurred, and then he suddenly rushed in front of Night Owl. 7th level ghost, greedy, evil, and bewildered ghost. An extremely ugly ghost appeared in the palm of his hand, and it kept getting bigger, roaring ferociously and pouncing towards the Night Owl. Night Owl sneered and stretched out his bare hand. When the ghost was about to bite him, he grabbed its neck. It's like strangling a cat by the neck. Sun Ke's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. "Is this your greedy and evil ghost?" Night Owl simply exerted force with his fingers and crushed its spirit. Then he clenched his fist and said slowly, "Don't worry, I usually kill people when I beat them, so you won't feel too much pain later." Marquis Sun Ke. Before he could finish his words, Night Owl had already punched him hard in the face. Bang! Marquis Sun Ke let out a miserable howl and flew out in a straight line more than 1,000 meters away like a cannonball, even creating a sonic boom during the flight. Damn it! Marquis Sun Ke stopped and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. As a powerful person in the Apocalypse realm, he was actually beaten by someone in the Shura realm. This is simply a great shame and humiliation. Just now he was just careless and didn't dodge. This time he will definitely, boom. However, at this time, the Night Owl had already flashed above his head. Another foot came down from the sky. Marquis Sun Ke's eyes widened, and he quickly crossed his arms and raised them, condensing a dark blue soul power to protect his body. Bang! The soul power barrier shook violently. Although he blocked the attack, Marquis Sun Ke was still shocked. Could this be the attack power of the Shura realm? Chapter 275. No chance to fight back. Oh, you are quite capable, right? Night Owl said as he kicked down again. Boom. This time, many cracks appeared on the soul power barrier. Boom. Another kick, more cracks, even gaps of light appeared between the cracks in the soul power barrier. Marquis Sun Ke's face was pale and he was completely frightened. He knew that he could not defend like this, so he simply removed the barrier, used a technique to move away, and flashed away hundreds of meters. Marquis Sun Ke took advantage of the opportunity to dodge and quickly formed seals with his hands. 8th level ghost spirit, Nightmare, where are you? Night Owl's voice appeared behind him, grabbing Marquis Sun Ke's already sparse hair from behind. Then he grabbed his head and spun vertically from the sky to the ground quickly. Boom. A big hole was smashed on the ground. Martial arts, punch hard in the face. Night Owl pulled Sun Ke's head out of the ground again, then he immediately punched him in the face several times. Bang 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 dash. At first, Marquis Sun Ke wanted to cast a barrier again to resist, but after more than a dozen punches, the barrier was broken as expected. Sun Ke was completely desperate. He couldn't understand why a powerful person of the first level of the Apocalypse realm could be beaten without any chance to fight back by a powerful person of the 9th level of the Shura realm. 5 minutes later, Marquis Sun Ke was lying on the ground, his face beaten into a pig-like shape, completely unable to move. Night Owl stood aside, lit a cigarette, and took a puff of it comfortably. Then he squatted down and slowly exhaled green smoke on Marquis Sun Ke's face. Hey, isn't this old Sun? Why are you so lame recently? You are quite watery in the apocalypse realm? Marquis Sun Ko. Night Owl took off Marquis Sun's cyberwatch and asked him, "What's the password?" Marquis Sun Ko. "Oh, you can't speak because of my beating, right?" Night Owl pried open his mouth. "Then I will pluck out your tongue and leave it to someone who can use it." Aha! Marquis Sun Ko was terrified. Night Owl, are you willing to talk again? Sun Ko, 032754. Night Owl, that's more like it. Night Owl picked up his watch, dialed a number, and called. Soon, Wang Yan's holographic projection appeared in front of him. "Hello, Wang Yan, long time no see." Yi Xiao waved his hand, and then deliberately adjusted the camera of his watch to take a picture of him and Marquis Sun Ko, who had turned into a pig, in the picture. "Come, say hello, look who this is." "Wang Yan, your army doesn't seem to be doing very well." Night Owl changed the scene again, turning the camera to the soldiers who were buried alive under the charcoal and roasted in the sand, with only their charred arms and heads exposed. They all got lost on the way back to defend. Looking at their current state, I'm afraid they won't be able to return. Wang Yan. Night Owl smiled slightly. "Surrender, Wang Yan, you have no chance of winning this war." "You don't really expect those vampires to help you turn the tables, do you?" Beep, 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 the communication was disconnected and Night Owl shrugged. "You are so fragile." You hung up the phone after just a few words. "It's really, Your Excellency the Duke, the Yi family's army is advancing rapidly to the south." A subordinate in black knelt in front of Wang Yan and reported with a complicated expression. Tianyue City, Deqing, Maching, and more than 20 other cities have all been conquered. Wang Yan's expression was extremely gloomy, but he didn't say much. Perhaps he knew it was useless to say anything now. He just waved his hand and said, "I know. Go down." The men in black retreated. Bang! As soon as the men in black left, Wang Yan slammed his fists on the stage. "Night Owl! You fooled me." Wang Yan's body couldn't help but start to tremble, and now he understood. Everything was clear to him that he originally thought that Viscount Lina and his men would be able to find the Yi family's camp, but it was Yi Xiao who deliberately wanted to lure them there and set up an ambush. Unexpectedly, Viscount Lina and these idiots actually betrayed him and surrendered to the Yi family. These idiots. What are the consequences of surrendering to the Yi family? Haven't they thought about it? Do they really think they can survive by surrendering to the Yi family? So, the Yi family has already figured it out. They will send troops there. The Yi family has also calculated that the Marquis of White Elephant will send troops tonight, so he deliberately plotted against both of us, making us both lose and lose, and he lured our defense troops southward and took advantage of the opportunity to gain a huge advantage. Wang Yan's body was trembling slightly. He had never felt this way before. Every move he made was calculated by him to perfection. He did not have this feeling even when he was against Yi Quan. It is obvious that Yi Xiao has a very powerful military advisor by his side who was giving him advice. What kind of person can calculate to such an extent? Wang Yan was very upset, but it was no use to feel upset and regretful now that he looked at the map next to him. In just one night, more than 20 cities had been occupied by the Yi family. If this continued, they would attack us soon. It seems that they have pushed you into a desperate situation. The old wizard slowly walked out of the darkness and handed a peculiarly shaped necklace to Wang Yan. This necklace looked somewhat eerie. The green and red gemstones strung together on it were carved to look like the heads of unknown creatures. Wang Yan's eyes moved, and he took the necklace. Successful? Yes. Lao Shang said, "I have enchanted it with a special dark rune as you wished, and strengthened it to plus 12 stars. However, this dark rune is a one-time product, and when you use it, you must not let your status attribute drop below 20%, otherwise you will be backfired." I understand. Wang Yan put the necklace around his neck. As soon as he put it on, he seemed to hear a low whisper coming from the necklace. "As for the vampires, it seems you have to force them." The old wizard suggested, "We must drag them into the water now. Otherwise, if you rely on yourself alone, I'm afraid there will be no room for a comeback." Chapter 276, Burn the Boats. Of course I know that. Wang Yan said solemnly, feeling a little angry, but he still took a few deep breaths and tried his best to suppress his emotions, because he knew that being anxious at any time was absolutely useless. He was very clear about the current situation. The offensive of the Yi family army was unstoppable, and the defense lines in the southern border were collapsing faster than he had imagined. These unreliable guys from the vampire clan didn't really want to help him, they just wanted to be the sixth in command, but if he could successfully use that, Wang Yan touched the necklace around his neck, then a Jedi comeback is not impossible. What we need most now is time. Didi at this time, the Cyber Watch received another message. Wang Yan raised his wrist and answered the call. What's the matter? The subordinate on the other end of the communication said tremblingly, Duke. Duke, Weicheng, Zhaocheng, and Zhoucheng have all been conquered by the Yi family. The Baron Lords of the three cities have all been killed by the Yi family. 50% of the remaining soldiers surrendered and joined the Yi family, and 30% became deserters. Wang Yan's cheek twitched suddenly and his face turned pale. In just a few minutes, 3 more cities fell, boom. Wang Yan finally couldn't bear it anymore, his emotions exploded in an instant, and he slammed the table next to him, smashing the old wizard's magic workbench into pieces. Guys like Marquis Sun Ko, Count Kant, and Viscount Robin usually brag loudly. During the meetings of the Association of Supernatural Beings, they always clamor to sanction the Yi family and not let their business go too smoothly. They also boast that Yi Quan is old, and the remaining young people of the Yi family are killing each other all day long, and there are only a dozen or 20 branches left, so there is nothing to be afraid of. In the end, when the fight really started, some threw, some ran, and some lost. What a bunch of losers. They couldn't even delay time, and were killed instantly one by one. How can we play like this? Wang Yan couldn't understand how Sun Ko, a powerful warrior in the Apocalypse realm, could be defeated by a warrior in the Shura realm. You should know that these two levels are only one level apart from the difference between a mid-level transcendent and a high-level transcendent. There is a huge gap between the two. Among human extraordinary beings, countless people are trapped in the Shura realm for their entire lives, unable to break through to the Apocalypse. The old wizard watched him vent quietly without saying anything. I don't know how much time has passed. Wang Yan looked up at the map of the southern border in front of him, and suddenly he felt a sense of sadness. Once upon a time, the entire southern territory was under his control, and now, in just one night, only a few cities were left. The old wizard said, Your Excellency the Duke, we still have a chance. Yes, that's right, there is still a chance. Wang Yan let out a deep breath, but now, everything seems to have become a last-ditch effort. The Yi family's army has now advanced here, but it seems that these cities cannot be defended. Wang Yan placed a finger on the map. White City, this is the last city of the Rebel Alliance. Who is the current commander defending Baicheng? Wang Yan asked. The old master said, It is Bai Jian and Bai Qing. So that's it, it's the two of them. Wang Yan narrowed his eyes. Okay, then let's make Baicheng the last grave of the Yi family. White City. Bai Jian stood on the high city wall. The tower fortress behind him was magnificent, and there was snow under the tower. This city is just like its name. In addition to the white snow scenery, all the buildings are white. The city walls and fortresses are made of a material called white coagulated stone, which is a material unique to the White City. Under the city wall, rows of soldiers walked into the White City through the city gate. These soldiers were originally stationed in other city-states, but due to the orders of Duke Wang Yan, they had all abandoned their original city-states and retreated to White City, concentrating all their last bit of strength in White City. Bai Qing said, the soldiers originally guarding Macheng, Shanchang, and Zicheng have all retreated to Baicheng. It seems that the Duke intends to fight a decisive battle with the Yi family here. Bai Jian said, but originally the Yi family's troops were divided into 20 groups, and their strength was originally dispersed. Now that our strength is concentrated, their strength will definitely be concentrated again. Yeah. Bai Qing spread her hands, but there's nothing we can do about it. Bai Jian's white hair fluttered in the wind, his expression was serious. I didn't expect the Yi family's fighting power to be stronger than I thought. No wonder the Duke has been on guard against them before. These demonized people are insidious and cunning. If they come, we must be careful. There have been no major battles in the human territory for decades, and people have gradually forgotten why this family of demonized genetic mutants is synonymous with war. Especially this time Yechuan did not participate in the battle, but now it seems that a wolf will always be a wolf. Even if you haven't seen it baring its fangs at you for 10 years, its wildness will never fade, nor will it perish because of the retirement of a wolf king. Bai Qing glanced at him, hesitated, and said, that brother, now the outside world claims that the Duke is a traitor. Not only did he betray the Empire, he also made deals with the Dark Race. Bai Jian frowned. How could you listen to such nonsense? How could His Excellency the Duke do such a thing? He was obviously framed by the cunning demonized people of the Yi family. I don't know what's going on with the Empire. They actually believe the lies of the Yi family. You know, the Yi family is the real demonized family. Bai Qing opened her mouth and stopped talking. Let me go. Why did you arrest us? We are not Wang Yan's soldiers. Why should we go to the battlefield and fight for him? Isn't this asking us to die? Several angry voices suddenly sounded. Bai Jin turned his head and saw that dozens of people were being pushed and shoved by soldiers and driven to a place under the city. What happened? Bai Jin and Bai Qing walked down from the city wall. Many people gathered under the city wall. All of them were extraordinary people. Bai Jin recognized their clothes. Some are members of the Demon Hunters Guild stationed in White City, some are from the Warriors Guild, some are from the Magicians Guild, and there are also extraordinary people from various guilds and companies such as the Psychics Guild. Some are wandering warriors and adventurers who happened to pass by White City and stayed here for the night now. All these people were gathered here under the drive of the City Defense Army. A bald man with a hunting rifle stood up, pointing at Bai Jin and cursing, "You guys are too lawless. You followed Wang Yan and went along with the dark race, betraying the Empire and humanity. You also forcibly captured all the extraordinary people in our city and forced us to go up to the city wall to block bullets and die for you. Do you really think that our Demon Hunter Guild is easy to bully? That's right. We are just a branch of warriors stationed in Baicheng. We are not Wang Yan's subordinates. Our warrior guild pays taxes on time every year. We don't owe him anything. Why should we work for him? I have been hunting demons all my life and have a deep hatred for the dark race. Wang Yan, that beast, became a traitor and forced us to be his soldiers. It's really ridiculous." Bai Jian frowned slightly. "Who forcibly conscripted you?" "It's me." A conscript officer in the uniform of the City Defense Army came out and looked at Wang Jian leisurely. "General Bai Jian, the demonized army of the Yi family is about to attack. At this time, we must concentrate all the forces in the city." This is also what Duke Wang Yan meant. Bai Jian was stunned for a moment and murmured, "Is this an order from the Duke?" The bald man said fiercely, "Anyway, I will never work for that traitor Wang Yan even if I die, so you guys should just give up on this idea." Bai Jian looked at the bald man and said seriously, "The Duke is not a traitor. He was just framed. You must have been deceived by the false news spread by the Yi family." The bald man curled his lips and said, "There is already irrefutable evidence on the internet. Are you still trying to quibble?" Bai Jian frowned. It's not like he hadn't seen some of the news on the internet, but he didn't believe it. These days anything could be faked. The most important thing was that he had trusted and been loyal to Wang Yan for so many years, and he still believed in Duke Wang Yan from the bottom of his heart. The city defense officer in charge of conscription came over at this time, holding an old-style soul energy pistol in his hand. It was aimed directly at the bald man's head. Boom! The soul energy gun was extremely powerful. The bald man's head was blown up by the gun and he fell to the ground, with red and white liquid flowing all over the ground. Does anyone have any other questions? The conscript officer curled his lips. The extraordinary people who were originally protesting suddenly became quiet. Hui Yan and Song Jie used disguise techniques to change their appearances, dressed up as wandering warriors, and blended into the crowd. Song Jie said cheerfully, "It seems that Wang Yan has really been pushed into a desperate situation by his boss. It has even come to the point where he needs to recruit civilians to serve as meat shields for the City Defense Army." TSK, Grey Smoke said calmly, "I will continue to watch from here. You go back and report the situation to the master." "Okay, master," Song Jie said, raising two fingers. His body gradually turned dark and turned into a shadow, merging with the shadow on the ground. Boom! A Xuanzu beast in the Wanxiang realm was besieged by a group of Yi family warriors. It was dying, covered in blood, and finally fell heavily to the ground. Yiga stood on the fortress wall of Zhe City, stroking the bricks and stones of the wall with one hand, and walked slowly all the way. Another empty city, Yiga stood on the commanding heights of the magic tower next to the fortress, overlooking the entire city. It didn't take them any effort at all to attack the city. All the city defense forces had already withdrawn, and the entire city became a deserted city. The streets were empty, without a single person in sight. Only some ordinary traps and exotic beasts were left in the entire city. It was obvious that they retreated in a hurry. Gao Shinshue was standing beside the corpse of a Xuanzu beast, stroking the skin of the giant beast, which was as hard as a rhinoceros. Then he said to several Yi clan warriors, "Find a transport vehicle and store the bodies of these Xuanzu beasts somewhere first. Don't let them rot. Help me transport them back after the war is over." Several soldiers looked confused, not knowing what Gao Shinshue wanted to do with the body of a dead monster, but they all knew Gao Shinshue's identity. It was said that, she was Master Yega's godmother? Anyway, she had a close relationship with Master Yega, so her status was self-evident, so they agreed unconditionally. Yi Ge walked over and asked curiously, "What do you want to do with the corpses of these Xuanzu beasts?" Gao Shinshue stroked the strong muscles of the Xuanzu beast and said, "It's nothing. I just think that the body structure of these Xuanzu beasts is very suitable for making biological armor, so I want to do some experiments." Yi Ge nodded. Li Shuang came over to report at this time, "Master Yega, we have completed the inspection. No one is left in the city, and we have cleared all the traps left by the enemy." Yi Ge smiled lightly. It seems that Wang Yan knows that these small towns cannot stop the Yi family's army, so he simply withdraws the defenses and withdraws the troops. Gao Shinshue said, "We lost 50,000 men in the Battle of Jiangcheng. Uncle Yeshio was there to cover our retreat. The 150,000 troops led by Marquis Sun Ke were also annihilated. Now Wang Yan has very few troops left. He should want to concentrate all the remaining forces." Yi Ge nodded, "That's right." Li Shuang asked blankly, "We have come across several empty cities in a row. They have been disarming and fleeing. Where are they planning to retreat to?" Yi Ge pressed the cyber watch on his wrist and brought up the map. "I think it's probably here." Yi Ge pointed to a location on the map, White City. Baicheng is a big city. Its population in the southern border is second only to Yazan City, and it is very close to the inland border. Yi Ge estimates that Wang Yan should be hiding in this city at this moment. That means we are close to victory. Li Shuang smiled happily. Yi Ge said nothing, but turned his head to look at the distant sky. On the horizon, the sun has slowly risen and the sky is gradually getting brighter, but for some reason, Yi Ge always had an ominous premonition in his heart. This premonition was very strong, and he vaguely felt that something big was going to happen, and it was a very terrible thing. Wang Yan would certainly not admit defeat. He withdrew his troops and concentrated his forces, undoubtedly wanting to make a last stand. It is not surprising what a desperate person would do. What's more, Wang Yan is a very powerful person. It is said that his strength is at the same level as his grandfather Yi Quan. At this level, it is not difficult to fight 10,000 people alone. Don't be happy too soon. Yi Ge's eyes were calm, and he said softly, "The more people are forced into desperate situations, the more horrible things they will do. We must not take it lightly." Li Shuang nodded, "I understand." At this time, Song Jie's figure slowly emerged from the shadows on the ground. "Hey boss, I'm back." Chapter 277 Don't Take It Lightly. Chapter 276 has been updated to 4,000 plus words. Please remember to refresh the previous chapter. Yi Ge saw Song Jie and asked him, "What's the situation?" Song Jie said, My master and I successfully sneaked into Baicheng, and now Wang Yan has concentrated all his forces there." Yi Ge nodded, this was just as he expected. Wang Yan really regarded Baicheng as the last line of defense in the life and death battle. And now Baicheng is in chaos. Song Jie spread his hands and said, Wang Yan not only concentrated all his own forces, but also forcibly recruited many civilian extraordinary people to work for them. Song Jie recounted in detail what he had seen and heard in Baicheng. "My master and I have been surveying the city for most of the day and have made a rough count." Song Jie said, Wang Yan's own forces should have more than 20,000 men, but if we count those civilian extraordinary people who were forcibly recruited, there should be 50,000. I even heard that Wang Yan might temporarily train ordinary people into militia and send them to the city walls. If that's the case, it may not be a problem for their city defense forces to reach more than 100,000 or 200,000. Li Shuang clenched his fists and said dissatisfiedly, "This Wang Yan is too abominable. He actually involved ordinary people. He clearly used ordinary people as human shields." Song Jie spread his hands. "Oh, who said it wasn't true?" Yi Ge fell silent. He was not surprised that Wang Yan would do such a thing, but is that all? Wang Yan thought that if he sent a group of ordinary militiamen to the city wall as a shield, would the Yi family be too soft-hearted to force an attack? If this is the case, then Wang Yan is too naive. Let's not talk about Ji Ge, the time traveler. For Yi Yilong, Yi Qingxin, and other pure demonized people of the Yi family, the word can't bear has never appeared in their dictionaries. They will only eliminate all obstacles in front of them and won't let anything stop them from moving forward. I understand. Yi Ge was silent for a long time, then said, "You continue to lurk in Baiqing, and we will keep in touch through the system." Okay. Song Jia raised 2 fingers, and his body turned into a shadow again, slowly sinking into the shadow. "Brother, I have received news from spies that the 20 troops led by Yi Ge, Yi Yilong, Yi Qingxin, and others from the demonized family have already broken through all the cities in the southern border and are all gathering towards us." Bai Qing walked to her brother's desk and reported, "However, it is said that the main force of the Yi family, led by Yi Shao, the head of the Yi family, was not among them because they were cut off." Bai Jian was sitting at the table, integrating all the intelligence he had collected. He shook his head slowly and said, "The Yi family is different from all the existing noble families in the empire. Their strength is not solely due to a powerful general. Even if Yi Shao is not here, the combat effectiveness of the Yi family army will not be weakened much. In the War of Superhumans, the military combat systems of all the noble families in the empire were almost the same. A powerful high-level superhuman led a group of middle and low-level superhuman warriors. To put it simply, it is a very powerful person leading a group of very weak subordinates. So generally speaking, this high-level extraordinary general is the core of the entire army. Once this general is beheaded by the enemy general, the remaining middle and low-level extraordinary generals will be a group of lambs to be slaughtered, because even if there were 100,000 extraordinary warriors in the 100 Souls realm and 1,000 Souls realm, they would not be able to stop a top-level warrior in the Shura realm or the Apocalypse realm. The level of the extraordinary world is a chasm. 100,000 Yellow Realm warriors cannot defeat a Wanxiang realm general. Therefore, in the extraordinary world, the hierarchy between people is also vividly displayed. The nobles are generally too lazy to train their lower-level subordinates. In their eyes, these low-level warriors are just cannon fodder to fill the numbers, or lackeys who do the dirty work for them, but the Yi family is a complete exception. They completely broke this rule. Every individual warrior of the Yi family is extremely powerful, and once they are combined, they can exert tremendous power. People like Yi Yilong, Yi Qingxin, and others are only at the first level of the Wanxiang realm at best, but the city-states garrisoned by Shura realm powerhouses were all defeated under their offensive. Even that Yi Ge, whose strength was said to be only at the Earth realm, the army he led was said to have the best performance among all the younger generations of the Yi family, and had led the army to capture 7 cities in succession. So even if Night Owl is gone, they are not afraid of being leaderless. This is what is truly terrifying about the Yi family. Bai Qing was silent for a long time after hearing what her brother said, and then said, "Brother, what do you think are our chances of winning this battle?" Based on the current information, Bai Jian paused, then let out a deep breath. It can be said that there is no chance of winning. Bai Qing was slightly stunned. He didn't expect his brother to say such a thing. In her eyes, her brother has always been invincible. He is the strongest general under Duke Wang Yan. Not only does he possess the strength of the peak 9th level of Shura realm, but he has also been familiar with various military books since he was a child. Therefore, he has never been defeated from the time he became the highest general in Baiqing to now, not even once. If that's the case. Bai Qing hesitated and said, "Brother, do you think we still need to fight?" Bai Jian asked, "What do you mean by that?" Bai Qing said, "You should have heard what those people outside said." "Brother, have you never doubted it?" Bai Jian fell silent for a long time, closed the military book in front of him, and then stood up. "I'll go talk to the adults," he said. Bai Qing immediately said, "I'll go with you." "No." Bai Jian said, "I'll go by myself." Bai Jian came to an old magician's cottage alone. He knew that Duke Wang Yan was here. He walked up and knocked on the wooden door, which soon opened. The one who opened the door was an old magician with white hair and black robes. He looked at least 300 years old, and the wrinkles on his face were clearer than his eyes. "General Bai Jian." The old wizard bowed slightly, his hoarse voice full of respect. "What can I do for you?" Bai Jian asked, "Where is the Duke?" "The master is inside." The old wizard said, making way for him, "Please come in." Chapter 278, The Self-Torture Scheme. Bai Jian nodded and walked in. Soon, he met Wang Yan. "Your Excellency the Duke." Bai Jian called respectfully. Duke Wang Yan seemed to have guessed that he would come. He glanced at him calmly, showing no surprise. He smiled at him and pointed to the seat in front of him. "Sit down." Bai Jian sat down. Duke Wang Yan asked him, "What do you want to see me for?" Bai Jian considered his words for a while, then said, "According to the intelligence I have obtained, the Yi family's army is divided into 20 groups and will soon gather at Beilinpo, and then launch the final offensive against Baiqing together." Duke Wang Yan nodded. "I also got the information. This may be our last battle." Then he looked at Bai Jian with a heavy and trusting gaze. "Thank you for your hard work." Bai Jian was silent for a long time, feeling very confused, but he finally asked the question he wanted to ask. "Sir, this morning, I saw the City Defense Army's conscripts forcibly brought in many civilian extraordinary people, requiring them to put on the City Defense Army's uniforms and fight on the city wall. The conscripts also said that it was you who gave the order?" "Yes, this is my order." Duke Wang Yan admitted directly, "You should have seen the strength of the Yi family. If we don't concentrate all the remaining forces, we will have no chance of winning." Bai Jian had a complicated expression, but now those people in the Warrior Guild and Demon Hunter Guild in Baiqing are very emotional and unwilling to obey your orders. Even if they temporarily surrender under the force and are forced to walk onto the city wall under the threat of force from the City Defense Army, it will not be of any help, right? When the Yi family army attacks, the most they will get from the fight is more surrenders and deserters, and it will damage their morale. Duke Wang Yan still said calmly, "Don't worry about this. I naturally have ways to make them obedient." After hearing what Wang Yan said, Bai Jian could not say anything else. "Okay." He took a deep breath and asked the second question. "My lord, there is one more thing. There are many rumors about you outside. They say that you are a traitor, betrayed humanity, secretly colluded with the dark race, and sold your fellow tribesmen to the vampires as slave ships. I know what you are thinking." Duke Wang Yan nodded and said something that Bai Jian had never expected. "Yes, the rumors are not false. I did all these things." Bai Jian looked shocked. He didn't expect that Duke Wang Yan would directly admit what he had done. Duke Wang Yan smiled bitterly, looked at Bai Jian, and said in a gentle tone, "Xiao Bai, you are my most trusted subordinate and my most loyal confidant, so I don't want to lie to you. I have indeed made a mistake, and it is irreversible. If I admit defeat, then everyone around me who is related to me will die. The Yi family has always done things to root out the roots, and the entire human race will definitely not let me go. Count Kant, Viscount Lina, and the others have disappeared from this world. The Yi family spread the rumor that they have surrendered to the Yi family and fled the mainland. They want to use this rumor to shake the morale of our coalition army and make more people choose to surrender. But in fact, the Yi family has already executed all of their clansmen. You see, these demonized people are just so untrustworthy. I believe this is their fate." Bai Jian had a complicated expression and mixed feelings in his heart, not knowing what to say. "I have no way out, and I have no choice, so I can only fight to the death." Duke Wang Yan sighed heavily and continued slowly, "To be honest, there are not many people left around me who I can trust. Kant, Lina, and others have chosen to surrender. The only one I can trust is you. What I hate most in my life is people who betray me, but you are an exception, because I know that you have been working diligently for me for so many years and have not coveted anything. So if you want to leave, you can resign from your position as the highest commander of the White City Defense Army now and take your sister away from White City. I won't blame you. But I suggest that after you leave White City, you must stay away from the Yi family army. If they see you, your fate will definitely be the same as Kant and the others." Bai Jian opened his mouth, but for a moment he found himself unable to speak, as if there was something stuck in his throat. "You make the decision." Duke Wang Yan looked at him calmly. "The Yi family's army hasn't arrived yet. If you leave Baiqing now, it should still be in time. With your strength, escaping shouldn't be a problem. Take your sister and find a deep spiritual mountain to live in seclusion for 2 years. Wait until the storm calms down before coming out. Then find a chance to leave the mainland, and maybe you can save your life." Bai Jian didn't say anything for a long time, and suddenly clenched his fists. "Sir, you gave me my life." After pondering for a long time, Bai Jian finally made a choice: "I will serve you till death." After all, it was Wang Yan who adopted them when they were young. To him, Wang Yan was like a godfather in his mind. Duke Wang Yan grinned and said, "Good boy, I was not wrong about you. Then, do your best to prepare. You are not inferior to the people of the Yi family. Moreover, Yi Shao is not here now. Yi Ge, Yi Yulong, and others will definitely not be your opponents." Bai Jian let out a deep breath and said, "Okay." Then he turned and left. The old wizard walked over at this time, and the various pendants hanging on his wizard robe made a jingling sound when he walked. "This child is really loyal to you," the old wizard said, "but this is the first time I see you playing the emotional card." Duke Wang Yan said expressionlessly, "To control different people, different methods are naturally needed." The loving fatherly smile he had when facing Bai Jian just now was no longer on his face. Then Duke Wang Yan asked the old master, "Are the things ready?" "Yes," the old wizard said, and took out a small bottle filled with dark red blood from the sleeve of his wide robe. "Undoubtedly, it is the blood of darkness." Wang Yan took the dark blood and looked at the black and red liquid shaking in the bottle in his hand. His eyes narrowed slightly. The blood of darkness has gone through several versions of updates and improvements. Under Bao Bingqing's research, the toxicity to the user has been suppressed as much as possible, the side effects have been reduced, and the user's resistance to demonic pollution has been improved. The dark blood in Wang Yan's hand, on the other hand, was completely the opposite. It had increased toxicity, side effects, and addictiveness, while also greatly increasing its power. It was a bit like the first version of the dark blood, but it was even more powerful than the first version. As long as you take this dark blood, you will completely degenerate into a demonized person. You will never be able to break away from your dependence on the dark blood, and become a demonized monster that does not recognize any relatives, and will only obey his orders. In fact, this was exactly the effect that Duke Wang Yan wanted to create when he first assisted Bao Bingqing and Professor Li in researching the dark blood, but later, Bao Bingqing's research direction did not satisfy him. This guy actually reduced the toxicity and power of the dark blood. That guy just wanted to use this thing to save his daughter and keep the people in the wilderness alive. So after Wang Yan discovered this, he wanted Liang Quan to eliminate this disobedient wilderness leader. Chapter 279. The final battle. Wang Yan clenched the dark blood in his hand, touched the necklace around his neck, and his eyes gradually became heavier. Now his forces have gathered in Baiqing, and the Yi family army is about to arrive. All the chips are in his hands. Whether he can turn the tables depends on this one move, but once the plan is implemented, there will be no room for maneuver. If he fails to control the situation, he will be doomed. He really didn't want to do that unless he had no other choice. Wang Yan hesitated several times, but when he looked at the strategic map, the cities marked on it had been conquered by the Yi family one by one. He suddenly remembered the sadness of being trampled under the feet of Yi Quan 1,000 years ago. Scenes flashed through his mind like slides. After more than 1,000 years, he finally became the Duke of the South, the most powerful person in the south of the empire, and built up his huge power. How could he accept the fact that he was ruined overnight, and his power, status, resources, everything was destroyed? It's all the Yi family's fault. Night Spring, Night Owl, Night Song. Wang Yan was breathing heavily, like a wild beast. Where is Nicholas's Blood Clan army stationed now? After Wang Yan's breathing gradually calmed down, he asked with a calm look in his eyes. The old wizard replied, "It's just south of the empire's border, in a forest outside the first line of defense, about 10 kilometers away from the Great Wall." Wang Yan sneered, "They haven't made any move yet. This guy really didn't intend to support us from the beginning." "Yes, sir," the old wizard said, "the vampires are a dark race after all. They cannot be trusted." "Ha!" Wang Yan laughed palely a few times, feeling like a hero at the end of his life. "Tell Nicholas not to play tricks on me. It's pointless to beat around the bush." Wang Yan said expressionlessly, "I know what he wants. Just tell him to be ready." The old wizard bowed slightly and said, "Yes." He slowly stepped back and disappeared into the darkness. Yi Ji's army was the first to arrive near White City, but Yi Ge did not rush to attack, but let the army set up camp on the spot first. Wang Yan was now cornered, at the end of his rope, like a beast locked in a cage. There was no need to rush. If he was too eager to subdue him, he might be bitten back by the mad beast. It was already evening, the sun was gradually setting, and the sunset spread from the west to the entire world, dyeing the entire world red like blood. Ye Gu stood on the Balan slope, gazing calmly at the white city far below the mountain. It was a very large city. In terms of area alone, it was at least 4 or 5 times larger than Jiangcheng. A few hours later, the troops led by Yi Yulong, Yi Qingxin, Yi Yang, Yi Mingyu and others also arrived. Yi Yang arrived at the camp and saw that Yi Ji's army had expanded from more than 600 people to nearly 6,000 to 7,000 people. He couldn't help but show an expression of astonishment upon asking, "I found out that these people were all captives recruited by Yi Gu after he conquered several cities. In fact, the number of surrendered soldiers captured by Yi Gu was far more than those here, but Yi Gu did not use every one of them. While Yi Gu was recruiting these surrendered soldiers, he also asked Shadow's intelligence personnel to carefully examine the identity background of each of them. He would not use those whose backgrounds or identities were slightly vague. After all, they are on the battlefield. If one of Wang Yan's confidants pretends to surrender and sneaks in as an undercover agent, it will have terrible consequences. Ye Gu is very clear about his current responsibilities. As the leader and commander of the entire army, he has the power to make all decisions. At the same time, all the pressure is concentrated on him. Once he makes any small mistake, countless of his men may die in vain. So he had to be careful. "Hey, brother Yi Yang, how many cities have you captured?" Yi Mingyu walked over and asked, holding Teddy in her arms. Yi Yang was silent for a moment, then said, 3 seats. "Oh, I have 3 seats too." Yi Mingyu said with a smile, "Not bad." Yi Yang clenched his fists and looked at Yi Gu with a complicated expression, "But I heard that Yi Gu captured 7 cities." "Yeah, I heard about it, too. There's nothing we can do about it." Yi Mingyu shrugged. "Our strength level is higher than his, and our initial troops are higher than his, but in the end, our results are worse than his. Otherwise, how could he become the direct student of the principal of the War College?" Yi Yang fell silent and said no more. Although Yi Gu had few men at the beginning, when they were intercepting Count Kant in the forest before, his men were able to take out hundreds of magic guns, and they seemed to be weapons of different types that were not available on the market. No one knew how he got them. I think this is Yi Ji's secret weapon, so it's not surprising that he can capture so many cities. Night. Yi Gu, Yi Yulong, Yi Qingxin, Yi Yang, Yi Mingyu, and other young people of the Yi family gathered in one of the tents and held a combat meeting to discuss the tactics for tomorrow's attack on Baicheng. Wang Yan is now at the end of his rope. Yi Qingxin folded his arms and said leisurely, "Baicheng is his last base. I heard that he has concentrated all his strength here and plans to have a life-and-death battle with us." Yi Yulong sneered, "It's come to this, he's struggling to his death. I want to see what tricks that old guy can come up with." Yi Qingxin glanced at him and said, "Don't take it lightly. Don't forget that Wang Yan is a powerful warrior in the Apocalypse realm after all. There is also General Bai Jian stationed in Baicheng, who is also one of the famous generals of the empire. I heard that he is the strongest general under Wang Yan and a strong warrior at the peak of the Shura realm. His sister Bai Qing is also in the Shura realm. Each of them has the strength of 1 against 10,000. With the fighting power of these 3 people, if we want to attack head-on, we may have to pay a very high price." Yi Yulong raised his eyebrows. "Of course I know, do I need you to remind me of this?" Everyone was chattering about tomorrow's tactics, but in the end there was no unified conclusion. The Yi family members are very proud. Almost every young member of the Yi family sitting here is a top genius. They are naturally very confident in their own judgment, so it is difficult to reach a consensus. Before, the clan leader Yi Shao was present and he was in charge of the overall situation, so he was able to lead everyone to attack Jiangcheng. Otherwise, the Yi family would be more powerful when they were scattered, because no one would truly submit to anyone else. So Yi Gu hardly spoke a word from beginning to end, because he knew that it would be useless even if he spoke. This will never end. Yi Mingyu spread her hands. "I think we should wait until Uncle Zhao's troops arrive. Although Uncle Zhao stayed behind to cover our retreat, they are also very strong and should catch up with us soon." Everyone fell silent. Yi Qingxin said, "I think it's possible. Without Uncle Zhao, a Shura realm expert, we can't deal with Bai Jian, Bai Qing, Wang Yan and other experts above the Shura realm." Yi Yulong said, "But we can also conduct some tentative long-range consumption attacks tomorrow to test their strength first." Everyone basically agreed with this decision and nodded. After the combat meeting, The Yi family members returned to their own tents. Yi Gu and Gao Xinxue also returned to their tent. You seem to say very little today. Gao Xinxue stretched out her hand and straightened Yi Ji's collar. This is the first time you lead so many people to participate in such a large-scale extraordinary war. Do you feel pressured? Yi Ji's eyes moved slightly. He didn't expect that Gao Xinxue could see through his heart at once. Do you know what I'm thinking? Gao Xinxue's eyes were gentle. I am your godmother, how could I not know what the child is thinking? Yi Gu. By the way, let me show you something. Gao Xinxue said, taking out a silver bullet from his body. The bullet was very beautiful, the whole thing was silver white, except for the middle, which was a crystal clear layer of crystal, and you could see that it was filled with some kind of silver liquid. This is a mithril bullet targeting the vampire genes. Gao Xinxue said, it's even more effective than the gene bullet targeting humans. Yi Ji's eyes suddenly lit up. You have completed the research on genetic weapons against the vampires so quickly? Gao Xinxue, yeah. Yi Gu picked up the bullet excitedly and held it between his fingers. Item, mithril bullet quality, purple attributes, physical attack 500, magic attack 800 effect, causes an additional 3000 points of true damage to vampire units, and causes cell damage to them, with a 20% chance of causing them to experience negative states such as nausea, dizziness, burning, paralysis, and weakness. Gao Xinxue said, and the war beast armor you mentioned last time, I have also finished designing it. It is also equipment for the vampires. I have already contacted Julie, who is staying in the family, and asked her to order the workers to mass produce it. Very good. Yi Gu smiled unexpectedly. Gao Xinxue's research efficiency was much faster than he had imagined. During this period of time, Gao Xinxue has been following him to attack cities and plunder pawns. She attacked cities with him during the day and discussed tactics with him at night. I really don't know how she still has free time to study these things. This what is called genius buzz. At this moment, Yi Gu suddenly felt a buzzing in his head. Over there, in his other consciousness-controlled carrier, Brian, who was now in the vampire camp, something important seemed to be happening. Yi Gu focused his main consciousness on Brian, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his expression gradually became serious. The Blood Clan is preparing to attack the Empire. How could it be so sudden? Count Nicholas's Blood Clan troops had been stationed outside the first line of defense for more than 2 weeks, but now they suddenly began to move. Could it be that they were planning to attack the Great Wall directly? Gao Xinxue noticed the change in Yi Ji's expression and asked, what's wrong with you? Yi Ji's face turned pale, with beads of sweat oozing out of his forehead. He then raised his hand and pinched Gao Xinxue's face, saying seriously, Schwer, you've really helped a lot this time. Your weapons and equipment research and development was completed just in time. Ha! Gao Xinxue tilted her head in confusion, not understanding. At this moment, there was a burst of chaotic noise suddenly coming from outside the tent. Soon, the noise outside became louder and louder, and was accompanied by a long horn sound. Yi Ji's face suddenly changed, because he heard that the sound of the horn was the emergency signal when the Yi family was attacked. Yi Gu and Gao Xinxue both hurried out of the tent. The camp was in chaos. The black-clad warriors of the Yi family were fighting with a group of white-clad warriors who came out of nowhere. There were all kinds of swords and sabers, weapons clashing, supernatural powers and magic flying around, and screams and roars. Yi Gu realized something immediately. There was no doubt that the enemy had taken the initiative and did not want to sit and wait for death in the city, so they chose to take the initiative to attack their camp at night. Call. A scorching fireball released by some unknown magician flew towards them. Yi Gu immediately hugged Gao Xinxue and lay on the ground. The fireball flew over their heads and landed on a tent at the rear, directly burning the entire tent. Swoosh! At this time, a white figure floated down from the sky, and its toes lightly tapped the triangular top of a tent nearby. Yi Gu looked up. He was a man wearing silver white armor, with silver white hair, a resolute face, and a tall and strong build. His brown eyes were as sharp as a knife, and just one glance at him gave people an indescribable feeling of oppression. General Bai Jian? Yi Gu narrowed his eyes. Of course he recognized this man. After all, this guy was one of the important NPCs in the game, the strongest general in the southern border of the empire, and an extraordinary strong man at the peak of the Shura realm. At the same time, he is also one of the representatives of the military school. There are many legends about Bai Jian in the empire. It is said that this guy was also a student of the War Academy and reached the monster level rating in the inner sect. Not only does he have extraordinary talent, but his military talent is also top-notch. He has fought hundreds of battles, big and small, in his life, but he has never lost. Bai Jian looked at Yi Ge with interest. It seems you recognize me. Yi Ge patted his pants and stood up from the ground. If you want to defeat the enemy, you must first collect information about the enemy. That's right. Bai Jian narrowed his eyes. You are the young master of the Yi family, Yi Ge? I heard that your performance on the battlefield in the southern border was amazing. Were you able to defeat Count Kant and the others? Yi Ge didn't say anything, just looked at him quietly. It seems that you are a very smart leader. Bai Jian looked down at him coldly. Unfortunately, I will not give you this opportunity again. Because you will die tonight. After saying this, Bai Jian's figure instantly became blurred. The next moment he came in front of Yi Ge. Yi Ge's pupils shrank. For a strong man at the peak of the Shura realm, killing him, a transcendent man with the strength of the Earth realm, would be a matter of just a breath. There is no room for resistance at all. At this time, Ling suddenly appeared from the shadow under his feet and stood in front of Yi Ge to bang. He clasped his hands together. 5th level supernatural power, 1000 shadow kill. Chapter 280 Night attack. Bai Jian's eyes moved, then he saw all the shadows within 100 square meters around him stand up, turning into thousands of sharp long blades, like extremely thin invisible black lines that could kill people, and they all covered him. Bai Jian had to give up attacking Yi Ge and escaped from Qian Ningxia's attack range in a flash. Superpower, Shadow Control. Ling quickly formed seals with his hands and controlled the shadows to chase after Bai Jian. Thousands of sharp and slender shadows crisscrossed and swept across, making a sharp swish sound like cutting the air. I didn't expect that the young master of the Yi family would have such a strong guard around him. Bai Jian said this in his heart as he retreated to avoid the shadow. Darkspawn Doomsday Curse. Illusion Blood Spirit Illusion. Yi Ge also took action at the same time. As a black mist surged out from behind him, countless crows flew towards Bai Jian. The white blood spirit also changed from a civic cat state to a lowly catgirl state. The scarlet pupils stared at Bai Jian's eyes. What is this? The moment Bai Jian saw Bai Shuling's scarlet eyes, the world in front of him turned blood red, and he immediately felt that his brain was hit by some kind of mental force. Unfortunately, this kind of mental shock is too weak for a Shura-level warrior like him, Pua. Bai Shuling suffered a mental backlash instead. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turned extremely pale, and he fell directly into Yi Ge's arms. Ling? Yi Ge frowned and immediately went forward and hugged her. At the same time, dozens of pitch-black crows turned into black mist and attacked Bai Jian, emitting black light. Buzz. Doomsday Curse hits. Unfortunately, facing a strong man at the peak of the Shura realm, the effect only lasted for 0.1 seconds. Although it was only 0.1 seconds, Bai Jian's expression changed. He clearly felt that in that 0.1 second, all the energy in his body was sealed. What a weird ability, 0.1 seconds. A lot can actually be done during the fleeting battles of extraordinary people. So actually what happened just now was very dangerous. Bai Jian thought that it was a good thing that this kid was only at the Earth realm, and no one took this opportunity to attack him. Otherwise, Shua. At this time, Zero's handprint changed again, and he controlled the shadow lines too. Surround and cut from all directions, Bai Jian finally did not dare to delay and directly drew his weapon. A silver-white sword with a blade as bright as a mirror appeared in his hand. The name of this sword is Lingsha. After being strengthened to 12 stars, the surface of the sword emits a pink light that appears and disappears from time to time. 4th level sword skill, Phantom Severing. Buzz, I saw a dazzling white light blooming in the air. At first glance, it seemed that Bai Jian only swung out one sword, but it seemed as if countless phantom sword energies whizzed out in an instant. All the black shadow threads that were under Zero's control were suddenly cut off in the air. But it's not over yet this time. The remaining 50 or so shadow warriors suddenly appeared from the surrounding shadows. They held short knives and launched an attack on Bai Jian. Bai Jian glanced around. Indifferently, turned his sword wrist, and struck out again, cutting off the phantom. Swish, 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 swish. More than 50 shadow warriors were all forced to retreat. In just a moment, before they could even see how Bai Jian made his move, each of them had sword wounds of varying degrees of depth on their bodies. Some of the wounds were on the chest, some on the arms, and some had several long, faint scars on their faces, which slowly began to bleed after several seconds. This was the result of the shadow warriors sensing the invisible sword energy that was almost invisible to the naked eye in time. Reacting in time, and avoiding some of the fatal sword energy attacks. Otherwise, if it were ordinary soldiers, they would have been wiped out in just a moment, and all of them would have been chopped to pieces by the sword energy. Bai Jian was a little surprised. This was the first time that when facing so many people, his phantom Lingduan didn't kill anyone, they are just injured? It seems that these Yi family warriors are more powerful than I thought. Bai Jian could clearly feel that, except for Zero, the other shadows were just extraordinary people in the realm of all things. With his 4th level sword skill, he actually failed to kill even one of the 50 or so Wanxiang realm warriors. This is absolutely impossible under normal circumstances. What kind of terrible training did these Yi family warriors go through? To become like this, Yi Gu hugged the unconscious Bai Shuling, stood behind Ling, and calmly observed Bai Jian's strength through the system scan. Yi Gu can see that Bai Jian's strength is still at the peak of Shura realm. The attribute panel was also relatively normal, similar to what he remembered from the game. After all, since Yi Gu came to this game world, many plots of this world have been changed, and it is not ruled out that there will be more butterfly effects. Why Yi Gu couldn't be sure whether Bai Jian's strength was still the same as he remembered in the game. It might be stronger than in the game plot, or it might be weaker. A big fire broke out in the Yi family camp, and the sounds of fighting continued. Yi Yilong, Yi Qingxin, Yi Yang, Yi Mingyu, and others were also fighting with the people brought by Bai Jian in the camp. After killing several Baiqing soldiers, Yi Yilong and his group came to Yi Ji's side and confronted Bai Jian coldly. Yi Qingxin frowned slightly, thinking that this man had a very strong sword aura. Just by standing in front of him, she could feel the coldness of the sword in his hand. The blade seemed to be always attached to the skin of her neck, cold to the bone, and she felt a chill. Among the strong men in the Shura realm, except for Uncle Yi Shao, he is the first one who makes people have this feeling. Is this guy Bai Jian? Yi Yulong snorted coldly, the number 1 general under Duke Wang En? Yi Ge nodded gently, yes, it's him. Yi Yulong stared at Bai Jian expressionlessly. I heard that you are not an ordinary swordsman, you have successfully awakened to become a soul swordsman. It is said that there are only 3 swordsmen in the Empire who have successfully awakened to become soul swords? One of them is you? Bai Jian's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't answer. At this time, his sister Bai Qing also came out from behind him and came to Bai Jian's side. Bai Jian turned his head and looked at his sister Bai Qing without saying anything. Yi Qingxin looked at Bai Qing, thinking that this woman should be his sister, Bai Qing. It was said that she was also a Shura-level warrior, but compared to Bai Jian, the number 1 general under Wang En, his sister Bai Qing was not very famous in the empire, so that no one knew her background, and no one knew what her extraordinary abilities were. With the sound of footsteps, more than 200 gunmen armed with magic guns surrounded him. With the sound of bolts being pulled, more than 200 people pointed their rifles at Bai Jian. Bai Jian glanced and said, the intelligence I got said that your Yi family seemed to have used some kind of particularly advanced new type of magic gun on the battlefield? Even a group of ordinary people can use it? After saying that, he released the aura of a Shura realm powerhouse without reservation. Boom. The group of magical gunners surrounding him were immediately knocked to the ground by the powerful aura. Not to mention picking up their guns, they couldn't even stand up. Everyone felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them, and they fell to the ground screaming. Unfortunately, it's useless to me. Bai Jian said expressionlessly, these fragile ordinary people, I can kill them with just a thought. Yi Ge thought to himself, as expected, after attacking so many cities in succession, Bai Jian finally got the intelligence on the battlefield. TSK, just pretending. Then let me see how capable you are. Yi Yulong snorted coldly and suddenly jumped up. He directly entered the demon state, spread his demon wings and attacked Bai Jian head-on. Seeing this, Yi Yang suddenly kicked his feet, and demonic flames burned all over his body, and he rushed forward. You don't know what you can do. Bai Jian simply stood there without moving. He swung his sword horizontally and swept the sword energy. Without anyone seeing what happened, Yi Yulong and Yi Yang flew backwards. Yi Yulong was directly beaten back to normal state from the demon state. He groaned and his body flew more than 30 meters away, knocking down 2 tents before stopping. Yi Yang fell heavily to the ground with a thud, his face full of pain. After a closer look, I found a long sword wound on his abdomen. The wound looked very deep, and even the intestines in his stomach could be seen, and blood was constantly pouring out. Beast Tamer summoning, cartoon shark beast tamer summoning, bloody octopus. Yi Mingyu threw out 2 small balls that looked like Menkabao. One of the balls turned into a shark-like monster, and a bloody octopus jumped out of the other ball. Bai Jian didn't even look at it. With one sword strike, the cartoon shark was cut in 2. With another strike of the sword, the bloody octopus broke into 4 pieces and fell to the ground, its body turning into a pool of blood. Bang! Yi Qingxin pulled the trigger of the destruction sniper rifle. A terrifying red light of soul energy spurted out from the muzzle of the large-caliber sniper rifle, accompanied by a loud bang. Bai Jian still simply blocked with his sword, and the bullet hit the sword, only splashing out some sparks. The Shadow Warriors also cooperated to launch an attack on Bai Jian, but after the siege, they couldn't even get close. No, it's too strong. Yi Qingxin pursed her lips. The difference in strength is too great. They are not even on the same level. And Yi Qingxin looked at Bai Cheng beside him. Bai Cheng stood aside and didn't take any action. She just stood there quietly, looking like she had no intention of helping, but her hands remained in the seal position. She's casting a spell? Yi Qingxin was thinking, however, she had been holding the hand seal for so long, and nothing had happened. What exactly are her abilities? It should be almost done. Bai Jian thought to himself, Shao Qing should be almost done too. Copy the sword skill, Demon Shadow Severing. At this moment, several invisible sword energies suddenly attacked him. Bai Jian's heart skipped a beat, and when he turned around, he saw Yi Gu. He held Guangli in one hand and Yingwei in the other, and crossed his arms to make a combined slashing motion. Copy the sword skill, Double Demon Shadow Severing. Ding ding ding. Bai Jian subconsciously raised his sword to block, and countless sword chi collided with his sword, making a ding 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 sound. Ye's 2 moves didn't have much attack power. After all, he was a low-level transcendent. What surprised Bai Jian was that Yi Gu could actually use Phantom Severance. This move is an extremely difficult sword technique, and he did not fully learn it until he awakened and became a soul swordsman. Bai Jian looked up and saw Yi Gu coming towards him, with a surge of black fog behind him. A Earth Realm person took the initiative to approach me? Bai Jian's eyes shone. You don't know whether to live or die. Swish! The Lingsha sword in his hand swept suddenly, but Yi Ji's figure suddenly turned into black mist and dissipated, avoiding the fatal sword. At the same time, he cast the spell again. Darkspawn Doomsday Curse. Along with the sharp crow calls, a dozen pitch-black crows flew out from the black fog. When Bai Jian saw these crows, his eyes changed slightly. He had just been hit by the Doomsday Curse once and knew the strangeness of this move. Even if it was only 0.1 seconds, he would definitely not dare to gamble, so he immediately chose to dodge and avoid the black fog and crows. Call. Yi Ji's figure appeared more than 10 meters away along with the black fog. He raised his hand and gestured. Yi Gu, right now. Yi Gu issued instructions to all the Shadow Warriors in the system's encrypted voice. Dozens of Shadow Warriors sought his order and dispersed again. Everyone held a black iron chain in their hands, and with a swish of their hands, the chains were thrown towards Bai Jian from all directions. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The black chain was thrown out at an extremely fast speed, in order to avoid the black fog and crows. Bai Jian's space for movement had been blocked by Yi Gu, and more than a dozen black chains immediately wrapped around his body. Some chains were tied around his arms, some around his waist, and some around his legs. More than 50 iron chains were locked on Bai Jian's body almost at the same time. Some chains had no place to be tied, so they were wrapped around other people's chains, connecting together to form a rope buckle, making the other chains more stable. In a flash, Bai Jian was unable to move. Bai Jian's heart tightened. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something. This kid, he did it on purpose. During the previous Doomsday Curse, he deliberately let me know the strangeness of this move, so that I would have a psychological resistance, so I would subconsciously avoid being hit by this black fog. Bai Jian raised his head solemnly and saw Yi Ji's smiling face. He knew that he had guessed right. Chapter 281, Killing Sword in 10. Yi Qingxin, who was standing by, widened her eyes when she saw Yi Gu rushing towards Bai Jian. This was the first time that these brothers and sisters saw Yi Gu personally take action in this battle. They didn't expect that the first time he took action, he would be facing a powerful Shura Realm warrior. Yi Qingxin thought to herself that this little guy was crazy. What does he want to do? An Earth Realm transcendent took the initiative to rush towards the face of a Shura Realm expert. A snap of their fingers is enough to smash you into pieces and turn you into ashes. But when Yi Gu performed Demon Shadow Severing, Yi Qingxin was stunned for a moment. Isn't this Bai Jian's skill? How come Yi Gu also knows this? And what exactly is the black fog that Yi Gu cast? Why does Bai Jian seem to be so afraid of the black fog and crows, and is forced to move repeatedly? A Shura Realm expert shouldn't be able to withstand the skills of an Earth Realm transcendent. Crack, crack. Crack, crack. Until Yi Gu cooperated with the Shadow Warriors, dozens of black iron chains blocked all the space, tied up Bai Jian together, and controlled this powerful man at the peak of the Shura Realm. All the brothers and sisters of the Yi family were shocked. What a perfect match! Yi Mingyu said in her heart. Ye Yulong frowned and thought, this kid, did he plan all those moves just now? Used the black fog to drive Bai Jian away, forcing him to move, and then the Shadow Warriors seized the opportunity to attack from the front and back, blocking Bai Jian's evasive space. The thing is, everything just happened so fast, and Ye Gu didn't communicate even a word with the Shadow soldiers. So many details appeared in an instant during the battle, and they were able to cooperate so well just by tacit understanding. Could it be that some of them could use the supernatural power of telepathy? Ye Gu retracted the black mist, and the spirit of disaster flew back and landed on his shoulder. In the game, the siblings Bai Jian and Bai Qing are not only NPCs, but also plot bosses. In the later plot of the game, because they are too loyal to Duke Wang En, the siblings are used by Wang En and become tools for Wang En to abandon the army to save the king when he is at the end of his rope. Later, he was defeated by the protagonist controlled by the player, became a prisoner, and was whitewashed to become an NPC. Ye Gu is extremely skilled at dealing with this kind of boss with a health bar that appears in the game. Ye Gu is only at the Earth realm now. If he relies on himself alone, the ability to memorize and calculate is far from enough. The gap in strength is too big. Even if he can calculate Bai Jian's every habit and flaw and seize the opportunity, the damage is just a scratch. He can't be killed even if he stands there, but with the help of Shadow, it's another matter, because the Shadow Warriors all have a system. Ye Gu can communicate with them in real time through the system in encrypted form, telling them what to do and asking them to cooperate. Ye Gu slowly walked to Bai Jian, who was controlled by countless chains. Ugh! Bai Jian frowned and grunted through gritted teeth. His body was tied up in a big shape by dozens of black iron chains from all directions. He wanted to burst out with fighting spirit and use brute force to break free from the chains. Boom! However, it did not succeed. The hands of the 50 or so Shadow Warriors, who were holding the chains tightly, trembled slightly due to the force of their muscles. Bai Jian's face was almost purple. Gradually, the hand holding the sword seemed to be unable to hold the hilt, and the fingers slowly loosened. Ding-clang! After a stalemate of 3 minutes, the Lingsha sword finally slipped from Bai Jian's hand and fell to the ground. We got you, General Bai Jian. Ye Gu looked at the subdued Bai Jian with a faint smile on his face. Bai Jian temporarily gave up struggling, allowing dozens of black chains to fix him in the air. He looked at Ye Gu deeply and said, "You are more powerful than I thought. When I was restrained by the black fog for 0.1 seconds just now, you didn't take the opportunity to attack me. At that time, I thought you didn't seize the opportunity. Now think about it, you are not incapable of seizing the opportunity, but you did it on purpose?" Yeah. Ye Gu said calmly, even if I caught 0.1 seconds to attack you at that time, it would not cause much damage to you. It is better to save it for the next time. Since you already know the effect of the black fog, you must be afraid in your heart. Bai Jian's face twitched slightly. I understand now. No wonder that Principal Lan Mi would rather violate the unspoken rules of the Empire and risk offending the royal family to let you enter the inner gate of the War College and accept you as his personal student. Ye Gu, okay. The other brothers and sisters of the Yi family were confused as they listened nearby. They have never been hit by the Doomsday Curse themselves, so of course they don't understand why Bai Jian is afraid of it. So most people couldn't understand what Ye Gu and Bai Jian were saying. Only Yi Yulong and Yi Qingxin vaguely guessed something. In the camp, the White City soldiers led by Bai Jian for a night attack were gradually falling into a disadvantage. This is what a surprise attack is all about. The enemy must be completely eliminated before he relaxes and has time to react. After the Yi family warriors woke up one by one and prepared for counterattack, Bai Jian and his men who launched a surprise attack at night no longer had any advantage. A dozen shadow warriors armed with daggers also surrounded Bai Qing at the same time. Ye Gu raised his head and looked at Bai Jian. What do you mean, surrender or not? Bai Jian sneered, for soldiers, there is no such thing as surrender. My attitude towards you is different from that towards Count Kant and the others. Ye Gu said seriously, General Bai Jian, I respect you as a senior and warrior worthy of respect. As long as you surrender, I will leave a way out for you and your sister, and treat you at the VIP level as prisoners, and will never embarrass you. Bai Jian looked at Ye Gu and slowly revealed a contemptuous look. Ha, little guy, do you really think you have subdued me? Yi Yang curled his lips and said, even the most important sword of a swordsman has slipped out of his hand. What tricks do you have? Bai Jian didn't say anything, just smiled contemptuously. Immediately afterwards, Ye Gu felt that the fighting spirit in Bai Jian was rapidly condensing at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, all this fighting spirit has quickly condensed into sword energy. This move is, Yi Ji's heart moved, and he quickly grabbed Gao Shinshua's hand and moved away. 6th level sword skill, Lingsha sword intention. Bai Jian's eyes flashed coldly to eye in his silver-gray pupils, countless sharp sword energies appeared out of thin air, slicing through space like crazy. Wuzhang. Zhang Sheng Sang. Clang, 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 crack, 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 crack. The more than 50 black iron chains that were bound on his body from all directions were all cut off at the same time by the sword energy that appeared out of thin air. Chapter 282. You thought Yi Yulong, Yi Qingxin, and the others all looked pale and quickly moved aside. Thousands of invisible sword auras appeared out of thin air and almost cut through everything within a 10-meter radius of Bai Jian himself. The cold light flashed continuously, and the buzzing sound of the terrifying sword energy was terrifying. Even the ground beneath his feet was covered with shocking sword marks. And the black iron chains that bound him were naturally all cut off. For a true swordsman, the sword is always in his heart. How can you young people understand this truth? Bai Jian broke free from his restraints and said this with an expressionless face. He raised his hand and grabbed in the air with his 5 fingers. The Lingsha sword that fell to the ground trembled and flew back into his hand. Ling stared at him coldly and used his ability again. 5th level supernatural power, 1000 shadow kill. Countless shadow blades turned into long black lines and swept towards Bai Jian again. Seeing this, Bai Jian flew into the air, swung his sword, and transformed it into countless sword chi, then countless sword energies and shadow blades intertwined. Ding ding kong kong. The crisp sound of weapons colliding was endless. His figure in white clothes flipped backwards in the air, then landed on his heels on the top of a tent, looking down at the situation in the Yi family camp. The Yi family's army has already reacted now, and they won't gain any advantage if they continue fighting. Shao Qing should have completed the operation. It's almost time to withdraw. Bai Jian turned his head and looked in the direction of Bai Qing. Bai Qing also looked at him and nodded at him, and the two exchanged glances, which means, it's done. Bai Jian turned the hand holding the long sword behind his back, raised 2 fingers of the other hand, and then suddenly released 3 sword balls that flew into the air directly above. 3 sword balls burst into dazzling white light in the air. Yi Ge looked up. He thought that this must be Bai Jian's signal for his troops to retreat. Bai Jian was preparing to lead his men to evacuate. At this moment, a figure with demonic flames burning all over his body suddenly appeared behind him. You think you can just leave if you want? Yi Yang roared and kicked towards Bai Jian with a powerful whip kick in the air. Obviously he wanted to avenge the attack just now. 5th level demonized martial arts, Caesar's demonic blade. This whip kick drew a black and red air blade in the air, as sharp as a dark magic sword. Bai Jian glanced back and just slightly tilted his head to avoid his attack. At the same time, the raised finger turned. 3 more sword balls stabbed out. With a few swish sounds, the 3 sword balls hit Yi Yang's chest, left abdomen, and shoulder respectively. Yi Yang groaned, lost his balance in the air, and fell heavily to the ground. Bai Jian had no intention of letting go of this young man who came to him without knowing his own limitations. He swung his sword and swooped down from the air. The sword tip stabbed straight into Yi Yang's heart. Yi Yang's eyes widened in an instant. A feeling of despair enveloped his whole body. His body was completely unable to evade or dodge. It wasn't because he was hit by the sword ball just now that he was in so much pain that he couldn't move, but because Bai Jian's terrifying sword force at the moment of drawing the sword completely suppressed his will, making it impossible for him to exert every inch of strength in his body. Is this the end for me? The shadow of the Lingsha sword was reflected in Yi Yang's pupils. Although he was born in the Yi family, he had imagined what death would be like very early on, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. I was still too reckless. I'm sorry, Mom, I still can't get rid of this bad habit of mine. Yi Yang knew he couldn't avoid it, but he didn't close his eyes. Instead, he gritted his teeth and stared fiercely at the sword falling towards him. It was as if he wanted to remember Bai Jian's appearance and turn into a ghost to seek revenge on him after he died. Boom! The falling sword hit the ground, creating a huge pit more than 10 meters deep. Dust and smoke are everywhere. Bai Jian stood in the flying smoke and dust and looked up around him. In addition to the dust flying up from the ground, there was also the strange black fog, the floating black feathers, and the sharp cries of crows echoing in his ears. The only thing missing was blood and corpses. Somewhere about 10 meters away from his right, Yi Ji's figure appeared with the gathering of black fog. He grabbed Yi Yang's collar with one hand and threw him to the ground. Obviously, at that moment just now, he used the black mist transformation ability of the spirit of disaster to bring Yi Yang out. Yi Yang was stunned. He thought he was dead just now, and a PPT was playing in his mind, who knew that the next moment, I suddenly felt my body lighten, and was wrapped in the ethereal black mist, and then in the next breath, I was brought out by Yi Ge. Yi Yang sat on the ground, looked up in a daze, and looked at Yi Ge, who was standing next to him. This guy saved me. Yi Qingxin raised his eyebrows. The brothers and sisters of the Yi family have always been each other's biggest rivals and have been the biggest enemies since birth. This is the first time I have seen a member of the Yi family saving his own brother. Yi Yulong also showed an interested expression. Bai Jian looked at Yi Ge and narrowed his eyes. That black fog should come from the crow standing on Yi Ji's shoulder. In addition to the magic banning effect just now, the black fog should also be able to instantly molecularize an object, achieving the effect of instantly avoiding attacks and moving in the air with the black fog. It is indeed a powerful ability. That crow spirit beast should be at least a red-rated pet. Fortunately, its level is not high, otherwise I would not be able to escape unscathed today. Bai Jian didn't plan to continue to tangle with Yi Ge and the others, so he left in a flash. When his sister Bai Qing saw her brother leaving, she also quickly followed him away to in the camp. The White City soldiers who came with them also quickly withdrew from the camp after receiving the retreat signal. Yi Yang patted his pants and stood up, looking at Yi Ge with a complicated expression. Why, did you save me? Yi Ge was puzzled. You don't want to be rescued? I mean, Yi Yang paused, thought about the wording, and finally decided to say it directly. If I die, there should be one less competitor for the position of candidate for the clan leader for you, right? But why do you? Yi Ge looked at him in surprise, revealing a simple and innocent expression that matched a child of his age. Huh? So you still think you have the ability to compete with me for the candidate for clan leader? Yi Yang. Chapter 283. Destined to be an unforgivable evil wolf. Yi Yang's face flushed. You look down on me? I think highly of you. Yi Ge stretched out his hand and pinched the muscles on his arm. You have such muscular body, you will definitely be a good fighter in the future. Why don't you stay by my side and peel melon seeds for me in the future? Yi Yang, Yi Ge, how about peeling walnuts? You have such great strength in your hands, it should be no problem to crush 5 walnuts at the same time, right? I won't be your thug. Yi Yang pushed away Yi Ji's hand, frowned, and said seriously, my goal is to become the patriarch of the Yi family. Lead the Yi family to rebuild the glory of 1,000 years ago. I swore an oath. Yi Ge smiled faintly. This joke is quite funny. Yi Yang clenched his fists, his face flushed even redder. Just wait, you will definitely regret your decision to save me today. Because you saved a competitor who will give you a headache. After saying that, Yi Yang turned and left. After walking a few steps, he paused again, suddenly turned around and said, also, don't think that you can expect me to show mercy just because you saved me once. After that, he finally strode away. Yi Ge shrugged. Yi Ming Yu came over, looked back at Yi Yang who was leaving, and said to Yi Ge with a smile, this guy is as hard as a rock, especially his mouth is the hardest. If Xiaoge had saved me, I, as her sister, would have been so moved that I would cry, hug Xiaoge and repay her. Yi Yulong crossed his arms over his chest, glanced at Yi Ge meaningfully, sneered and said, my dear brother, being born in the Yi family, kindness is not a virtue. He still remembered that when Yi Ge was a child, he was so kind that he didn't seem like a demon. He was unwilling to hurt even a small animal. He couldn't bear to skin an animal alive even when the family instructor asked him to. So Yi Yulong never thought that Yi Ge would be his competitor. As a result, a while ago, he heard that Yi Ge was accepted as a personal disciple by Lan Mi from the War Academy, and that he captured Wanjian City without any soldiers, and killed Yi Xingxiong with his own hands. When hearing the news, Yi Yulong was a little surprised, thinking, could it be that his younger brother suddenly changed his personality? He doesn't think that an indecisive and soft-hearted person can do these things, but today, I see that although his younger brother's abilities have improved to some extent, his inner self is still the same as before and there is no change. We, the Yi family, are destined to be a group of evil wolves who are unforgivable. Yi Yulong looked at him and said leisurely, if the evil wolves are merciful, be careful not to starve to death in the future. Yi Ge smiled faintly and said nothing. After driving away the attackers, the camp was in a mess. Several tents had collapsed and a fire had broken out. The soldiers hurriedly began to organize firefighting efforts. Yi Qingxin said, I didn't expect Bai Jian would choose to take the initiative and raid our camp. Another Yi clan girl covered her injured part and said, it seems that Bai Jian's strength is even stronger than the rumors say. Just now, his sword energy was just an inch away from piercing my heart. Me too. A Yi clan boy said solemnly, I was almost killed by him. I didn't expect that this bunch of useless nobles would have such a strong general under their command. Yi Yulong crossed his arms and said quietly, after all, he is one of the top 3 soul swordsmen in the empire and the strongest general in the southern border. He still has some skills. We can't just treat these noble troops as brainless monsters. But there is one thing I really can't figure out. Yi Qingxin frowned. Yi Ge looked at her, what's wrong? Bai Jian and Bai Qing are both Shura-level warriors. Yi Qingxin said, tonight, the two of them came together to attack our camp, but from beginning to end, Bai Qing never took action. Even when Bai Jian was controlled by the Shadow Warriors, she did not help. Yi Ge touched his chin, well, it's a bit strange indeed. Yi Qingxin said, I just saw Bai Qing making some kind of spellcasting hand seals. I thought she was going to make a move, so I was on guard against her. I didn't expect that she was just watching the show from the beginning to the end. Maybe it's because they feel that their sneak attack has failed, so they just want to conserve their strength, said a Yi family boy. Yi Qingxin remains silent, she prefers to know herself and her enemy. As a famous general of the empire, there is a lot of information about Bai Jian on the internet, including his abilities, rank, and family, which are all very detailed. Bai Qing is not much older than Bai Jian, and she has been fighting against all races on the battlefield with Bai Jian since she was a teenager. However, there is almost no information about her on the internet, which is unbelievable. There were many things about Bai Jian's surprise attack tonight that made her feel uneasy. Although it was said to be a night attack on the camp, Bai Jian did not bring many people. Moreover, he didn't seem to have exerted his full strength. Could it be that he had another purpose for this night attack? I think we should postpone our planned exploratory attack on Baiqing tomorrow. Yi Qingxin thought for a long time and said, I want to send out spies to gather some intelligence first. Uncle Shao should be here soon. It shouldn't be too late for us to launch the attack after Uncle Shao arrives. Yi Yulong grinned, why, are you scared? I just don't want to fight a battle that I'm not sure of winning. Yi Qingxin glanced at him. Yi Ge smiled and said, that's good. Many soldiers were injured in the battle tonight. We should reorganize and treat the wounded first. After a brief meeting with his brothers and sisters, Yi Ge and Gao Xinxue returned to their tent together. Bai Shuling was lying on his bed, still not waking up. The spirit of disaster stood at the head of the bed, combing his black feathers. Li Shuang was standing by the bed taking care of him. When she saw Yi Ge and the others coming in, she turned around and said, Master Yi Ge, you're back. Yi Ge walked over and took a look. How is Lingling? He hasn't woken up yet. Li Shuang said, the healing assistant who just came with the team has come to check on him. There's nothing serious. He just needs to rest. Yi Ge nodded, yeah. Li Shuang looked at Yi Ge, pursed her lips, and seemed to want to say something. Yi Ge, what's wrong? Li Shuang said, Master Ye Ge, you are too kind. In a family as competitive as the Yi family, you will definitely suffer in the future. Ha? Yi Ge was confused for a moment. Li Shuang, although I have only been in the Yi family for a few months, I have already roughly understood the pattern of the Yi family, and I have also heard a lot about you from the maids of the Yi family. Heh. Yi Ge laughed. Are you talking about me saving Yi Yan just now? Chapter 284 Weapons and Weaknesses. Yeah. Li Shuang curled her lips. If you don't save him, won't you lose a competitor? And look at his expression just now, he didn't even say thank you. You were born in a war family like the Yi family, where people are cold-blooded and ruthless everywhere. If you are too kind, it will definitely become your fatal weakness in the future. Yi Ge smiled faintly and said, it would be strange if these demonized brothers and sisters of mine would say thank you. And you are wrong. Kindness is never a weakness. It is only a weakness for those with low cognition that kindness is a weakness. On the contrary, when your cognition is high, kindness can become your most reliable weapon. Li Shuang blinked. It was the first time she heard someone say that kindness could be used as a weapon. Yi Ge smiled. Kind people are more able to see through the softness of human nature and discover the weaknesses of others' psychology. Many leaders who are good at playing with people's hearts, knowing how to use people, and being good at playing the good cop once had kind intentions. And those who lost their empathy and sympathy in childhood and are extremely selfish, their perception of human hearts has almost degenerated, so their thinking will be more simple and crude. Of course, if you want to use kindness as a weapon, the premise is that you cannot be swayed by kindness. When faced with a choice and want to protect something important to you, you must put your conscience aside when it's time to do so. Even if there are 100,000 innocent people under your feet, you must step over them without hesitation. Li Shuang had a dazed look on his face and nodded as if he understood something. She didn't fully understand it, but she felt it was amazing. Master Ye Ge really doesn't look like a 10-year-old child. He is so amazing. The words he says are so hard to understand. Ye Ge leaned over, stretched out a finger and lightly tapped Bai Shuling's forehead on the bed, sensing the damage to her mental strength. Blood-spirit illusion was originally a skill that could cause extremely strong mental shock, but the gap between Bai Jin's level and hers was so great that it backfired like this. Ye Ge said, Shuang, ask the team doctor to prepare some more medicine for healing the spirit. Oh, okay. Oh, there's more. Ye Ge looked at her again and asked, how many of your female swordsmen have experience fighting against ghost masters? Ghost master? Li Shuang thought for a moment and said, there should be more than half of them. What's wrong? Ye Ge downloaded a bag of pills from the system inventory and handed it to her. Take it and distribute it. What's this? Evil repelling pills, to resist the power of ghosts. Ha! Li Shuang's body trembled subconsciously, and he asked uncomfortably, young master, why do you suddenly send out such a thing? Is there a ghost in our camp? Ye Ge, just send it out. Oh, after Li Shuang left, Gao Xinshua looked at Ye Ge and asked, are those evil repelling pills for use against Bai Qing? Ye Ge was surprised. How did you know? Could this girl have the ability to read minds? Gao Xinshua, there is no better child than a mother. Ye Ge, Gao Xinshua looked at him with clear eyes. Just now when Yi Qingxin and the others were discussing Bai Qing's ability, you didn't act like you had a hard time dealing with her. This shows that you already knew her strength. I see. Ye Ge touched his nose. I thought that he would have to pretend to be more realistic in the future. Otherwise, if she meets someone as intelligent as Miyuki Mama, she will be exposed immediately, and that won't do. How did you know she was a ghost tamer? Gao Xinshua asked curiously, did Song Jie and the others bring back the information? Ye Ge smiled. As a hardcore top player of the game, it's still necessary to collect intelligence for a character with the title of NPC and boss. The next day, the Yi family army temporarily rested and recuperated in the camp. Yi Qingxin, Yi Yulong, Yi Mingyu, Yi Yang, and others sent out the intelligence spies they had trained and started a secret war based on their own abilities. Ye Ge slept soundly in his tent for the whole day. This sleep lasted from noon till sunset. As dusk deepened, the orange-red sunset glow gradually turned into dark purple, and soon darkness completely enveloped the sky. The full moon slowly emerged from the hazy clouds on the edge of the sky. A mid-level warrior from the Yi family shouted to the sentries on night watch in the camp, all those on sentry duty, be alert. The family master will be here tomorrow, and we will launch an attack on Baiqing tomorrow. You must be careful of Bai Jin's gang tonight, and don't let them attack you at night again. Yes, the sentries answered one after another. Time passes by every second. The night is getting darker. Soon it was after midnight. The camp of the Yi family army was quiet, with only the sound of insects chirping in the woods. Most of the soldiers had fallen asleep, leaving only a few dozen scouts on guard. The full moon hanging in the sky suddenly turned scarlet at some point. The blood-like moonlight spread on the ground like a gauze. The night wind in the woods made the shadows of the trees sway and make rustling sounds, which was extremely strange in such an environment. What's that sound? The sentry who was on duty on the tree outside the camp suddenly became alert. He could vaguely hear a rustling sound, an indescribable whisper in his ears, as if someone was whispering in his ear. Bai Qing's figure appeared silently behind him. Her figure gradually changed from translucent to solid. The sentry's expression became dull at this moment. His eyes were empty and lifeless, as if he had lost his soul. Bai Qing reached out and gave a gentle push, and the sentry fell from the wood's end into the grass. She also flipped over in the air and landed on the ground without making any sound. A ghostly, humanoid, translucent creature slowly appeared behind her. It looks like the plan is going well. Bai Qing looked around, then said to herself quietly. Then she walked into the Yi family camp through the main gate. The camp was eerily quiet. All the soldiers on guard stood there blankly with empty and dull eyes, as if they had completely lost their self-awareness. They showed an indifferent attitude towards Bai Qing, who walked in. Chapter 285, Ghost Dream. The blood-red moonlight enveloped the entire camp, and the rustling, indescribable ghostly cries rang out in the camp, as if hundreds of ghosts were crying and whispering at the same time. Extremely weird and creepy. However, everyone in the camp seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. The sentinels on night watch had dull eyes, as if they had been possessed. The Yi family warriors sleeping in the tents also showed no reaction. Bai Qing raised her hand to the Bluetooth beside her ear and said, "Brother, the infiltration was successful. They have all been trapped by my illusion. Well, now they are all having nightmares in their dreams. Don't worry, don't you know my ability? Unless they can find my spellcasting mark in advance, no one below the Apocalypse realm can escape my ghost dream spell, not even Yi Xiao, who is at the peak of the Shura realm, let alone Yi Yulong and others who are only at the first level of the Myriad realm." Bai Qing smiled confidently. Last night, she and her brother led people to attack the Yi family camp, but it was just a cover. Bai Jian is responsible for the frontal battle and attracts the attention of the Yi family. She secretly set up an illusion formation here, turning the entire camp into her nightmare zone. Ghosts will quietly possess everyone within the range of the formation, causing them to fall into endless ghost dreams after they fall asleep. This kind of illusion was created by her companion ghost. The process of casting the spell was very covert. The fluctuation of soul power during the casting was very small. Even if someone was watching her movements, it would be difficult to find that she was casting an illusion and leaving a formation. So it's almost impossible to guard against, even if someone suspected that she had done something and sent people to check the camp carefully afterwards. It would be difficult to find out what she had done here. Bai Jian's voice came from the other end of the Bluetooth headset. Don't be complacent too soon. The physical fitness of these demonized mutants of the Yi family cannot be judged by that of ordinary people. I felt it when we fought last night. The actual combat ability of these demonized people is far higher than their paper level. Especially that Yi Gu, you have to pay special attention to him. That boy is much more powerful than we expected. Bai Qing raised an eyebrow. There are not many people who can receive such an evaluation from my brother. But he is an Earth realm after all, right? When I say powerful, I don't mean extraordinary. Bai Jian said very seriously. In the battle last night, he had fought with Yi Gu once, and the boy did not cause him any actual damage, but Bai Jian was still impressed by him. The boy's combat IQ was extremely high. With just a glance, a few movements, and a few on-the-spot gestures, he coordinated with the Shadow Warriors to control him with black fog and chains. Until now, Bai Jian still hasn't figured out how he managed to do all that in such a short few seconds during the battle. Even he, a veteran who had fought on the battlefield for so many years, found it unbelievable. Bai Qing heard the seriousness in her brother's words and said, "Okay, I get it. It doesn't matter, he is under my dream spell now, I will get rid of him later. Yi Gu, Yi Yulong, and the others are just small fish. The big fish Yi Xiao should be here soon." Bai Qing said, licking her lips with a smile. According to the information they had received, Night Owl's troop should arrive here before dawn. Getting rid of people like Yi Gu is just a side job. Her real purpose is to let Night Owl walk into her trap without any precautions. Night Owl probably could never have imagined that the camp set up by his own army would be set up with an illusion formation by the enemy. So this is definitely the best opportunity to get rid of Night Owl directly. As long as we capture Yi Xiao, defeating the Yi family army will be an easy matter. I heard that Yi Xiao defeated Marquis Sun Ko, a powerful Apocalypse realm warrior, very easily on the front battlefield. Bai Jian said seriously in the headset, "This man's strength is unfathomable, you must pay attention." "Don't worry, brother. I know what I'm doing." Bai Qing said, "If I find that I can't control him with the ghost dream technique, I will retreat immediately." Hang up Bluetooth communication. Bai Qing walked around the Yi family camp and looked around. Soon they found Yi Ji's tent. He opened the curtain of the tent and walked in. Bai Qing looked around, raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and the soul power light illuminated the place like a light bulb. The tent was very big, and Bai Qing saw Yi Gu sleeping on the bed at a glance. Bai Qing squatted down beside Yi Ji's bed, carefully examining the demonized boy who was sleeping peacefully. She was involuntarily attracted by the sleeping posture of this handsome boy, and stretched out her finger to gently poke his face. Why Yi Gu, she looks cute. What a pity, we are enemies. Bai Qing said to herself, "Don't worry, sister, I will let you die without pain." As she spoke, she slowly raised one hand. The companion ghost behind him slowly approached and climbed onto Yi Ji's bed, and its translucent body pressed down on Yi Ji's body. The ghost opened his mouth and was about to bite. Suddenly there was a bang. Yi Ji's body turned into a vague and strange black mist and dissipated under Bai Qing's eyes. Bai Qing's eyes widened. What's going on? Swoosh, 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 several black iron chains suddenly came from all directions and bound us. Bai Qing's heart was lifted, but she reacted very quickly and dodged immediately. 3 black iron chains were tied to her companion ghost, binding and controlling it. The ghost let out sharp and miserable screams and struggled continuously. Bai Qing was stunned. This iron chain could actually lock up the spirit of her companion ghost. When I turned my head, I found that there were some words engraved on these black iron chains. These words faintly emitted a golden light, and there were also some special talismans pasted on several sections of the iron chains. Swish. The sound of a sword breaking through the air came from my ears. Bai Qing glanced back and saw Li Shuang holding the tiger soul sword, slashing towards her. Bai Qing immediately lowered her body slightly to avoid the sneak attack. The sword passed in front of her and cut off a few strands of her black hair. 3rd level sword skill, Shadow Li. Li Shuang wielded the sword beautifully, and his consecutive attacks were very powerful. Bai Qing dealt with her for 2 rounds, and taking advantage of the opportunity to dodge, she formed seals with her hands and summoned 2 more ghosts to pounce on Li Shuang, and then took the opportunity to distance herself from her. Knock, knock, knock. There were bursts of noisy footsteps. More than 30 female swordsmen rushed in from outside the tent, some holding magic guns, and surrounded her, completely blocking her retreat. Chapter 286, Flame of the Holy Soul. Bai Qing, who had retreated to the corner, suddenly changed her expression. How is it possible? You were not affected by my ghost dream spell. The female swordsmen looked at her coldly, and a few of them made way for her. Yi Gu, Gao Xinxue, and Bai Shuling in the catgirl lowly state walked out from among them. Bai Qing's pupils flickered. Yi Gu. Is this a trap you set? Yi Gu smiled. Well, are you surprised? Are you surprised? You have already discovered the illusion formation I set up in your camp? Bai Qing frowned. This is impossible. No one except my brother should be able to discover the mark of my formation, and my formation has not been destroyed, and the illusion has been successfully cast. Why do you seem to be completely unaffected? Want to know? I won't tell you. Yi Gu said calmly. Prisoners are not qualified to ask so many questions. As he said that, he raised his hand and waved it gently. Li Shuang and others immediately surrounded and attacked. Several shadow warriors also appeared from the shadows, each holding a black iron chain with talisman paper attached to it. Bai Qing was besieged by more than a dozen people. The space inside the tent restricted her range of activities as a ghost trainer, making it difficult for her to display her skills. The several low-level ghost harassment attacks she released were all destroyed by Li Shuang's sword. How come these people are so resistant to ghost damage? Bai Qing frowned, totally unable to understand. She turned her eyes and locked onto Yi Gu, who was standing behind the crowd. Catch the leader first. She put her hands together and said, 6th level ghost spirit, fighting soul ghost. Roar! Following a violent roar, a tall ghost shadow that looked like a female orc appeared and possessed Bai Qing's body. Bai Qing's eyes suddenly turned into a scarlet red filled with violence, and her strength increased several times in an instant. She rushed towards Yi Gu like an agile female leopard, and directly knocked away several female swordsmen who were blocking her way. Li Shuang didn't expect that Bai Qing, a ghost tamer, could have such a strong melee ability. She turned back in shock and said, Master Yega, be careful. Yi Gu stood where he was, looking calmly at Bai Qing, who was rushing towards him, without moving. In his consciousness, the crimson holy soul flame burned fiercely for a moment, and an endless amount of terrifying power was drawn from it. This power gradually increased, becoming stronger and stronger. The crimson flame of the holy soul lingered on Yi Ji's body, burning like boiling magma. Ling and Li Shuang beside him could not help but turn their heads, shocked by the power that suddenly emerged from Yi Gu. The holy demonic magic, demonic spirit fire. Yi Ji's pupils instantly flashed with a deep red color like the holy soul flame. Boom! A deep red flame roared out along with a red light, and even a red beam of light shot straight into the sky from the top of the tent, directly lighting up the dark night sky. The flame of the holy soul burned directly on Bai Qing's body. Demon spirit fire? When Bai Shuling saw this scene, his heart moved. He can already fully control the power of the holy soul. The release of the evil spirit fire happened in an instant. Bai Qing had no time to react to what was happening before her body suddenly caught fire for no apparent reason. She could clearly feel that this deep red flame was completely different from ordinary flames. Huh, the war spirit ghost that possessed Bai Qing began to roar in pain. Bai Qing is connected to the perception of the war spirit ghost that possesses her. She could feel the pain of the war soul ghost. It was simply a heart-wrenching cry from the soul. This strange flame is not a flame that can be controlled by humans at all, and it should not be the flame of the demon clan. Bai Qing felt a demonic aura in this deep red flame. Moreover, it is the demonic aura of a very high-level demon that is a 1,000-year-old monster. How could this demonized boy, who was only at the Earth realm, have such power? Bai Qing was sweating profusely. She didn't know what was going on, and she sadly discovered she couldn't escape being swallowed by the crimson flames at all. After Bai Qing discovered this, she quickly separated from the war spirit ghost that possessed her and escaped like a cicada escaping from its shell. The soul fighting ghost was wrapped in the crimson holy soul flame and turned into a fireman. Oh no, a fire ghost. No matter how frantically she struggled, she could not put out the deep red flames that were attached to the ground. Amidst the hysterical screams and cries, the entire soul of the war ghost was completely devoured by the crimson flames bit by bit, and finally turned into nothing. Bai Qing looked at this scene with a pale face. She was right that crimson flame should burn until the target is completely reduced to ashes, and even the soul is completely dissipated, and then it will disappear. Otherwise it will never go out. Fortunately, the war soul ghost was attached to her body like a coat, so the evil spirit fire did not burn her directly. A swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this time, the shadow warrior swung several black chains and took the opportunity to tie up her hands and feet. There were also several iron chains tied around her waist, making her completely unable to move. Bai Qing was soon tied up like a dumpling and fell to the ground, but she still wanted to struggle. Ugh, let me go. Yi Ge came to her and slowly squatted down. We've caught you, General Bai Qing. Welcome to fall into our trap. Bai Qing struggled on the ground for a long time, and finally accepted the fact that she couldn't break free, gave up, and looked at Yi Ge fiercely. You, what kind of monster are you? Do you have the blood of the demon race in addition to the blood of the demon? Why do you have the power of a 1,000-year-old demon? Yi Ge, I won't tell you. Bai Qing, Yi Ge narrowed his eyes. Actually, I noticed it when you just cast the spell to set up the illusion formation last night, but I just pretended not to know. No one really thinks that they can do it secretly, right? No way, no way? Bai Qing, I didn't destroy the formation on purpose, because I was wondering if you would come to me at night, and sure enough. Yi Ge mocked and poked Bai Qing's face with his finger. You look cute, but it's a pity that we are enemies. Bai Qing. Chapter 287. Threat. Bai Jian waited in the city for a long time, standing at the window looking at the scene in the city from afar. The white city was brightly lit. Bai Jian looked back at the time ticking by on the wall clock. This was the third time he checked the time within the hour. Shaoqing has always been very efficient in doing things, and it really doesn't seem right that there has been no news for such a long time. Could it be that? Bai Jian raised his cyber watch and dialed Bai Qing's number. Soon, the call was connected. Hello? Yi Ge's leisurely voice came from the other end of the communication. Bai Jian's heart tightened and his eyes suddenly darkened. A chill quickly spread in my heart. Although he had thought from the beginning that Bai Qing might have failed in her operation, been captured by the Yi family, or even been killed, but when this was actually confirmed, he still found it hard to accept. General Bai Jian. Yi Ge smiled and said, why aren't you talking? Why are you calling me so late? Is there anything you want to talk about? Bai Jian's voice was filled with coldness. What did you do to Shaoqing? She's fine, but she's become my captive. Yi Ge paused and said, of course, whether she will be in trouble or not depends on what you, General Bai Jian, do. Bai Jian, what do you want? Yi Ge said simply and directly, surrender. You and your sister surrender together. Of course, I know what kind of person you are, General. You are very loyal to Wang Yan, the old Biden. Even if someone like you surrenders to me, I dare not trust you to use him. So the surrender I need is that you and your sister leave Baiqing together and stay with me for a few days. Don't interfere in this war in the southern border. When the war is over, I will let you go and you can go wherever you want. That's impossible. Bai Jian's tone was cold and calm. You want me to be a deserter? That's nothing I can do. Yi Ge said, then I can only treat your sister well. She is so happy now. She has already been through pepper spray, tiger bench, whip, candlelight, cat teaser, and so on. You. Bai Jian's eyes were almost burning with fire. Our demonized family is well known for being ruthless and cruel. We can do anything. Yi Ji's words were full of threats, especially my brothers and sisters. They are all a bit perverted. I can't stand it. TSK by Jian, that's it. You still have 12 hours to think about it. Yi Ge said, call me within 12 hours if you have figured it out. Otherwise, you should prepare to collect your sister's body. Beep. The communication was disconnected. After hanging up the phone, Bai Jian stood there in silence for a long time. In the quiet room, you can hear his breathing becoming heavier. Night family camp. Yi Xiao squatted in front of Bai Qing and said with a gloomy look in his eyes, is this the girl you captured? General Bai Jian's sister? Bai Qing was tied to a chair with more than a dozen magic-proof iron chains, but his expression was still as hard as a rock. Even when facing the legendary unforgivable Devil Night Owl, he glared at him viciously. Yi Ge beside him nodded, yes. Night Owl, have you called his brother? I have beaten them. Yi Ge shrugged, but these two siblings are very stubborn and refused to give in even when they were captured. Bai Qing snorted coldly, my brother is the first general of Baicheng. The loyalty and honor of the soldiers are the most important things in his mind. Nothing can shake him. He will never give in to you. Night Owl grinned and said, what a coincidence. My favorite thing is to destroy other people's glory. I am so happy to see their moral integrity broken. Bai Qing, I like your personality, little girl. I hope you can maintain your current appearance after going through such a devastation. Night Owl's eyes narrowed into a slit. My men will let you know the real reason why the demonized mutants are feared by those famous and upright sections. I hope you can still speak so tough by then. Bai Qing's body trembled slightly and her face turned extremely pale. When Yi Xiao said this, his eyes were calm, his tone was calm, and he spoke lightly without using any soul power to suppress it, but Bai Qing could still feel a terrible sense of oppression as if she was facing death. It was like a mortal seeing the scythe of the god of death hanging over his head, and all the courage was completely dissipated in front of the cold eyes of the god of death. Yi Ge said at this time, why don't you hand this person over to me? Oh? Night Owl turned and looked at him. What are you going to do? I have a way to make her cooperate with us. Really? You don't even have your own interrogation department, do you? I don't have one. Yi Ge shrugged, I plan to come in person. Night Owl. Why are you looking at me like that? Yi Ge asked puzzledly. Night Owl, you kid, you're so perverted, Yi Ge? Yi Xiao looked at Yi Ge, then looked at Gao Xinxue and Bai Shuling beside him, and frowned. It doesn't matter to you, kid, but don't lead Shuer and Lingling astray. Gao Xinxue, Yi Ge, what on earth are you talking about? Forget it, it's your job anyway, you can make your own decision. Yi Xiao stood up carelessly and patted Yi Ge on the shoulder, then he went out. There were only 4 people left in the room, Yi Ge, Bai Shuling, Gao Xinxue, and Bai Qing. It's incomprehensible. Yi Ge muttered, then he turned around and looked at Bai Qing. Bai Qing looked at them nervously. What do you want to do? Yi Ge deliberately gave a wicked smile. Don't be nervous, I don't actually want to do anything. Clang, clang, clang. There was the sound of cartwheels rubbing against the ground. Gao Xinxue silently pushed a blood-stained surgical cart, which seemed to be borrowed from a brother in the interrogation department. Various fancy tools were placed on it. Gao Xinxue picked up a few Rong Mama brand steel needles and a few whips from the cart, and played with them curiously, testing their elasticity. Then, she looked at Yi Ge with clear eyes. Which one should I start with? Bai Qing. Yi Ge was speechless. Stop messing around, Gao Xinxue tilted her head. Didn't you say that you were going to punish me? It's going to be torture, but, let's talk about it later, Yi Ge said as he came in front of Bai Qing. Before that, I want to ask you a question. I will consider whether I should punish you based on your answer. Bai Qing snorted, what do you want to ask? You should also know the bad things Wang Yan did, right? Yi Ge asked, in that case, you still want to work for him. Is this the glory of a soldier in your mind? Bai Qing was stunned for a moment, then fell silent. Because your brother is a blind and loyal person. He values loyalty and affection, and betrayal is a shame to him. If Wang Yan could just say a few words to play the emotional card, he would probably be moved to tears and be even more devoted to him. So even if you know it's not worth it to sacrifice your life for Wang Yan, you still can't persuade him to come back, right? Yi Ge said, your brother fought for Wang Yan, and you fought for your brother. Bai Qing looked at him in amazement. How did you know? Moreover, he knew it so clearly. Yi Ge curled his lips, thinking, not only do I know all this, I even know which village you were in when you were attacked by monsters and adopted by Wang Yan. Your brother is such a difficult boss in the game, and every time you fight him, the game CG has to be played at the beginning, and you can't skip it. Any player who has reached a high level can't be unaware of your little story, because he has watched it countless times. Although your brother is loyal, you should know that Wang Yan is not worth risking your life for. Yi Ge continued slowly, do you think Wang Yan treats you sincerely? Will your brother's life for him lead to any good outcome? Bai Qing was silent for a few seconds. After a long while, she suddenly sneered, you want to provoke us? Do you think I can't see it? Yes, and I was openly provoking and plotting. Yi Ge spread his hands, it's useless for you to see it. Anyway, you should know in your heart that I am telling the truth. Bai Qing moved her mouth, unable to refute, and fell silent again. Actually, we can cooperate. Yi Ge said with a playful look, I can give you a chance, maybe I can let your brother see Wang Yan's true face, it depends on whether you are willing. If you don't want to cooperate, that's easy. After so many days of this war in the southern border, you must be aware of the strength of our Yi family army. Even if we attack head-on, we are absolutely sure that we can flatten your Baicheng. When the time comes, we will do whatever we have to do. We will take you as a hostage, distract your brother on the battlefield, and then defeat the White City army, break through the city, and behead Wang Yan. However, Wang Yan will probably use your brother's life as a pretext, and then take the opportunity to escape. We can only get rid of your stubborn and obstinate brother first, and then continue to pursue him until Wang Yan is killed. In the end, Wang Yan is killed or captured by us. After the war in the southern border is over, he will be judged as a traitor by the entire human race. At the same time, your brother, as an accomplice of the traitor, will be cursed for eternity and leave a heavy mark in textbooks, leaving future generations to scorn him. Do you think my script is very reasonable? Bai Qing, what choice do you make? Yi Ge crossed his arms. It's up to you. Bai Qing's mood became increasingly heavy and bitter. It's called a choice, but if Yi Ge really said so, how could she have the chance to choose? This boy is too amazing, he has completely grasped her psychology. After a long while, Bai Qing raised her head, looked into Yi Ge's eyes with a complicated expression, and asked, what do you want to do? The sky began to turn pale and the sun gradually rose. The light of dawn illuminates the whole world. Bai Jian did not sleep all night. He sat on the city wall wearing silver white armor, with his hands folded on the hilt of the ancient sword, his mind full of what happened last night. What Yi Ge said to him on the commuter line last night was still echoing in his mind. He was very worried about his sister's situation. He didn't know how Shao Qing was doing now. He didn't know what kind of torture she would suffer after falling into the hands of those demonized mutants. He secretly swore in his heart that if Yi Ge and the others really dared to do something unforgivable to Shao Qing, he would never let those bastards go. Today must be the day when the war will begin. According to the intelligence they have obtained, the troops led by Yi Shao have already arrived at Beilinpo opposite Baicheng. The Yi family army will definitely launch an attack today. Yi Zhao's troops are all truly elite soldiers and generals. They are the real strength of this demonized family. The armies led by Yi Ge, Yi Yilong, and others before were just children's siege games in comparison. The city has begun pre-war mobilization, preparing for a decisive battle with the Yi family. Rows of fully armed soldiers have been gathered together, several city defense commanders are scolding and lecturing them, flags are flying in the city, and the atmosphere is filled with tension and murderous aura. Bai Jian saw a group of soldiers who looked timid at the bottom of the city wall. Although these people were all wearing soldiers' uniforms, they were obviously put together temporarily. They were just a group of ordinary people who were pulled together to be cannon fodder. There was no trace of supernatural power on them. Everyone looked confused and walked unsteadily, which looked very abnormal. Bai Jian frowned slightly. He really didn't know what the use would be even if these people were sent to the battlefield. Did the Duke really want to use these people as human shields? General Bai Jian. At this time, a captain of the city defense army came over. Bai Jian saw this man and stood up. Captain Ma. Captain Ma said with a smile, General Bai Jian is indeed conscientious in his duties. He came to the city wall to inspect so early. Yeah. Bai Jian thought, actually he was just worried about his sister and couldn't sleep. Captain Ma looked at his expression and said, by the way, I heard that your sister failed in her mission at night and fell into the hands of those demonized people of the Yi family? Yes, that's right. Bai Jian's expression was serious, and he gripped the hilt of the sword tightly. I'm worried now that the people from the Yi family on the battlefield will take my sister as a hostage. Given the despicable character of the demonized people of the Yi family who will do anything to achieve their goals, they will definitely do that. Captain Ma patted him on the shoulder and sighed, but in the face of the overall situation, personal feelings must naturally give way. This is what we extraordinary warriors need to pay. This is a matter of life and death. We can't let down the Duke's trust in us, don't you think? Chapter 288 The attack begins. A hint of coldness flashed across Bai Jian's gray eyes, but it was fleeting. Soon his expression returned to calmness, and he said lightly, well, I know. With your help, the Duke will surely win this war. Captain Ma said with a smile, when the Duke leads his army to counterattack the southern border, recapture the city-states occupied by the Yi family, and establish his own kingdom independently from the human race, you will be a founding hero. Bai Jian didn't say anything, thinking to himself, counterattack the southern border? Are you drunk? He seemed to have seen the outcome of the war in his heart. At the beginning of this war in the south, he still believed that with the strength of the Duke, combined with Count Khan and others, he might really have a chance to establish his own autonomous country. But after fighting with the Yi family in Yi Gu, Bai Jian understood. The overall strength of the Yi family is not even on the same level as the overall strength of other nobles in the empire, unless His Excellency the Duke possesses some destructive trump card. There is no chance of winning. Bai Jian knew that Duke Wang En was doomed to fail, but he still chose to stay in order to repay the Duke's kindness to him and his honor as a warrior. Bai Jian looked at the listless soldiers gathered under the tower and asked, these people are not extraordinary. Forcibly recruiting these ordinary people to form a militia will not improve their combat effectiveness. Moreover, they are not sincere in fighting for the Duke. When the battle breaks out, they will all be deserters and their morale will be affected. I really don't understand what's the point of forcing these people here. Captain Ma grinned and said, General Bai Jian, you are wrong. We didn't force them to come here. They all came here voluntarily. Oh? Bai Jian frowned slightly. Voluntary? He turned his head and looked at the bottom of the city wall with a puzzled look. Yes, and I guarantee that there will be no deserters among them. Captain Ma said with a smile, just wait and see. Wow! At this moment, a long siren sounded. The faces of the soldiers on the city wall suddenly changed, because they knew that this alarm meant that the Yi family had launched an attack. Bai Jian and Captain Ma immediately came to the city wall and looked into the distance. On the distant horizon, there was no sign of the Yi family's army approaching. Bai Jian frowned slightly, but the alarm sounded. Why, at this time, one of the extraordinary warriors suddenly shouted and pointed to the sky. Look! Bai Jian looked up and also showed a surprised expression. In the distant sky, they saw a dense mass of black mechanical bird drones flying towards them. At first glance, there were at least thousands of them. Many people on the city wall shouted in fear, it's a mechanical bird drone. Not good, the enemy has a mechanic. They have a mechanic. Oh my god, so many. In the extraordinary battlefield, the existence of a mechanic is undoubtedly a very terrifying thing, because the group output that the mechanic can provide on the battlefield is extremely terrifying. Mechanics are a rare profession in themselves, and the difficulty of upgrading and breaking through is almost no less than that of cultivators. If we use a more modern way of speaking, the difference may be that the difficulty of mechanics may be more inclined towards science, while the difficulty of cultivators is more inclined towards liberal arts. Being able to control thousands of mechanical birds, the opponent must be at least at the level of the myriad realm, right? The soldiers in White City all thought so in horror. Bai Jian's eyes darkened. He had received battle reports from the front line before. It seemed that there were indeed some mechanics in the Yi family's army. This was how they had broken through Tianyue City before. Don't panic. Bai Jian calmly gave the order, activate the energy jammers of all the magic towers to destroy the signal connection between these mechanical birds and the mechanics. Ah, yes, a soldier responded in a panic. Soon, all the magic towers were activated. The light purple magic light formed huge balls of light and lit up at the top of the tower. Because the mechanic is so powerful on the battlefield, Any larger city-state will have a magic tower set up specifically to restrain the air units controlled by the mechanic. However, Bai Jian soon discovered that even if all the magic towers were turned on, the flocks of mechanical birds flying towards him seemed to be completely unaffected. How is that possible? Bai Jian felt incredible. Could it be that these mechanical birds are equipped with devices to resist the energy interference of the magic tower? But these mechanical birds are so small, how can such a huge high-tech device be compressed on such a small mechanical bird? Who is the other party's mechanic? When Captain Ma saw that the magic tower didn't work, he immediately cursed, "Where are the gunners and mages? Quickly shoot down those mechanical birds." After hearing this, the gunmen on the city wall raised their guns and shot at the mechanical bird in the sky. However, these mechanical birds fly at extremely fast speeds and can also move. With a few whoosh, they can avoid the trajectory and rush directly to the city wall to launch a suicide bombing. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions were heard, and smoke suddenly rose up on the city wall, and the soldiers of White City screamed in pain. At this time, the Yi family army finally appeared on the ground. Yi Gu and Gao Shenxue were both standing on the back of a giant armored vehicle. Gao Shenxue sat there, wearing VR glasses on her head, a computer on her legs, and dozens of technological tubes with flashing lights connected to her body. Her hands quickly operated on the keyboard as if playing a piano, controlling the flock of mechanical birds. Yi Gu had a serious expression and looked at Gao Shenxue with some worry. A trace of blood slowly flowed from the corner of Gao Shenxue's mouth, and her face seemed to gradually turn pale. Yi Gu immediately said, "You can't do this. If you control so many mechanical birds at once, your soul power will be overloaded." Yi Gu remembered Gao Shenxue saying that she could only control a maximum of 300 at a time, no more than that, but now, she was controlling 1,000 of them at once. This was clearly more than 3 times her maximum ability. Gao Shenxue, who was wearing VR glasses, said calmly, "It's okay. I have modified these mechanical birds last night. I slightly reduced their power, reduced their energy consumption, and increased their number and harassment capabilities. I know what I'm doing. Trust me, okay?" Yi Gu was silent for a moment, pursed his lips and said, "Okay, don't force yourself." Bai Qing was standing behind them, tied to a stone and iron pillar with magic forbidden iron chains. "Hey!" Yi Gu turned his head and looked at her. "What's wrong?" "You have to keep your word." Bai Qing stared at him seriously. "I will cooperate with you, but you must not hurt my brother." Yi Gu smiled lightly. "I can't guarantee that you won't get hurt at all." "Bai Qing, but don't worry, nothing will happen to him." After Yi Gu finished speaking, he looked towards the White City in the distance. Looking at Bai Qing, Yi Gu gradually frowned. He always had a bad feeling before, but he thought it was just a psychological effect. But now the closer we get to White City, the stronger this premonition becomes. Yi Gu felt that there seemed to be a strange and evil aura lingering above the White City. Only he, who possesses the blood of the Demon King, can feel this kind of power. It was quite similar to the feeling I had when I encountered the magic sword in Wanjin City before. "This Wang Yan," Yi Gu murmured, "are you really going to do something big?" The bombing of the mechanical bird continued for a long time. Bai Jian stood in the smoke and dust, coughed a few times, and gritted his teeth. He felt that although the mechanics who controlled these mechanical birds were excellent, the power of their self-detonation was not great. Taking advantage of the harassment from the mechanical birds, the Yi family army has begun advancing towards the city wall. Dozens of dragon eagles and griffins followed the flock of mechanical birds. Yi Yulong, Yi Yang and others led a group of extraordinary warriors and rode on frost moon wolves towards the city wall. "Follow me!" Yi Yulong shouted, "Charge into Baicheng!" Seeing this, Bai Jian narrowed his eyes slightly, which were filled with murderous intent. Boom! He kicked his feet and flew into the air with a clang sound. He drew out the Lingsha sword. Bai Jian's body was suspended in the air hundreds of meters high, and his entire body was wrapped in white misty soul power, like a dazzling white light. I saw a terrifying aura spreading rapidly, covering the entire battlefield. Yi Yulong's heart skipped a beat. Such a strong sword intention, 8th level sword technique. Bai Jian raised his sword. His eyes almost filled with white light. His 2 fingers lightly stroked the sword, and the soul powers surrounding his body became stronger and stronger. The sword force was like a sweeping tornado, gathering stronger and stronger. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. Buzz, but there was a metallic humming sound that went all the way to the sky and the earth. The heaven and earth seemed to change color, with Bai Jian as the center. Tens of thousands of long swords condensed from soul power appeared. The sword energy was everywhere, like an upside-down Milky Way, dazzling and bright. Countless sword lights intertwined together, as if to cut the whole world into pieces. When Yi Ge saw this scene, he immediately raised one eyebrow. Even the 8th level skills were directly used. Just go big right away. It seems that Bai Jian is really serious. The level of a transcendence skills also corresponds to the level of the caster. From Huang, Xian, Di, and Tian, they correspond to the 1st to 4th level skills. Each time a transcendent advances a level, he can control the ability of the corresponding level. The 8th level skill is the strongest skill that a Shuro level expert can control, and of course it is a big move. Bai Jian waved his hand in the air, and the thousands of swords seemed to have heard the command, and they all rushed to find their targets. They drew beautiful arcs in the air, as if they were dancing a gorgeous dance. Wherever the sword pointed, the air seemed to be cut open, revealing blue traces of buzz. In a moment, thousands of mechanical birds were completely destroyed by 10,000 swords in the blink of an eye. Buzz. The next moment, it was just a breath, along with the screams of the dragon eagles and griffins. The dragon eagles flying in the air following the mechanical birds were also chopped to death by the swords. Bai Jian had a cold expression, like a ruthless god of death. Then he twirled his fingers again. The rain of swords from the sky then turned and attacked the Yi family army. Hiss! Yi Yulong and Yi Yang both took a breath of cold air. The rain of swords has completely covered their escape space. With their strength, it is impossible for them to escape the impact range of 10,000 swords. Yi Yulong gritted his teeth, released his demonic energy, and was ready to enter the demon state and fight to the death. At this moment, Bai Qing suddenly let out a sharp scream. When Bai Jian heard his sister's voice, his heart suddenly trembled. He immediately turned his head to look. In the distance, in a large armored vehicle among the Yi family's army, Bai Qing was tied to an iron pillar with anti-magic chains. His face was pale and miserable, with a painful expression on his face, as if he was suffering from some kind of torture. Yi Ge was standing next to her, and his eyes just happened to meet Bai Jian's. He smiled and gave him a meaningful look. Bai Jian's head was buzzing and everything went blank. He immediately remembered the conversation he had with Yi Ge last night. Call me when you figure it out, otherwise you'll be ready to collect your sister's body. At this moment, Bai Jian almost stopped thinking. It was completely out of instinct. He raised 2 fingers, quickly gathered his soul power, and stopped 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Yi Yang, who was charging ahead, had already closed his eyes. If Yi Yulong still had a chance to survive, he, who was at the Thousand Souls realm, would not be able to withstand the 8th level sword skills of a Shura realm expert. However, after a long while, Yi Yang found that he was safe and sound. He opened his eyes and saw that Bai Jian had actually taken back Wanjian Guizhong, which made him confused and puzzled. What's going on? Yi Yang was confused. Yi Yulong looked at Bai Jian in the sky, then looked back at Yi Ge and Bai Qing, grinned playfully, and said, "It seems that our good brother has found this guy's weakness. In that case, I won't be polite." After saying that, Yi Yulong directly entered the demon state, jumped off the back of the Frost Moonwolf, and flew directly onto the city wall. Swish! Swish! The 2 claws swung out, tearing blood-red scratches in the air, instantly killing more than a dozen white city soldiers on the city wall. Yi Yulong licked his lips and shook off the blood on his claws. He was not merciful at all. The soldiers on the city wall quickly surrounded him. "Captain, my cursed, Bai Jian, what's wrong with you?" Seeing this, Yi Yang frowned slightly. "Damn it! You grabbed the heads so quickly, I won't let you grab all the heads." After that, he led the rest of the Yi family warriors to quickly jump onto the city wall and started close combat with the Baiqing defenders. Level 4 Auxiliary Skill, Gate of Acceleration. Yi Qingxin put his hands together, cast a light gate, and then ordered, Magician Core, Gunner Core, prepare for long-range support. Chapter 289 Wang Yin's demonic mana series of huge fireballs and artillery shells were then fired out, some of which blasted into the city, and some exploded on the city walls. Amid the continuous explosions, the defense towers collapsed one after another, and countless white city soldiers were blown into the sky. Bai Jian was still flying in the air, staring at Yi Ge from afar on the other side of Baicheng. His hand holding the hilt of the sword was trembling slightly, and his eyes were filled with anger, complexity, and hesitation. Originally, before going to the battlefield, he had secretly made a decision in his heart that he and his sister were both soldiers and fighters. Since she was a fighter, dying on the battlefield was her destiny, and he must not be threatened or disturbed by those people from the Yi family. But when he heard Bai Qing's cry, Bai Jian almost instinctively held back. "Bai Jian! What are you doing? Captain Ma screamed angrily at this time, only then did Bai Jian finally come to his senses. He looked at the chaos on the battlefield below and immediately landed back on the city wall to help fight. Ye Mengyu looked at the chaotic battle on the city wall and said, if Bai Jian really gets angry and doesn't care about anything, won't Brother Yulong and Brother Yang be in danger? Ye Gu shook his head and said firmly, no, this guy will never watch his sister get killed by himself. At this moment, Ye Gu suddenly seemed to understand something. The strength of the Yi family was due to many factors other than strength. Bai Jian was naturally an excellent warrior and the #1 general in the southern region, but when he was implicated by his emotional ties, he might not even be able to exert 30% of his combat power. The tradition of the demonized mutant family makes every younger generation the biggest rival and enemy of each other since birth, with no family affection at all. Perhaps it is because of this reason? Crack! The sound of cracking melon seeds was heard. A night owl, who was lying on a beach chair nearby, crossed his legs and leisurely nibbled melon seeds. He glanced at him and asked faintly, by the way, why are you so sure? Do you know this Bai Jian very well? Ye Gu did not respond, but looked at his carefree father with some contempt. What's wrong? Ye Xiao blinked innocently and looked at Ye Gu in confusion. On the city wall, the Yi family warriors and the Baiqing soldiers were fighting fiercely, and the whole place was in chaos. Bai Jian stood in front of the Yi family warriors and used a few low-level sword techniques to easily knock them all down. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was hesitant in drawing his sword, and was clearly showing mercy, with some of his sword strikes making very shallow cuts. After several consecutive moves, he only injured all of the Yi family warriors, and didn't even kill any of them. Yi Yulong and Yi Yang also noticed this, so they rushed towards him without hesitation. 3rd level demonic martial arts, Devil Fist. 2nd level demon skill, Hell Dragon Claw. Arrogant, Bai Jian's chest was scratched by Yi Yulong, and his breastplate was directly shattered, leaving 3 deep purple cuts. He groaned and took several steps back. Ha! Yi Yang wanted to press on with his victory, so he suddenly turned his body and threw out a whip-like kick. Bai Jian's eyes flashed, he turned his wrist, raised his sword, and immediately swung out a gust of wind. Both Yi Yang and Yi Yulong were directly thrown out. Humph, it seems that the Duke's judgment is correct. This guy is really just emotional and will fail at the critical moment. Captain Ma had already retreated from the city wall and spoke coldly while looking at Bai Jian's performance. Behind him, a group of ordinary soldiers were looking at him eagerly. The state of these people was very strange. Their eyes were blurry or dull, without focus, their expressions were numb, their eye circles were a strange purple, their mouths were slightly open with a trace of saliva at the corners of their mouths, and their bodies were trembling slightly, as if they were afraid of the war in front of them. But it seemed that it was not. Captain Ma sneered, took out a bottle of dark blood from his arms, and looked at them. It's your turn to play. I hope you won't disappoint the Duke. Are you ready? Seeing the dark blood, these people's numb eyes suddenly revealed an unconcealed desire and thirst, and then they nodded frantically like chickens pecking at rice, and then rushed to take the dark blood from Captain Ma's hands. Bai Jian was dealing with Yi Yulong and Yi Yang, thinking about how to deal with them without angering Yi Ji. At this moment, a hysterical and violent roar suddenly rang out. Roar! Bai Jian was stunned for a moment, not knowing what was going on. Yi Yulong's expression changed, and he suddenly felt a lot of very powerful demonic energy. What is happening? Roar! With another roar, hundreds of figures wrapped in purple demonic energy leaped up and flew onto the city wall. Yi Yulong finally saw what they were, a group of demonized mutants. Their pupils were dark purple or dark red, and their bodies were filled with foggy demonic energy. Their expressions were distorted, their eyes were ferocious, and they seemed to have completely lost their human nature. They were breathing heavily, just like a group of dangerous beasts. The way they stared at Yi Yulong, Yi Yang, and the others was as if they were staring at a group of prey. Demonized mutant? Yi Gu saw this scene from afar and immediately frowned. Among humans, so far only the Yi family are the ones who have completely controlled the demonic power. Oh, maybe there is one more Chu Chu now, and Arthur and the others are partially demonized variants. Other demonized mutants are basically like this, completely losing their intellect and rationality, and their power is not under their control at all. Blood of Darkness. Night Owl narrowed his eyes. It seems that Wang Yan's real purpose in funding Bao Bingqing to study Blood of Darkness was probably to create a group of demonized mutants who could obey his orders. Yi Gu was silent for a moment, then raised his hand to the Bluetooth in his ear and said, Brother Yi Yang, Brother Yulong, it's almost done. No need to force the attack. Come back quickly. On the city wall, Yi Yulong curled his lips and stared solemnly at the group of demonized people who were besieging him. It's easy for you to say, hundreds of demons had already rushed over frantically. Yi Yulong's demon state had expired, and now he could only fight in normal state. Yi Yang used his fists and feet to quickly knock down several demons, but was soon attacked by two other demons who rushed over from behind. He was hit hard on the back and rolled forward twice. Another Yi family boy was also injured under the siege of a group of demonized people, and the rest of the Yi family warriors were fighting with these demonized people. Bai Jian was also a little surprised. He had seen these demonized people before. They were exactly the group of non-supernatural people who had been recruited before. They were all ordinary people, but suddenly they all turned into demonic mutants. There is obviously only one possibility: dark blood? Bai Jian noticed the clearly visible black blood veins on the necks of those demonized people. Those were clearly the symptoms that humans would experience after taking the blood of darkness. Chapter 290, Not Doing a Good Job. 5th Level Demonized Martial Arts, Caesar's Demonic Blade. Yi Yang leaped into the air, and using the rotation of his body, his right leg drew a circle like a sharp knife. Several demonized people who wanted to rush up and besiege him were swept down by his kick, and 6 or 7 arms were cut off very neatly. However, these demonized people were not afraid of pain at all under the influence of the dark blood. Even with their hands broken, they still rushed forward madly. One of the demonized people still rushed forward with one hand, and scratched Yi Yang's chest heavily with his left hand, leaving several scratches. Yi Yang groaned, took a few steps back, and cursed inwardly. What a group of difficult monsters! Yi Yulong clasped his hands together and silently chanted a spell. 5th Level Demonized Martial Arts, Demon Dragon Roar. Yi Yulong opened his mouth ferociously and let out a roar like that of a demon dragon. The roar with devilish sound immediately spread in the air like ripples. The group of demonized people were all shocked at once. They stood still and couldn't move, their heads buzzing. Retreat! Yi Yulong said. Yi Ge looked at the situation on the city wall with a telescope, then put it down. They all evacuated safely. Yi Qingxin said, I didn't expect Wang Yan to have such a trump card. Hundreds of demonized mutants are not easy to deal with. Although the Yi family is a family of demonized people, there are only dozens of demonized mutants in their family. Li Shuang and other Yi family warriors are, after all, just ordinary human beings. Night Owl rested his head on his arms and yawned lazily. Wang Yan is one of the 4 great dukes of the empire after all. How could he not have some cards to save his life? Then he patted his butt and stood up from the beach chair. It doesn't matter. Anyway, we don't intend to defeat them all at once in this attack. Isn't the current situation still within the scope of Yi Ji's plan? Anyway, let's retreat first. Yi Ge glanced at his father with a look of disdain. You rushed to the front line to meet us, and this is how you supervised the battle the whole time? Beach chair, sunglasses, eating melon seeds, crossing legs, a coconut with a straw next to him. The only thing missing is 2 beauties helping with the massage. Are they here to help fight the war? You're here to watch a show, right? Xiao Yi, you're doing a good job. Why should I replace you? Yi Xiao said nonchalantly, if I personally take the lead and the result is not as good as yours, how can I explain it? Do you want to save my reputation as the clan leader? Yi Ge, Yi Qingxin and Yi Mingyu. Bai Qing, who was tied to the stone pillar next to him by the iron chain, was very upset and thought to herself, the internal atmosphere of this demon family is always like this? The Yi family withdrew their troops. Bai Jian stood on the city wall, looking at the distant horizon in silence for a long time, then put his sword back into the scabbard. Although White City was not breached, it suffered heavy losses. Many of the city's defense facilities were damaged, and gray-black smoke billowed into the sky. Captain Ma came over at this time and said sarcastically, General Bai Jian, you had the opportunity to kill the 2 demonized people of the Yi family just now, but you were injured by them instead. With your strength, you shouldn't make such a mistake, right? Bai Jian remained silent. I will report everything you did today to His Excellency the Duke. Captain Ma sneered, then you can go and explain it to His Excellency the Duke yourself. Bai Jian still didn't say anything, turned around and left with an expressionless face. Captain Ma looked at his back sinisterly and curled his lips. What are you pretending to be, Night Family Camp? Yi Yang was slightly injured, and Yi Ming and Yi Duan were slightly more seriously injured. However, due to their demonic physiques, they are not a big problem. Shinda stood in front of Yexiao and reported the situation of the battle. As he spoke, his voice suddenly became deeper, but others may not be so optimistic. Night Owl raised an eyebrow, not very optimistic. When Yi Gu heard this, he immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Shinta said, "Please follow me." Then, Shinta brought Yega and Yeshio to the medical tent. There were at least 100 people lying in the huge tent. All of them were wounded in this battle. They had suffered attacks from the demonized people and had more or less obvious scars on their bodies. A man with a pale face was lying on the bed, receiving treatment from a medical-assisted extraordinary person. Yi Gu felt something was not right. What's wrong with these people? He remembered that when he had just withdrawn his troops, he did see many people injured, but not so seriously. How did it suddenly become like this? They are contaminated by demonic energy. Shintu said, those demonized people carry very heavy demonic energy substances, and it is heavier than ordinary demons. Once infected by this demonic breath, a series of complications will appear, and serious cases may even cause demonic disease. The Yi family can be unaffected by the demonic energy, but these ordinary people can't. Yi Gu pondered. It seems that those demonized people who had just taken the dark blood were specially trained by Wang Yan. Bao Bingqing studied 3 versions of dark blood, and the toxicity of the later versions became weaker and weaker, and the harm to the human body became less and less, but Wang Yan obviously does not take this approach. The dark blood he transformed can allow a person to overload and burst out with demonic power, but the damage to the human body is also immeasurable. The lifespan of such a demonized person may come to an end in just a few days. Yi Gu wondered, could the strange evil spirit that he had felt on the other side of White City before have come from this group of demonized people? No, the aura of those demonized people was very turbid. They were mutants, and completely different from the demonic aura that Yi Gu sensed on the other side of White City. Yi Gu looked at the contaminated Yi family warriors in the tent and thought that he had to call Yuli again. Shintu said, we don't know how many dark bloods the other side has yet. If they can train more demonized legions, it will be very difficult for us to attack them by force. It doesn't matter. Yi Gu said, I don't plan to attack by force anyway. No plans to attack by force? Shintu looked at Yi Gu curiously, not knowing what the young master was up to. Yi Gu thought that Hui Yan and Song Jie were lurking in Baicheng at this moment. That's about it. Time to take effect. Chapter 291 Red Magic Weapon in Baicheng. Bai Jian also received some treatment. After removing his blood-stained armor, he leaned against the head of a bed, with a bandage wrapped around his chest and a needle for an 4 in his arm. A healing auxiliary extraordinary person was casting a spell to heal his wounds. He closed his eyes and pretended to doze off, but as long as he closed his eyes, he seemed to see in the darkness the scene of his sister being tortured by the group of demonized people from the Yi family. Xiaoqing's painful screams on the battlefield were still echoing in his mind. Bai Jian slowly opened his eyes and said slowly, It's okay, Mr. Luwen, I'm not seriously injured, you go and treat the other soldiers. Mr. Luwen is an old healing assistant superhuman, that won't do. General, you were injured by the demonized people of the Yi family. You may not feel how serious it is at the beginning, but if you don't take it seriously, the demonic energy will soon erode your body. If the dark matter infection spreads, it will be out of control. I am in the Shura realm, and my magic resistance is much higher than that of ordinary people. I think it's better to be careful. The power of demons has always been extremely poisonous to us humans. Moreover, you are the strongest general in our White City. You can't make any mistakes. Mr. Luwen said with a smile. Bai Jian remained silent and stopped talking, lying quietly on the bed. After a while, Duke Wang Yan and Captain Ma came in from outside. Sir. Bai Jian wanted to get up. No need to be so polite, just lie down comfortably on the bed. Duke Wang Yan raised his hand to stop him. Bai Jian lay back on the bed, was silent for a moment, and said, Sir, today's battle was my fault. I failed to defend the city wall and caused so many defense facilities to be destroyed. Captain Ma snorted contemptuously. I'm afraid it's not as simple as a mistake. When facing those 2 demonized people from the Yi family, you clearly had a good chance to kill them, but you let them go? Bai Jian was speechless. Duke Wang Yan looked at Bai Jian expressionlessly. Explain to me, what's going on? Bai Jian hesitated, not knowing what to say. Captain Ma said leisurely, what else could it be? The little devil from the Yi family tied up his captive sister and brought her to the battlefield. General Bai took one look and didn't dare to take action. Duke Wang Yan, is that so? Bai Jian didn't say anything, which was considered as his agreement. Then he saw a flash of gloom and disappointment in Duke Wang Yan's eyes. Wang Yan stared at Bai Jian with cold eyes for a long time. and Bai Jian lowered his head silently, like a child who had made a mistake, but soon, Wang An regained his normal composure and said in a gentle tone, "Forget it, victory and defeat are common in the military, this is not a big deal. But, Xiao Bai, you have to know that you and your sister Bai Qing are both warriors of Baicheng, both soldiers. Didn't you say before that the best fate for a soldier is to die on the battlefield?" Wang Yan patted his shoulder and said, "Think about it, if you were captured by the enemy on the battlefield, what would you want your sister to do?" Bai Jian was silent for a moment, then said, "I will find a way to commit suicide. If I am forbidden to commit suicide, I don't want her to be restrained by the enemy because of me. Isn't that right?" Wang Yan said gently, "Your sister is the same." Bai Jian remained silent. Besides, the Yi family is a group of demonized people. They are cold-blooded and ruthless. They will do anything to get what they want and never keep their word. Wang Yan sneered, "Because your sister was held back by them on the battlefield, even after the defeat, they still won't let your sister go. This is the style of the demonized people." Bai Jian paused, admitting that what Wang Yan said was indeed reasonable. "Well, you are right. However, your situation today is also human. So I forgive you, and don't let me down next time, understand?" "Yes." "Okay, I believe you." Duke Wang An took out another potion bottle and placed it gently on the table. He said calmly, "This is the best genetic medicine to resist the erosion of demonic energy. I brought it specially for you. Mr. Lu Wen, put this medicine into the drip bottle." "Okay." Mr. Lu Wen picked up the potion bottle, looked at the black and red liquid inside, and felt vaguely strange. He looked up at Duke Wang An and found that Wang An was looking at him expressionlessly. Lu Wen was startled and dared not ask any more questions. He quickly put the potion into the infusion bottle for Bai Jian. The dark red liquid was slowly injected into Bai Jian's body through the infusion tube. Duke Wang An said, "After you finish the infusion, we will discuss the next battle." Bai Jian nodded, "Yes." At this time, there was a knock on the door. Two servants came in, holding the cleaned and repaired armor in their arms and placed it beside Bai Jian's bed. One of the attendants was gray smoke in disguise. He glanced over and secretly observed Wang An. Murderous look. Duke Wang An's eyelids twitched violently. The strong perception of an Apocalypse Realm expert allowed him to immediately sense the murderous aura that suddenly appeared from Hui Yen at that moment. He didn't know why a servant could have such a strong murderous aura, but Wang An, who had experienced countless life and death situations, almost exploded his soul power as a conditioned reflex. He made a move suddenly, grabbed Hui Yan's neck in an instant, and pressed him to death against the wall with a bang. In the room, Bai Jian, Lu Wen and Captain Ma were all startled. "You are not a servant of the White City." Duke Wang An's eyes were cold. "Who are you? Where did this assassin come from?" Hui Yan looked at him expressionlessly, his face completely expressionless even though Wang An was holding his neck tightly. He simply spread out the palm of his right hand, in the palm of which was a small carved ghost card, and a dazzling blood-red light suddenly burst out from his palm. "Magic weapon, Corpse Soul Lock, red quality." Duke Wang An widened his eyes. "This is a magic weapon." Buzz. A red light burst out from the ghost card in Hui Yan's palm, and it turned into the appearance of an indescribable creature, which roared ferociously and pounced towards Duke Wang An. Everything happened so fast that no one could react. Duke Wang An was too close to the gray smoke, although he tried his best to retreat the moment he saw the magic weapon. The corpse spirit had already locked onto him. He retreated to the wall with his back, and the zombie opened its mouth wide and pounced on him. Roar! Wang Yan gritted his teeth and in an instant pulled Mr. Lu Wen next to him to block in front of him. Mr. Lu Wen was dragged over by Wang Yan before he could react at all. When he saw the blood-red corpse rushing towards him, his pupils suddenly shrank in fear. Chapter 292 The first change of mentality. With a heart-wrenching cry, Mr. Lu Wen's body melted like a rapidly melting blood-red candle. In just a few seconds, it all flowed to the ground and turned into a pool of melted blood mud. Bai Jian and Captain Ma both widened their eyes and looked at the scene in astonishment. The gray smoke had just turned into a shadow and escaped from somewhere unknown when the dazzling red light burst out. Duke Wang An looked down at Lu Wen, who had turned into blood mud, and even he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The attack just now was made by a red-quality magic weapon. If he had been hit by the corpse spirit, even if he could not directly kill this Apocalypse Realm expert, it would have been enough to cause him serious injuries. Captain Ma stammered, "What just happened?" "An assassin has infiltrated the city." Duke Wang Yin said solemnly, "It's actually a red-quality magic weapon. This is definitely not something that ordinary people can possess. It must be the work of that guy Yi Xiao. Ha ha. Using a red-quality magic weapon to assassinate me, that guy Yi Xiao really spent a lot of money. Red-quality treasures are extremely rare among the human race, and even the royal family only has a few of them. Those 2 top-grade spirit-gathering pills were sold at an online auction for 2 billion yuan, which shows how valuable this thing is." Duke Wang Yin was so angry that his body was shaking slightly. He said coldly, "Captain Ma, check all the people in the city immediately. Arrest all the suspicious ones. It is better to arrest the wrong ones than to let them go." "Yes, yes." Captain Ma ran out quickly. The other innocent servant was so frightened that his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground, trembling and even peeing. Bai Jian looked at the angry Wang Yin, then looked at Mr. Luwen, who had turned into a pool of blood on the ground, and felt inexplicably complicated. So, for most of the next day, the White City was clearing out the assassins who had sneaked into the city. In the end, they caught quite a few. As one of the 4 great dukes, Wang Yin certainly has his own intelligence personnel, who are also good at catching traitors. Bai Jian had already left the ward. He looked at the Yi family spies being captured one by one in the city, but the scene in the ward kept coming back to his mind. Mr. Luwen is also a supernatural being who has followed the Duke for a long time. He has been with Duke Wang Yin for more than 200 years and has always been loyal to him, although, given the situation at that time, Bai Jian believed that if he had time, he would definitely take the initiative to stand in front of Duke Wang Yin and block the attack for him. But actively blocking and passively grabbing it are completely different concepts. If I was the person closest to the Duke at that time, would he have used me as a shield without hesitation? Bai Jian thought so. He shook his head vigorously, his thoughts becoming more and more confused. Yi Gu said that he would only have 12 hours to consider it. Now, 10 hours have passed. Duke Wang Yin looked very unhappy all day long. Of course, this was normal. Anyone who encountered such an assassination would not be in a good mood. What's more serious is that people from the Yi family have already sneaked into their Baicheng. Although they have captured quite a few of them, it is still unclear whether there are any remaining accomplices. A dozen captured intruders were brought before Wang Yin. Duke Wang Yin came up to one of the intruders and asked coldly, "Do you have any other accomplices in the city?" The intruder knelt on the ground, raised his head, and grinned, "Hee, of course there are, and there are still a lot of them." Wang Yin narrowed his eyes. "Who are they?" The intruder pointed his chin at Bai Jian behind Wang Yin and said, "Look, him." Then he pointed at Captain Ma next to him and said, "Him." And he. The intruder pointed at the soldiers around Wang Yin one by one, almost all of them, and then said with a grin, "They are all from our Yi family. You don't have any of your own people around you, idiot." Wang Yin's eyes flashed coldly. "You are looking for death." Boom, almost no one saw how Wang Yin made his move. The intruder was killed instantly, falling into a pool of blood with a plop. However, even when he died, there was still a scornful smile on the corner of his mouth, as if mocking his stupidity. Wang Yin was so angry that his chest rose and fell. He turned around and said coldly, "Bai Jian." Bai Jian acted as if he didn't hear it at first, and still lowered his head with a worried look on his face. Wang Yin frowned. "Bai Jian." Bai Jian finally came to his senses this time. "Sir, what's on your mind?" Bai Jian moved his mouth and said honestly, "The young master of the Yi family gave me 12 hours to consider, otherwise he would kill my sister." Now more than 10 hours have passed. Wang Yin was already very depressed, and he was even more furious when he heard this. He angrily cursed. She was doomed to die the moment she was captured. What's the point of thinking about this now? Didn't I tell you everything? Bai Jian clenched his fists and trembled. Without saying anything, after Wang Yin finished yelling, he fell silent and controlled his emotions a little. Now is the critical moment for Baicheng. As the first general of Baicheng, if you are troubled by this kind of emotional bond again, everyone in the city will die because of you. Bai Jian, Your Excellency is right. Wang Yin waved his hand and said coldly, "Detain all these intruders and interrogate them severely. We must get information about the remaining intruders and catch all of them as soon as possible." Captain Ma nodded, and then ordered his men to take all the intruders away. Duke Wang Yin turned around and gave Bai Jian a cold look. "Go back and reflect on yourself." Bai Jian nodded and bowed slightly, then retreated silently. Song Jia, who was hiding in the dark, secretly watched this scene, touched his lips and smiled. It seems that Bai Jian's mentality is about to change. The boss's strategy is really useful. These guys are simply like the boss's puppets. Even their changes in mentality are completely based on the script given by the boss. Yeah. Huiyan looked at Bai Jian's departing back and said calmly, now that the first step has been successful, it's almost time for his mentality to undergo a second change. Chapter 293 will go for you. Bai Jian walked aimlessly in the city. People were being checked and arrested everywhere in the city. The city defense forces screened almost everyone in the city and arrested every suspicious person who could not prove their identity. Even civilians were not spared. Bai Jian was confused about the situation in the city. Unconsciously, he found himself walking into an arena, where he usually trained soldiers. Brother! Several extraordinary warriors wearing swordsman armor walked up from behind him. These soldiers were Bai Jian's oldest subordinates who had followed him the longest. Although they still called Bai Jian general in formal occasions, they usually called him big brother in private. Bai Jian looked at them and said, "Why are you here? You should be on guard on the tower now." "Brother, we know what you are thinking. The leading soldier was named Duan Yi. If you can't leave, we will go for you. We will go and rescue General Bai Cheng." "Are you kidding me?" Bai Jian frowned. "It's too dangerous. I won't let you do anything rash. Besides, right now, Bai Cheng is in danger. As soldiers, how can you disobey orders and act on your own? Brother, you should know that we never obey Wang An's orders." "What do you mean?" "We will always stand by your side." Another soldier said seriously, "We have been your brothers for so long, so of course we know what you are thinking." Bai Jian gritted his teeth, turned around and looked at the old generals standing in front of him, Duan Yi, Lei He, Wang Meng, Liu, Zhao Ling. There are only about 30 people in total, but they are indeed the brothers he trusts the most. They have crawled out of the pile of corpses together countless times on the battlefield of all races in the past and now. "Brother, I know you can't disobey orders, and Bai Cheng can't do without you," Wang Meng said. "In this case, let us do it for you." "Yeah, we don't care whether we are traitors or not." Lei He spread his hands. "Anyway, in the Empire, we are already accomplices of the traitors. If we become traitors again, won't it be a double-edged sword? But you are going to die." Bai Jian said solemnly, "You have fought against the Yi family that night. Don't you know how powerful those demonized people are? Even Xiaoqing was ambushed and caught when she sneaked into the Yi family camp. How are you going to save her?" "This is ridiculous." Duan Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Brother, how can a person live without doing anything wrong? You have been a general for too long, so you follow the rules for everything. Think about how passionate we were when we were soldiers on the battlefield of all races 100 years ago. In order to avenge our brothers who died in the battle, a group of brothers acted on their own in the middle of the night and fought back to the camp of the dark race together. How exciting was that night? We killed at least a few thousand dark race soldiers together, right, by Jian's side, but it was just that impulse, because of a moment of anger, that resulted in the death of Lao Jiao and the broken leg of Lao Ba. The meridians and soul nodes in the body were severely damaged, and the martial arts were abolished. Until now, they can only walk with prosthetic limbs, but Lao Ba has never regretted that incident. For thousands of years, we humans have been mortal enemies with the dark race. Before the Qin Empire, we humans were almost slaves of the dark race. Killing one is no loss, killing two is a huge profit. Isn't this the way our human soldiers calculate? Duan Yi curled his lips, but now look, Wang An is in cahoots with the dark race, and we still have to fight for him. I don't know how the brothers who died on the battlefield will close their eyes if they know this. Bai Jian's eyebrows jumped suddenly. Dan Yi said seriously, "Brother, if something is worthwhile, it is worth it even if it costs a price." "Yeah, big brother, let's go." "Let's go." Bai Jian, after being silent for an unknown amount of time, Bai Jian let out a deep breath and glanced at each of Duan Yi and the others. "Be careful when you act, observe first and make a plan before you act. If it doesn't work, don't force it." "Okay." Duan Yi said with a playful smile, "I've been waiting for you to say that." "Don't worry, brother. We are not brainless, reckless men. We will not throw our lives away without thinking." Bai Jian nodded, feeling mixed emotions. He suddenly felt that although his extraordinary level was as high as the Shura realm, and he could be said to be one of the top 10 strong men in the Southern Territory, he was sometimes so incompetent. When encountering such things, as the eldest brother, he could not protect them from the storm, and he needed his brothers to take risks for him. Duan Yi and others were about to leave. At this time, there was a chaotic sound of footsteps. Captain Ma led a group of city defense soldiers and walked in. Surrounding them, Duan Yi raised his eyebrows. "What do you mean?" Captain Ma sneered and said, "The Duke has asked us to conduct a thorough investigation of intruders in the city, and of course that includes you." "Me?" Duan Yi curled his lips. "Are you crazy?" Bai Jian frowned immediately. "Captain Ma, please don't mess around. These people are all my subordinates. I can prove that there is no problem with their identities." "General Bai Jian, this proof is useless." Captain Ma spread his hands. "Those infiltrators from the Yi family are very powerful. They can perform magical transformations and become the appearance of everyone we are familiar with. So you think these people are all your old subordinates, but maybe they are enemies pretending to be your replacements? Fuck you." Lei He pointed at him and cursed, "Are you looking for trouble? How do you want us to prove our identities?" "That's not up to me, but the interrogation department." Captain Ma said leisurely, "The interrogation department has a magical tool that can make the intruders who have disguised themselves by transformation show their true form, but it will be a bit painful. But as a tough guy who has been on the battlefield of all races, you can't be unable to endure even this little bit of hardship, right?" Captain Ma waved his hand and said, "Take him away." Duan Yi and others glared at him fiercely, but were still taken away by a group of city defense soldiers. Bai Jian placed his hand on the sword at his waist, and several times he clenched the hilt with his 5 fingers, trembling slightly, but in the end, he didn't draw his sword. Chapter 294. Are you envious? After the people were taken away, only he and Captain Ma were left. Captain Ma came to Bai Jian and whispered in his ear, "I heard it just now." Bai Jian's eyes suddenly darkened. Captain Ma smiled and said, "The Duke trusts you so much. You have already disappointed him once. It would be bad if you disappoint him again. I am helping you, right?" Bai Jian couldn't say a word. Captain Ma smiled and left, leaving Bai Jian alone standing there. After leaving the arena, Captain Ma walked to a deserted place, and a barely perceptible trace of cold sweat slowly flowed down his forehead. He gave a forced smile and said with a trembling voice, "Well, I have done what you said, can you let me go now?" Behind Captain Ma, a blurry figure gradually emerged. Gray Smoke's body gradually changed from a completely transparent state to a semi-transparent state, and finally, it completely turned into a solid entity, revealing its original appearance. In his hand he held a short, sharp blade as black as smoke, which was placed on Captain Ma's neck. In fact, from just now till now, Hui Yan has been standing behind Captain Ma, and the knife has been on his neck. As long as Captain Ma shows the slightest bit of dishonesty, the knife will immediately cut his throat. It's just that in the invisible state, no one can see the Gray Smoke. As the most powerful assassin in the Shadow Force with the strongest stealth and intelligence capabilities, Hui Yan's ability to hide his own breath is unmatched in the Yi family. In the entire Yi family, except for Old Man Yi Quan, no one can detect his whereabouts when he enters stealth mode. Just barely qualified. Gray Smoke's voice was almost emotionless, "But I still need to use you. I will always watch you in the shadow. If you dare to have the slightest stupid thought, the Shadow Blade will take your life immediately." After saying that, the voice of Hui Yan disappeared. The coldness around Captain Ma's throat suddenly disappeared. Captain Ma moved his throat tentatively, reached out and touched it, then dared to let out a deep breath. He turned his head and saw that the gray smoke had disappeared, and there was nothing behind him except his shadow, but Captain Ma knew very well that gray smoke had not left. This guy was hiding in his shadow, following him and monitoring him all the time. Duan Yi and his men were inexplicably captured by the city defense army. Bai Jian knew very well that this was probably Captain Ma's revenge against him. They had many disagreements when they worked together before. Or, it is also possible that because of the battle in the morning, the Duke no longer trusts him so much, so he asked Captain Ma to monitor him. Bai Jian just felt his head was in a mess. However, the good news is that Duan Yi and the others have been captured, and at least we don't have to worry about them going to the Yi family to get themselves killed. The bad news is, what should Shaoqing do now the time limit given to him by Yi Gu? For consideration is very close. At the same time, Bai Jian kept recalling what Duan Yi had just said. Wang Yan is colluding with the dark race, yet we still have to fight for him. I don't know how our brothers who died on the battlefield would close their eyes if they knew this. Bai Jian subconsciously tightened the hilt of the sword at his waist. Zhang. The long sword suddenly came out of its sheath, making a trembling sound. Bai Jian's figure blurred and disappeared in an instant, and the next moment he appeared on a big tree more than 100 meters away. To eye in the tree, a furtive, dark-skinned young man's eyes widened when he reacted. Bai Jian's sword was already against his neck. "Why are you following me?" Bai Jian asked coldly. The dark-skinned young man was nervous. I. Bai Jian stared at the young man's appearance and suddenly recognized him. "Are you the spy who served the Duke?" The dark-skinned young man smiled awkwardly. Yes. General, I am not an outside intruder, please don't make a mistake, Bai Jian said solemnly. "Did the Duke send you to monitor me?" Dark-skinned youth, this. Bai Jian's face trembled and twitched twice, and he put the sword back into the scabbard. The next moment, his figure blurred again and disappeared in a flash. The dark-skinned young man, Song Jie, touched his neck, breathed a sigh of relief, and looked around, but Bai Jian was nowhere to be seen. This time, it should be about the same. Song Jie sighed and shook his head. The boss is really too mean. No matter how loyal and steadfast a person is, he can't stand it. Night Family Camp. Ye Ge was lying in the tent where Bai Qing was imprisoned, crossing his legs and lying comfortably on a beach chair. Next to him, Gao Xinxue was sitting beside him, holding a cotton swab in each hand, gently massaging his ears. Occasionally, he would use a toothpick to pick up a piece of fruit from the plate next to him, dip it in a little salad dressing, and put it to Yi Ji's mouth. Gao Xinxue, Yi Ge, crack, Gao Xinxue, is it sweet? Yi Ge chewed for a while and nodded. Not bad. Salad dressing is on your face. Gao Xinxue picked up another tissue and gently wiped Yi Ji's face. The action was so gentle as if he was afraid that a little more force would scratch Yi Ji's skin. Bai Qing, who was tied to a chair, said. Bai Qing's face was filled with black lines. This day in the Yi family's camp had already challenged her perception of the demonized family countless times. Although this Yi Ge is indeed only a 10-year-old boy, but he is a super warrior. And this is a camp on the battlefield. Thinking back to when she was 3 years old, no one had ever fed her again. When she was 10 years old, she had already completed her 100th mission at the War Academy, leading her fellow students to the wild beast forest to hunt exotic beasts. Yi Ge noticed Bai Qing's eyes at this time, moved his gaze away, and asked her, "Why are you always looking at us? Are you envious?" "Bai Qing, I'm not envious. By the way, it seems like it's been almost 12 hours. Yi Ge sat up. "It's about time your brother called me." Bai Qing curled her lips. "Although I promised you that I would cooperate with you and do what you said, I still think that my brother will not betray Wang Yan. I know him too well." Ding ding ding. At this moment, Yi Ji's watch suddenly rang. Yi Ge glanced at it, pointed at his watch, and showed her the screen. The name on the caller ID was Bai Jian. Bai Qing. Chapter 295. The Last Straw. Yi Ge pressed his watch and connected the communication. Bai Jian's holographic projection immediately appeared in front of him. "General Bai Jian." Yi Ge leaned back and looked at him with a smile. "I thought you really gave up on your sister. How about you, have you figured it out now?" Bai Jian remained silent through the holographic projection. Yi Ge saw that Bai Jian's expression was still very struggling and conflicted. Yi Ge could see that in Bai Jian's mind, he had not yet repaid the favor he owed Wang Yan. Before this favor was repaid, no matter how disheartening the things Wang Yan did were, he would be unconditionally loyal to him. Bai Jian sorted out his words for a long time, and finally said, "I want to talk to you." Yi Ge said, "Of course, what do you want to talk about?" Bai Jian paused and said what he thought was a naive idea. "Let Shaoqing go, and your Yi family withdraw their troops and let Baiqing go this time. If you agree, I will owe you a life, and you can come to get it any time. Alternatively, I can do 3 things for you, anything is fine." Yi Ge said, "You know, even in the elementary school of my former war college, not many people would say such things. Should I say you are a middle school student or should I say you are naive? Bai Jian, this is war, you think it's a child's game? Also, regarding letting your sister go." Yi Ge paused deliberately. "Even if I can let her go, it seems that there are people who don't want to let her go." Bai Jian was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Yi Ge looked at Bai Qing opposite him. Bai Qing pursed her lips. Of course she understood what Yi Ge meant. "Brother, I was almost assassinated by an assassin just now." Bai Jian was shocked. "What? So now I'm fine." Bai Qing said calmly, "That person failed, was caught by Yi Ji's people, and then committed suicide." Bai Jian was puzzled. "Aren't you staying in the Yi family camp? Who would want to assassinate you?" "I've seen this assassin before," Bai Qing said slowly. he's a secret assassin that Wang Yan has hired. Bai Jian's pupils suddenly shrank. Lord Wang Yan's death squad. Bai Jian's mind quickly recalled the disappointed look in the Duke's eyes when he looked at him during the day. Could it be that Wang Yan didn't want him to be distracted by his sister on the battlefield, so he sent out assassins? Ye Ge then said slowly, General Bai Jian, I will give you another 3 hours. After 3 hours, we will launch the next attack. After saying that, he hung up the call. Bai Jian's holographic projection disappeared. Lu1, who was used as a shield, the brothers who were captured by Captain Ma, and the men who were followed and monitored by Wang Yan. If all the things Bai Jian had seen before and the provocations he had experienced only made him depressed, struggling, entangled, and heavy-hearted, then this final blow from Bai Qing was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Ye Ge looked up at Bai Qing and said, It's a pleasure to work with you. Bai Qing looked at Ye Ge with a complicated expression. She now understood somewhat what her brother said at that time. How terrifying will this boy be in the future? Ye Ge shrugged. Do you think I am very despicable, cunning, shameless, insidious, and terrible? Bai Qing, how dare you say that? There's nothing we can do. To deal with despicable people, we have to use despicable methods. Ye Ge leaned back. Bai Qing paused, looked at Ye Ge, and reminded him again, I hope you can keep your promise. Ye Ge said, Whether I keep my promises or not depends entirely on whether I want to keep them. Bai Qing, but don't worry, I'm in a good mood now, and I will most likely keep my promise. Ye Ge said this and opened his mouth. Gao Shenshua stuffed a piece of fruit into his mouth at the right time. Bai Qing, Wang Yan's old face was covered with gloom, like the cloudy day before a July thunderstorm. He heard everything that happened between Ye Ge and Bai Jian just now. Ye Ge gave Bai Jian a communication channel number that was exclusive to the Yi family, the same one that Ye Xiao had given to Count Kant and the others. Originally, communications using this channel number would definitely not be monitored by anyone, but even Bai Jian didn't expect that a personal item next to him had already exposed his actions at all times. That is his Lingsha sword. This sword was given to him by Wang Yan more than 10 years ago. The gem inlaid on the hilt is a message stone used by ancient immortal cultivators to transmit messages. Asa swordsman, Bai Jian never leaves his sword, so Wang Yan can monitor Bai Jian's messages through the audio stone at any time to find out whether his men have any ulterior motives. The secret of this sword is not in the original game plot, so Lien Ye Ge doesn't know about it. Wang Yan didn't send any assassins to kill Bai Qing at all. So he understood at once that Bai Qing had betrayed him and had teamed up with the little devil of the Yi family to frame him. In the past, he was the one who framed others, but now it was his turn to be framed. How could he not be angry? Wang Yan took a deep breath and thought carefully about everything that had happened in the city during this period of time. He had always felt that something was not right with what had happened in the city over the past 2 days, as if there had been an invisible hand pushing it from behind. Now he finally understood what was going on. During the day, he was angry with Bai Jian, but in fact it was not just because of the Yi family assassin who tried to assassinate him. It was because someone sneaked into his office and covered his office with photos of him being beaten up by Yechuan when he was young, and being kicked in the balls by the royal princess's spirit beast in front of the person he liked. Damn. That is the biggest pain in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have exploded so quickly and directly directed his anger at Bai Jian. Night Song. Wang Yan said sinisterly, I originally thought that all this was planned by Night Owl, but I didn't expect it to be this little demon species who was only at the Earth realm. He was actually made so embarrassed by a low-level transcendent, which made him even more angry. The white-haired old wizard came over and said, Sir, it seems that you must find a way to fight back, otherwise you will always be led by them by the nose. Humph, do I need to tell you that? Wang Yan snorted coldly. The old wizard looked at him calmly. Looking at your expression, sir, have you already thought of a solution? Of course. Wang Yan narrowed his eyes. Does Ye Ge really think I have no tricks up my sleeve? If I am tricked by the grandson of old man Yi Quan, a young kid, then my life of more than 1,000 years will be in vain. Today I will tell him what it means that old Ginger is still wise. Then, he paused and said, Come here, call Bai Jian over to me. Chapter 296. Wang Yan's counterattack. Bai Jian was soon taken to Wang Yan's residence. When Bai Jian saw Wang Yan, he felt indescribably complicated. He had been thinking about these things, but he didn't expect Wang Yan to take the initiative to find him. Should I take the initiative to question Wang Yan and confront him? Bai Jian quickly erased this naive idea from his mind, not to mention that he would never admit it. If I really asked him that, I might become a fool. Your Excellency the Duke. Bai Jian's attitude was still very respectful, but his tone was much calmer than during the day. What do you want to talk to me about? Wang Yan sat in front of him and looked into his eyes calmly. Do you remember what I said to you when I picked you up when you were a child and we first met? Bai Jian's heart moved slightly. Remember, Bai Jian paused, you said that in this era, whether you want to survive or gain the respect of others, you must first prove your own value. That's right. Wang Yan nodded, you have done a lot for me over the years. Thank you for your hard work. Bai Jian, Your Excellency is too kind. I know you've been struggling lately. Wang Yan said. Bai Qing fell into the hands of the demonized people of the Yi family. They used your sister to restrain you on the battlefield, preventing you from fighting freely. Bai Jian did not respond. The Yi family is not only unscrupulous, but also cunning. You have fought with them before, so you should know this very well. Wang Yan looked into his eyes and said seriously, what these people are best at is attacking your mind and making you lose without fighting. That's why they designed to capture your sister as a threat. Bai Jian thought, how could he not understand this truth? But being plotted against and threatened by the enemy, that was fine, he was just struggling in his heart, and he never thought of betrayal from beginning to end, but Wang Yan's actions chilled him. Wang Yan looked at him calmly and said, do you know what else that sinister guy Yi Ge did besides taking your sister hostage? Bai Jian was stunned and didn't understand what Wang Yan meant. Wang Yan waved his hand, signaling the people outside to come in as soon. 2 guards escorted Captain Ma into the room. Captain Ma fell to his knees with a thump, his arms and shoulders being held down tightly. Bai Jian was a little surprised and didn't know what was going on. Captain Ma looked pale and frightened, his body trembling constantly. Your Excellency the Duke. Wang Yan ignored Captain Ma and continued to say to Bai Jian, your brothers were all arrested by him, right? But in fact, this was not my order. Of course, it was not Captain Ma who wanted to take revenge on you. Wang Yan looked at Captain Ma and said coldly, tell me, what's going on? Captain Ma knelt on the ground, trembling. Yes, someone threatened me to do this. At that time, there was an intruder who would use invisibility and put a knife on my neck at all times. If I didn't do that, he would take my life. Bai Jian looked surprised to Wang and stared at Captain Ma coldly. You are an extraordinary warrior. As a soldier of White City, are you so afraid of death? If an intruder puts a knife to your neck, can you do anything? Captain Ma, you are afraid of death now, and you will be afraid of death on the battlefield. In my eyes, soldiers who are afraid of death are useless. Wang Yan's eyes were cold. I never keep useless men among my men. Swish, Wang Yan just moved his finger, and Captain Ma's head flew off on the spot, and blood gushed out from the empty gap in the neck like a fountain to a height of more than 10 meters. Plop! Captain Ma's headless body fell down weakly. Bai Jian didn't expect this result. I didn't expect that Captain Ma, who was so arrogant during the day, would die like this just a few hours later. And this person, I wonder if you recognize him. Wang Yan waved his hand again and had someone carry a corpse in. Bai Jian looked at the corpse. It turned out to be the spy who had been following and monitoring him before. When my people found him, he was already dead in the utility room, said Wang Yan. Bai Jian frowned, thinking that if that was the case, the person who followed him at that time could be. I have had people release all your men. Wang Yan looked at Bai Jian in a gentle tone. The city has indeed been infiltrated by the Yi family in the past 2 days. The infiltration is more serious than I thought. Their main purpose is not to cause damage in the city, nor to assassinate anyone, but to attack our hearts. They are good at changing their appearance and disguising themselves as our own people. On the one hand, they create fear in the city, spread rumors, and on the other hand, they try to sow discord. They just want to see us fall apart and let us kill each other. Bai Jian's breathing became rapid. He was certainly not a fool. After Wang Yan's reminder, he immediately realized that everything that had happened before was too coincidental, and that many details seemed a little off if he thought about them carefully. Could it be that this was all arranged by Yi Ge? However, during the video call, Xiaoqing did tell him in person that Wang Yan sent someone to assassinate him. Bai Jian's mind suddenly became extremely confused. He suddenly realized that he didn't have time to confirm Xiaoqing's identity at that time. Maybe that Xiaoqing was someone hired by Yi Ge to impersonate her? Or maybe they used something to threaten Xiaoqing and made her say such words. Bai Jian, sir, Wang Yan looked at his expression and smiled faintly. I'm not telling you these words for anything else. You should know that I have always treated you as my own child and trained you as my heir. So naturally I have always been on your side, understand? Bai Jian moved his mouth, and there was an inexplicable bitterness in his throat. Sir, Bai Jian has never forgotten your kindness. Of course I know. Wang Yan smiled faintly again. However, I also think that you have been with me for so many years and have done enough for me. You have almost repaid my kindness. I know that you have been worried about your sister's safety since Bai Qing fell into the hands of the Yi family. I called you here today to tell you all this, not for anything else. Wang Yan paused, looked into Bai Jian's eyes and said slowly, Xiao Jian, go, leave Baicheng. Bai Jian was shocked. Chapter 297 Two Strange Things. Bai Jian never expected Wang Yan to say such a thing and was stunned for a moment. I said. Wang Yan was afraid that he didn't hear clearly, so he looked into his gray and dark eyes and repeated it again, you should leave White City. How can this be possible? Bai Jian said seriously, now is the key to victory or defeat in this war. You can't help much if you stay like this. Wang Yan said calmly, let me ask you, if those people from the Yi family threaten you with Bai Qing again on the battlefield next time, can you be cruel enough to watch your sister being killed by your own hands? Bai Jian's face twitched slightly. In the past, he might have been able to harden his heart and say, yes, because we are all soldiers, but after experiencing the battle in the morning, Bai Jian couldn't say it, because he found that when he really faced that scene, it was impossible for him to make up his mind. Sometimes it is just like this. For some things, you can only understand whether you can do it or not when you really face them. I know the answer from your expression. Wang Yan looked at him and asked, did the Yi family's people capture Bai Qing? Did they contact you privately? Bai Jian hesitated for a moment and nodded, yeah. What did they say? Yi Gu told me to leave Baiqing and not get involved in this war, and then they would release Xiao Qing. Wang Yan nodded, although I don't trust the credibility of those demonized people, this seems to be the only way to save Bai Qing right now. Then he leaned back, interlaced his fingers on his stomach and said, you can go, but you'd better be careful when you get to the Yi family camp. From what I know about them, the probability that they will turn against their will is more than 90%. The demonized people will not leave any life that threatens them, they will only cut the grass and wipe it out. So even if you want to go, you'd better keep a backup plan, understand? I understand. Bai Jian felt mixed emotions. He placed his right hand on his chest and bowed slightly. Sir, Bai Jian will always remember your kindness. Wang Yan grinned and said, don't ever think that I will definitely lose this war. If you want, after this war is over and I have destroyed the Yi family, you can choose to come back. I will always keep the position of the general of the Southern Territory for you. Of course, if you are tired of this kind of life, you can also take your sister away from the Southern Territory and find a free trade city-state in other areas of the human continent, open a company, and do some business. Bai Jian was very touched. Yes. Well, go ahead. Wang Yan narrowed his eyes. Remember what I said to you, be careful of those people from the Yi family turning against you. Bai Jian stroked his chest, bowed again, and then quietly left the room. After the door was closed, the expression on Wang Yan's face suddenly became extremely gloomy, as if the gentle and kind person just now was just an illusion. Nicholas's army should have already started to move, right? Duke Wang Yan asked coldly. Yes. The old wizard next to him said, they have already set off. Very good. Wang Yan's eyes were like an ice cellar, and he said coldly, I will make these idiots understand that the South Territory will always belong to me. Night Family Camp. Now, except for White City, all other city-states in the southern border have been successfully conquered by us. Yi Shao crossed his arms over his chest and said leisurely, Shao, you did a good job this time. Although I led the army in person in this war, in fact, most of the time I didn't need to step out to control the situation. The victories in several battles were all due to his advice and the attacks he led. And I can feel that his brothers and sisters are increasingly trusting his judgment and are willing to follow his command and arrangements. This situation is something that my generation would never dare to imagine. Thinking back to the time when the Yi clan members of his generation were competing for the position of acting clan leader, it was a bloody fight. There were countless open and covert fights between brothers and sisters because everyone thought they were the strongest and refused to accept each other's ideas. Many times, the ideas of the younger generations were even conflicting. Oh, I knew it, our Xiaoye is really the best. Zhou Yuqing, holographic projection, put her hands together and put them on the side of her face, and said with a happy smile, Schwerer must have helped a lot, right? Night Owl nodded slightly. Well, that little girl, her talent as a mechanic is indeed far beyond my expectations. When she was doing the extraordinary learning ability assessment before, even the War College's assessment system couldn't read her mechanic learning ability data. I originally thought that the machine was broken at that time, but now that I think about it, maybe her value is already too high. Zhou Yuqing, oh, my Schwer is also amazing, I really like her when she comes back, I will definitely hug her and give her a good kiss. Night Owl, you woman. Night Owl looked at her resentfully. Don't talk about this, what about you? How is the situation? Zhou Yuqing twisted her golden hair with her fingers and said with a smile, all the water transportation, networks, traffic, signal towers, power stations, energy stations in the southern border, are now under the control of my people. As the Duke of the Southern Territory, Wang Yan originally had all these things under his control. These things were originally the lifeline of Wang Yan, but as the cities were captured one after another by the Yi family, the staff of the energy stations and power stations who were originally under Wang Yan's command now all surrendered to the Yi family. There are also major companies and guilds in the southern region that were originally under Wang Yan's control. The chairman and presidents have now surrendered under pressure from the Yi family. So even if Wang Yan defends Baiqing now, even if he can hold it forever, he will run out of ammunition and food sooner or later, because they will no longer receive any supplies from the outside world. The army led by Yi Xiao, Yi Gu, and others was fighting on the front line, and Zhou Yuqing was naturally not idle in the rear either. How could the woman of the patriarch of a demonized family be an ordinary person? Really? Night Owl tilted his head, that's really going smoothly. I originally thought that Wang Yan is one of the four great dukes, and this war in the southern border must have taken a lot of effort. I didn't expect that less than a month has passed, and the war seems to be almost over. You know, Night Owl had originally planned to fight for a year or two. Don't be too happy too soon. Zhou Yuqing suddenly changed the subject. While doing these things, I also found out two other strange things. Night Owl raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? Chapter 298 Wang Yan's trump card. I found a lot of things that were not right when I was investigating. Zhou Yuqing raised her finger and transferred a bunch of document data to Yi Xiao. In the past 100 years, Wang Yan has been in charge of the construction of the first and second lines of defense outside the southern border. However, during my investigation, I found that the data on the report and bills obviously did not match. The Soul Steel used to build the Great Wall and many other extraordinary materials clearly showed signs of being misappropriated. Night Owl narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you saying that Wang Yan misappropriated the materials for building the Great Wall? That's right. What did he want to do by embezzling these supplies? Many important fortifications require special extraordinary materials to build, such as Soul Steel. Zhou Yuqing moved her fingers again, and Yi Xiao received a lot of information. Zhou Yuqing continued, after spending a lot of time investigating, I personally interrogated a large construction company under Wang Yan and found that Wang Yan seemed to have ordered people to secretly build a huge underground fortification in the southern border 100 years ago, an underground city several thousand meters deep. Underground city? Night Owl wondered, why did he build such a large underground city without telling the Empire? I asked the president of the Southern Territory Beast Tamer Guild again. Zhou Yuqing said, he said that Wang Yan also started ordering specially bred spirit pets and exotic beasts from him every month more than 100 years ago. On average, he would order more than 300 beasts every month. Moreover, Wang Yan's requirements were particularly demanding. Talent and grade did not matter, but he required these exotic beasts to have strong adaptability, drug resistance, and evolution. In this way, he continued to order for 100 years without stopping. The exotic beasts in the exotic beast forest were almost hunted down. Later, the president of the Beast Tamer Guild had no choice but to use drugs to make those exotic beasts reproduce quickly to meet Wang Yan's needs. Night Owl frowned. Wang Yan was originally a beastmaster, so it's not surprising that he wants exotic beasts. The problem is, what does he want so many exotic beasts for? Moreover, he bought so many exotic beasts, but he has never summoned them on the battlefield of all races. Where did they go? Soon, his heart skipped a beat and he thought of something. Could this guy have kept all these strange beasts underground? Zhou Yuqing, I think it's very possible. Night Owl's brows furrowed more and more tightly. He knew that this matter was definitely not simple. What's one more thing? There is one more thing, which is also about the misappropriated Soul Steel. Zhou Yuqing said, in addition to building the underground city, I discovered that Duke Wang An also ordered people to secretly build escape gates in various places in the southern border. Night Owl's pupils shrank. The Gate of Escape? That is an illegal creation that is strictly prohibited by the Empire at the highest level. The Gate of Escape to Space is a space gate that can only be created by an extremely rare space magician or a person with special abilities. No, to be precise, they are not manufactured. Instead, they are rune fragments of space gates left over from a super ancient civilization. After being discovered by archaeologists, humans pieced them together and sorted out the arrangements and combinations of the runes to recreate the effect of traveling through space. Once this space gate is opened, people can instantly travel from one place to another place hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. However, this type of space gate also has extremely high risks. Not only is it unstable, but there are also various hidden dangers. The biggest risk is the fear of being used by people with evil intentions. Therefore, starting from the first emperor of the Qin dynasty, the construction of this kind of space gate requires strict approval, and it can only be built after it has been approved by the court. Wang An secretly built the escape gate, which was undoubtedly a serious crime. He must have picked up the fragments of the ancient space gate from somewhere, but did not choose to hand it over to the Empire, but kept it privately. What on earth does this old guy want to do? Night Owl rolled his eyes and his expression gradually became serious. Yi Go and Gao Xinxue helped in the injured warrior's tent. The degree to which these people are contaminated by demonic energy seems to be more serious than we imagined. Gao Xinxue handed a report form to Yi Ge. Yi Go looked at the data on the report, and then looked at the Yi family warriors lying on the beds. All data exceeded the average of the warriors of the Yi family, even if they are not demonized by the Yi family, have a much higher resistance to demons than normal people due to their training environment. Even they are like this, let alone ordinary people. How poisonous has Wang An made the blood of darkness? Yi Gu scratched his neck and said, it seems we can only wait until Yu Li and the others come. Arthur stood beside Yi Go, looking at these soldiers who were contaminated and tortured by evil spirits, with mixed feelings. He was the one who nearly lost his life in the wilderness due to the contamination of demonic energy. Of course I understand the pain of being corroded by evil spirits. Master Yega. At this time, Li Shuaying came in from outside, with a serious expression. Someone is looking for you. Who is it? Bai Jian, and several of his subordinates. When Yi Go heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly, and then he said, I know, let him come to see me. He said he wouldn't come. Li Shuaying said, he said he wanted to see his sister first and ask her a few questions. Yi Go smiled faintly, this guy is quite careful. As he said that, he put down the medical report and left the tent with Gao Xinxue and the others. Soon, he met Bai Jian and others. Bai Jian did not come alone. He was followed by more than 30 of his trusted subordinates, including Duan Yi, Lei He, Wang Mang, Li Yu, etc. So all the Yi family warriors stared at them vigilantly and surrounded them. After meeting Wang An, Bai Jian actually didn't completely believe what Wang An said, but he couldn't decide who to trust. So after discussing with Duan Yi and other cadres, he decided to go to the Yi family camp together to rescue people. Duan Yi said, no matter what the truth is, let's go through the mountains of swords and the sea of fire together. Yi Yulong crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Bai Jian and the others with a provocative look. General Bai, are you here to surrender? Or are you here to fight? I'm here to save people. Bai Jian said calmly. Yi Ge said that if I surrender to you countless times, you will let my sister go as long as I withdraw from this war. Hey, you believe what our demonized family says? You are really the most innocent general I have ever seen. Yiming beside him licked his lips and sneered, since they have fallen into our trap, it's our fault for not being polite. Go ahead. Capture them. Duan Yi, Lei He, Wang Mang, Li Yu and others immediately became alert, drew their weapons, and stared nervously at the Yi family warriors around them. Only Bai Jian stood there without moving, and there was no change in the expression on his face. Idiot. Yi Yulong's eyes turned cold and he cursed, get the hell out of here. Do you have the right to speak here? When is it your turn to give orders? You. Yiming's face turned pale and blue, and he glared at him angrily. Let's talk about it after Yi Gu comes. Yi Yulong said leisurely, before he comes, everyone please don't mess around with me, otherwise don't blame me as your brother for turning against you. Chapter 299, Unable to see reality. Yi Yulong was the strongest among the Yi family after all. When he showed such a tough attitude, the other Yi family members looked at each other and stopped talking. Even though they usually don't accept Yi Yulong, there's no need to turn against him over something like this. Yi Mingyu smiled and said, Brother Yulong, this is the first time I see you speak up for others like this. I'm not speaking for him. Yi Yulong glanced at her and snorted. Capturing Bai Qing and persuading Bai Jian to surrender were all planned by Yi Gu. Of course, we have to wait for him to come and take responsibility. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, who will take responsibility? After a while, Yi Gu arrived. Bai Jian saw Yi Gu and stared at him intently. Yi Gu walked over, followed by Gao Xinxue, Li Shuang, Arthur, and others. Everyone around them made way for him. In terms of height, age, and strength, Yi Gu is the lowest here, but anyone can see who is the center here. According to the conditions you proposed, I have already left Baiqing with my people. Bai Jian said, I hope you can abide by the agreement and release my sister. Okay. Yi Gu said, but I also said that we have to wait until the war is over. Bai Jian paused and said, well, I want to see her now. I have something to ask her. Yi Gu nodded and agreed. Anyway, this guy has already arrived at the Yi family camp, so Yi Gu is not afraid that he will get angry. Yi Gu brought Bai Jian to the tent where Bai Qing was imprisoned. When Bai Qing saw Bai Jian, she was startled. Brother? Bai Jian walked up to Bai Qing and stared at her carefully for several times. After confirming that she was his sister, he breathed a sigh of relief and asked seriously, they didn't embarrass you, did they? Not really. Bai Qing still didn't quite dare to believe it and said, Brother, did you really betray Duke Wang Yin and leave Baicheng? Betrayal? No, it doesn't really count. Bai Jian was silent for a moment, then said, Wang Yin took the initiative to let me go. Bai Qing was surprised. Huh? Yi Gu raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Wang Yin took the initiative to let you go? Xiao Cheng, I want to ask you something. Bai Jian looked at Bai Qing and asked seriously, the person who told me on the phone that Wang Yin sent a killer to kill you, was it you? It's me. So, is this really true? Bai Qing hesitated. As soon as Bai Jian saw his sister's expression, he knew she was lying. He frowned and asked, you lied to me? Yi Gu said quietly beside him, if he didn't lie to you, how could you have made up your mind to leave Baicheng? Bai Jian frowned. Bai Qing said seriously, Brother, Wang Yin is really not a good person. He only acts so gentle and loving in front of you. I have investigated many things about him privately. He is definitely not the kind of person you think. I didn't expect you to lie to me about this. Bai Jian shook his head. As one of the four great dukes, it is normal for him to use despicable means to govern his territory, but he has never been unfair to us. If he is really as bad as you say, why would he let me go and not want to embarrass me? I don't know why Wang Yin let you go. Bai Qing frowned, but I think he definitely has no good intentions. Bai Jian sighed, you think too badly of the Duke. After all, he has raised us for hundreds of years. Bai Qing, brother, okay, stop talking. Yi Gu curled his lips. It can be seen that your brother is not only a love-brained person, but also a brainless fan. It's useless for you to say anything now. Bai Qing. Bai Jian had never heard of this word, but it sounded strange. What? When your mind is only occupied by the characters you admire or love in your fantasy, Yi Gu shrugged, you can't see any reality. Bai Jian's eyes darkened. Stop talking nonsense, you don't know the Duke at all. Okay, I'm not trying to convince you. Yi Gu said, walked up and patted Bai Jian's arm, then carefully patted various parts of his body. Danny asked puzzledly, what are you doing? Do you really think Wang Yin will be so generous as to let you go? Yi Gu narrowed his eyes, he must have left something on you. Bai Jian shook his head and was about to say something. At this moment, he suddenly felt a faint vibration beneath the ground. Buzz buzz buzz. Yi Gu also heard the sound and stopped immediately. Arthur looked around curiously and asked, what's that noise? It seems to be coming from underground. An earthquake? Yi Gu frowned, said nothing, and lay down with his ear pressed tightly to the ground. Buzz buzz buzz. The vibration sound did come from underground. Roar. In addition to the buzzing sound underground, a low roar of an animal also reached Yi Gu's ears. Some large creature is digging into the underground space? And this sound, there are more than one? Yi Gu's pupils shrank, and he seemed to understand something immediately. He immediately stood up and shouted to the people around him, everyone, leave the tent and spread out to the open space. Everyone present was stunned. Bai Jian also vaguely sensed something at this time, and his expression suddenly changed. this feeling is, Yi Yulong's eyes flickered, be careful, it's coming soon. Buzz 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 buzz. Within a few breaths, the ground began to shake more and more noticeably. The ground beneath everyone's feet began to shake, the ground in some places cracked rapidly and some parts began to bulge. Finally, bang! A strange beast with a body size of more than 20 meters broke out from the ground, and the surrounding sand and dust flew up. Chapter 300 Demonized by Jian. Ho ho, the tent was directly broken, crack. Bai Jian drew his sword and cut off the chains that bound Bai Qing, then brought her out. Fortunately, Yi Gu, Gao Xinxue, Yi Yulong, Li Shuang, Arthur and others had been warned in advance and withdrew from the tents in time, retreating to the open space outside and dispersing. The impact force of the strange beast breaking out of the ground spread in all directions. Yi Gu held Gao Xinxue in his arms, flipped over in the air, and landed steadily several dozen meters away. The strange beast looked like a monster in the classic of mountains and seas, with hard scales all over its body like a giant millipede, a head like a wild beast, and a body like a big snake. It had no legs but a pair of very long hands like a lizard, and looked brutal and ferocious. At the same time, Yi Gu saw many clearly visible black veins like capillaries on the monster's skin, covering the entire body of the monster. Also, this monster's eyes are purple. Yi Gu immediately noticed that this monster had a strong demonic aura. Roar! The strange beast stretched out its huge claws and slapped it, directly grabbing a soldier who didn't have time to dodge, and crushed him in its hand with a crunch. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Then it stuffed it into its mouth full of sharp teeth as if it was a handful of broken bones and meat, and began to chew with a crunch sound. Zhao Ling! Dan Ye's eyes widened and he exclaimed. The warrior who was eaten was one of Bai Jian's subordinates who came with him. When Bai Jian saw this scene, his face suddenly turned as pale as death. What kind of monster is this? Yi Yang jumped to the side and said in astonishment. It has a beast head and a snake body. It's a lyreworm. Yi Qingxin took out her sniper rifle and said solemnly, it's a strange beast that lives in the mountains, seas, and forests. But this lyreworm seems to be a little bit wrong, as if it has a genetic mutation, it's demonized. Yi Gu said coldly, someone injected it with dark blood and genetically modified it. Injecting dark blood into humans is definitely different from injecting dark blood into alien beasts. Dark blood itself is something that is used on human genes, but when used on alien beasts, the effect is indeed different. This alien beast has obviously undergone a long period of genetic modification to become like this. People who would do this kind of thing, Yi Gu can tell who it is just by thinking with his but buzz buzz buzz. Yi Qingxin looked at the shaking ground around him and said, be careful, it's coming again. Bang! 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 Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen large strange beasts broke out from the ground. Oh my god, where on earth do all these monsters come from? These strange beasts have all become demons. Have they also consumed the blood of darkness? Bai Jian's heart tightened when he heard this, and he thought of the soldier who had taken the dark blood in White City before. Dark blood? Could it be the Duke? Suddenly, Bai Jian felt a sharp pain in his heart. The pain quickly spread throughout his body, making him lose his strength, and he immediately fell to his knees. He used his sword inserted into the ground for support so that he did not fall completely. Brother? Bai Qing supported him in panic. What's wrong with you? Then Bai Qing was horrified to find that a dark purple aura was slowly emanating from Bai Jian's body. His eyes slowly turned dark purple, and the blood vessels in his neck were clearly visible, rapidly turning black. A murderous energy was constantly emerging from his body. Bai Qing felt her throat dry and opened her mouth slightly. Brother, it's the blood of darkness. Bai Jian closed his eyes, and then tried to open them again. From his eyes, it can be seen that his will is still intact. I feel it, those dark microorganisms are in my body, changing my cells. They are demonizing me. At this point, no matter how loyal Bai Jian is, he should understand what is going on. It seems that it is really the Duke. Bai Jian's expression was bitter, and veins bulged on the back of his right hand as he gripped the hilt of the sword. He didn't know when Wang Yan injected him with the dark blood. Before this incident, Bai Jian had never been on guard against Wang Yan, and Wang Yan had too many opportunities to inject him with dark blood. I can feel that I'm about to turn into a demon. Bai Jian's voice gradually became lowered. Stay away from me. Bai Qing frowned. At this time, Yi Gu suddenly appeared behind her, put his hand on her shoulder, and said expressionlessly, superhumans must see the situation clearly. This is not the time to learn the stupid plot of I will never leave on TV. After saying that, the black fog of the spirit of disaster quickly enveloped him, and Bai Qing, almost at the same time, Bai Jian's pupils were completely filled with dark purple. He swung the sword out with a swish, leaving a long streak of light in the black fog, but Yi Go and Bai Qing had disappeared. The next moment, Yi Go and Bai Qing appeared together in a corner more than 10 meters away. Yi Go stared at Bai Jian coldly, and saw that the demonized Bai Jian was covered with black and purple demonic energy all over his body, showing his peak Shura realm combat power, exuding a terrifying aura. Even Yi Go used the system to see that his attributes were close to Tianqi. Yi Go raised his hand and made a gesture, superior. As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen shadow warriors appeared. Shua shua shua, the shadows formed an encirclement formation, and as more than a dozen black chains were swung out, they wrapped around Bai Jian's limbs, waist, and back from all directions. For a moment he was unable to move, but it has been verified before that this trick can only control him temporarily. 6th level demonic sword skill, demonic killing sword intent. Bai Jian's eyes flashed coldly. Countless crisscrossing black sword chi appeared out of thin air around his body. Crazy cutting of space, crack, 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 crack. The dozen or so black iron chains tied to his body were instantly cut off by the sword energy that appeared out of nowhere. However, the shadows had fought with him before, so they naturally knew that this trick alone would not work. A dozen more shadows emerged from the shadows. More than 30 shadows holding daggers formed a siege and fought with Bai Jian. In a flash, the sound of swords flashing and the clanging of weapons colliding fiercely could be heard. This time is different from the last time. Last time Bai Jian came to the Yi family camp just for a feint attack, so he did not use his full strength. This time he did not hold back at all, and with the addition of his demonic upgrade, his combat effectiveness was enhanced by more than a little. After just a few rounds, 7 or 8 shadows were seriously injured by the Lingsha sword in his hand. The Yi family camp has fallen into chaos. The emergency horn has been sounded. The strange beasts that broke out roared to the sky, destroying everything in the camp and eating anyone they saw. Yi Yulong, Yi Qingxin, Yi Yang, Yi Mingyu, and others have already begun leading the Yi family warriors to deal with these strange beasts. Yi Go watched all this and thought to himself that he knew Wang En would definitely not sit there and wait for death. He turned around and said to Li Shuang, "Hurry up and take people to help Yi Yulong and the others. You go and wipe out the dozen or so strange beasts that came out from the ground, and Bai Jian's shadow will deal with them." Li Shuang nodded quickly, yes. However, at this moment, a cold voice seemed to sound from the horizon. "Today is the day when your Yi family will be annihilated." Yi Ji's heart moved and he looked up towards the source of the sound. I saw a figure emitting a powerful soul aura floating in the dark sky. Undoubtedly, it was Wang En. Chapter 301 Ninth Order Ghost God Yi Go, Wang En. I didn't expect this guy to come in person. At the same time, there was another burst of restless noise outside the Yi family camp. Thousands of demonized warriors who had taken the blood of darkness rushed into the Yi family camp and fought with the Yi family warriors. Wang En knew very well that Yi Go had placed many spies around him. If he mobilized tens of thousands of troops in the city, the noise would be too loud and Yi Go would definitely be alert, so Wang En only brought more than 1,000 demonized warriors. Those infiltrators can disguise themselves as soldiers and blend in among the extraordinary warriors of the White City, but they cannot disguise themselves as demonized people because the dark aura on their bodies cannot be faked. Wang En soon saw Yi Go, who was looking at him coldly on the ground. It was the first time he saw Yi Go, and his eyes suddenly became extremely cold. "You are the little devil, Yi Go, the son of Yi Shao?" Yi Go raised an eyebrow. "You already know everything, why are you asking me?" Poof. Endless murderous intent instantly flashed in Wang En's eyes. It was because of this little brat that he ended up like this. Otherwise, the matter of the dark blood would not have been exposed, and his deal with the vampires would not have been revealed. Boom. The soul power of the Apocalypse Realm strongman vibrated. Wang En raised his hand and grabbed, and a terrifying red hand suddenly rushed towards Yi Go. 3rd level beast taming skill. Beast taming hands. Yi Go stood still, unable to move under the pressure of the powerful Apocalypse Realm master, and couldn't even evade. All he could do was watch helplessly as the giant red hand condensed from soul power came towards him. Yi Ji's eyes narrowed suddenly. Critical moment. The night owl appeared at some point and stood in front of Yi Go. I didn't see him making any seals. I just saw his mouth moving slightly and reciting a spell quickly. Clusters of dark matter particle energy quickly condensed in front of him, eventually forming a pitch-black ball. The dark matter energy ball collided with the blood-red giant hand. Bang, boom, 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 boom. There was a terrifying loud noise, and layers of heat waves rose up on the spot. The shockwave caused by the explosion directly blew away all the tents within a few dozen meters. Several strange beasts were directly knocked flying by the power of the shockwave. the earth began to shake violently, even more violently than when a dozen strange beasts broke out of the ground together just now. At the moment of the explosion, Yi Xiao brought Yi Ge to the side in time. "Oh my god, this old Biden is really ruthless. My hands are numb from the shock." Yi Xiao held Yi Ge and turned to look at him. "How are you, little brat? Are you still alive?" Yi Ge coughed several times because of the smoke. "I won't die." Then he said resentfully, "But why are you grabbing my pants when there are other places you can grab? Do you think this is elegant?" Yi Xiao, this was just a casual grab." After saying that, he let go of Yi Ge. "Night Owl? Humph, you finally showed up." Wang Yan snorted coldly. "I thought you were just going to hide behind a group of young people and watch the show in this war." "I'm not a slacker, am I?" Night Owl shrugged. "At least I personally killed Marquis Sun Ke from the Apocalypse Realm. I'm giving the youngsters a chance to show off. Do you understand?" When Wang Yan heard the name of Marquis Sun Ke, his expression darkened slightly. "The son of old man Yechuan has made rapid progress in strength in recent years, and his fighting power is much stronger than he imagined. A warrior at the 9th level of Shura Realm could actually withstand a full-strength attack from a warrior at the 7th level of Apocalypse Realm. The higher the level of the extraordinary person is, the greater the gap between each small level will be after reaching the Apocalypse Realm. Every small level is a qualitative leap. Many top geniuses who can kill enemies above their level in the early stages will generally be easily suppressed by strong people who are only one level higher in the later stages, and this Night Owl, as a 9th level Shura Realm warrior, was able to beat a 1st level Apocalypse Realm warrior without any chance to fight back, and even took his beast taming hand. Are the people of the demonized family really ignorant of science and rationality? Wang Yan remained silent and considered for a long time. In addition to Yi Xiao, the Yi family also has many top-notch extraordinary powerful people above the Shura realm, who are definitely not easy to deal with. He also has to counterattack the southern border, so he must not waste too much energy here. To perform that move would consume a large amount of soul power. What's more, there is that. Wang Yan touched the necklace around his neck. If my health drops below 20% during the battle with the Yi family, it would be dangerous. Night Owl looked at Wang Yan in the sky and felt a little surprised when he saw that he hadn't moved for a long time. What is this old guy thinking about flying in the sky? Tonight, the 1,000-year-long feud between me and your Yi family will end here. Wang Yan was silent for a long time and finally spoke coldly. Then he put his hands together and gathered his soul power. The necklace hanging on her chest began to emit a strange dark green light. The red and green gems that looked like heads emitted an indescribable murmur. Yi Ge heard the voice immediately of the necklace on Wang Yan's neck. Wang Yan muttered to himself, "The ghosts and gods awaken, and the seal is lifted." 9th level demon god Li Liai. Crack, the necklace on Wang Yan's chest was broken. The indescribable sound became louder, and this time it was not a low whisper, but a ghostly howl. The strange and oppressive sound filled the whole world, and the moon in the night sky instantly turned blood red. Not only Yi Ge, but everyone present could clearly hear the ghost's voice. The broken necklace powder turned into wisps of colorless souls, which, accompanied by the strange cry of Devil May Cry, drilled into Wang Yan's body. Soon, Wang Yan's appearance changed drastically. The left half of his face still maintained its human form, but the right half gradually turned into a hideous and ferocious monster. At the same time, the hair on the right half became abnormally vigorous. Black hair grew rapidly on the skin, sharp fangs appeared from the corners of the mouth, claws grew on the fingers, and the arms gradually became strong until the clothes were burst. At the same time, strange lines emitting faint light like tattoos appeared on the skin, and they lingered around the body like smoke. Bai Qing was shocked when she saw this scene, and said in astonishment, "9th level, ghost?" Yi Yang asked suspiciously, "Ghosts? Is this guy also a ghost tamer?" Yi Ge said solemnly, "Wang Yan is a dual professional extraordinary person who is a ghost tamer and a beast tamer. In his current state, he is obviously possessed by the summoned ghosts and gods. Moreover, he should have reached some kind of agreement with the possessed ghosts and gods through some method, allowing him to retain half of his consciousness in the possessed state, allowing him to control his own body. If nothing unexpected happens, it is the necklace on his chest just now. The evil aura that Yi Ge sensed before should have been emanating from the necklace on his chest." Chapter 302, The Beasts Awaken, The Ghosts Dance Wildly. Yi Yang was curious. Ghosts? I remember that most ghost masters summon ghosts. Is there any difference between the two? Or are they just called differently? Of course there are differences. Yiga said, the ghost creatures that ghost masters can summon are divided into 3 grades in addition to their levels: ghost spirits, ghost kings, and ghost gods. As for ghosts, they range from level 1 to level 12, ghost kings are at least level 6, and as for ghost gods, they start at least level 9. Generally speaking, ghost masters usually summon ordinary ghosts in battle. If they want to summon a ghost king, they need to pay a certain price, which could be their lifespan or something else. As for ghosts and gods, they are not something that can be controlled by human ghost masters. Before this, there has never been a record in the history of the Empire that a human ghost master could control ghosts and gods. When Yi Yang heard this, he showed a shocked expression and looked at Wang Yin in the sky. Then this guy. Yiga looked serious. The necklace on his chest just now, it should be the cursed necklace equipment in the game plot of Map of 10,000 Races, The Grudge of Kuraro. This thing was originally supposed to appear in the very late versions of the game. I didn't expect it to appear so soon. If nothing unexpected happened, Wang Yin should have strengthened the necklace to more than plus 12 stars, and with the suppressing power of the dark runes, he got the opportunity to negotiate with the ghosts and gods in the necklace. However, there is a great risk of allowing ghosts and gods to possess you. The ghosts and gods will not coexist peacefully with him. They have only reached a contractual agreement with him, so they possess him to help him improve his strength. Once Wang Yin's panel status is lower than 20%, the ghost god Kuririo will directly attack his body and take over the use of his body. Yi's eyes flashed with the light of technological data, and he used the system to scan Wang Yin's panel attribute data. Sure enough, after being possessed by the ghost god Kuririo, Wang Yin's panel attributes, except for the decrease in life, all other attributes have been greatly improved, especially the soul power, which has increased 15 times in an instant. This is the power of ghosts and gods. Bai Qing looked at Wang Yin with a pale face. Asa top-level genius ghost tamer. She certainly knows what it means to be a ghost tamer who can control ghosts and gods. Night Owl's expression also became solemn. Ghosts, chuckle, chuckle. Wang Yin's mouth opened wide, drooling a few times, and he let out a creepy laugh. It's a pity that old guy Yechuen didn't come today, otherwise I would let him see with his own eyes how I killed his sons and grandsons. But it doesn't make any difference. I'm going to counterattack the South Territory anyway, and I certainly won't let Night City go. All of you who resist me are just a matter of who dies first and who dies later. As he spoke, Wang Yin clasped his hands together again. Beast Tamer summoning, beasts awake. Ghost summoning, 10,000 ghosts dance. Buzz, 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 buzz. Wang Yin released countless black lights with himself as the center, which dispersed in all directions and flew to every corner of the southern border. I saw countless summoning formations lighting up on the ground this time. Thousands of demonized beasts crawled out from the summoning formation. Each of them was at least 10 meters tall. And all of them were monsters that had been genetically modified by the Dark Blood Demon. What the hell? Yi Yang took a breath and said, "You must be kidding." Yi Ge looked around. I saw countless strange beasts appearing on the entire plain, a large black mass that I couldn't even see the end of. Even if Wang Yin was a powerful person in the Apocalypse realm, it would be impossible for him to summon so many strange beasts and ghosts in one breath. It was obviously because of the possession of Li Liao that he possessed such a strong and powerful soul power. Yi Yulong cursed inwardly. TSK, I knew that a big battle would be unavoidable in the end. Roar. A large strange beast rushed towards him. Yi Yulong turned around, avoided the attack of the strange beast, and then punched the strange beast on the forehead. Boom. The strange beast, which was as big as 4 or 5 elephants, was directly knocked away more than 10 meters. Everyone, spread out and fight. Yi Ge said calmly, use the C5 battle formation. These demonized beasts have been genetically modified by the blood of darkness, so their pain has been reduced a lot. Don't fight them head-on. Try to cooperate with the magicians and psychics to use control skills to deal with them. Yi Yang, Arthur, you lead the people to deal with those demonized warriors. Yi Mingyu, Li Shuang, you lead the people to deal with those ghosts. Okay. Yi Yang nodded seriously in response subconsciously, then he felt something was wrong and said awkwardly, "No. Why are you the one giving the orders?" But when he turned around, Yi Ge had disappeared in the chaos. Yi Yang stomped his foot on the ground and gritted his teeth. Damn, forget it. After that, he rushed towards several demonized people. Ling and a group of shadow warriors, as well as Bai Qing, Duan Yi, Wang Meng, Lei He and a few others, are still busy dealing with the demonized Bai Jian. Bai Qing formed a summoning hand seal with both hands. 4th level ghost spirit Chan Luokadu. Several ghostly white spirits appeared and entangled themselves around Bai Jian, trying to control him as he became demonized and mad. but is it so easy to control the demonized by Jian? Just a random burst of fighting spirit was enough to scare all the ghosts away. Duan Yi, Wang Mang, Lei He and the others were simply unable to stop their big brother. The shadow warriors also retreated one after another. At this time, a dozen demonized people also rushed over. They originally came to help Bai Jian in the siege. As a result, Bai Jian's purple eyes revealed brutality, and he looked like he was possessed by the god of death. Facing these demonized people who had just come to his doorstep, he rushed forward and swung his sword at them. Amidst the howling and screaming, these dozen or so demonized people were all killed in just a few seconds. At this moment, a large strange beast with a beast head and a snake body also pounced over. It was the same fiddlebug from before. As a result, Bai Jian turned his head suddenly, fixed his eyes on it, and swiftly swung his sword, directly chopping off its head. Then he chopped its body into 3 or 4 sections. Wang Yan frowned when he saw this scene. All demonized people will be under the control of the old wizard after being injected with the dark blood transformed by him, but only Bai Jian seemed unable to be completely controlled by the dark blood. Chapter 303. Are you there? It's time to pay the rent. Although Bai Jian has turned into a demon, he is clearly in a state of not recognizing anyone. As long as they get close to him, no matter if they are from the Yi family, Bai Qing, Duan Yi, and the others, or demonized beasts or demonized people, he will not let any of them go. All creatures within his visual range undoubtedly became his targets of attack. So, Yi Ge, Ling and a group of shadow warriors, as well as Bai Qing, Duan Yi, Lei He and others, simply moved away. From Bai Jian, however, those strange beasts and demonized people who had already lost their minds due to demonization started fighting with him. Swish, swish, swish. I saw countless sword shadows flashing like cutting tofu with a knife. Within a few breaths, dozens of strange beasts were chopped into countless slices by him. After being demonized, Bai Jian looked like a god of war, with purple eyes, a ferocious face, and his body covered with the blood of countless strange beasts and demonized people. No one could stop him with his crazy look. Bai Qing and the others were all stunned. Dan Yu was dumbfounded. So fierce, what can I do? Lei He said with some difficulty. Bai Qing had a complicated expression on her face. She calmed herself down and said, "Everyone, don't get close. Don't get hurt." Wang Yan saw this scene, his expression darkened and he thought, it seems that the dark blood still cannot completely control the Shura realm strongmen. That's all. There's no need to waste time here with these guys, the beasts here are enough to swallow up the Yi family. Snap! Wang Yan landed on the top of a tree, put his hands together, and made a few hand seals. The figure of an old wizard suddenly appeared from a narrow space next to him. Wang Yan glanced at him and said, "Let's get started." The old wizard nodded and also began to recite the spell silently, chanting and casting spells. After a few breaths, the space in front of him fluctuated. A small space door slowly appeared in front of them. Seeing this, Yi Ge narrowed his eyes. It seems that this old guy wants to escape, according to the information obtained from his trumpet Brian. This guy is planning to teleport Nicholas's Blood Clan army to the mainland through the space gate. Yi Ge, swear, cooperate with me. Yi Ge said this in the system's encrypted communication. Gao Xinxue glanced at him and nodded slightly. As childhood sweethearts who had grown up together, she immediately understood what he meant. Snap! Yi Ge put his hands together, began to recite the spell silently, and quickly formed hand seals. Forbidden martial arts, breaking through barriers to the limit. Buzz! There was a strange light flashing in Yi Ge's eyes, breaking through barriers to the limit, mobilizing all energy in the body, accelerating cell division and recombination, at the cost of consuming the user's lifespan, forcibly lighting up, and strengthening, the soul power nodes of the body with restricted levels within a certain period of time. In the system's perspective diagram, 3 of the 12 soul power nodes in Yi Ge's body were lit up, emitting a faint golden glow. These 3 nodes represent the Yellow Realm, the Mysterious Realm, and the Earth Realm respectively. But as Yi Ge used extreme barrier breaking, these 3 soul power nodes suddenly turned into colorful forms and emitted an extremely dazzling and bright light. Then Yi Ge raised 2 fingers, closed his eyes, and placed his fingers on his forehead. 30 years of life was consumed. Light up the soul power node of the Sky Realm. Boom. Lifespan remaining, 313-30 equals 283. Then he pointed his fingers at his chest, and consumed another 50 years of his life. Light up the soul power nodes of the 100 Souls Realm. Boom. Life remaining, 283-50 equals 233. The extremely powerful soul energy surged out from Yi Ge's body. The dense soul energy completely enveloped his body. Yi Yulong felt the sudden appearance of amazing soul power and turned to look at his good brother in disbelief. Award, FA? Is there something wrong with his perception, or is he hallucinating? He sensed Yi Ji's extraordinary level had suddenly broken through 2 levels in a row and reached the 100 souls realm. Not only him, but everyone present sensed this alarming situation. At this moment, Yi Gu on the battlefield was like a light bulb flashing dazzlingly in the dark night. It was hard not to be noticed. Yi Qingxin was shocked. How could he suddenly break through 2 levels in a row? She had never seen any skill that could instantly break through one's level. Even if it is burning blood to sacrifice the soul, it still needs a period of time of seclusion and someone to protect it. What on earth did Yi Gu do? Night Owl stood in the distance and looked at Yi Gu, squinting his eyes. It's not just a level breakthrough. The purity of this kid's soul power has also increased a lot. This level of soul power is unheard of among humans. Because Yi Gu practiced the Shangxi soul purification technique, his soul power is extremely pure. His soul power nodes are golden. For ordinary people, even if the soul power nodes they light up are pink, they are already considered to be top-notch. But now, through breaking through the limit, his soul power nodes suddenly reached a colorful state. Lingyao Kingdom, the Empress Palace. Su Yanling was originally lying on the Demon Emperor's throne and dozing off, but suddenly she opened her pair of eyes that were as hot as fire. In her consciousness, she suddenly felt that Yi Ji's lifespan was suddenly decreasing rapidly, but she also sensed that Yi Ji's extraordinary level was suddenly skyrocketing. What is happening? Could it be that this little fellow used the blood-burning soul sacrifice? Su Yanling's beautiful little eyebrows stood up. But that's not right either. Even if it was burning blood to sacrifice the soul, it would still be a small level breakthrough. How could it be possible to break through 2 big levels at once in such a short time? Besides, the child is still so young, and it's not the time when his potential has been exhausted. So why use the blood-burning soul sacrifice? Just when Su Yanling was puzzled, Yi Ji's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Hello, are you there? Yi Gu patted you and poked the holy soul hard him. When her holy soul was touched, Su Yanling subconsciously trembled all over, shrank her body, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Su Yanling, you want to die? Didn't I tell you not to touch my holy soul when you have nothing to do? Night Song, Yi Gu, oh, sorry, I thought you were asleep. I just wanted to wake you up urgently. Su Yanling, what are you going to do? With a straight face, Yi Gu, it's time to pay the rent. Can you lend me the power of the Holy Spirit? Su Yanling, no. What rent? It's not like I want to leave the Holy Soul with you. Angry, Yi Gu, oh, okay, I'll get it myself. Su Yanling. Chapter 304 Flame Exoskeleton. Su Yanling opened her eyes again, the little fist clenched. Hateful, this scumbag brat. When I meet him in real life one day, I will definitely. Su Yanling paused, and suddenly thought of the Blood Clan army that had gathered outside the Great Wall of the Human Empire. Did something happen in the human territory? Su Yanling pondered for a moment, sat up, and raised her finger. A ball of burning flame condensed in front of her and gradually turned into the shape of a TV, and then pictures began to appear. This is, Su Yanling looked at the scene in front of her and frowned. Luoying, she called. A female spirit demon who looked like a maid walked in from outside the palace, bowed respectfully, and whispered softly, Empress, do you have any instructions? Notify Jilin and Fei Yue immediately. Su Yanling said solemnly, the Blood Clan has begun to act. Wang Yan and the old wizard were preparing to leave through the space gate. At this moment, a noisy and sharp mechanical sound suddenly sounded around them. Wang Yan glanced around and was shocked to find that thousands of mechanical birds had appeared in the sky around him and were densely packed. The mechanical birds surrounded him, completely encircling him and the old wizard. At the same time, Wang Yan also noticed Yi Gu on the ground. How could this kid's strength suddenly increase so much? Wang Yan frowned. This little demon is really weird. He seems to be hiding many unknown secrets. Unfortunately, he has to hurry now. He has limited time to control the possessed ghosts and gods, so he must hurry to counterattack the southern border. Otherwise, he really wants to capture this little demon and carefully analyze what's on him. Squeak! Several mechanical birds flew towards Wang Yan. Wang Yan had a blank expression on his face and didn't move. These mechanical birds had not yet touched Wang Yan. When they flew only a meter in front of him, they exploded and disintegrated into mechanical powder, as if they were crushed by some powerful domain energy. You think you can use this little trick of a low-level transcendent to deal with me? Wang Yan was disdainful of boom. At this time, Yi Gu kicked the ground hard. The whole person was like a rocket, his whole body wrapped in soul energy, and he kicked directly into the sky. In a blink of an eye, it flew in front of Wang Yan. Is he crazy? Bai Qing's eyes widened when she saw this. She was also quite shocked when she saw Yi Ji's level suddenly broke through to the 100 Souls realm, but even if he had broken through to the 100 Souls realm, he actually charged at Wang Yan head-on? Humph. Wang Yan saw Yi Gu appear in front of him, and his eyes flashed with contempt. You're looking for death. He raised his hand and released the beast-taming hand. A ball of deep red, scorching flame condensed in Yi Ji's hand. The holy demonic magic, demonic spirit fire, boom. The big red hand and the deep red flame collided in the air. The deep red heat exploded in the air, releasing heat shockwaves in all directions. Yi Ji's figure turned into empty black mist and dissipated. Wang Yan's beast-taming hand was burned by the evil spirit fire and was burned to ashes bit by bit. Demon spirit fire? Wang Yan's pupils trembled. Why can this Yi Gu use the abilities of the spirit demon tribe, and it is the demonic spirit fire that can only be used by the spirit demons who have reached the Sate realm? The old wizard looked around, looking for Yi Ji's location. Yi Ji's figure gathered with the black fog and appeared on the top of another big tree behind Wang Yan and the old wizard. At this moment, more and stronger crimson flames suddenly appeared on Yi Ji's body. The flames condensed into the shape of a nine-tailed demon firefox, overlapping with his figure like a shadow. Moreover, these deep red flames gradually condensed from a gaseous state into a solid entity on his body surface. In the end, it was like a deep red flame exoskeleton, sticking tightly to Yi Ji's skin. Yi Gu took a look at his body, then raised the corners of his mouth slightly and smiled secretly. As a result, this arrogant and sharp-tongued spirit demon queen finally lent him her power. The old wizard looked at Yi Ji's condition and said slowly in a hoarse voice, Sir, this Yi Gu should be the guy who stole the holy soul that the vampires wanted in the 100 Souls forest last time. It seems that the holy soul should really be in his body, and he has successfully controlled it. How is it possible? Wang Yan said with a gloomy face, that is the holy soul of the empress of the spiritual demon clan. How can a low-level extraordinary person, a brat who is still wet behind the ears, control the power of the holy soul realm? Isn't this an international joke? Logically speaking, if Yi Gu, a low-level transcendent, really swallowed the holy soul, he should have been burned to death by the backlash on the spot. Although I don't know how this little guy did it, it seems to be the case now. The old wizard said, look at Yi Ji's body. He can even control the holy soul flame to materialize and form an exoskeleton armor around his body. If he hasn't already controlled the holy soul, how could he do this? Wang Yan was speechless. Although this little fellow cannot fully exert the power of the holy soul at his current level, the old wizard said, the demonic spirit fire cannot be extinguished. Once this fire touches something, it will burn everything it touches until it is reduced to ashes. That is to say, even though the burning damage per second of the demonic spirit fire controlled by Yi Gu is very low, it cannot be extinguished anyway. Once it touches you, the flame will burn you for a year and will eventually kill you. Even though Wang Yan has a lot of health as a person in the apocalypse realm, he cannot underestimate this power. Wang Yan cursed inwardly. I knew that these demonized people of the Yi family are a bunch of troublesome people. There's no time to waste here with him. Snap! Wang Yan put his hands together and said, Beast Master summoning, neighboring red bird. Following a sharp bird cry, a huge bird with a wingspan of more than 30 meters and covered with red feathers suddenly appeared behind Wang Yan. Yi Gu could see that Wang Yan had no intention of fighting with him and just wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. Yi Gu, Shuer. Gao Xinxue, got it. Gao Xinxue was controlling the computer on the ground. Thousands of mechanical birds rushed towards Wang Yan and the old wizard at the same time, surrounding them. When they were a few meters away from Wang Yan and the others, they detonated themselves at the same time. Boom 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 boom. Chapter 305, Craving for His Body. Boom 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 boom. Thousands of mechanical birds exploded simultaneously around Wang Yan. The sky was filled with flames and smoke. Wang Yan, however, did not move at all and was unharmed. As the domain of a powerful person in the apocalypse realm, it formed an absolute isolation barrier within a 1-meter radius around him, and ordinary explosion shocks could not cause any harm to him at all. Wang Yan looked at the thick smoke that lingered for a long time due to the explosions around him, and thought that Yi Gu should know that this kind of attack would not work on him, but he still did it. Isn't it said that this little devil has a very high IQ? Why waste energy on such an obviously useless attack? At this time, Wang Yan suddenly discovered that Yi Gu on the ground had disappeared. Where did this kid go? The holy demonic magic, demonic spirit fire. At this time, Yi Ji's figure suddenly appeared with the surging black fog around him. Wang Yan's pupils shrank. When was he? This kid was approaching, but he didn't even sense it. Oh yeah, taking advantage of the fire and smoke produced by the explosion of more than 1,000 mechanical birds, the black mist transformed from the crows was mixed in with the gray-black smoke, making it impossible to distinguish them. Then they were transformed into the entities of Yi Ge to achieve the effect of approaching without anyone noticing. This kid is really cunning. Yi Ji's eyes were calm, and Wang Yan's reflection was reflected in his dark pupils. In his hand, he held a ball of deep red enchanting spiritual fire, and he slapped it towards Wang Yan and the old wizard. Roar! The evil spirit fire roared and came, and during its flight it transformed into the shape of a nine-tailed firefox running in the air, and pounced towards them to bite and tear them apart. Wang Yan and the old wizard immediately dispersed in two different directions. Even high-level transcendents like them dare not be touched by the flame formed by the holy soul. The old wizard, with wrinkles all over his face and wearing a black wizard robe, made several hand seals with his hands and cast a spell. Quickly! 5th level magic, dimensional shield. I saw a cube-shaped extra-dimensional space quickly unfolding. The evil spirit fire hit the dimensional shield and was directly sucked into the other dimensional space and disappeared. Yi Ge raised two fingers at the same time. Darkspawn, Doomsday Curse. Hundreds of crows emerged from the black fog, flapping their wings. Buzz. A dazzling black light burst out in the air. Gao Shinxue, Bai Qing, Li Shuang, Yi Yulong, Yi Qingxin, and others on the ground couldn't help but squint their eyes, unable to open them completely because of the strange black light. The Doomsday Curse hit Wang Yan and the old wizard at the same time. However, the lasting effect of this move on the old wizard was only 0.1 seconds, just like the previous one on Bai Jian. But for Wang Yan, the effect only lasted for 0.01 seconds. What? Wang Yan frowned. He felt as if something had just entered his body. However, because it lasted for such a short time, he didn't even feel anything before it disappeared, but he knew it was definitely not a good thing. At that moment, he felt as if his body was under a spell and all his soul power was lost. 3rd level beast taming skill, beast taming hands. Wang Yan didn't care about anything and raised his hand to grab Yi Ge, but Yi Ge retreated quickly, throwing out another ball of evil spirit fire, and then immediately turned into empty black mist and escaped a certain range. Wang Yan cursed in a low voice, "Flexible Loach. But just escape if you want." He had no intention of wasting time with him. After he takes over the southern border, he will come back to settle the score with this little devil. If this kid is still alive by that time. Wang Yan snorted coldly, turned around and went into the space door. The old wizard looked at the Yi family and others below, and then followed them into the space gate. After the two entered the door, within a few seconds, the space door slowly shrank and disappeared. A few seconds later, Yi Ji's figure appeared on the ground along with the swirling black mist. Yi Ge looked at Wang Yan and the old wizard who had disappeared into the sky. Or let them run away. Oh, Yi Ge looked at his palms and the holy soul armor burning on his body. The demonic spirit fire is still fire after all, and it has the same problem as the previous fireball technique. The trajectory is too slow. Maybe next time I can try the same method I used to modify the fireball spell? It's going very smoothly. Gao Shinxue came over at this time. Yeah. Yi Ge smiled faintly, patted his pants and stood up. It seems that Wang Yan and the others didn't notice it. How are you? Gao Shinxue tilted her head. Yi Ge, it's okay, not hurt at all. Logically speaking, fighting against an Apocalypse Realm expert at such a close distance, with such a huge level gap, even if Wang Yan didn't touch him, the power of the domain would be enough to smash him to pieces. But the exoskeleton armor condensed from the holy soul power burning on Yi Ji's body protected him, allowing him to remain unharmed even when he was in close combat with a powerful man from the Apocalypse Realm and the Shura Realm at the same time. Yi Ge paused, then looked up at the place where Wang Yan and the old wizard in black robe had just disappeared, squinted his eyes, and seemed to be thinking about something. That old wizard in black robe just now is not simple, a space magician who can actually cast dimensional shield. This kind of ancient and extremely difficult magic is a skill that can only be learned by space magicians who possess SSS-level magician talent and a magic learning ability of more than 80 points. Oh yeah, SSS-level magician talent? Yi Ji's eyes suddenly lit up. The forbidden magic soul detonation that he had learned before was also a skill that could only be learned by those with at least SSS level 80 points of magic learning ability. Although Yi Ge knows this trick, of course he can't use it himself. So, Yi Ge had a bold idea in his mind. Slurp, slurp. Yi Ji's eyes suddenly lit up and he licked his lips. He suddenly felt a little greedy for the old wizard's body. We must find a chance to seize his body, must. Oh, what a pity. Yi Mingyu popped up at some point. But Xiaoge, you were so cool just now. You actually dared to confront the Apocalypse Realm expert head-on. Hey, but how did you break through to the 100 Souls realm just now? What's that burning flame armor on your body? Yi Ge didn't know how to answer this question. Boom. Yi Yang kicked a strange beast that was more than 10 meters tall and sent it flying. Fuck, you guys are just chatting? Yi Yang gritted his teeth and said, the fight isn't over yet. Although Wanyan escaped, there are still countless groups of strange beasts and at least thousands of ghosts in the Yi family camp. Yi Ge jumped up, stood on a tree and looked around. On the distant horizon, one can see a black mass of countless strange beasts. How many exotic animals did Wanyan raise for his demonization experiments? It seems. Got to use that thing. Yi Ge downloaded his Disha talisman from the system inventory. Chapter 306 Blood Prison Tornado Mountain. Item, Earthly Evil Talisman Quality, Red Introduction. After use, you can select a large area to summon the extremely powerful and high-frequency eruption of the Earthly Evil Fire. Allied units are immune to the damage of the Earthly Evil Fire. Yi Ge held up the Earth Demon Talisman with 2 fingers and after silently reciting a few spells, the Earth Demon Talisman flashed with purple lightning and was thrown into the air. Boom. As the roar suddenly sounded, many people in the camp shuddered. What's that sound? Yi Yulong frowned. Then, the Earth Demon Talisman transformed into a huge energy wave, creating lava-like purple patterns on the ground, and then spread out in all directions at an astonishing speed. Boom. Boom boom boom. In an instant, countless purple lights exploded into the sky, and wherever they went, the ground cracked, the tents were destroyed, and the whole place was in a mess. As for those strange beasts that were impacted by the energy of the Earth Demon, the weaker ones were blown into pieces on the spot, while the stronger ones were also blown into pieces after being sprayed by the Earth Demon several times, and those ghosts were all turned into ashes in an instant and dissipated into the air. This is, Yi Qingxin looked at the scene in astonishment, then the patterns of the Earth Demon appeared under her feet. Yi Qing was shocked. The area of the Earthly Evil's eruption was too large, and she couldn't avoid it at all, so she had no choice but to cross her arms, condense her soul power, and form a protective barrier outside her body. However, the purple evil fire gushed out from under her feet, but did not hurt her at all. Yi Qingxin was stunned for a moment and opened her eyes. She was standing in the earthly flames at this moment, but her body could not feel any temperature. The gushing purple flames around her seemed to be just special effects and did not cause any harm to her at all, but the strange beasts not far from her were blown to pieces one by one. Earthly Evil Talisman? Night Owl raised an eyebrow. How could this kid have such a thing? Could it be that Principal Lan Mi gave it to him? After thinking about it, Yi Xiao felt that this was the only possibility. Red quality treasures are extremely rare in the human realm. Even the royal family has only a few of them. It is definitely not something that a 10-year-old boy like Yi Ge can obtain by chance. Yi Yulong, Yi Yang, Li Shuang, Arthur, and other members of the Yi family breathed a sigh of relief after discovering that the earthly evil fire would not harm them. The evil fire gushed out continuously for 5 minutes. All the strange beasts in the camp had been blown to pieces, except for Bai Jian. This guy, with the strength of Shura realm, avoided all the eruptions of earth energy, but still fought with the Shadow Warriors. What was that just now? So amazing, Yi Yang couldn't help but sigh. Yi Mingyu raised her foot and kicked the arm of a strange beast that was blown off. Now, we have finally solved all these monsters. No, Yi Ge stared into the distance with a serious expression. Not yet. The ground shook again, the sound of beasts running wildly. On the distant horizon, at least tens of thousands of strange beasts and ghosts appeared, and Wanyan's army, they obviously also broke out of White City. Hiss, Arthur gasped. How many are there? Night Owl narrowed his eyes and sneered. That's enough. He can handle the rest. The Night Owl slowly floated up into the air, clasping his hands together to condense his soul power and demonic energy. The red soul power and the black demonic energy swirled around the Night Owl's body. A ball of energy flame formed and enveloped Night Owl's entire body. The entangled energy rises and falls like blood. The terrifying airflow fluctuations made the earth tremble. Buzz buzz buzz, buzz buzz buzz. The earth cracked. The rubble on the ground floated into the air. The air seemed to be boiling. The strange beasts and ghosts that were running towards them madly could not stand steadily because of the shaky ground. Bai Jian also stopped temporarily and looked up at the sky. This time, the Night Owl is above the sky, just like the solar black hole in the sky. 8th level demonic ability. Night Owl's eyes turned pure black, and the air currents around him became stronger and stronger. Blood Prison Tornado Mountain. In an instant, with the Night Owl as the center, the black and blood-colored energy airflows in the sky connected with the airflows formed on the ground, forming a demonic tornado that connected the sky and the earth and was at least several thousand meters high. The black and blood-colored air currents formed an extremely strong storm, which lifted countless strange beasts, ghosts, and Wang and soldiers on the ground into the air. Boom! Hurrah, hurrah! Crack, crack, crack! Big trees were pulled up and rolled up one after another. Cracks appeared on the ground, and tents, big trees, and stones were all blown away. Yi Gu and the others could hardly stand still due to the shaking, but the air storm of Night Owl was obviously targeting people and would only sweep up the strange beasts, demonized humans, and ghosts. Oh my god, Duan Yi lay on the ground and tried to grab the ground, terrified. Is this really the power of human beings? Wang Meng stammered. If we hadn't surrendered before, would we have still planned to fight this man? Others, Yi Ji's hair was also blown into a mess. He raised one hand to cover his eyes, squinted, and barely saw the tornado clearly. If you look closely, you can see that it is not strictly speaking a tornado at all. The tornado, which was several thousand meters long, connected the sky and the earth, and was as shocking as swallowing the heavens and shaking the earth. Although the black and blood-colored terrifying airflow energy was flowing, it was almost close to being a solid entity. It should be said Tornado Mountain. Tens of thousands of strange beasts, ghosts, and demonized humans flew into the air with the airflow. The moment they were sucked into the tornado, they were crushed to pieces by the high-intensity materialized demonic energy. The rotating Tornado Mountain was like a huge crusher connecting heaven and earth. Everything that was sucked up would shatter at the touch of a finger, and after being shattered, it would be directly vaporized by the energy flow, leaving no residue. Good fellow, Yi Ge thought to himself. Although I have seen this move in the game plot CG, it is still more exaggerated when I see it with my own eyes. It is just like a Doomsday special effect. In the game's plot, this move can instantly kill 3 powerful warriors of the 10,000 races in the Apocalypse realm on the 10,000 races battlefield, although after that battle, Night Owl died because his soul power and magic power were exhausted. Chapter 307. Not as cute as before. The roaring sound from the blood-red Tornado Mountain that connected heaven and earth was deafening. Like the roar and roar of a giant dragon, the impact range of this move was too large. The smoke column that was thousands of meters long connecting the sky and the earth continuously swallowed the surrounding air and objects. All the enemy units within a radius of several kilometers were sucked in and swallowed by it. The White City soldiers' screams of fear, cries for help, the sounds of flesh and blood exploding, and the sounds of weapons being crushed by air currents, were all completely covered up by the terrifying howling airstorm sound effects. The blood-colored color that was swirled into Tornado Mountain along with the demonic energy and soul power could no longer be distinguished as the color of blood or soul power. Bai Jian stayed on the ground for a long time, but was eventually swept away by the powerful air vortex. He was sucked into the interior of Tornado Mountain. He was also the only one who saw the situation inside the storm vortex of the blood prison Tornado Mountain. Bai Jian tried hard to open his eyes. Under the strong airflow, almost all living things will be twisted and torn into blood the moment they are sucked into the tornado. The Night Owl's black demonic energy and blood colored soul power intersected with each other, and the 2 air currents rotated in opposite directions at the same time, forming an effect similar to a meat grinder. An ordinary flesh and blood body could not withstand this terrifying power. The armor on Bai Jian's body exploded with a bang the moment he entered Tornado Mountain. It turned into countless shining steel fragments. Then the fragments were quickly crushed into extremely fine steel sand by the airflow. It can be said that he offset some of the power. In addition, his powerful physical strength, which was also at the peak of the Shura realm, prevented him from being shattered into pieces. I saw the Night Owl floating in the center of the vortex inside Tornado Mountain, like a solar black hole in the sky, and it was particularly dazzling in the vortex. Bai Jian's eyes flashed purple. As a demonized man, he did not feel any fear when he saw this scene. Instead, the bloodlust and desire for fighting caused by the demonization made him want to take the initiative to rush up and fight the Night Owl. Unfortunately, although he entered the Tornado Mountain without being torn to pieces, his body was still unable to move. Under the influence of the strong airflow, it was already very difficult for him to open his eyes. Oh, there's still one person alive. Night Owl looked at him with interest. As expected of you, you are the #1 general in the southern region. Your physical strength is really amazing, right? Roar. A low, beast-like demonic roar came from Bai Jian's throat, and a strong demonic aura emanated from his body. Relying on the power of the devil, he finally managed to move 5 centimeters under the strong airflow. Night Owl narrowed his eyes. Poor guy. As he spoke, he slowly raised his hands. Boom. Above the earth, the cyclone gradually weakened, the storm gradually died down, the blood-red tornado mountain that swallowed the sky and the earth gradually weakened from a materialized mountain entity into a whirlwind airflow, and then slowly disappeared. The sky, which was covered with dark clouds, finally gradually dispersed and the moon reappeared. Bai Jian fell vertically to the ground from thousands of meters in the air. There was a loud bang. It fell heavily to the ground, creating a huge deep pit. Elder brother! Bai Qing exclaimed and ran over quickly. Duan Yi, Wang Meng, Lei He, and several of Bai Jian's subordinates also rushed over. Yi Ge looked up. I saw the night owl floating in the sky with one hand behind its back, and then slowly falling from the air. There were tens of thousands of soul-like black spirits hovering in the sky. These spirits held long tails like tadpoles. After circling in the air for a while, they were all sucked over by the night owl and entered his body. It seemed like something was absorbed by him. What is that? Yi Mingyu asked in confusion as she looked at the scene. Yi Yilong grinned and smiled softly. It's Uncle Yi Zhao's demonic talent. Yi Mingyu was at a loss. Magic talent? Everyone in the Yi family has a special demonic talent. For example, Yi Gu and Yi Yulong can transform into demon forms, and Yi Xingxiong can rely on women to increase his magic power. The demonic talent of the night owl is that it can devour other demonic creatures. As long as you kill a biological unit with magical attributes, you can devour some of his power in life and increase your own magic power. It is precisely because of this talent that Yi Xiao has become the youngest Shura level peak powerhouse in the human empire. Yi Ge looked at the tens of thousands of black spirits floating in the sky, all of which were sucked over by the night owl. Even within the Yi family, few people knew the specific effect of Yi Zhao's demonic talent, and Wang Yan certainly didn't know either. As a result, they actually sent tens of thousands of demonized beasts to face Night Owl. Yi Ge thought, this time, he really enjoyed it. The enemy boss was afraid that our big brother would develop too slowly. So he specially gathered a bunch of monsters for him and sent them to his door. He really made me cry. Don't be too considerate. Yi Ji's pupils flashed with the light of technology as he checked Night Owl's attribute panel. I saw that Night Owl's upgraded experience bar had reached September 10th, and he was basically only one step away from breaking through the apocalypse realm. The Night Owl absorbed the magic power of tens of thousands of demonized beasts and slowly fell from the sky. Yi Xiao walked up to Yi Gu, glanced at him, and blinked. How is your dad? Is he handsome? Yi Gu, if you didn't say that, I would still think you were pretty handsome, but now that you've said it, it's ruined. You little brat, you're not as cute as before. Yi Xiao put his big hand on Yi Ji's head. The two of them slowly came to Bai Jian again. Bai Jian was lying on the smashed ground. His armor had been shattered and disappeared, his clothes were tattered, and even his flesh was in many pieces. There was even a huge gap on his chest, through which one could directly see the internal muscle tissue and even the white bones. However, from the missing parts of his body, a faint purple demonic energy was emanating, maintaining the connection between his flesh. Bai Qing, Duan Yi, and several others were surrounding him worriedly. He's not dead yet. Night Owl said leisurely. What a tenacious fellow. Bai Jian suddenly opened his eyes, which were emitting a faint purple light. Roar. He roared with a devilish voice and directly knocked away Bai Qing, Duan Yi, and others around him. He pounced on the Night Owl madly. A Night Owl had no expression on his face and didn't move at all. Shuashwashu of more than a dozen black chains were swung at the same time. Crack. 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 The chains suddenly tightened, tightly binding his limbs. This time, no matter how Bai Jian struggled, he could no longer break free from the control of the Shadow Warriors. Chapter 308 100 Years of Planning. After Night Owl used this move to gather monsters and clear the screen, the battlefield was completely clean. Although the entire forest and plain had been turned into a mess by him and the topography had been completely changed by him, there was indeed not a single enemy unit left. With just one move, tens of thousands of monsters and soldiers were wiped out. Send all the wounded to medical attention. Yi Gu instructed the people below. Those strange beasts just now were all demonized creatures. We must deal with them quickly to avoid the possibility of demonic infection again. Yes. A soldier went down and did it immediately. Shu Ying. Yi Ge turned his head and said, go clean up the battlefield and see if there are any fish left behind. Okay. Li Shuaying nodded, turned, and left. What should we do with this guy? Yi Yulong asked with his arms folded, looking at Bai Jian, who was controlled by the black iron chain. Yi Qingxin said, he has been demonized. Except for our Yi family, other humans' physiques cannot withstand the erosion of the demonic energy on their cells, nor can they control the magic power independently. Keeping him alive is torture, so kill him. No. Bai Qing bit her lip and looked at Yi Gu eagerly. Don't kill my brother, please, Yi Gu. Bai Qing knelt down slowly. Duan Yi, Lei He and the others showed astonishment. Bai Qing knelt down and slowly moved in front of Yi Gu, stretched out her hand and pulled the corner of his clothes, her voice trembling. Please, I can promise you anything. Yi Gu, Bai Qing pursed her lips and said pitifully, even if you let me be your little wife, I can do that. Gao Shinshue next to him? Yi Gu? Yi Ji's mouth twitched. You think I'm easier to talk to, right? Bai Qing, yeah. Unfortunately, you are mistaken. I will never change my principles just because of others' requests. Yi Gu said lightly, then turned to look at Ji Shao. What do you think? Night Owl touched his nose and said, I still have some use for him. I want to ask him something, but, roar. Bai Jian once again let out a ferocious, demonic roar and tried desperately to break free from the chains. The saliva almost sprayed on Night Owl's face. Night Owl spread his hands, but seeing how irrational he is, I guess he can't answer my question. Yi Gu paused, tilted his head and said, if you just want him to regain his sanity temporarily, I do have a way. Night Owl raised an eyebrow. Oh? Yi Gu, but we need to wait until a friend of mine arrives. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp cry of a dragon eagle was heard from the sky. Dozens of dragon eagles flew in from the sky and slowly landed in front of Yi Gu and the others. Yuli, dressed in a blue wizard robe, jumped down from the back of one of the dragon eagles. With him came several other Yi family warriors and the half-orc Mungo. The big guy was holding a mace in his left hand and a huge axe in his right hand. He looked around curiously and said in a rough voice, my goodness, what kind of battle has taken place here to be so brutal? I have never seen such a brutal battlefield in the orc tribe before. Young Master Yega. Yuli came to Yega. You came just in time. Yi Gu said, is the anti-magic inhibitor ready? Yuli took out a potion from the sleeve of his wizard robe. Yi Gu took the potion, came to Bai Jian, and injected him with a needle in the neck. Bai Jian, who was originally manic, quickly calmed down after being injected with the medicine, and gasped with his chest heaving. The pair of eyes that emitted a faint purple light gradually dimmed and returned to normal. Night Owl raised an eyebrow at this potion. Then he looked at Yuli again. Is this little girl an alchemist? Brother? Bai Qing called Bai Jian's name tentatively. Bai Jian's pupils gradually focused, and he raised his head to look at Yi Gu and others. It seems that sanity has returned. Yi Gu said, however, this is only a temporary recovery. Yuli's anti-magic potion can only be used on people who have been contaminated by demonic energy recently. People like Bai Jian have had their bodies completely corroded by the blood of darkness, becoming deeply demonized. The anti-magic potion can only make him temporarily sober, allowing him to regain his humanity for a short time. How is it, General Bai Jian? Yi Shao looked down at him and said, do you know who you are? Bai Jian looked at Night Owl and said weakly, are you Night Owl? It's me. Night Owl chuckled, now you should know what kind of person your master, who has been working so foolishly for you, is, right? Bai Jian, but I don't have time to mock you now. Night Owl looked into his eyes and said, let me ask you, where is the launch vehicle for the escape gate that Wang Yan ordered people to build? The launch vehicle of the escape gate? Yi Yang was puzzled. What is that? Yi Gu said softly, so far, no human extraordinary person has been able to control the extraordinary power of space attributes very stably and for a long time. Even if they are space magicians or psychics, they can only open a small and short-lived space door like the old wizard just did. If you want to control large-scale space teleportation, you must rely on the power of technology to assist and maintain it. Yi Yang was half confused and half understood what he said. He looked at Yi Gu with a complicated expression. How come you know everything? Night Song, the importance of reading more. Yi Yang, that's right. Night Owl said calmly, I have just received intelligence from my family. At least 30 space gates have appeared in various areas of the southern border. Nicholas's Blood Clan army has invaded the human territory through these space gates. When everyone heard this, they all showed a look of astonishment. Wang Yan opened so many large space gates that could transport hundreds of thousands of troops. It is absolutely impossible that he relied on the power of only one or two space-based extraordinary people. Night Owl's eyes were calm, but his voice was cold as he said, Wang Yan was the ruler of the southern territory before. He must have taken advantage of his status as the Duke of the Southern Territory to build technological devices in several places in the Southern Territory that can help stabilize the power of space runes. These devices are like signal towers, allowing the space gates in the Southern Territory to be directly connected to places outside the Empire's territory. Moreover, this kind of technological device is a huge project, and it would take at least 100 years to build. The same goes for those demonized beasts. Demonized creatures should not be controllable by humans, but except for Bai Jian, those demonized creatures almost all obeyed Wang Yan's orders obediently. It is obvious that Wang Yan has studied the blood of darkness for a long time and found a way to control these demonized creatures. It now appears that Wang Yan had been planning a rebellion for a long time, starting 100 years ago. Chapter 309. This is a long story. Everyone present gasped. I originally thought that Duke Wang Yan's rebellion was the result of his dirty deeds being exposed and he was forced into a desperate situation. I didn't expect that he actually had ambitions for a long time. Bai Qing said beside him, "Brother, now you know what kind of person you have been loyal to." Bai Jian remained silent. Wang Yan just opened the space gates in various places in the southern border in Baicheng, which means that there must be a space energy conduction device built by Wang Yan in Baicheng. Yi Shao narrowed his eyes and asked him, "General Bai Jian, as the highest level general in Baicheng, you should know some inside information, right?" Bai Jian paused and said, "Wang Yan didn't tell me about the spacegate device. But I can roughly guess where he built it. I once saw many people transporting supplies to a location in Baicheng." "Very good." Night Owl nodded, "Then please lead the way." Yi Shao, Yi Ge and others led the army into Baicheng. Wang Yan and the old wizard ran away, and his troops chased them out. They were sent into the sky by Night Owl with one move, so the city gates were wide open and there was almost no defense. The Yi family's army entered the city almost in a swagger. I didn't expect that it would be so easy to break through the city gate in the end. Yi Yulong said, however, after entering the city, many strange beasts and ghosts appeared. Yi Qingxin said, "It seems that Wang Yan still left some tails." Yi Yulong sneered and jumped up from the frost wolf's back. He grabbed a huge bear-like beast with both hands. He tore his mouth in two with his bare hands. Yi Yang, Yi Ming, Yi Zhuang, and other younger generations of the Yi family also started taking action. Yi Ge rode calmly on the back of the frost wolf, walking slowly behind with Yi Shao, Gao Shenxue, Yu Li, and others. At this point in the southern border war, he no longer needs to compete for battle points. There was no need for him to deal with this little monster himself. The Night Owl glanced at him and said, "How many secrets do you have left?" "Yeah?" Yi Ge blinked innocently. "Stop trying to be cute. You know what I'm talking about. You even hid it from your father, didn't you?" Night Owl curled his lips and said, "What's going on with your demonic spirit fire? Why does this kind of fire, which can only be controlled by a sane spiritual demon, appear on your body?" Yi Ge scratched his face with his fingers. "Well, it's a long story. Night Owl, the earthly evil talisman you just used is a red quality treasure talisman, right? Who gave it to you?" Yi Ge, this may take a longer time to explain, and more." Night Owl frowned. "Just now you broke through from the Earth realm to the 100 Souls realm in one go. What forbidden technique did you use? Where did you learn it? Did the principal of the War Academy teach you? This technique should be extremely harmful to the body, right? Why did that woman teach you everything?" "Yi Ge, it may be hard to say." Night Owl, Pan, Yi Ge, why don't you just stop asking? Night Owl, Yi Ge, otherwise, I'll have to think of ways to make up lies to deceive you, which is quite troublesome. Night Owl, damn you. Yi Shao stretched out his hand and pinched Yi Ji's face. After thinking for a while, he retracted his hand and crossed his arms. "Forget it. How long can you maintain your current 100 Souls realm strength?" Night Owl frowned with some worry. "Are the side effects serious?" Yi Ge thought about it and said, "About a day or so." The first time he used the extreme barrier breaking, Yi Ge did not break through too many levels at once, but only improved 2 major levels. If he maintained his position in the 100 Souls realm, he could still barely maintain it for a day. If one breaks through to the 1000 Souls realm, not only will it consume more lifespan, but it can only last for about half a day. If you go higher, the time you can maintain will be shorter. As for the side effects, don't worry too much. Yi Ge said, "I have my own way to replenish them." With the existence of the system, Yi Ge is not worried about lack of lifespan in the game. There are many props that can replenish the character's life. In future versions of the missions, there will also be special missions that are specifically designed to earn life points for the characters. So Yiga was not panicked at all. If you know what's going on, that would be the best. Seeing how confident he was, Yi Shao felt relieved. One strange beast after another fell to the ground under the cleanup of the Yi family. The city was in a mess. The once tall buildings were now only broken into pieces and in ruins. Various mutilated corpses lay scattered on the streets. Roar. Mungo rushed to the front with a big axe and a mace, uttering the war cry of the orcs and killing many strange beasts along the way. He arrived late just now and the battle ended before he could join, so now he wants to kill to his heart's content. Ha 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 ha, how refreshing. After Mungo chopped down another strange beast, he laughed out loud and said, "It's been a long time since I fought a battle." At this time, he sensed that there seemed to be something behind the ruined wall of the building behind him. Who else is hiding there? Come out now. Mungo turned around, and his huge body slammed into the broken wall like a tank. Then he subconsciously swung his axe out. A little girl was sitting shivering in the corner of the ruins, her face pale and her body covered in blood, looking at him in horror. The blood-stained axe suddenly stopped 10 centimeters in front of her. Menga took back the axe and scratched his head. Why is it a person? Yiga glanced at her calmly, then rolled off the Frostwolf's back, threw a cloak over the girl, and asked softly, "Where are your parents?" The girl didn't say anything. Maybe she was too scared to speak. She just turned her head and looked in one direction. There, lying 2 incomplete bodies. Yiga was silent for a moment, waved his hand, and 2 female swordsmen came over and took the girl away. Arthur said, "Strange, why did it become like this? We didn't attack the city, why does it seem like someone has been slaughtered here?" Gao Shenshua said calmly, "Look at the cracks on the ground. The demonic beasts Wang Yan summoned just now should not only be summoned to the plain where our camp is located. There must be many beasts in various places in the southern border and in White City." Li Shuang was surprised. "So, these people were, yeah." Yiga said, "They were probably torn into pieces by the demonic beasts that came out. There may be more that have been swallowed." Yuli pursed her lips gently. "How pitiful!" Li Shuang was furious. He even fed the people of his own city to the beasts. Wang Yan is such a heartless guy. Bai Jian, who was not far away, heard this and felt mixed emotions. He looked at the devastated White City destroyed by the strange beasts and felt an indescribable feeling. After all, this is where he grew up. He has lived here ever since he was adopted by Wang Yan. This is war. Yiga shook his head, trying not to look at the tragic situation in the city, and then looked at Bai Jian. "General Bai Jian, where is the device you mentioned?" Bai Jian said, "It's just in front." Soon, everyone came to an old magician's hut. Some time ago, Wang Yan often stayed here with the old wizard. I went there several times and sensed a special energy there. Bai Jian explained, "I think there must be something inside." Yiga nodded and pushed open the old wooden door of the cottage. A musty smell of rotten wood blew towards him. Yiga pinched his nose, fanned himself with his hands and walked inside. "Wow! What's that smell here?" Mongo also tried hard to pinch his big nostrils and shouted loudly. Yiga walked down the creaking wooden stairs and found a large laboratory here. He waved his hand to have his men search separately, and then he looked around aimlessly. Yuli curiously picked up some bottles and jars on the table, fiddled with some instruments on the lab bench, looked at them carefully, and then said, "The owner here should also be an alchemist as a secondary profession, and he should also be a dark rune master. Yigu, that's for sure, otherwise the dark blood couldn't be transformed into that form." Bai Jian, Bai Qing, Duanyi and his group also followed in. Bai Jian was handcuffed with several layers of iron handcuffs and magic-suppressing iron chains to prevent him from becoming a demon again. Yigu, master. Bai Qing pursed her lips and suddenly said, "I know it may not be appropriate to say this at this time, but," Yiga knew what she wanted to say with his "but," "you want to ask me if there is any way to save your brother?" Bai Qing, "Yeah. Don't think about it, it's impossible." Yigu said. "You?" Bai Qing pursed her lips in anger and grievance. I promised before that I could be your concubine, why are you still?" Yigu was speechless. "It has nothing to do with this, okay?" Then he turned to look at Yuli. "Shaoli, explain to her." Yuli looked at Bai Qing in a daze, wondering how come her brother got another concubine after winning the war in the south. Then she heard Yigu calling her name, and came back to her senses, and immediately explained, I just checked General Bai Jian's physical condition. He was injected with an enhanced version of dark blood, and the gene cells in his body have completely mutated and turned into demons. This is different from ordinary people who are contaminated by demonic energy. The situations of Bai Jian and Chu Chu are completely different. The dark blood used by Xiu Xiu was a mild version specially modified by Bao Bingqing in order to allow her to resist the erosion of demonic energy on her body. Long-term use has allowed her body to adapt to the dark microorganisms. In addition, her special physique and Yuli's inhibitors are the reasons why they can finally coexist peacefully with the demonic power in her body. The dark blood that Wang Yan used on Bai Jian was a powerful drug designed purely to transform him into a demon. It is a rare thing that Bai Jian can remain sane for the time being. Bai Qing pursed her lips. Is there no other solution? No. Yi Gu said calmly, his will be gradually eroded by the dark microorganisms. Now it is probably only 70 to 80%. Until it is eroded to 100%, then any inhibitors will be useless. Bai Qing, forget it, Xiaoqiang. Bai Jian was very calm. I accept this result. Duan Yi, Lei He, and Wang Meng all looked a little sad when they heard this. Yi Gu turned his head and looked at Bai Jian. Oh? As expected of a general, you are still open-minded. But you can't be feeling that there is no point in living because you have been let down by Wang Yan. You are indeed a love-brained person. Bai Jian frowned. How is that possible? But if there is still a chance, I would like to ask Wang Yan a few more questions in person. Also, what does love brain mean? Yi Gu, nothing. Master Yega. Li Shuang came over from another room at this time. We found the secret room. After hearing this, Yi Gu nodded, waved his hand, and led everyone to the room where Li Shuang came from. The night owl was already in this room. He raised his head and looked at the huge rune technology device in front of him. The device emitted a strong blue fluorescence, which reflected on his face and made him squint slightly. Yi Gu and others also walked in, seeing the huge rune technology device in front of him that was 3 or 4 stories high. Yi Gu couldn't help but feel moved. The appearance of this huge rune technology device is like an enlarged version of the interior of a computer case. The main structure of the device is made of a special alloy, and the surface of the metal motherboard is engraved with complex rune energy gathering plates. All the plates are arranged in order, and each component fits precisely. There is a huge energy output port at the bottom of the device, and there are more than a dozen line interfaces as thick as water pipes connected to it. Gao Shinshue's eyes lit up. It was obvious that she was very interested in such technological devices. She immediately went to the control console next to her and started looking around. That's it. Night Owl sneered. They should use this device to assist in opening the space door. It seems that it was the old wizard next to Wang Yan who did it. Yi Gu said, I didn't expect that there is such a genius next to Wang Yan. Maybe it's not a question of whether I'm a genius or not. Gao Shinshue picked up a rune report on the table and flipped through it. For such a large-scale space energy auxiliary conduction device, there is no energy source in the resources that humans have that can stably supply this device to operate. Yi Gu raised an eyebrow, but isn't it running now? Night Owl glanced around the secret room, then he noticed the circuitry of the device, which was connected to a huge, freezer-like object. Night Owl walked over and reached out to open it. Ouch. A shrill and sharp cry was heard. I saw more than a dozen ghost-like monsters crawling out of the freezer and rushing towards Yi Gu and others. Chapter 310, Undead Ceiling. Yi Ji's eyes narrowed suddenly. Undead creatures? How come there are so many undead creatures in this place, and they are not just ordinary undead? Bai Qing was also somewhat frightened. As a ghost tamer, she immediately sensed the peculiarities of these undead spirits. Be careful. These are all Ghost King level undead spirits. There are actually more than a dozen Ghost Kings. Ouch. With an overclocked sharp cry that pierced the eardrums, a Ghost King rushed out with a weapon in hand. The Ghost King was tall and wore tattered armor. His body was a combination of rotten flesh and blue soul. His skin was as pale as milk. The long sword in his hand was also an extremely special weapon. It looked like a completely broken sword, and a strange blue light emanated from the cracks in the fragments. Shua, the Ghost King rushed towards the Night Owl in the front and raised his sword to slash at him. Yi Xiao snorted coldly and stood still without moving an inch. The broken sword of the soul had not yet touched him, as if it was blocked by some invisible demonic barrier. Then Night Owl raised his hand and grabbed the Ghost King's neck. The Ghost King howled again, but this time Night Owl only gave him half a second to scream, and then his scream stopped abruptly because Night Owl just squeezed his fingers and exerted force. His undead body exploded. It turned into a pile of liquid white pulp flowing to the ground, and then turned into undead spirit and dissipated. Several other ghosts, including Wang Yega, Gao Shenxue, Bai Jian, and Bai Qing, rushed over. Bai Jian drew out the Lingsha sword, and with a ding sound, he blocked the sword swing of one of the ghost kings. Then he turned his wrist, picked up the opponent's soul sword, and cut through the ghost king's armor with one sword. This armor, Bai Jian was slightly stunned. Why do you feel so familiar? The aura of these undead is so familiar. Bai Qing raised two fingers, moved his mouth slightly, and silently recited the technique of controlling ghosts. First level ghost control technique, undead soul sealing. Several iron chains for imprisoning the undead suddenly emerged from her sleeves and bound three of the ghost kings. Bai Qing thought, I am the only ghost tamer. It is probably impossible for me to tame so many ghost kings at the same time. First level ghost control technique, undead soul sealing. Yi Gu raised two fingers and also used the ghost controlling technique. Under Bai Qing's astonished gaze, 5 golden chains emerged from Yi Ji's body and bound 5 of the ghost kings. Bai Qing? Yi Gu is actually also a ghost tamer? Isn't he already a psychic, a warrior, and a beast master? No. Even if he practiced more, how many extraordinary professions did he practice? Yi Gu looked at the 5 ghost kings under his control with interest. Come to think of it, I was just worried about not having contracted undead ghosts, but I didn't expect that some would come to my door. So, do you want to sign a contract with me and pledge your loyalty to me, or do you want to just disappear? Ah! The 5 undead warriors roared their souls as they struggled madly. Yi Ji's mind was filled with the cries of souls that were beyond the frequency of human hearing. The piercing sound made him almost dizzy, and a trace of sweat broke out on his forehead. Oh, it's really noisy. A powerful soul energy surged out of his body, yet he is undoubtedly negotiating and confronting the 5-headed Ghost King. The Shangxi soul purification technique was also running inside his body at the same time. Bai Qing also saw what Yi Gu wanted to do. This little guy is crazy. With his strength at the Earth realm, he actually wanted to. No, he is now at the 100 Souls realm, but even if he was at the 100 Souls realm, he actually wanted to tame 5 Ghost Kings at the same time, not to mention 5, even 1 is impossible. The lowest level of the Ghost King level undead is the 6th level undead creature, and the highest level that a transcendent in the 100 Souls realm can contract is only the 5th level ghost. If you act recklessly like this, the Ghost King will retaliate against you. Yi Xiao also noticed Yi Ji's situation and frowned slightly. He couldn't hear Yi Ji's negotiation with the souls of the 5 Ghost Kings, but he could see that Yi Gu wanted to contract them. This is too messy. Night Owl was about to step forward to stop him. However, the next moment, he discovered that Yi Ji's willpower was surging wildly. 5 undead warriors at the Ghost King level were actually suppressed by him. Come here. There was a golden light flashing in Yi Ji's eyes. All the demonic energy and soul energy in his body burst out of his body at the same time. The heavy friction of the soul power made a tearing sound. His body also showed signs of entering a demonic state. A red color like steaming blood slowly appeared around the pupils. Soon it became clear and terrifying, completely covering the entire eye. The skin on the body also suddenly turned into a demonic skin with silver and black colors. Boom. The 5 Ghost King level undead warriors seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying at that moment. Their faces, which were as stiff as dried bones, and their dark, empty pupils, actually revealed an expression of horror. Crack, 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 crack. The 5 golden chains on Yi Ji's body quickly retracted. All 5 Ghost Kings were sealed into his body. The world suddenly became quiet. Huff, huff, huff. Yi Gu was also exhausted. He fell forward as if he had lost strength, and his vision was almost blurred. Fortunately, Gao Shenxue appeared in front of him in time, hugged him, and let Yi Ji's face rest on her shoulder. Bang! The other Ghost Kings were also dealt with by Yi Yulong, Yi Qingxin, Li Shuang, Meng Da, and others. Yi Xiao came over and looked at Yi Gu, who was leaning against Gao Shenxue. What's wrong? Yi Gu seemed to have sudden anemia, and his head felt dizzy, but after resting for a short while, he slowly recovered and smiled. I'm fine. Bai Qing looked at Yi Gu in disbelief. With the strength of the 100 Souls realm, he contracted 5 Ghost Kings at the same time. How on earth did he do that? And his talent as a ghost tamer is even better than mine. Could it be an SSS level ghost tamer? Bai Qing was stunned. What kind of monster is this young master of the Yi family? Chapter 311. About the gods. Yi Yulong and Yi Qingxin stood aside and looked at each other. They naturally also noticed Yi Ji's amazing feat of sealing 5 Ghost Kings by himself. Moreover, it seemed that the 5 Ghost Kings were not forcibly sealed by him in the end, but at the last moment, he willingly established a soul contract with Yi Gu. What happened in that moment just now that made the 5 Ghost Kings show such terrified expressions? Night Owl nodded, and he didn't intend to ask any more questions anyway. The sprat won't say. He turned his head and looked at the others present. Where are the others? Is anyone injured? No. A Yi family warrior responded, there are several top-notch warriors here, and there are only a dozen or so Ghost Kings, which cannot hurt them. That's fine. Night Owl said, but, by the way, why are there so many Ghost King level undead warriors here? I suddenly remembered. Bai Jian seemed to remember something at this time. He paused and said, the armors worn by those undead warriors just now seem to be old models of warrior armor from the early years of Baicheng. Duan Yi was stunned when he heard this. He pondered for a moment and seemed to remember something. It seems to be true. And I remember that this kind of armor is at least 100 years old, right? No wonder it looks so familiar to me. Night Owl narrowed his eyes. It seems that Wang Yan captured the former White City extraordinary warriors and conducted some kind of experiment. After the soldiers died, they turned into ghosts and undead because of their resentment and anger. But why did he do this? Gao Xinxue came to the place where the undead creatures were stored. She looked inside carefully and found many special words on the ground, forming some kind of ritual formation. It seems that this is not just a rune science laboratory. Gao Xinxue said softly, this is also an altar. Yi Ge asked, altar? The characters on the ground are from the gods. Gao Xinxue said, the formation formed by these characters is the altar formation used by humans in ancient times to pray to the gods for strength. Pray to the gods for strength? Bai Qing frowned. Is there any necessary connection between that and the space energy conduction device here? Human power is not capable of operating a space gate of such a large area, such a large range, and such a long distance. Gao Xinxue paused and said, my guess is that Wang Yan captured these warriors here and used their vitality as a sacrifice to the god who controls space in exchange for the power to control space. Li Shuang was very surprised. So, Wang Yan is actually connected to the gods? And he actually used the lives of living people as sacrifices? After he did this, the gods actually responded to him and were willing to give him power? Yi Ge said softly, the gods are high above. They only know that when someone offers sacrifices and prays to them for power through sacrifices, they are in a good mood and have gained the faith value of believers of all races, so they will naturally give power. As for what the sacrifices are specifically, how could they care? Li Shuang had a complicated expression, but, using living people as sacrifices is really inhumane. Aren't gods supposed to be kind? How could they, Upon hearing this, a half-orc Mongo suddenly laughed and said in a rough voice, human girl, if you believe that the gods are kind, then you are too naive. The Protoss is just one of the myriad races on Blue Star. The reason why they are gods is because they won the final victory in the ancient war among all races, so they are high above, controlling all the extraordinary powers in the world, and are the makers of the world rules and order of this territory of all races. Do you think that a ruler who makes the world rules like this can be a kind guy? Besides, what's wrong with using living people as sacrifices? Don't you humans often use living animals as sacrifices? Mongo paused and continued, the reason why you humans think that it is reasonable to use livestock as sacrifices is because you think they are lowly creatures in your heart. But don't forget that your human race is only ranked 93rd among all the races. How much higher do you think your status is than livestock in the eyes of those gods who are ranked first in the gap? Li Shuang was speechless and didn't know what to say for a moment. Yi Ge crossed his arms and said nothing. Oh gods, in fact, as a player of the game map of 10,000 races, he is very clear about the direction of the human plot in future versions. In the long future, countless versions later, the human race will be judged by the gods. The human race developed too quickly, and their terrifying potential was seen as a threat by the gods. As a result, they faced the crisis of genocide. There will be a huge version update in the future, which will almost completely overturn the old maps and copies. Yi Ge still remembers the name of that version clearly. It is called Age of Destruction. The human empire map and various city-states that players are familiar with have all been destroyed. The surviving humans have since embarked on the path of rebelling against the gods. The game also opens the ultimate copy to fight against various gods who control various extraordinary powers in the world. Each copy can have at least 20 players team up, But even so, until Yi Gu traveled to this world, the players in the game had not defeated even the weakest god boss, not even once. Yi Gu let out a deep breath. Of course, these are all things that happened in the future and will not happen until hundreds of years later. It seems that Wang Yan found the altar of the ancient civilization and obtained the method to pray to the gods for divine power. Night Owl said, I didn't expect this. You should know that currently in the Empire, there is only Ji Lian, a divine magician, which means that only the imperial family has the ability to offer sacrifices and pray to. I didn't expect Wang Yan had it too. Bai Jian looked at the corpses of the undead warriors on the ground and frowned slightly. Soon, the bodies of the undead warriors turned into a pool of white water, and then gradually turned into white smoke and disappeared. Yi Yalong looked at Yi Xiao. So what should we do now? Night Owl said slowly, Nicholas's Blood Clan army has already entered the southern border through the Space Gate. If the Blood Clan really occupies the southern border, our night city will not be easy, so we must now find Wang Yan's other several space energy conduction base stations, destroy them all, and then, wait. Yi Gu suddenly interrupted and Night Owl looked at him and asked, what's wrong? Yi Gu did not respond and walked in front of Bai Jian. General Bai Jian. Yi Gu said, let me see your Lingsha sword. Chapter 312, Opportunity to completely control the southern territory. Bai Jian looked confused and didn't understand what it meant. Yi Gu took his Lingsha sword and scanned it with the system. Soon he discovered the gem inlaid in the hilt of the sword. Item, audio stone quality, blue introduction. It can transmit sound over a certain distance. It is used by ancient immortal cultivation sects to transmit sound between low-level disciples. Really, Yi Gu directly picked out the emerald green gem, then he crushed it directly in his hand with a snap. What is that? Bai Qing asked. Audio stone. Yi Gu glanced at Bai Jian and said, someone put this thing on the sword, no doubt to monitor your every move. This sword should be given to you by Wang Yan, right? Bai Jian clenched his fists. Yes, it seems that he has been on guard against me for a long time. This sword was given to him personally by Wang Yan more than 100 years ago after he stood out as the first in Wang Yan's Death Warrior training camp. At that time, he was naturally grateful and thought that he had become Wang Yan's most trusted person. I didn't expect it was a tool used to monitor him. Bai Jian's anger gradually grew, his breathing became rapid and heavy, and his pupils flashed a faint purple light again. There is a tendency to enter the demonic state again. Hey, brother. Bai Qing was the first to notice that something was wrong with Bai Jian. She was afraid that her brother would start to turn into a demon and go crazy again. Danny also said nervously, oh no, it's the effect of the dark blood, Big Brother has started again. Bai Qing looked anxious and said to Yi Gu, Master Yi Gu, please find a way to save, state. Yi Gu raised his foot and kicked Bai Jian in the lower body without saying a word. Bai Jian. Bai Qing was stunned, and stammered as she finished the second half of the sentence, save my brother. Bai Jian was furious when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower body. He groaned and his face turned purple. He slowly bent down and couldn't help but hold his lower body. The pupils that were originally demonized and emitting a purple glow immediately returned to normal. Yi Gu, okay, it's under control. Night Owl, Gao Xinxue, others, how is it? Yi Gu tilted his head and looked at Bai Jian. Are you awake? Do you want another cake? No, no need. Bai Jian shook his head, I have recovered. By the way, there is one thing I don't understand. Yi Gu looked at him. Since you said that you came from the Death Warrior training camp, why didn't Wang Yan sign a Death Warrior soul contract with you? In this case, he doesn't even need to use any sweet words to control you. Although a soul contract scroll is very expensive, it is not something that a Duke of the Southern Territory cannot afford, right? Bai Jian was silent for a moment, and said, I don't know either. We were all orphans adopted by Wang Yan, and all of us were thrown into a training camp with a very high mortality rate. After leaving the Death Soldier training camp, I thought Wang Yan would sign a soul contract with me, and I was mentally prepared for that, but Wang Yan didn't do that. What he said was that he didn't regard me as a Death Squad subordinate, but as his adopted son. He wanted to train me as his successor, so he didn't plan to sign a soul contract with me. It is precisely because of what he said that I am so loyal to him. I think if he really just wanted an obedient subordinate, he could have done it with a contract back then. Yi Gu thought for a moment. Oh. Danny shrugged. He said the same thing to us, although I don't know why he didn't use the soul contract to control us directly. Lei He and others also nodded vigorously and Night Owl was amused. This Wang Yan is indeed a scumbag. His tricks to deceive people are always the same, and in the end, some people actually believe that they are the only one. By Jian. By the way, Yi Yang said at this time, now the Blood Clan army has invaded the southern border, and Wang An has also summoned demonic beasts in the major city-states in the southern border. There shouldn't be any problems in Yecheng, right? Night Owl, with your grandpa Yechuan here, what problems do you think could arise? Yi Yang, that's true, but we really should act quickly. Yi Xiao raised his wrist with the watch on it and pressed a button. A projection screen immediately appeared in front of everyone. On the screen, demonized beasts and a large number of ghost-level undead warriors appeared in various cities in the southern border. Space gates also appeared in several cities. The Blood Clan army had already attacked the city, and chaos was in the major cities. However, Marquis White Elephant and his men had just suffered a defeat and had not yet recovered. Currently, only the Night Watch, Demon Hunters, the Psychic Guild, and many other guilds and sects were left gathering manpower and trying their best to resist. If this continues, the Blood Clan army will soon flatten all the cities in the southern border. Night Owl turned off the screen and said, "We have to go back to help." Yiming sneered and said, "The Night's Watch, Demon Hunters, and these famous and upright sects and noble families have always targeted our Yi family. I think they deserve to suffer this time." Yi Zhuang also said, "That's right. In my opinion, we should just ignore them and let them be destroyed." "You can't say that." Yi Xiao yawned. After all, before his death, the first emperor entrusted our Yi family with his help in protecting the empire. That was all when the late emperor was alive. Yi Ming said, "The current second emperor doesn't have a very good relationship with our Yi family. In my opinion, we just need to keep Yi City safe. Who cares if the southern border will be occupied by the Blood Clan? Let the empire clean up this mess itself." Many of the other young people from the Yi clan also nodded, agreeing with this view. "That's really a poor remark." Yi Gu squinted his eyes and glanced at them. "What do you think? What if the Southern Territory changes its name to Yi in the future?" Everyone was stunned and looked at each other. The corners of Night Owl's mouth lifted up slightly, barely perceptible. Why Yi Qingxin's eyes suddenly lit up. "You're right. I think that although the second emperor originally promised that whoever can kill Wang Yan and make the greatest contribution in the chaos in the Southern Territory will be the new Duke of the Southern Territory. But with Long Hai's temper, if our Yi family wins in the end, he is very likely to go back on his word. Now that the Blood Clan army has joined in, it actually gives us the opportunity to truly and thoroughly control the entire Southern Territory. Not bad. It seems there are still some smart people." Night Owl yawned. "Very good, then let's prepare to start the action. Yi Gu, you will be responsible for arranging and directing the next action tactics and plans." "Yi Gu? Mad, it's me again?" The corner of Yi Ji's mouth twitched. "As a coach, you really don't need to use your brain for a moment, right? I have something to do today, so I will only update once. Good night everyone." 3. Diamond Suit. Chapter 313. I will kill you. Then Night Owl scratched his chin with his fingers. "Well, I have a perfect brain, but I don't want to use it if I can." Yi Gu, when Yi Ming heard the conversation between the father and son, he suddenly became anxious. Although Yi Gu has not killed many enemies in this war in the southern border so far, his contribution is undoubtedly the greatest. Several important battles in succession before were all planned by Yi Gu, which made it possible for them to be won so smoothly and easily at such a low cost. And now, Yi Xiao, as his father, is obviously favoring his son and deliberately giving him the opportunity to perform. If this continues, wouldn't Yi Gu definitely win this contest between the younger generations of the Yi family? I don't think this is a good idea. Yi Ming couldn't help himself in the end, and he forced a few smiles, saying, "Although Yi Ji's previous tactics were very successful, even if we let the rest of us take the lead, we may not be worse than him. Yi Gu is still so young, I don't think he should bear such a big responsibility. Brother Yulong, sister Qingxin, don't you agree?" Yi Ming originally wanted to win over Yi Yulong and Yi Qingxin. After all, they are the strongest here. As long as they start to act, the others will definitely express their dissatisfaction. However, Yi Yulong crossed his arms over his chest with a cold look on his face, and he didn't seem to want to speak at all. Why Yi Qingxin also looked nonchalant and ignored him at all. Yi Ming's voice suddenly died in his throat, and he didn't know what to say next. For a moment he became extremely awkward, as if he had turned into a clown, and fell silent. "Okay, have the meeting yourselves." Tell me when there is a result. Yi Xiao yawned again and walked out. Asa result. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Gu, as if no one remembered what Yi Ming had just said. Yi Yulong smiled playfully and said, "Tell me, my dear brother, what should we do next to make the southern territory completely Yi dominated?" Yi Gu looked at Yi Yulong. I always thought that he was the most promising one among the younger generation of the Yi family. Unexpectedly, he had no objection at all to his father letting him take charge of the overall situation. Yi Gu paused and began to speak. The four great dukes of the empire, including Wang An, are so powerful for many reasons. In addition to the most basic things like hard power, they are all powerful people in the apocalypse realm, and they also have a huge number of extraordinary armies, and they control the lifelines of the economy, transportation, and energy of their respective territories. Wang An is the president of the Southern Territory Superhuman Association. Almost all companies, guilds, enterprises, and sects in the Southern Territory have close ties with him. From energy stations, resource points, and mercenary groups throughout the southern border to entertainment venues, auction houses, shops, and train stations in various cities, they are all under his control. Similarly, as long as we control all of these, even if Emperor Longhai hands over the southern territory to some other noble, he will eventually become our puppet. Yi Qingxin narrowed his eyes and said, "You want to take advantage of the Blood Clan's invasion to reshuffle all the forces in the southern border?" "That's right." Yi Gu said. Yi Yulong slowly grinned. "That's a good idea. So, tell me about your specific plan." Yi Gu explained his plan to everyone in detail. After listening to it, everyone nodded and thought it was good. "Okay, let's do as you say. We'll split up." Yi Yulong paused and said, "But what about Wang An? I don't know where that old Biden has gone. He doesn't have many available men now." Yi Gu said, "And I know where he is. I can find him. Just leave the job of killing him to me." Yi Yulong raised an eyebrow. "You know where he is? Why do you know?" Yi Gu smiled slightly, did not answer the question. "Also, about fighting against the vampire army." Yi Gu took out a silver bullet and said, "This is a genetic weapon specifically designed for vampires. It will cause additional real damage to vampire creatures. Ordinary vampire soldiers are completely unable to withstand the power of this weapon. Even mid to high-level vampires will not be able to withstand it as long as our hail of bullets is dense enough and can hit them." Yi Yulong's eyes changed. "Genetic weapons? Why do you have such a thing?" Yi Qingxin was also shocked, and said with a serious expression, "I understand, the weapons used by your civilian soldiers before should also be genetic weapons, right?" "That's right, but that one is for humans, and this one is for vampires." Yi Gu smiled faintly. "As for where it came from, don't ask, just know that this thing is useful." The brothers and sisters of the Yi family looked at each other in bewilderment. Now they knew how Yi Ji's siege speed could have been so fast. "I didn't expect he had such a secret weapon. In a moment, I will have someone distribute this kind of weapon to you. Not only does it have this kind of mithril bullet, but it also has armor for vampires, as well as genetic venom. You can apply it on your own weapons and it will have the same effect." Yi Gu turned his head and looked at Yuli. "Shaoli, you should have brought all the equipment that I asked you to expedite production, right?" Yuli heard this and nodded vigorously. "Yes. I brought them all." Yi Qingxin looked at Yi Gu with a complicated expression. It turned out that he had already arranged everything. Could it be that this little guy had already guessed that Nicholas's blood army would attack the mainland? This is really. Yi Qingxin smiled bitterly in his heart. It seems that in this competition between the younger generations of the Yi family, she can only accept defeat with a sincere heart. Then, Yi Gu walked straight to Bai Jian, took out a bottle of inhibitor and a green pill and handed them to him. "Keep this inhibitor for later use. Take this little green pill now." Bai Jian took a look at the two things in Yi Ji's hand and picked them up. Bai Qing asked nervously, "What is this little green pill?" Yi Gu did not answer Bai Qing's question. He still looked at Bai Jian and said calmly, "You haven't completely turned into a demon yet because the dark microorganisms in your body have not completely corroded your heart and brain. This inhibitor can save you one last time, but if the effect of this bottle ends, you will be beyond help and will completely turn into a demonized person. You don't have the blood of the Yi family, so you can't control this demonic power. You can only become a demonic monster that doesn't recognize any relatives and has no rationality. At that time, I will directly control this goo worm pill, awaken the goo worm parasitic in your heart, and kill you." By Qing, Duanyi, Wang Meng, Lei He and their brothers all had shocked expressions on their faces. Bai Jian looked at Ye Ge with his gray-black eyes and actually smiled. Thank you. It's very troublesome for you. After Bai Jian finished speaking, he swallowed the green pill without hesitation, without changing his expression. Chapter 314 Everyone hid the other side. At this time, all the major cities in the southern border were experiencing a joint invasion by demonized beasts, undead warriors, and blood tribe armies. My Lord Marquis. Something bad has happened. Lord Baron, it's bad. Many strange beasts and undead spirits suddenly emerged from the underground of the city, and the city is in chaos. My Lord Earl. The monsters that emerged from the ground are destroying the city crazily. Many vampire warriors have also rushed into the city, hunting civilians everywhere. The Night's Watch is resisting those dark races, but I'm afraid they won't be able to stop them for long, Mr. Marquis. Currently 561 people have died and 1,028 have been injured in Qingcheng. My Lord Viscount, the Night's Watch is frantically calling for help from us. Should we? Are you an idiot? We were just tricked by the Yi family and had a huge battle with Wang Yan's army. We haven't even recovered yet. How can we fight against the Blood Clan army? But they rushed into our territory with such force. If we don't send troops to suppress these dark races and those monsters, the civilians who don't have time to escape, a bunch of non-supernatural civilians, their lives are worthless. It won't matter if a few of them die. And don't we still have the Night's Watch and demon hunters? Can't we just let them hold on for a while? I fought a fierce battle with Wang Yan's army and was seriously injured. I haven't recovered yet. I'm unnoble. Do you think I have to risk my life for those ordinary people? So, what do we do now? Nonsense. Let's retreat quickly. Anyway, there are civilians who didn't have time to retreat in front to support us. Let's evacuate the city first. Anyway, the royal family will definitely send troops to support us. Let's wait for the support from the Empire to arrive. Just send a 100-man troop to show our support. Let's withdraw immediately. There's no need to risk our lives for a bunch of civilians. Yes, Asen City. First level martial arts autumn wind slash. With a buzzing sound of a blade cutting through the air, Nangong Choyue chopped off the arm of a demonized beast with a very swift sword. However, the demonized beast seemed to feel no pain at all. It let out a ferocious roar, and slapped back with its claws, then slapped Nangong Choyue away. Well! Nangong Choyue flew more than 10 meters away, knocking down 2 street lamps and a bus stop sign on the roadside. The girl rolled to the ground in a mess, covered with wounds. The bun on top of her head also came loose, revealing her long dark brown hair. The girl gritted her teeth and reached for the straight knife at hand. She exerted a lot of effort, but failed to get up from the ground after several attempts. She raised her head and looked at the scene in front of her. The city was severely damaged, with collapsed viaducts, cracked ground, broken glass, shattered advertising signs, and crumbling buildings. Under the dark night sky, various alarms sounded and thick black smoke floated into the air. Dozens of night watchmen and demon hunters are fighting against those demonized beasts. Various martial arts, magic, supernatural powers, bullets, flying everywhere. However, the number of those strange beasts and undead warriors was too large. It's totally irresistible. These monsters. Nangong Choyue finally leaned on the knife, gritted her teeth, and slowly got up from the ground. Where did it come from? Roar. A demonized beast that was over 30 meters tall let out a deafening roar. Nangong Choyue's eardrums hurt and her head was buzzing. Then it raised its huge claws and collapsed a building with just a slap. Then, the strange beast seemed to notice Nangong Choyue here. The big claws stretched out towards her. A huge black shadow covered Nangong Choyue's petite body. Nangong Choyue's pupils shrank. She wanted to use the wind shadow dance to escape, but my leg was injured, so I couldn't use it at all. This seems to be a strange beast in the Thousand Souls realm. The girl's heart fluttered, and she raised the straight knife and held it across her chest. Obviously he was planning to fight this monster. Buzz. At this time, only an almost inaudible buzzing sound was heard. A streak of white light, invisible to the naked eye, flashed across the neck of the giant monster. The strange beast's body froze immediately. A few seconds later, the neck of the strange beast burst with a bang and blood spurted out. It started out as a column of blood, then turned into two, and finally, like a broken water pipe, blood spurted out in a whole circle, and the head fell off. Boom! The strange beast that was more than 30 meters tall finally fell down. Nangong Ru's figure flashed and appeared in front of the girl. The long black trench coat flutters gently. Sister. Nangong Choyua cried out. You crazy girl, you just mess around. Nangong Ru scolded her as soon as he opened his mouth, and said with a stern face, What level are you? You come here to fight against the monsters? You should go to the shelter with ordinary people now. Sister! Are you kidding? Nangong Choyua said, There are only a few night watchmen in the city. They can't stop so many demonized beasts and undead warriors. Although I am not a formal night watchman, I am at least a student of the War College. If I run away, what will happen to those ordinary people? You? Nangong Ru glared at her. How can you, a low-level transcendent in the Xian realm, be of any help? Swish, at this time, more than a dozen extremely fast black shadows flew across the sky, and their shadows obscured the moon and the night sky. Finally, they landed in front of Nangong Ru and others. It turned out to be a dozen vampire warriors. Director of the Human Empire's Night Watch, Nangong Ru? The leading Blood Clan warrior was obviously an officer. He looked at her with contempt and amusement. I didn't expect to see you here. You, the chief of the Night's Watch, actually have to do it yourself. It seems that all of you Night's Watch are guarding the Great Wall. There are not many extraordinary people left in this city. Hee, where are your Imperial troops? They didn't know that our great Lord Nicholas is coming, so they all hid away, right? Nangong Ru bit her lower lip. If only she knew, what on earth is going on with these nobles in the southern border, those bastards who claim to be the army of justice in the White Way. They usually brag loudly, but they all work so hard when fighting the civil war against the Yi family. As a result, when we have to fight a foreign war, now all of them have disappeared. I don't know where they have hidden themselves. Chapter 315 Chaotic Battle. Choyue, you go first. Nangong Ru stared coldly at the vampire warriors, the straight knife in her hand fatally surrounded by amber soul energy. Nangong Choyue bit her lower lip hard with her pearly teeth. She could see that the dozen or so vampires in front of her were all elite Blood Clan warriors above the Universal Realm, and 5 of them were powerful Shura Realm masters. If she stayed here, she would only cause trouble to her sister. So, Nangong Choyue tried hard to stand still, took out a bottle of life potion and drank it. This bottle of life potion was given to her by Yi Gu when she was carrying out the mission in the 100 Souls Forest. The cold medicine went down his throat. She instantly felt her body recovering at an extremely fast speed. It's really amazing. That Yi Gu didn't lie to me. I thought she was just giving me a bottle of disgusting drink to tease me. Nangong Choyue exhaled. Her level was relatively low, and after drinking a bottle of potion, her physical condition recovered quickly. Sister, be careful. After Nangong Choyue finished speaking, she performed the Huifanjiing dance step, and her body turned into a series of afterimages and disappeared. Nangong Ru glanced back and was relieved to see that her sister had left. She focused on dealing with the dozen or so elite vampire warriors in front of her. When the vampire officer saw Nangong Choyue running away, he had no intention of chasing her. The city has been surrounded by them, she can't run away anyway. Director Nangong, why do we need to put up a pointless resistance? The Blood Clan officer said contemptuously, You are just a small group of people, you know very well that you can't stop our Blood Clan army. Just dealing with those strange beasts and ghosts that came out of the ground, you have already tried your best, right? Stop talking nonsense. Nangong Ru said coldly, Come if you wanna die. Hoof. The Blood Clan officer's eyes turned cold, and he said softly, Arrogant woman, wait until you see the power of genetic weapons. I wonder if you can still be tough, superior. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen vampires took action at the same time, spread out their cloaks, and swooped down towards Nangong Ru on the ground at an extremely fast speed. Confucianism and legalism, the soul of 10,000 volumes of books. Song Feng raised 2 fingers. All the words on the 2 bamboo scrolls spread out in front of him suddenly lit up with brilliant golden light. Then, words floated up one by one, and sentences flashed out one by one, settling on the bodies of the undead warriors, tied them up so that they couldn't move. Martial Arts Overlord Fist. Not far away, Scar Tiger struck with unstoppable force, sending a strange beast over 20 meters tall flying. The 2 of them led hundreds of students from the War Academy to fight against the strange beasts and ghosts in the city. People from Yuning Palace are here too. Sha Yushi led more than 500 disciples of Yuning Palace to join the battle to help. There was chaos in the city of various martial arts, magic, and supernatural powers are flying everywhere, screams, wails, and sounds of weapons. Continued, damn, Where on earth have all the Empire's city defense troops gone to? Are they all asleep? Scar Tiger said cursingly. Yet Song Fong said dimly, no need to guess, we know that those nobles must have seen that the situation was not right and hid themselves. The South is in the midst of a civil war. Although Song Fong did not participate in this war, he also obtained some information through certain channels. The Southern Justice League, including several nobles with titles including the Marquis of White Elephant, had just fought a fierce battle with Wang An's army and suffered heavy losses. At this time, those smart nobles must be very clear that if they take action against the vampire army now, they will definitely pay a huge price, whether suppressing strange beasts and ghosts or fighting against the Blood Clan army. It is a losing business for them. These noble lords are used to a good life, and each of them cherishes his life very much. Who would be willing to take risks to protect a group of civilians in the city, so they just send out a few hundred soldiers for show? I'm afraid they want to wait until the reinforcements from the Empire arrive before showing up. The Blood Clan army obviously saw through this, so they took advantage of the civil war in the south to attack. What should we do? Scar Tiger said solemnly, with only these few students from the War College, these disciples from the Moon Condensation Palace, and the few manpower of the Night Watchman in the mainland, we can't stop these invaders at all. Song Fong sighed, if only I knew what to do, teacher Song Fong. Xia Xiao held a staff and retreated to Song Feng's side, panting, there are more vampire soldiers coming over there. Song Fong looked up the eye in the dark night sky not far away. You can see a large black shadow approaching. The scarlet eyes of these black shadows flickered in the dark night, and from a distance they looked like a group of bats. It was not until they got closer that they realized that those flying in the sky were all vampire warriors. They spread their capes and flew over like hang gliders, giving off a strong sense of pressure. At first glance, there were tens of thousands of them. Song Fong took a breath of cold air. These vampires have rushed into the city. It seems that there is no other way. Song Feng's eyes darkened, and the lenses of his glasses reflected the cold moonlight. Prepare for a fight to the death. Lung Yuaning crossed her arms over her chest and looked coldly at the people in front of her. This is a meeting hall. There are about a dozen people sitting in the seats inside the hall, and everyone has an embarrassed look on their face. These people are all members of the Southern Territory Superhuman Association. There is the president of the Psychic Guild, the president of the Magician Guild, the president of the Warrior Guild, the president of the Spearman Guild, as well as several leaders who are usually known as famous and upright sects. They are all well-known figures in the white world. In the past, if you picked any one of these big guys and he sneezed in the Southern Territory, the Southern Territory would tremble, but now, everyone was silent. Everyone's expression was wilted. They looked at each other with their heads lowered. No one spoke, and no one dared to make eye contact with Lung Yuaning. Lung Yuaning's little canine teeth were exposed and she bit her lower lip. She is very angry, as a 1,000-year-old housewife. If it weren't for the sudden change in the southern border, the sudden appearance of hundreds of thousands of strange beasts and undead, plus the hundreds of thousands of Blood Tribe troops attacking the mainland through the space gate, she would never think of coming out of seclusion early and leaving the sect. A few hours ago, as soon as Lung Yuaning heard that something happened in the Southern Territory, she immediately dispatched almost all of her disciples to various cities in the Southern Territory to provide support. But Yuning Palace is just a sect after all, and there are only 2,000 or 3,000 disciples in the palace. How can it possibly stop an army of hundreds of thousands of vampires? So she immediately contacted the noble lords from all over the southern border, as well as all the White Path sects, major guilds, and companies. As a result, no matter whether it was the various lords or the leaders of the sects and guilds, all of them were in the state of no one answered. Lung Yuaning, as an old homebody with a simple mind and only cultivation in her head, of course didn't know the ins and outs of this. She even thought that these modern technology communication devices were broken. So, she used her magic to flash directly to the homes of these managers, wanting to discuss with them the plan to jointly resist foreign enemies. Then we discovered that these famous and upright bosses who usually talked about justice and were righteous were actually all packing up their things at home and wanted to run away. This made Lung Yuaning very angry. They simply arrested them all and brought them together by force. Have you guys reflected on this? Have you figured it out? Lung Yuaning looked at them expressionlessly. Now, are you willing to join my Yuning Palace in resisting the foreign enemies? The president of the Mechanics Association smiled bitterly and said, Palace Master Lang, why are you doing this? The others also sighed softly. Lung Yuaning narrowed her eyes. What do you mean by that? The president of the Magician Association said, "Even if we lead people with you to suppress those foreign enemies, we can't stop those monsters. You can see that all those beasts have been demonized. They are like crazy, completely insensitive to pain and can only attack. It's not worth it for normal people like us to fight with these desperate beasts, right?" A Viscount Lord also echoed, "That's right, who would be stupid enough to fight a demonized creature?" The leader of Daohua sect said, "Yes, Palace Master Lang, the Empire will definitely send top-level extraordinary people and troops to support us. We should avoid their attack and avoid unnecessary sacrifices. When the Empire's reinforcements arrive, we will launch a counterattack." Avoid their attack? Lun Yuaning's voice became even colder. "You extraordinary people, each of you has power and authority, and you have extraordinary abilities. Of course you can withdraw, but what about the people in the inner city? As cultivators, you have to abandon the people who usually offer you sacrifices, and let them be slaughtered by the dark race. Do you deserve your title of righteousness?" There was helplessness on everyone's face. The leader of Tiandi sect said bitterly, "Palace Master Lang, I understand your feelings, but we are willing but unable to do so. Since we clearly know that resistance is suicide, do you want me to send my disciples to die? I can't do it. I brought up all these disciples myself, I can't bear it. You said that the lives of those people are lives, but are the lives of these disciples of mine not lives? My disciples were all brought up by me, and I have a deep relationship with them, but those people are not related to me at all. Why should I use the lives of my disciples to exchange for the lives of those people?" Lun Yuaning frowned for a moment. She didn't know how to refute. The president of the Warrior Guild also echoed, "Yeah, I don't want my guild members to die. Since I'm their president, I have to be responsible for them." "That's right. There are so many forces in the southern border, and they don't go. Why should we go? We didn't do anything. This disaster wasn't caused by us. We just wanted to protect ourselves. What's wrong with that? Palace Master Lang, if any member of my guild died in battle, would you explain to his family? Would you be responsible? If you are not responsible, then how can you talk without any worries?" For a while, various rebuttal voices continued to be heard. Lun Yuaning was overwhelmed. As a girl from an old house, she was not good at communicating with others, so how could she understand the art of debate? Normally, the disciples in the sect respect her very much and listen to her, so whatever she says is what counts, but it's different here. Everyone here is a big shot of the top power in the South Territory. Everyone is equal in status. Why should they listen to your orders? But, if we can stick together, we won't be committing suicide." Lun Yuaning clenched her fists, looked at everyone present seriously and said, "As long as we unite together, we will definitely have a chance of winning. If our human race remains so fragmented, we will be swallowed up by the alien races sooner or later." The president of the Magicians Guild shook his head and sighed, "Who doesn't understand this? The problem is that we are not united now, and we can't be united. Palace Master Lang, think about it, even if you forcefully drag all of us to the battlefield, what will happen? It is impossible for us to trust each other. While we are dealing with the enemy on the battlefield, we also have to think, will any of our allies suddenly run away and sell us out? If something like that really happened, wouldn't those who foolishly stayed and held on become clowns?" The president of the Magician Guild turned his head and looked at everyone in the conference hall. Everyone here may have been kind and righteous in the past, and they have all fought for their passion and for the honor of being a superhuman warrior, but we have all paid a price for this, a price for our innocence, for the justice, kindness, and passion in our hearts, but in the end we were used and schemed against and turned into clowns. So we have no choice but to prioritize our own safety and interests, because we all know that in this era, the strong prey on the weak, and we are the only ones we can trust." The head of the Magician Guild paused after he finished speaking, and looked at Lun Yuaning calmly. "So, I can't let my guild members take risks with your Yuning Palace, even if you force me to go to the battlefield." Lun Yuaning clenched her fists and said solemnly, "So according to you, this situation is unsolvable?" "Yes." The Magician Guild president said calmly, "Unless there is someone in the South Territory who can stand up and possess enough prestige and strength to unite everyone and convince everyone, so that everyone can fight without any worries. But unfortunately, such people no longer exist after the death of the late emperor." Isn't chapter 316 ironic? When the leaders of other forces present heard this, they all nodded and agreed with this point of view. Palace Master Lang, don't be angry. President Bai is telling the truth. An earl said, as the head of the largest immortal cultivation sect in the empire, you have always been pure-hearted and aloof from worldly affairs. The sect is located in a remote mountain forest. No one would bother you, and no one would have a conflict of interest with you. But for us lords and nobles, it's different. We all have our own difficulties. War is not as simple as a fight between practitioners. Once the war starts, money is everything. The wounded soldiers need to be treated, the sacrificed soldiers need to be compensated, resources must be supplied, and we have to bear pressure from all sides. Even so, we must always be careful that if we suffer too much loss after the war, our power and industry will not be swallowed up by other noble lords. The noble circle is more complicated than you think. Don't be fooled by our smiling faces. When we really want to take advantage of the situation, no one will show mercy. When that time comes, no one will sympathize with us. Lun Yuaning was left speechless by the leaders of several forces. Indeed, as the palace master of the largest immortal cultivation sect of the human race, Lun Yuaning has been away from the secular world since she was a child. In her eyes, practitioners should eliminate violence and protect the weak, without so many twists and turns in the world, but she didn't know that there is no pure black and white in this world. Even the most decent people need to eat and save their lives. Even so, Lang Yuaning gnashed her teeth and said, then we must come up with a solution together. Otherwise, are we just going to watch the dark race invade our territory and kill our people? The Magician Guild president sighed again. Palace Master Lang, I have just said that unless there is someone who can really stand up and take the lead, who can calm everyone down and use tough measures to control all the forces in the southern border, there is no other way, then let me be that person. Lang Yuaning looked like she was ready to volunteer. All managers, Lang Yuaning raised her eyebrows. What kind of expressions do you all have? Do you think I'm not strong enough? He. No one spoke, but everyone smiled awkwardly. The head of the Magic Guild scratched his neck, smiled bitterly and thought to himself, if I really let you come, I'm afraid everyone will go bankrupt after this war. The economic system of the southern border will regress by 20 years within 3 years, and all industries in the southern border will be divided up by nobles from other parts of the empire within 5 years. The president of the Ability Guild broke the silence, rubbing his hands and laughing. Palace Master Lang, how is that possible? After all, you are one of the top 10 masters of the human race, so your strength is definitely not a problem. The problem is that as a leader, it is definitely not enough to have only military force. You must also have a smart enough mind, rich political experience, an excellent overall view, outstanding economic foresight, and the ability to make decisive decisions at critical moments. Lang Yuaning widened her already big beautiful eyes. You mean, my brain is not smart enough? Hey, you, Xiaoning, don't be so angry. What's the point of being angry with them? At this time, a charming and playful voice suddenly came. This sound is. Lang Yuaning turned around and gave him a cold glance. Lan Mi's figure appeared on the sofa at the back of the conference hall at some point, with her long white legs lifted up and looking at her with a smile. Lan Mi? Lang Yuaning frowned. Why are you here, woman? But soon, she realized something was wrong. This shouldn't be Lan Mi's true body. It should be a virtual body created by her supernatural power. Lan Mi played with her hair and said, in fact, what they said is not wrong. In the past, there was a duke named Wang Yan in charge of everything in the southern border. Although he was a bit evil, at least there was a leader. Now that Wang Yan has rebelled, it is inevitable that the forces in the southern border will become a mess. Of course, all the leaders of these forces can do is wait for reinforcements from the royal family. Hoof. Lang Yuaning snorted, crossed her arms, and looked at her. You woman, don't you always think you are very smart? In this case, before the reinforcements from the empire arrive, how about you be the one who takes charge of the overall situation? Lan Mi blinked. Really? You agree too? Although I don't like you as a woman, Lang Yuaning turned her head away, but now is an extraordinary period, I am willing not to bother with you. Lan Mi gradually revealed a wicked smile. If I am in charge of the overall situation, do you have to listen to my command? If I want you to call me sister and come to the war college to massage my feet first, will you, Lan Mi? Don't go too far. Lang Yuaning said angrily, "What time is it? You are still joking like this? Come on, don't be so angry." Lan Mi put her elbows on the table next to her, supported her face with her hands, let her long silver gray hair fall naturally, and said with a smile, "I have no interest in politics and ruling. That kind of thing is too troublesome. My only hobby is to tease my lovely students." How interesting it is, the people in the southern border are in trouble now. Lang Yuaning said seriously, "If you don't take action, many people will die. Don't worry, how can I not be anxious?" Lan Mi smiled faintly, and then said leisurely, "Now, draw the curtains, open the window and take a look outside." Lang Yuaning looked confused and didn't understand what Lan Mi meant, but she still did what Lan Mi said. Lang Yuaning walked to the window of the conference room and opened the curtains, revealing the dark night outside. Thousands of dragon eagles and griffins were seen flying across the sky. Each war beast had a Yi family warrior riding on its back, flying towards the main urban area. "These are," Lang Yuaning was surprised. "The Yi family's support troops have arrived." Lan Mi said slowly, "It seems that they have already broken through Wang An's last territory, Baicheng, and rushed back to support other cities in the southern border." Lang Yuaning stared out the window in a daze. Lan Mi smiled and said, "How about it? Don't you think it's ironic? At a time like this, facing the invasion of foreign enemies, the ones who stand at the forefront are the demonic families that are regarded as threats by the famous and upright sects and are considered to be inherently evil." When the leaders of various forces in the conference hall heard this, they all showed embarrassed expressions. Lang Yuaning was silent for a long time before she said softly, "I no longer think so."